Chapter 1, God Level System. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. I wonder what abilities I will awaken. I hope I will become a physical ability user. I have seen physical ability users fight, and that feeling is just too awesome. Pfft, with your small frame, you call yourself a physical ability user? It's already quite remarkable that you can become a mutant or a psionic user. Mutants and psionicists are fine too, as long as they're not the most useless ancient martial artists. Hearing his classmates chatter, Zheng Hao shook his head. 300 years ago, a meteorite struck the planet Earth, and overnight all the plants and animals on Earth gained immense power. From that day on, humanity began to be attacked by these plants and animals, many cities were destroyed, and humanity suffered heavy casualties. At this time, awakened beings were born among humans, and they discovered that killing these monsters or strange plants would increase their strength. Humanity gradually adapted to the resurgence of spiritual energy and began to learn how to master these powers. Everyone can awaken and become an awakened being once they reach the age of 18. Everyone be quiet, the awakening ceremony is about to begin. Just then, the head of the teaching department on the platform spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent, lined up neatly, and waited for the ceremony to begin. The first one is Bai Yang. Soon, a handsome young man stepped out from the group. All eyes fell on Bai Yang, who waved to them with a flourish. They soon arrived at the front, and Bai Yang stood confidently on the altar. Suddenly, a beam of white light descended, enveloping Bai Yang. The next second, a crimson light rose from Lin Susu's body, and the surrounding air instantly became scorching hot. Bai Yang, S-rank combat type awakened user, fire type psionicist. The headmaster announced Bai Yang's awakening results. My god, he's an S-rank combat type awakened, and a fire type psionicist at that. That's amazing. TSK, Bai Yang is not only handsome, but he has also awakened such a talent. It's really enviable. Now Bai Yang is all set. Although an S-rank combat type awakened person isn't top tier, his status as a fire type psionicist will definitely get him into one of the top 10 universities. Everyone looked at Bai Yang with envy, wishing they were the ones standing on the altar right now. Zheng Hao looked at Bai Yang with some surprise. He didn't expect that Bai Yang, a spoiled brat, would awaken an S-level talent. His future achievements would definitely not be weak. There are 4 types of awakened beings in this world. They are: combat-oriented awakened individuals are the strongest and hold a dominant position. They are the most coveted type, as the strong are respected. Those who are responsible for daily life are awakened individuals who do not possess extraordinary combat abilities, but they also have exceptional skills in certain areas, ranging from farmers and chefs to white-collar and gold-collar workers in companies. Indispensable support characters, whose abilities are mainly used to help teammates improve their combat power, heal, etc., are indispensable to the team. The most valuable type of enhancement, similar to the life-type awakeners, has little combat power, but possesses abilities such as crafting and upgrading weapons. It can be said that enhanced awakened individuals are not only the most precious, but also the richest. Unfortunately, such awakened individuals are extremely rare, and each one that appears is fiercely contested by major powers. In addition to this, there are also different grades, from F grade to SSS grade. As for abilities, there are only 5 types, namely possessing a powerful physique, such as an indestructible physical being. Mutants who can transform into animals, psionicists who can manipulate elements, and enhancers who can strengthen weapons. In addition, there are ancient martial arts practitioners who can teach martial arts. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Bai Yang stepped down from the altar and returned to the group. Many students immediately surrounded him, showering Bai Yang with flattery, which Bai Yang appreciated. The awakening ceremony is still ongoing, but many people are not doing well. Chen Liang, an E-level life-type awakener, a Teddy mutant. Bao Qingdi, F-level auxiliary awakener, wood-type psionicist. Next up, Zheng Hao. Just as Zheng Hao was about to fall asleep, the head of the teaching department finally called his name. Zheng Hao was startled and quickly went to the front of the stage, bowed to the dean of students and others, and then stood on the altar to the side. A beam of white light descended, enveloping Zheng Hao within it. And then, that was it. Zheng Hao, SSS level combat type awakened individual, ancient martial arts practitioner. On the playground of Chunshui High School, the dean of students announced the test results with a frown. A sudden silence fell over the area behind them. Holy crap, how could this happen? Zheng Hao is finished now. His strongest talent has been paired with the most useless profession. Isn't this a case of the heavens being jealous of talent? SSS-level talent, if paired with any other profession, could get into the top 5 academies, but it was paired with the most useless profession. Forget the top 5 academies, it can't even get into the top 10 universities. After a brief silence, the crowd began to discuss the matter. The head of teaching and other teachers shook their heads in regret. They had originally had high expectations for Jiang Hao, but they never expected it to turn out like this. Jiang Hao's talent certainly did not disappoint, but his awakened abilities were disappointing. In the early stages of the spiritual energy revival, ancient martial arts practitioners were barely acceptable, but later people discovered that they were too useless. Not only are their abilities limited, but to improve, they must learn martial arts. However, even after learning martial arts, their combat power is still inferior to that of physical practitioners, thus earning them the title of one of the most useless professions. Everyone shook their heads as they watched Jiang Hao standing blankly on the altar. Some people felt sorry for Jiang Hao, while others felt it was normal, since such things had happened before. Of course, some people also showed gloating smiles. But what no one knew was that Jiang Hao's heart was in turmoil at that moment. Bite. The martial god system has been successfully bound. Reward, God-level talent comprehension. Note, any martial art learned by the host can be mastered instantly. The mechanical voice that suddenly rang in Jiang Hao's mind pulled him back to reality. What's going on? Jiang Hao was somewhat taken aback. Has he acquired a system, just like the protagonist in a novel? Congratulations, host, on your successful awakening and becoming an ancient martial artist. A beginner's gift pack 1 has been placed in your system space. Please check your inventory. Warning, disclosing information about this system to outsiders is strictly prohibited and will result in system deletion. Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. There was even a warning. However, he didn't care. The system was like a cheat code, and even more so, his future. Naturally, he wouldn't reveal it casually. Before he could process all this information, a panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Name, Jiang Hao. Ability, Ancient Warrior. Level, 0. Talent, God Comprehension. Internal skill, none. Martial arts, none. Looking at his information panel, Jiang Hao showed an incredulous expression. His talent had actually changed from F level to God level. If this were told to others, who would believe it? Although he didn't know exactly how much stronger a God level being was than an SSS level being, he was certain that a God level being was definitely stronger than an SSS level being. Sure enough, there's always a way out. At this moment, Jiang Hao couldn't wait to find a quiet place to check his abilities and claim the newbie gift pack. He was still looking forward to the so-called newbie gift pack. Jiang Hao bowed to the dean and the others, then turned and returned to the group. Chapter 2, Dragons Do Not Dwell with Snakes. Next up, Su Qing. A beautiful woman, radiating youthful energy, stepped forward. Jiang Hao glanced over and saw that Su Qing was his girlfriend. In fact, with Jiang Hao's abilities, he could have gone to a better high school, but unfortunately, Su Qing's studies were not good, so Jiang Hao had no choice but to come to Chunshui High School with her. Jiang Hao watched Su Chen walk onto the altar, and suddenly a white light enveloped Su Qing. Immediately afterwards, a chilling aura emanated from the altar, and frost quickly appeared around it. The terrifying cold enveloped the entire altar, making it impossible to see what was inside. Roar! Just then, a terrifying roar resounded, carrying an indescribable pressure that seemed to emanate from the very soul. Su Qing, an A-level combat type awakened individual, a 3-clawed ice dragon mutant. The head of the teaching department couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow! The scene erupted in uproar. It was a dragon. Regardless of the number of claws, or whether it's an eastern or western dragon, anything related to dragons is synonymous with power. Although his talent is only a level, when paired with the 3-clawed ice dragon, he is comparable to an awakened with S-level talent. It's easy to imagine that with Su Qing's talent, getting into one of the top 10 universities would be no problem at all. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Su Qing with even more envy. The teachers on the podium were incredibly excited. The moment the 3-clawed ice dragon appeared, they knew that Chunshui High School was going to be a hit. Jiang Hao hadn't expected Su Qing to have such terrifying talent. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious, but he was mostly happy for Su Qing. As everyone was shocked, the chill around the altar dissipated, revealing a delicate blue oriental dragon about 10 feet long. Everyone stared wide-eyed. There were many mutants in various schools, but very few could transform into the Eastern Divine Dragon. Not to mention Dragon City, they are among the very few in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Su Qing returned to human form and looked around at everyone with a smug expression. She never imagined that her talent and abilities would be so outstanding. The moment Su Qing saw Jiang Hao, a strange look flashed in the depths of her eyes. Seeing that others had successfully awakened one after another, Jiang Hao decided not to watch any longer. He planned to find a secluded place to study his own system carefully. As soon as he entered the teaching building, he was stopped by a girl with delicate features, a pretty face, and a ponytail. Upon seeing the person who had arrived, Jiang Hao's expression softened, and he stepped forward, saying, "Congratulations, Su Qing." Jiang Hao tried to take Su Qing's hand, but Su Qing dodged him. Su Qing glanced at Jiang Hao indifferently. "Jiang Hao, let's break up." "Su Qing, what did you say?" Jiang Hao stared at Su Qing in disbelief, unable to believe that the words he had just heard came from her mouth. For 3 years of high school, Su Qing's tuition and living expenses were all paid by him. He even ate instant noodles for a whole month to buy Su Qing a new phone. In the end, all I got in return was a breakup. At this moment, Jiang Hao felt incredibly ironic. He and Su Qing were classmates and deskmates in middle school. He came from an ordinary family. His parents were both ordinary workers. Su Qing's situation was better than his, but because she had 3 children and was a girl, she was not valued at home. Perhaps because they were both incredibly lonely, they gradually developed feelings for each other and finally confirmed their relationship during the summer break of their 3rd year of junior high school. With his abilities, he could have gotten into a better school, but because Su Qing wasn't capable enough, he ended up at Chunchue High School with her. He originally thought he could grow old with Su Qing. But now. Why? Although he already knew the answer in his heart, Jiang Hao couldn't help but ask. "Why don't you know? You awakened waste, what face do you have to ask why here?" Just then, a young man came out from around the corner, grabbed Su Qing's waist, and looked at Jiang Hao with disgust. "But since you want to know, I might as well tell you, because I can give Su Qing better resources and let her go to a better school, which is much better than you, a good-for-nothing who only knows how to study. Are you satisfied now, you piece of trash?" Poplar. Jiang Hao frowned when he saw Bai Yang emerge from around the corner. Bai Yang, the top rich kid at Chunchue High School, is a well-known second-generation rich kid. Most importantly, he was a bad character. During his 3 years of high school, he caused 5 female classmates to have abortions. He paid them some compensation afterward and then let the matter drop. Jiang Hao, as the saying goes, a dragon does not dwell with a snake, and a rock does not perch with a bird. With my talent, I will surely stand proudly above the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even the whole world, and become a queen of my generation. And you, although you have amazing talent, you have awakened the useless ability of ancient martial arts, which means you are destined to become an ordinary person and will only drag me down." Faced with Su Qing's resolute breakup, Jiang Hao no longer tried to stop her, though he still harbored some feelings for her. "Su Qing, I can understand if you break up with me because of my talent and ability, but do you really need to be with Bai Yang? Don't you know what kind of person Bai Yang is?" Bai Yang looked at Jiang Hao with a sneer, his eyes filled with disdain. "Jiang Hao, you'd better watch your mouth when you talk to me. Do you still think you're the top student at Chunchue High School? Believe me or not, I'll have someone kill you." "Is that so? Then I'd like to see how you're going to kill me." Jiang Hao nodded with a smile, then his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he kicked out directly. He was already in a bad mood because Su Qing broke up with him, and this guy actually dared to provoke him. How could he tolerate that? Bang! Caught off guard, Bai Yang was kicked and forced to stagger backward. Su Qing, who was standing to the side, was startled. She did not expect that Jiang Hao would actually take action, and so decisively at that. Most importantly, she had not even been able to stop him. "You dare hit me!" Bai Yang's face darkened, and he raised his hand, instantly creating a fireball in his palm. Jiang Hao stared coldly at Bai Yang. "What, you want to make a move? Fine, then let's see if your S-rank talent is stronger, or mine." Bai Yang was startled by Jiang Hao's gaze. Although he was unwilling to admit it, in terms of talent, no one in the entire Chunchue High School was more talented than Jiang Hao. However, he was not afraid. They were all at level 0 now. Once they grew up, even if Jiang Hao had great talent, he would be held back by the abilities of the ancient martial artists. Poplar. Su Qing stopped Bai Yang, then looked at Jiang Hao with disappointment. "Jiang Hao, I never thought you would become like this. You have really disappointed me. Let's not contact each other anymore." She started dating Jiang Hao because she saw his potential. She thought that even if she didn't awaken powerful abilities, she could still rely on Jiang Hao as a powerful patron. It seems unnecessary now. She was well aware of Bai Yang's character, but she had a way to control him. Did you hear that, you piece of trash? Don't bother Su Cheng again, or don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, Bai Yang put his arm around Su Cheng and left. As they passed Jiang Hao, Bai Yang deliberately bumped into him, trying to knock him down. Unfortunately, he overestimated himself. Even if Jiang Hao's ability was that of an ancient martial artist, his physical body was still stronger than that of a psychic. Not only did he fail to push Jiang Hao away, but he himself was also knocked off balance. If Su Cheng hadn't caught him in time, he might have fallen to the ground. Jiang Hao, you just wait, this isn't over. Bai Yang snorted coldly, then put his arm around Su Cheng and left. After Su Cheng and the others left, Jiang Hao's cold gaze slowly returned to normal, and he stood alone in the same spot. He never expected Su Cheng to be so heartless. Jiang Hao gave a self-deprecating laugh. It turns out that the clown was himself. Many people had told him that Su Cheng was an ungrateful wretch, but he didn't believe it. Now he does. It's been 3 years. I've given Su Cheng almost everything I could. I've raised her for 3 years, and what's the result? Chapter 3 Graduation Assessment. All senior high school students, assemble. The graduation exam is about to begin. Just as Jiang Hao had regained his composure and was about to check the system, the headmaster's voice came over the loudspeaker. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao had no choice but to temporarily abandon his investigation and hurriedly headed towards the playground. Jiang Hao took a deep breath, shaking off his previous dejection, and even put the matter of breaking up with Su Cheng out of his mind. Jiang Hao even smiled at his classmates. His classmates looked at Jiang Hao with strange expressions. Could this guy have lost his mind because he couldn't handle the blow? He's awakened such a talent and ability, and he can still laugh? It's really hard to say. Falling from the pedestal of a top student is something no one can handle. Let's stay away from him. Sigh, Jiang Hao is quite pitiful. I heard that Su Cheng broke up with Jiang Hao because of his awakened talent and abilities. Jiang Hao did not respond to the murmurs of the crowd and stood quietly in the line. If I were him, I wouldn't have come. Why humiliate myself? Bai Yang, who was not far away, put his arm around Su Cheng's waist and glanced at Jiang Hao with disdain. What good is being good at studying if you don't awaken powerful talents and abilities? You're just a useless person. In the end, he even lost his girlfriend. It's just a publicity stunt. Su Cheng glanced at Jiang Hao disdainfully. From now on, they would be from 2 different worlds and would never cross paths again. After all the senior students had lined up, the Dean of Students' Academic Affairs finally spoke. I believe you are all familiar with the graduation assessment. Awakening is only the first step. The upcoming competition will determine your future direction. Without further ado, the graduation assessment is about to begin. Here, I wish you all a bright future. As he spoke, the head of the teaching department held a scroll in his hand and then threw it into the air. The scroll opened, transforming into a portal of light. Now, all candidates, enter the secret realm. Upon hearing this, everyone entered the secret realm one after another. Jiang Hao followed the others into the portal of light. He thought he would enter the secret realm directly, but unexpectedly, after entering the portal, he arrived in a black space. A magic circle appeared beneath his feet. This is a safe secret realm where all dangers have been eliminated. It is a secret realm specifically used for the graduation assessment of senior high school students. Once all candidates have entered the secret realm, the assessment will officially begin in 5 minutes. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in Jiang Hao and the others' ears. Jiang Hao shrugged. He knew this was to allow everyone to start at the same time. Otherwise, if someone enters the secret realm first and starts immediately, those who enter later will be 1 step behind, which is very unfair to those who enter later. Therefore, in order to ensure fairness, the same time is used nationwide. Jiang Hao strongly agrees with this mechanism. Fairness and impartiality. This is a good opportunity for him to take a look at his rewards and abilities. With a thought, Jiang Hao accessed the system space. He felt his consciousness arrive at a hazy, gray place, where a colorful treasure chest lay quietly before him. Jiang Hao opened the newbie gift pack and silently recited a phrase in his mind. The colorful treasure chest opened instantly. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Divine Talent Critical Strike. Note, activating Critical Strike can increase the host's martial arts skills tenfold. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a divine level martial art, Lingbo Weibo X1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a divine level martial art, Lion's Roar Technique X1. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a divine level internal skill, Star Shift X1. The new player gift pack rewards have been distributed. Please check your account. Ding. 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 A system notification sound left Jiang Hao completely stunned. He hadn't expected the newbie gift pack to be so generous. Especially the god level skills, which instantly solved his immediate problem. Ancient martial artists without martial arts skills are just ordinary people who are slightly stronger than ordinary people, but ancient martial artists with martial arts skills are different. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao immediately learned the 3 skills, and a system notification sounded instantly indicating that he had mastered them. Congratulations, host! You have learned the divine level martial art elementary Lingbo Weibo Light Steps on Water. Congratulations, host! You have learned the divine level martial art elementary Lion's Roar. Congratulations, host! You have mastered the divine level internal skill elementary stage of Star Shift. Beginner level? What the heck? Jiang Hao was initially overjoyed, but he was taken aback when he saw that both his martial arts and internal energy cultivation were at the beginner level. Both internal energy cultivation and martial arts are divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, master levels. The host has currently learned the beginner level. As if sensing Jiang Hao's doubts, the system's voice sounded again. Jiang Hao then understood. Although it was only the beginner level, he was still very satisfied. It's a pity that now is not the right time, otherwise he would definitely want to test the power of these 3 martial arts. When he was little, he loved watching martial arts heroes, and he never imagined that he would become a martial arts hero himself. With the support of the system, he will surely be able to break the rule that ancient martial arts practitioners are useless. I wonder what kind of expressions those who mock me will have after witnessing my true strength. Bite. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a random mission. The mission requires you to become the top scorer in the Dragon City College entrance examination. Reward for completing the task, 1 spin on the lucky wheel. Punishment for mission failure, 1 skill will be randomly removed from the host's internal energy cultivation or martial arts skills. The sudden system voice startled Jiang Hao. He had actually triggered a mission, and there was even a penalty. Before Jiang Hao could think further, the same voice rang out again. All candidates, please prepare yourselves. The instance will open in 30 seconds, at which time everyone will descend into the secret realm. Upon hearing this, all the candidates were extremely excited. If awakening was the key to their advancement to university, then the results of the copy test were a test of how hard they knocked on that door. The current situation is that everyone should use their abilities to the fullest extent possible. Jiang Hao regained his good mood and began preparing for the exam. This moment is like 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. 5 seconds left. 5, 3, 1. Jiang Hao felt a wave of dizziness, and the next second he was transported into the dungeon. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a mountain range. Jiang Hao glanced around but didn't see any other classmates. Assessment requirements: kill 100 monsters. Whoever does it in the shortest time will be the winner. The number of monsters killed will be recorded on your student ID card. Limited time offer, 1 hour. The mission information appeared before Jiang Hao's eyes, and he subconsciously touched his chin. In the past, he might not have cared about whether he could become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, but now he has to take it seriously. Roar! Just as Jiang Hao was analyzing the secret realm, a roar came, and then he saw a creature that looked like a wild boar charging towards him. Tier 0 monster, steel-toothed monster. Jiang Hao recalled the information about the other party in his mind. These monsters were all learned about in textbooks. Before he could think any further, the steel fang monster had already rushed in front of him. Jiang Hao quickly dodged to the side. Roar! The steel-toothed monster roared and charged at Jiang Hao again. Jiang Hao quickly used the Lingbo Weibo technique to barely dodge the opponent's attack. The 2 attacks failed to land, which angered the steel fang monster, which immediately launched another attack on Jiang Hao. Roar! Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately focused his energy in his dantian and began to unleash the lion's roar technique. His cheeks bulged rapidly, and then he suddenly opened his mouth and roared angrily. Caught off guard, the steel-toothed monster was the first to be hit, its body flying backwards before finally crashing to the ground and meeting its demise in the northwest. At the same time, the number 1 appeared on Jiang Hao's student ID card. Jiang Hao was very satisfied with the power of the lion's roar technique. It seemed that killing 100 demons would not be difficult. They immediately headed deeper into the mountains. Chapter 4, Giant Tarantula. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out from the bushes and headed straight for Jiang Hao, who had just walked over. Jiang Hao subconsciously used the Lingbo Weibo technique to dodge the opponent's attack. The opponent clearly did not expect Jiang Hao to be able to dodge his attack. He rushed a distance before stopping. Jiang Hao turned around and finally saw the other party clearly. It was a medium-sized dog-sized, zero-level demon, a cat demon. No wonder it was so fast. I hadn't even seen its figure clearly before. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been in danger. Meow. Just as Jiang Hao was observing the cat demon arched its body, its fur stood on end, and then launched another attack. The cat demon was extremely fast, and soon turned into a blur. Oomph, perfect, I'll use you to test the power of a critical hit. Seeing this, Jiang Hao dodged aside from the cat demon and threw a punch at the same time. Unfortunately, the cat demon reacted too quickly. Before his fist could land, the cat demon dodged his attack, making it impossible for him to continue. Jiang Hao used the Lingbo Weibo technique again, barely managing to keep up with the cat demon's speed. At the same time, he threw another punch, aiming straight for the cat demon's head. Meow! The cat demon roared and swiftly dodged Jiang Hao's attack, then turned and attacked him in return. Jiang Hao quickly retreated, while simultaneously looking for an opportunity. Heh, I don't believe I can't beat you, you beast. Take this. After a while of fighting, Jiang Hao finally seized the opportunity, came behind the cat demon, and threw a punch, using his innate critical strike ability. The cat demon hadn't expected the human to suddenly appear behind it. It was too late to dodge, and it could only watch helplessly as the fist landed on it. Under Jiang Hao's shocked gaze, the cat demon's body exploded in mid-air, turning into a cloud of blood mist. The number 2 appeared on Jiang Hao's student ID card. Jiang Hao blinked, and it took him a while to come to his senses. He knew that critical strike was strong when he saw the description of it, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. This power is truly frightening. Swoosh! 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 Jiang Hao had just dealt with a level 0 monster and hadn't even caught his breath when several attacks appeared in front of him. Jiang Hao immediately used the Lingbo Weibo, a martial arts technique, to easily dodge the attacks. With repeated practice, he became increasingly skilled in using the Lingbo Weibo technique. Jiang Hao looked up and saw a black spider, as big as a millstone, staring at him from not far away. It was obvious that the attack just now was itself attacking itself. A Tier 1 monster, a giant tarantula. Encountering a first-tier opponent so quickly? They think too highly of themselves. Jiang Hao gave a wry smile. He had no problem dealing with level 0 monsters, but level 1 monsters were much stronger than level 0 monsters, and he had no confidence that he could defeat them. However, Jiang Hao did not give up. He took a deep breath and began to face the giant tarantula. Whoosh! The giant tarantula raised its abdomen and launched another web attack at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao used the Lingbo Weibo, a martial arts technique, to dodge the attacks while simultaneously moving closer to the giant tarantula. Under normal circumstances, he would not be a match for this level of giant tarantula, so he planned to use a critical strike to finish it off. The giant tarantula seemed to have discerned Jiang Hao's intentions, and moved swiftly while launching continuous attacks on him. Every time the spider web landed on the ground, it corroded a large area of the ground. If it fell on a person, I'm afraid no one could withstand it. Although he had the Lingbo Weibo, a martial arts technique, to increase his speed, the giant wolf spider was also quite fast, so Jiang Hao could barely keep up with its speed. It's impossible to catch up with a giant tarantula by speed alone, let alone punch it and trigger a critical hit. Helpless, Jiang Hao had no choice but to stop. Continuing like this was a waste of time. Seeing that Jiang Hao had stopped, the giant tarantula also stopped and launched another attack on Jiang Hao. While dodging the opponent's attacks, Jiang Hao thought of a countermeasure. Since we can't reach the other person, we have to use other methods. Ha! Jiang Hao suddenly remembered that critical hits could increase his attack power tenfold. Although Lingbo Weibo was not an attack, it was a martial art, so critical hits should also have some effect. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao did not hesitate and immediately used Lingbo Weibo again, and also used a critical strike. The giant tarantula didn't care when it saw Jiang Hao swooping towards it again. Although the human in front of it moved strangely, his speed was at most the same as its own. You can easily get rid of the other person. However, just as the thought of a giant tarantula arose in Jiang Hao's mind, his speed suddenly increased dramatically. Before the giant tarantula could react, Jiang Hao was already beside it, throwing a punch that slammed heavily into its body. It's still an attack that carries critical hits. Bang! The giant tarantula was blown to pieces. The number 5 also appeared on Jiang Hao's student ID card. Jiang Hao was increasingly satisfied with the power of the critical strike. With this talent in hand, who among his peers could be his match? Jiang Hao snapped out of his daze, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and prepared to start again. Suddenly, he discovered that a silver-white mask with a spider pattern on the front had appeared in his system space. At the same time, a message appeared before my eyes. Tarantula Mask, a system-issued F-grade weapon that allows the wearer to stay refreshed at all times. It has no usage restrictions and can be gifted to others. Note, system weapons only generate after the host kills monsters of tier 1 or higher, and are subject to system limitations. The host can destroy them with a single thought. Jiang Hao was stunned for a moment, not expecting the martial god system to have such an ability. Doesn't that mean I'm also a kind of enhanced individual? Jiang Hao suppressed a laugh, never expecting that one day he would become the chosen one. He had originally planned to save up money to have an enhanced person forge a suitable weapon for him, but now it seems that he doesn't need to at all. Jiang Hao took the spider mask out of the system space and put it on his face, immediately feeling a cool sensation. Although the tarantula mask was attached to my face, I didn't feel any discomfort or any sense of it falling off. It was as if it were a part of my face. There's no need to worry at all, it won't fall during the battle. This pleased Jiang Hao greatly. Although the mask didn't have any special functions, it prevented others from recognizing his true appearance. Come on, let me see just how much benefit these monsters can bring me. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao quickened his pace. Chapter 5 System Production. I wonder who will be the first to complete the assessment this time, and whether the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination in Longcheng will come from our Chunshui High School. I can't speak for previous years, but there is still some hope for this year. After all, there are many promising students this year, and who knows, we might even produce a top scorer in the college entrance examination. On the podium, the dean of students and others were all waiting for the results. Because it's a nationwide exam, even their teachers can't see what's happening inside the secret realm. They can only sit here and wait for it to end. At this moment, they were even more nervous than the test takers. Bai Yang's homeroom teacher smiled slightly. That goes without saying, it's definitely Bai Yang. He has great talent. Not only has he awakened an S-level talent, but he is also a fire-type ability user. He will definitely achieve good results in this graduation assessment. He initially looked down on Bai Yang, given Bai Yang's wicked character, but after seeing Bai Yang's awakened talent and abilities, he immediately changed his attitude. That's not necessarily true. Bai Yang's talent and ability are good, but don't forget Su Qingxue from my class. Although Su Qingxue awakened as a support type with type spiritual energy user, her talent is SS level, which is no weaker than Bai Yang's. Su Cheng from my class is also quite good. Although she only has an A-level talent, her ability is to transform into a 3-clawed ice dragon, which is comparable to an ordinary S-level awakener. It's not like every class doesn't have any outstanding students. Yan Shun from my class is not only an indestructible physical athlete, but he has also awakened an S-level talent. Upon hearing what Bai Yang, the homeroom teacher, said, the other homeroom teachers couldn't sit still any longer. Hearing the homeroom teachers arguing, the head of the teaching department shook his head helplessly. However, the smiles on their faces did not diminish at all. The overall improvement of Chunshui High School this year was very good. Not only did 10 A-level talents emerge, but 2 S-level talents also appeared, and most importantly, there was 1 SS-level talent. This time, even the 5 major academies might come to Chunshui High School to recruit students. The only pity is Jiang Hao. They all had high hopes for him, but unfortunately, his talent meant he was destined to be just another ordinary person. Otherwise, with Jiang Hao's SSS level talent, Chunshui High School would definitely have made a name for itself. One of the teachers, as if struck by a sudden thought, asked, "By the way, Director, I remember the 5 major academies gave us 1 guaranteed admission spot this year. What are your plans for that spot?" Upon hearing this, the teachers immediately looked at the head of the teaching department. They had also learned about the matter. In previous years, they would not have had any thoughts, but this year their students have awakened quite well, which has given them some ideas. The head of academic affairs smiled slightly. The principal has already said that the graduation assessment will be the deciding factor. Whoever completes the graduation assessment first will receive the opportunity for direct admission. He was well aware of the teacher's thoughts. Each teacher wanted their students to be recommended to the top 5 academies, so that they could receive substantial rewards. However, the number of places is limited, and it's not good to offend anyone, so as early as last month, he and the principal had already come up with a solution to avoid this situation. Upon hearing this, the teachers couldn't help but secretly cheer on their students, hoping they could bring them honor. However, it is not easy to be recommended to the 5 major academies. First of all, the minimum standard is to have an S-level talent. At present, there are only 10 students who have awakened a level talent who have a chance to be recommended. As for Su Qingxue, there's absolutely no need for that. S-level talent is the minimum entry standard for the 5 major academies. With SS-level talent, Su Qingxue is guaranteed to attend one of the 5 major academies. It will just depend on which academy she wants to attend. Roar! A deafening roar of a lion echoed through the forest. Gah! Suddenly, a mournful bird cry rang out. Immediately, it was as if dumplings were being dropped from the sky, with crow-like monsters falling one after another. At this moment, the number 88 also appeared on Jiang Hao's student ID card. 10 minutes have passed since Jiang Hao killed the giant tarantula. In just over 10 minutes, he has already killed more than 80 monsters. So far, I've only encountered 2 Tier 1 monsters. He shouldn't have been able to kill so many monsters in such a short time. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to encounter this flock of dark-feathered crows, numbering more than 20. They were almost powerless to resist and were all defeated by his lion's roar, which was enhanced by a critical hit. Jiang Hao glanced at his student badge. After killing 12 more monsters, he would complete the mission. I wonder how the others are doing now. Jiang Hao shook his head, deciding to stop thinking about it and focus on completing the task at hand. After learning about his talent and abilities, he did indeed have a what's-the-use attitude. After obtaining the system, he also prepared to strive for first place. Now, he has an additional system task that requires him to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Longchang. Being ranked first in Chunxue High School is not enough. Although he didn't know what the lucky roulette was, he didn't want the system to delete any of his martial arts or internal skills. This is the key to his comeback. As Jiang Hao walked, he checked his system space. He had just killed the Dark Feather Raven King and wondered what weapon reward he would receive. Soon, Jiang Hao saw a fan exactly like the one Zhuge Liang was holding, except that this fan was completely black. At the same time, a message appeared before my eyes. Crow Feather Fan, a system-issued F-rank weapon that can unleash wind blades. It can only be used by wind-type ability users or awakened individuals with wind-related abilities. It can also be gifted to others. Note, system weapons only generate after the host kills monsters of level 1 or higher, and are subject to system limitations. The host can destroy them with a single thought. With a thought, Jiang Hao took the Raven Feather Fan out of his system space and looked at it with satisfaction. Although I don't know how to use a fan as a weapon, it's still a weapon. I can use it for now, and if I don't want to use it anymore, I can sell it to get some money to improve my life. However, the fact that I can get weapons by killing monsters must be kept a secret. I can't tell anyone, otherwise I'll be in endless trouble. If some people with ulterior motives find out, who knows what kind of trouble they might cause. Before you can protect yourself, you must keep a low profile. Ah! Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out, breaking his train of thought. Jiang Hao was taken aback. There were actually people around him. He had always thought that this secret realm was divided into several parts, and that each of them was in a separate secret realm. Now it seems that it's not what I imagined. They were all in a secret realm, but they were separated, which is why they couldn't see each other. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hao walked in the direction from which the sound came. Chapter 6 is her. Su Qingxue was filled with regret at this moment. She could have directly entered the 5 major academies, so why did she have to risk participating in the graduation assessment? She is indeed SS rank, but she is a support type awakened. Support type awakened don't have much combat power themselves, all their strength is used to support their teammates. It took her a lot of effort to kill some of the monsters. Unexpectedly, just over 10 minutes later, he encountered a level 1 monster. Without saying a word, Su Qingxue turned and ran, but the other party was too fast, so much so that she still couldn't see what kind of demon it was. Suddenly, Su Qingxue didn't notice the protruding tree roots under her feet, tripped, and fell heavily to the ground. It rolled twice on the ground, its mouth still full of dirt, and its hair was incredibly messy. It was nowhere near clean. Whoosh! The dark figure behind her lunged at her again, and Su Qingxue instinctively covered her head. Tears welled up uncontrollably. It's her. Jiang Hao arrived at a hill and saw Su Qingxue. Although the two were not in the same class, he recognized Su Qingxue at a glance. He did not expect to meet Su Qingxue here. Like him, Su Qingxue is also a celebrity at Chunxue High School. He was the top student at Chunxue High School, while Su Qingxue was the most beautiful girl at Chunxue High School. He saw Su Qingxue's test results. She was an SS-level talent support type with type psionicist. I never expected things to turn out so messy. Upon seeing Su Qingxue fall to the ground, the dark figure lunged at her. Without hesitation, Jiang Hao used his Lingbo Weibo technique to quickly reach Su Qingxue and decisively blocked the opponent's attack. Jiang Hao grabbed Su Qingxue and quickly retreated, but the dark figure clung to him like a leech, forcing Jiang Hao to keep retreating. Ah! Su Qingxue screamed and struggled desperately. Ah, don't eat me, don't eat me. Jiang Hao was annoyed by Su Qingxue's shrill voice and couldn't help but shout angrily, don't yell, or I'll throw you down and leave you alone. Su Qingxue was startled, opened her red eyes, and saw Jiang Hao wearing a silver-white spider mask. Unfortunately, no one could recognize Jiang Hao at this moment. Su Qingxue snapped out of her daze and stared blankly at Jiang Hao beside her. She had already given up hope, but she never expected that there were other people here, and she never expected that they would help her. With the noise gone, Jiang Hao suddenly waved his crow feather fan, and a small wind blade appeared. Looking at this wind blade that seemed like a joke, 3 black lines appeared on Jiang Hao's face. This wind blade is probably only good for chopping wood, it can't do anything else. Fortunately, they managed to force the shadowy figure back. Jiang Hao finally saw what the other party looked like. It was a dark green praying mantis about the size of a kitten. Tier 1 monster, Quick Blade Mantis. It turned out to be a first-tier demon. No wonder Su Qingxue was in such a sorry state. You stay here, I'll deal with this swift-bladed mantis. Jiang Hao released Su Qingxue and immediately charged towards the swift mantis. With a swift movement, the mantis transformed into a blur once more, heading straight for Jiang Hao. The swift mantis swung its arms rapidly, aiming to grab Jiang Hao's face. Fortunately, the Raven Feather Fan is an F-rank weapon. Although its attack power is not strong, it is sturdy enough to barely withstand the attack of the Quick Blade Mantis. Clang! Another metallic clanging sound rang out. Having failed in his first attack, the swift mantis decisively retreated. Jiang Hao wanted to press his advantage, but the Quick Blade Mantis didn't give him the chance and turned into a blur. Seeing this, Jiang Hao instantly activated his Lingbo Weibo, a martial arts technique, but even so, he was still somewhat inferior to the speed of the Quick Blade Mantis. Who is this person? Could he be some kind of powerful athlete? I've never heard of any such strong athlete among this year's high school seniors. The only S-level physical athlete is Yan Chun, but she knows Yan Chun, and this person's physique is completely different from Yan Chun's. Su Qingxue watched Jiang Hao's retreating figure, her mind filled with questions. This person is really powerful. Judging from his aura, he should still be at level 0. With the strength of a 0 level, being able to fight on equal footing with a first-level monster, such a person should not remain unknown. At this moment, the swift mantis realized that Jiang Hao's speed was not as fast as its own, so it immediately pushed its speed to the limit and kept attacking Jiang Hao. Clang! 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 The fierce attacks put Jiang Hao on the defensive. Fortunately, Jiang Hao had good combat awareness, otherwise he would have been defeated long ago. Jiang Hao realized that this couldn't go on. If he couldn't outspeed his opponent, he would have to rely on attack. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao forcibly forced the swift mantis back, then put away the crow feather fan and began to unleash the lion's roar technique. Roar! Then, to Su Qingxue's astonishment, Jiang Hao roared, the terrifying sound deafening. Su Qingxue quickly covered her ears, but they were still ringing from the noise. Caught off guard, the swift mantis attacking Jiang Hao was the first to be struck and was stunned into place. Great opportunity! Seeing this, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. He quickly caught up with the quick knife mantis and threw a punch, decisively using a critical strike. Bang! The fist landed on the mantis, whose corpse slammed heavily to the ground. It has to be said that this swift blade mantis is indeed very strong. Even when Jiang Hao used a critical strike, he couldn't destroy its body. The number 89 also appeared on Jiang Hao's student ID card. Are you alright? Jiang Hao walked back and frowned when he saw Su Qingxue staring straight at him. Huh? No. I'm fine. Su Qingxue came to her senses, shook her head, and felt her ears were a little better, but she still felt a little buzzing. Excuse me, which class are you in? What are you doing here? Jiang Hao didn't reveal his class, but simply made up an excuse, I'm around here. Since you're alright, I'll be going now. He saved Su Qingxue only because they were classmates and he couldn't just stand by and watch her die. Besides, he was also doing it for his own sake. After all, killing the mantis with the swift blade not only gave him a quest reward, but also meant he could obtain another piece of equipment. After saying that, Jiang Hao prepared to leave. Su Qingxue called out to Jiang Hao, wait a minute, classmate. Thank you for saving me earlier. My name is Su Qingxue. I don't know your name yet. It's nothing to mention. Jiang Hao waved his hand and prepared to leave, but found that Su Qingxue had grabbed his arm. Jiang Hao frowned and turned to look at Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue released Jiang Hao and said seriously, don't misunderstand, I just want to know your name so I can repay you. There's no need. Jiang Hao said and was about to leave, as he didn't want to have any contact with Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue called out to Jiang Hao again, looking at him with a pleading expression, excuse me, could you do me a favor? Chapter 7, Pleasant Cooperation. You want me to help you kill the monster? Without asking, Jiang Hao already understood Su Qingxue's purpose. He knew that Su Qingxue was a support type with elemental psionicist, whose strongest ability was to support her teammates, and whose true strength was that of a complete weakling. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Jiang Hao frowned. Helping Su Qingxue was no problem for him, but the problem was that helping Su Qingxue would slow him down. If you're not careful, your system tasks might fail to complete. Seeing that Jiang Hao remained silent for a while, Su Qingxue quickly spoke up, don't worry, I won't let you help me for nothing. How about this, let's exchange contact information. You help me kill a monster, and I'll give you 1,000 crystal coins, how about that? Okay. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. As expected, this is a rich family's child. You should have said so earlier. 1,000 crystal coins per monster is a great deal. If I speed things up a bit, there shouldn't be any problems. But I need to tell you beforehand that I don't have enough tasks to complete either, so I'll finish my own tasks first before I can help you. No problem. Su Qingxue gave an okay sign. Then let's have a pleasant working relationship. As she spoke, Su Qingxue extended her hand, but Jiang Hao did not shake hands with her. He simply nodded and walked away. Su Qingxue pouted and then followed behind Jiang Hao. As Jiang Hao walked, he checked his system space. The Quick Blade Mantis was also a Tier 1 monster. He wondered what kind of weapon the Quick Blade Mantis could grant him. Soon, Jiang Hao saw 2 long swords that looked exactly like Miao swords. The blades were thin and long, just like the 2 front claws of the Swift Mantis. At the same time, a message appeared before my eyes. Mantis Blade, a system-generated F-grade weapon, extremely hard and sharp, with no usage restrictions. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow and suddenly felt that the crow feather fan he had previously held was no longer appealing. With a thought, 2 mantis blades instantly appeared in his hands. Jiang Hao made a couple of strokes and found it very easy to use. Don't be fooled by the fact that the mantis knife is as thin as a wing, it is by no means light. Su Qingxue, standing to the side, looked in surprise at the 2 mantis knives that had suddenly appeared in Jiang Hao's hands. Where did these 2 knives come from? This person clearly didn't have them before. And the fan from before, I don't know where it went, it's as if it disappeared into thin air. Looking at Jiang Hao, Su Qingxue felt a sense of curiosity. However, she was smart and didn't ask questions casually. She knew it was wrong to pry into other people's privacy. Moreover, they weren't very familiar with each other. 10 minutes later, Jiang Hao and Su Qingxue arrived at the outside of a valley. This place is terrifying, shall we leave? Su Qingxue's face paled as she listened to the roars of beasts inside. Jiang Hao shook his head, no, if the 2 of us want to complete the mission, we must deal with the monsters here. I still need 11 monsters. How many more do you need? He could naturally sense that the valley contained a large number of demonic creatures, which was exactly what he needed. Su Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. From the moment she entered the dungeon until now, it had only been 30 minutes at most. This person had actually killed so many monsters. Was he a monster? Thinking about her grades, Su Qingxue lowered her head in shame. 73. Jiang Hao's lips twitched. For some reason, he had a strange feeling that he had been tricked. Let's deal with the monsters here first. You can just stand here for now. I'll call you in later. With that, Jiang Hao went inside. Suddenly, roars echoed throughout the valley, making Su Qingxue's scalp tingle. Less than half a minute later, Jiang Hao emerged from within, his two mantis blades stained crimson with blood. There are 26 monsters inside. Apart from 11 that I have already killed, there are 15 left. They have all lost their fighting ability. Go in and kill them. Jiang Hao handed the mantis knife in his left hand to Su Qingxue, and then sat on a rock to the side, waiting for Su Qingxue to return. At this moment, his student ID card clearly showed the words, completed, time taken, 32 minutes. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. He had originally thought that he would be teleported out of the secret realm after completing the assessment, but now it seemed that his idea was unnecessary. I just don't know if this score is enough to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination and complete the system's task. A moment later, Su Qingxue emerged, her face pale, and returned the mantis knife to Jiang Hao. She still hasn't recovered from what just happened. When she arrived in the valley, she felt as if she had entered a battlefield of carnage. The place was filled with a nauseating stench of blood, and large numbers of monsters lay on the ground, some with their intestines spilling out. If she hadn't had a strong mentality, she probably would have been scared and run away. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded, and the three demons opposite were instantly clawed to pieces. Then a three-clawed ice dragon appeared, and with a swift movement, it transformed into a graceful figure. The figure was none other than Su Qing. Su Qing looked at her student badge with a smug expression on her face. So much time has passed, and I have already killed 88 demons. This time, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Dragon City is definitely me. With an expression of absolute confidence, Su Qing continued her search for prey. This time, I want to become the top scorer in Longqing's college entrance examination as quickly as possible. Ideally, it should be a record-breaking achievement, only then can I get noticed by more people. With the ability to transform into a three-clawed ice dragon, plus an A-level talent, I don't want to continue living a mediocre life. Jiang Hao and Bai Yang are just stepping stones on my road to success. You all watch, this era belongs to me, Su Qing. At that moment, Su Qing seemed to see herself reaching the summit and being worshipped by the world. Meanwhile, Bai Yang was also working hard to kill monsters. As a fire-type ability user, his attacks are undeniably powerful. A single fireball spell would be too much for any level 0 monster to withstand. At this moment, the number of monsters killed on his student ID card has reached 85. Humph, Jiang Hao, you piece of trash, how dare you lay a hand on me? Just you wait, I'll show you what I'm made of later. I'll make sure you never can hold your head up in front of me again for the rest of your life. Bai Yang thought viciously to himself, and his attacks became even more ferocious, venting all his anger on the demons as if they were Jiang Hao himself. Ah, all of you, die. Bai Yang waved his hands violently, and a huge fireball shot out. Ah! Suddenly a wolf howl rang out, and then a gray wolf the size of a family car appeared opposite Bai Yang. A Tier 1 monster, the big bad wolf. Holy crap! Bai Yang's pupils contracted sharply, and without thinking, he turned and ran. He never expected that he would attract a first-tier monster. Ah! The big gray wolf leaped through the flames and chased after Bai Yang. Bai Yang fled desperately, encountering some examinees along the way. The others were taken aback when they saw Bai Yang, but then they saw the big gray wolf behind him. They all cursed Bai Yang's mother in their hearts before fleeing frantically. Fortunately, the big bad wolf seemed to have identified Bai Yang as its target and did not attack the others, only chasing after Bai Yang. Chapter 8X. Finally finished. After Su Qingxue dealt with the last monster, Jiang Hao stretched. Su Qingxue looked at Jiang Hao with gratitude. Thank you. By the way, could you tell me your name? A name is just a label, just call me X. Su Qingxue's face darkened. So many people wanted to get to know her, but she didn't want to pay attention to them. This guy, on the other hand, actually gave her such a perfunctory name. Let's add each other's contact information, that way it will be easier for me to send you the payment. Jiang Hao took out his phone. Tell me your phone number, and I'll send you the account number later. You can just transfer the money to me directly. Su Qingxue was speechless for a moment, but she still gave Jiang Hao her phone number. Mission accomplished, let's go. You little brat, I don't believe you'll still be wearing this lousy mask after leaving the instance. You go first, I'll be going out in a bit. Jiang Hao shook his head. He had his reasons for doing this. On the one hand, he didn't want to have any deep involvement with Su Qingxue, and on the other hand, he didn't want Su Qingxue to see his true face. Su Qingxue's lips twitched, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. With a final snort, she turned and left in a huff. Seeing that Su Qingxue had been teleported away, Jiang Hao was not in a hurry to leave. Since his results were already out, he planned to see if there were any more Tier 1 monsters here. If I find one, I'll take it and see what other weapons I can acquire. They're out, they're out. On the platform, the Dean of Students and others saw the portal to the secret realm begin to flash and immediately realized that someone's assessment had ended. Immediately afterwards, they saw several students being teleported out of the secret realm in a panic. The head of the teaching department and the others frowned. Li Tianming, what's going on with you guys? Their homeroom teacher asked immediately upon seeing the situation. Li Tianming looked ashamed. Teacher, we encountered a first-tier monster, so we had no choice but to withdraw from the exam. He never expected that just as he was about to finish the assessment, he would encounter a first-tier monster. Left with no other choice, he had to withdraw. Alright, you guys go back to your teams now. The homeroom teacher waved his hand, looking somewhat displeased. He didn't say anything more. Seeing this, Li Tianming and his classmates had no choice but to sheepishly stand in their respective class areas. After a while, people began to emerge one after another. Their condition was not much better than Li Tianming and his group. They had all failed to complete their mission. Buzz. The portal flashed again, and Su Cheng and Bai Yang emerged from it looking disheveled. Upon seeing Su Cheng and Bai Yang emerge, their teacher immediately inquired, Su Cheng, Bai Yang, how did you both do? Did you complete the assessment? They had already questioned the students, but none of them had completed the assessment. Now they could only place their hopes on Su Cheng and Bai Yang. I have fulfilled my mission. Su Cheng's face, covered in dust and dirt, revealed a proud expression. Bai Yang, who was standing to the side, nodded, but his expression was not good. He especially recalled the scene of being chased by the big bad wolf. If he hadn't met Su Cheng in time, and the two of them had gone through great hardships to kill the big bad wolf, he might have died in the wolf's mouth. Later, he even teamed up with Su Cheng to complete this assessment. Seeing this, their homeroom teachers all breathed a sigh of relief. If neither of them completes the assessment, then they will have no hope for their graduation. Following Su Cheng and her group, students emerged from the secret realm one after another. Look, it's Yan Chun coming out. Yan Chun must have completed the mission. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a burly young man with a robust physique walked out of the portal to the secret realm. Yan Chun glanced around, then calmly returned to her class's line. Just then, the light gate flashed again, and Su Qingxue walked out from it. Su Qingxue did not leave the portal immediately, but waited for a while. She wanted to see who had saved her earlier, but unfortunately, no one appeared after her. Why hasn't that guy shown up yet? Su Qingxue looked disappointed. Qingxue, come back to the group quickly. Seeing Su Qingxue standing still, her homeroom teacher quickly waved her over. She was worried about Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue was very talented, but she wasn't a combat type awakened. Seeing that Su Qingxue had returned unharmed despite looking somewhat disheveled, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Qingxue had no choice but to return to her class's group. A moment later, several more students emerged from the portal. At this moment, Bai Yang's homeroom teacher spoke up, Teacher, I suggest we start checking their grades now, so that we can compile them quickly. As for the other students who didn't come out, their grades probably won't be much better either. Alright, let's start taking notes then. The head of the teaching department nodded, not refusing the suggestion. Immediately, several homeroom teachers began to organize their students, who took their student badges and went to the front of the stage to record their grades. Li Tianming, 78 monsters, score not up to standard. Wang Yanyan, 52 monsters, score is unsatisfactory. As students' scores were announced one by one, most of them looked grim, as they had not met the assessment requirements. Bai Yang, 100 monsters, 48 minutes, pass. Bai Yang's complexion finally improved, and he revealed a smug look. He glanced at the crowd, but didn't see Jiang Hao. A look of disdain appeared on his face. But before he could be happy for long, a voice rang out. Su Cheng, 100 monsters, 40 minutes, pass. Upon hearing the teacher in charge of recording the grades' words, everyone stared at Su Cheng in shock. Immediately, an uproar erupted. As expected of a dragon-shaped mutant, even with an A-level talent, he completed the mission faster than an S-level awakened individual. In my opinion, Su Cheng is definitely the #1 student in our Chunxue High School, and she might even be the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Longcheng. Of course, that's 40 minutes. As far as I know, the top scorer in the last college entrance exam took 43 minutes. This time, Su Cheng is definitely the top scorer in Longcheng. Sigh, it's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. I used 50 minutes and thought I did well, but compared to Su Qing, I'm far behind. Hearing the crowd's comments, Su Qing's face grew even more proud. She's definitely going to be the top scorer in Longqing's college entrance exam this year. Sure enough, everyone else's scores were not as good as hers. Yan Chun, 100 monsters, 49 minutes, pass. No one was surprised by Yan Chun's performance. After all, Yan Chun had an S-level talent and was an indestructible physical expert, so completing the mission was not difficult for him. Chapter 9 Shock. Qingxue, take out your student ID card. Su Qingshue's homeroom teacher smiled slightly at Su Qingsue and then comforted her. You're an SS rank support type with elemental psionicist, even if you can't complete it. As Su Qingshue's homeroom teacher was speaking, she was shocked when she saw the number of words on Su Qingshue's student ID card and was speechless. What's wrong? The head of the teaching department looked at Su Qingshue's homeroom teacher with surprise. When the dean of students took the student ID card from the other party, he didn't pay much attention at first, but when he saw the words on the student ID card, he also showed a look of surprise. Su Qingxue, 100 demons, 40 minutes, pass. After the dean of students personally announced the establishment of Su Qingxue, the scene was silent, followed by an uproar. Holy crap, did I hear that right? Su Qingxue only took 40 minutes? How is that possible? My god, this is outrageous. It's so outrageous it's beyond belief. The support type with elemental psionicist not only completed the assessment perfectly, but more importantly, it only took 40 minutes. How can those combat type awakened individuals who did not complete the assessment or took longer than Su Qingxue bear this? How is that possible? The other students who had good grades also looked surprised. Su Qing, in particular, stared intently at Su Qingxue. She had worked herself to the bone and only managed to complete the assessment in 40 minutes. What merit did Su Qingxue possess? How could a support type awakened being, a complete weakling, possibly complete the assessment at the same time as her? At this moment, Su Qing felt extremely resentful. Several teachers were also surprised by such results and quickly gathered together to check Su Qingshue's student ID. The results showed nothing amiss, meaning that Su Qingshue's grades were genuine. The head of the teaching department and the others gave Su Qingxue a deep look, realizing that they had underestimated her. Su Qingxue stood calmly in front of the podium. She already knew her score, but she didn't expect that her score in 40 minutes would be tied for first place with Su Qing. No, not first, but tied for second. Because she knew very well that someone else had completed the task faster than her. Su Qingxue suddenly realized that if she knew who won first place, she would know who saved her. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue suddenly felt much better, and even a little excited. You think I won't know who you are just because you didn't come out with me and I didn't see your face? Su Qingxue returned to the line with her student ID. The head of the teaching department smiled at the other teachers and said, everyone's results are out, right? I didn't expect that Chunchue High School would have two people with the shortest time this time. It's really something to celebrate. Jiang Hao's homeroom teacher gave a wry smile. Teacher, Jiang Hao from my class hasn't come out yet. The head of the teaching department frowned. Everyone had come out, and Jiang Hao should have come out too, so why hadn't he? Could something have happened? Unfortunately, this secret realm was used for student exams, so he couldn't enter it at all. Otherwise, he could have gone inside to take a look. Now he can only wait here. Just as the dean of students was thinking this, the long silent portal finally started flashing again, and then everyone saw Jiang Hao walk out with his hands in his pockets. Damn, this guy only just came out. But come to think of it, how come he's so clean? Could it be that he didn't encounter any monsters? Maybe not. Sigh, it seems the former top student has given up on himself. I guess he was afraid of embarrassing himself, so he was too embarrassed to come out early and deliberately waited until the very end to come out. The moment Jiang Hao came out, everyone immediately started discussing it. Su Qingxue looked at Jiang Hao, her expression suddenly changing. It was him. She didn't know Jiang Hao before, but she saw him when he awakened, because Jiang Hao not only awakened the strongest SSS level talent, but also became the most useless ancient martial artist. Therefore, she had some impression of Jiang Hao, but she never thought that the person who saved her before would be Jiang Hao. If this is true, wouldn't it mean that Jiang Hao has broken the rule that ancient martial arts practitioners are useless? Thinking of this, a strange light appeared in Su Qingshue's beautiful eyes. This piece of trash just came out, he's definitely not qualified. Bai Yang sneered, his tone full of disdain. Su Qing didn't say anything, but in her heart, she completely agreed with Bai Yang's words. Jiang Hao, you're the last one. Quickly hand over your student ID so we can record your grades. Jiang Hao's homeroom teacher beckoned to him. Jiang Hao went to the front of the stage and handed over his student badge. Jiang Hao's homeroom teacher took Jiang Hao's student ID card, whether out of consideration for Jiang Hao's feelings or because he already felt that Jiang Hao was unlikely to complete the task. Without even announcing it, they started recording. But as soon as they picked up their pens and saw Jiang Hao's score, their pupils suddenly contracted, and they showed a look of horror. "Director, look!" Jiang Hao's homeroom teacher snapped out of his daze and quickly handed Jiang Hao's student ID to the Dean of Students. The Dean of Students took Jiang Hao's student ID card, and his pupils also contracted. Jiang Hao, 100 monsters, 32 minutes, pass. Coming to his senses, the head of the teaching department excitedly announced Jiang Hao's test results. Quiet. The scene was completely silent. Immediately afterwards, an uproar erupted. Holy crap, did I hear that right? 32 minutes? How is that possible? Could it be fake? Su Chang and Su Qingxue both took 40 minutes, how could Jiang Hao only take 32 minutes? Hit me. I must be dreaming. Wasn't it said that Jiang Hao's awakened ability was that of the most useless ancient martial artist? Could it be that we've misunderstood him? Everyone was shocked by the news. The only two people who remained calm at the scene, besides Jiang Hao, were Su Qingxue. She witnessed Jiang Hao complete the mission with her own eyes. Su Chang and Bai Yang were stunned, unable to believe what they were hearing. How is that possible? He's a good-for-nothing, how could he have done it in such a short time? Bai Yang couldn't help but speak up, cheating, teacher, Jiang Hao must have cheated. How could a martial arts practitioner like him finish in a shorter time than us? The others also realized what was happening and looked at Jiang Hao with disdain. Su Qing also stepped forward, looking at Jiang Hao with a disappointed expression. Jiang Hao, you are truly shameless. You cheated for your own vanity. I really despise you. Clearly, both she and Bai Yang felt that Jiang Hao was incapable of completing the mission. The grades on the student ID card were changed by Su Xian himself. In previous graduation assessments, it wasn't unheard of for students to do this. However, all students who do this will eventually be found out. Jiang Hao glanced at the two of them indifferently, without saying anything. Just as Su Qingxue took a step forward, intending to defend Jiang Hao, she saw the head teacher stand up. Chapter 10, Su Qing's Unwillingness. Jiang Hao did not cheat, and there is no sign of falsification on his student ID. Although I don't know how he did it, I can say for sure that his grades are genuine. Everyone was stunned again upon hearing the head of the teaching department's words. The Dean of Students' words carry considerable authority. Since the Dean of Students has said so, it means that Jiang Hao has indeed completed the assessment. But isn't this just too absurd? How could a useless ancient martial arts practitioner like him possibly pass the assessment? The head of the teaching department spoke again. I know many of you don't believe Jiang Hao's grades, but don't forget, Jiang Hao is not only a martial arts practitioner, but also possesses SSS-level talent. As for how Jiang Hao did it, I think it should all be attributed to his SSS-level talent. Su Qing and Bai Yang's faces turned pale and then red. Not only did they fail to slander Jiang Hao, but they themselves became the laughingstocks. Fortunately, the head of the teaching department didn't say much, out of consideration for their feelings. But this only made them resent Jiang Hao even more. Especially Su Qing, who originally thought she would definitely be the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Longchang. First, Su Qingxue slapped her in the face. Su Qingxue was not only beautiful, but also came from a good family. Even if she was dissatisfied, she could only accept it with a pinched nose. But she couldn't understand how Jiang Hao managed to complete the assessment in a shorter time than her. She was unwilling to accept it. Jiang Hao retrieved his student ID and rejoined the line. As for Su Qing, Bai Yang didn't even glance at her. Just then, the head of the teaching department said again, "All right, everyone's grades are out now, you can go home in a bit. The final results will be released in 3 days. You can check your results online at that time. 5 days from now, various universities will be coming to Chunxue High School to recruit students. You need to come back to school. That's all for these 2 things. School's over." Hanyuan Residential Area is an old residential area that's been around for 30 or 40 years. The monthly rent is only 800 crystal coins. Jiang Hao and his family chose to stay here precisely because it was cheap enough. When Jiang Hao arrived at his doorstep, he saw a middle-aged woman with a fleshy face and a bloated figure standing at the door. "Jiang Shangchuan, if you don't pay the rent today, you can move out." I've already given you 2 months grace period, you can't expect me to give you any more. The woman's voice made no attempt to conceal itself, echoing throughout the entire corridor. Other residents also peeked out to see what was happening. Inside the room, a kind and honest voice came from inside. Sister Lou, I promise I'll give you the money tomorrow. The woman said domineeringly, no way, I've already given you so much time, you have to give it to me now. Jiang Hao frowned as he watched this scene, and felt a pang of sadness upon hearing his father's humble voice. Thinking about how he had been constantly taking money from his family for Su Qing over the past 3 years, Jiang Hao felt like slapping himself. I'm so old now, and I've never considered my parents' difficulties. Suddenly, Jiang Hao felt inexplicably grateful to Su Qing for breaking up with him, otherwise, he probably wouldn't have realized this. Jiang Hao took out his phone, found Su Qingshua's phone number, and sent her his bank card number. Soon, Jiang Hao received a text message from his bank card informing him that 73,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. At the same time, Su Qingshua replied to the text message. Excuse me, should I call you Mr. X or Jiang Hao? Upon seeing Su Qingshua's text message, Jiang Hao knew that his identity had been exposed. He wasn't surprised, since anyone with a keen eye could easily discover his true identity. Jiang Hao didn't reply to Su Qingshua, but called out to the middle-aged woman. Aunt Lu, I'll pay you the rent for my place. How much is it in total? You're giving it to me? Lu Hui glanced at Jiang Hao, his eyes filled with disdain. A total of 1,600 crystal coins. Jiang Hao didn't waste any words and transferred the money directly to Lu Hui. Be more decisive next time. After receiving the room fee, Lu Hui left with a single sentence, then turned and left, his large buttock swaying. The surrounding residents looked at Jiang Hao in surprise, not expecting that he would actually take out the rent money. Where did a high school student like him get the money? Jiang Hao ignored everyone's surprise and went inside, closing the door behind him. Seeing that the excitement was over, everyone went home to their own families. On the other side, Su Qingshua lay on the soft bed, her pink feet dangling back and forth. Seeing that her phone hadn't replied for a long time, she angrily grabbed the cute pink pig plush toy from her bedside table and punched it twice with her little fists. Xiao Hao, we've embarrassed you. Jiang Hao's mother, Xiao Yufan, said with red eyes after he entered the house. Father Jiang Shangchuan sat on the sofa, puffing on his cigarette. Looking at his parents' graying temples, Jiang Hao felt a pang of sadness and took his mother's rough, cracked hands in his arms. Mom, what are you saying? We're a family. Without you and Dad, I wouldn't have grown up. You raised me when I was young, now I will take care of you when you are old. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Xiao Yufan burst into tears. Jiang Shangchuan stubbed out his cigarette and asked, All right, stop crying, Xiao Hao. How was your awakening today? Hearing Jiang Shangchuan's question, Xiao Yufan's crying subsided a little, and she looked up at Jiang Hao. My awakening is going well, you don't need to worry about me, Jiang Hao replied vaguely. It's not that he didn't want to tell the truth, it's just that the system wouldn't allow him to expose himself. If he were to say that he had awakened an SSS-level talent, but his abilities were actually those of an ancient martial artist, the old couple would probably get angry again. Xiao Yufan was not satisfied with Jiang Hao's answer, so she asked directly, Xiao Hao, what level is your talent? What are your abilities? A D-level talent, the ability is physical ability. Jiang Hao casually mentioned a talent or ability. This time, the elderly couple finally didn't ask any more questions. Although Jiang Hao's awakened talents and abilities weren't strong, they were still happy for him. As long as you don't become a useless awakened one like them, that's fine. Jiang Shangchuan suddenly remembered something and quickly said, Quick, honey, hurry up and cook. Xiao Hao must be starving. After dinner, Jiang Hao took a shower before returning to his room. Thinking about what happened when he returned today, Jiang Hao clenched his fists. It seemed that he had to find a way to make money and then buy a house of their own. My parents are getting old, and even if they keep working, they won't be able to do it for many more years. You can't always live in a rented room. If I earn money early, the elderly couple can enjoy their retirement sooner. With that in mind, he opened his system space. After Su Qingshua left, he killed several first-tier monsters in the secret realm and obtained some F-grade weapons and equipment. These include the Wolf King's Claw, the Thorn Vine Whip, and the Serpent Blade. Currently, apart from the Spider Mask and the 2 Mantis Knives, the other weapon states are not very useful to me. Jiang Hao plans to sell it tomorrow so he can make a profit. The average price of F-grade weapons on the market is around 12,000 to 15,000 crystal coins. I plan to sell 5 of them, which means I can get around 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. Including what I currently have, I only have a little over 100,000 yuan. That's enough for living expenses, but far from enough to buy a house. It seems I need to think of other ways to make money. Chapter 11, The Black Market. The next morning, Jiang Hao changed into his sportswear and left early. Arriving at a secluded spot, he took out the tarantula mask and put it on. Ignoring the surprised looks from the crowd, Jiang Hao made his way to the largest Awakened Ones trading center in Dragon City. Buying and selling can be done here, but this is Jiang Hao's first time here. Although it's not Saturday or Sunday, there are still quite a few people here. Jiang Hao arrived at a shop that looked quite large. It was a weapons store called Treasure Pavilion. "Hello, how can I help you?" The receptionist was taken aback when she saw Jiang Hao wearing a mask, but she still greeted him warmly. "I'd like to sell a few F-grade weapons, are you interested?" Jiang Hao deliberately made his voice a little hoarse. The receptionist nodded. "We can accept it, as long as we have proof from legitimate channels." However, perhaps because Jiang Hao was there to sell things, not to buy them, the receptionist's enthusiasm was somewhat diminished. Jiang Hao frowned. "What do you mean?" His weapons were all produced by the system, and he had no proof of them. "That's right, sir. When we acquire weapons, we must understand their origin to avoid unnecessary trouble." Jiang Hao frowned even more deeply. He really hadn't expected there to be so much to it, but he could understand it. After all, if the goods are of dubious origin, it will be difficult for the seller to explain to the buyer if any problems arise later. However, this also shattered his plan to sell weapons. This made Jiang Hao feel somewhat regretful. Jiang Hao nodded to the receptionist, then turned and left. Since he couldn't sell weapons here, he had to choose other methods. "What is this person doing here?" A middle-aged man came out from inside and just happened to see Jiang Hao's departing figure. The receptionist recounted the whole story. "Boss, he wanted to sell us weapons. I asked him for proof, but he couldn't produce it, so he left." "You did a good job. We won't accept any weapons without proof." The boss nodded. "Yes." Jiang Hao left the treasure pavilion and began to think about how to sell his weapons. "If there's nowhere to buy them, then I'll have to set up a stall. However, in that case, the price would be a bit lower." "Brother, I saw you just came from the treasure pavilion. How come you didn't buy the weapon you wanted? I know a place where the prices are cheap. Are you interested?" Just then, an obese middle-aged man walked over. "I'm here to sell weapons." Jiang Hao shook his head and tried to leave, but was stopped again by the fat middle-aged man. "To be honest, I've been observing you for a while now, and I haven't found you selling weapons. I suppose it's because of the proof. So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" Jiang Hao glanced at the fat middle-aged man. He originally didn't want to pay any attention to the other person, but seeing that the guy seemed to have something in mind, he stopped in his tracks. The chubby middle-aged man laughed and said, "Brother, don't misunderstand. My name is Huang Xingshan. As for the weapons you mentioned, I know where to buy them." "No need for proof?" Jiang Hao revealed an interested expression. "Don't want. Then lead the way." Jiang Hao shrugged. He was eager to see what Huang Xingshan was really up to. "Brother, your weapon." Huang Xingshan glanced at Jiang Hao. "You say you want to sell weapons, so you should at least show some weapons. How can you sell them if you don't bring any?" Jiang Hao said calmly, "You'll know when we get there." Without further ado, Huang Xingshan led the way. Immediately, Jiang Hao followed Huang Xingshan to the depths of the Awakened Ones trading center. Jiang Hao had assumed Huang Xingshan's shop was here, but to his surprise, Huang Xingshan led Jiang Hao through a series of turns and ended up outside the Awakened Ones trading center, leading them into a small alley. To Jiang Hao's surprise, this place was also a trading center, only much smaller than the Awakener trading center. The surrounding area was filled with merchants selling all sorts of strange and unusual things. "Brother, this is the place. Whether you're buying or selling things here, the prices are not only affordable, but the goods are also guaranteed." Huang Xingshan raised his chin. "If you want to sell weapons, I'll take you there directly. Let's go." Jiang Hao did not refuse. Without further ado, Huang Xingshan led Jiang Hao to a small shop. "Bossly, someone's here." Huang Xingshan shouted as soon as he entered the room. "It's old Huang." Soon, a thin old man came out from inside. "I've brought you a big client. This brother wants to sell weapons," Huang Xingshan said with a slight smile. "By the way, brother, what's your name?" Jiang Hao said calmly, "X." Huang Xingshan and Bossly glanced at Jiang Hao, but they didn't pay him any attention, they were only concerned with business. Boss Li asked, "What kind of weapons do you want to sell?" "These 5. Jiang Hao waved his hand, and to the astonishment of Huang Xingshan and Boss Li, 5 weapons appeared out of thin air. The weapons on display were a crow feather fan, a wolf king's claws, and a thorny vine whip, among others. So many F-grade weapons. Huang Xingshan and Boss Li hadn't even recovered from Jiang Hao's sudden appearance of weapons when they were stunned by 5 more F-grade weapons. Huang Xingshan hadn't expected Jiang Hao to be able to produce 5 F-grade weapons at once. If he had known this, he wouldn't have brought Jiang Hao here. "So, are you going to accept it?" "Okay, let me check the quality of these weapons first." Boss Li nodded. As he spoke, he picked up each of the weapons and examined them one by one. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Although these weapons were all F-grade, their quality was quite good. Even among F-grade weapons, they were considered top quality. "Mr. X, I've seen your weapons. To be honest, they're all of good quality. The market price is between 12,000 and 1,500. But since Lao Huang brought you here, and this is our first time working together, how about this? I'll give you 14,000 per unit, and I'll keep 1,000 crystal coins for you. What do you think?" Jiang Hao nodded. The price was about what he had in mind, with little fluctuation, which he could accept. "Alright, in that case, let us make the deal." Boss Li took out his phone, asked Jiang Hao for his bank card number, and then transferred 70,000 crystal coins to Jiang Hao. At the same time, Mr. Li took out a silver card from the front desk drawer. "Mr. X, this is a silver card from the black market. With this card, you can enjoy a 20% discount on any purchase at any store on the black market." Jiang Hao accepted the silver card with great interest, and at the same time finally realized that this was the so-called black market. He had heard of the black market, but didn't know where it was. He never expected that the so-called black market was right behind the Awakened One's trading center. However, it must be said that the black market is indeed more convenient than the Awakened One's trading center. No wonder it has been able to develop to this point without being wiped out by the Awakened Trading Center. Chapter 12, I am of humble talent. "Mr. X, are you satisfied with this transaction?" Huang Xingshan followed Jiang Hao out of Boss Li's shop. "Not bad." Jiang Hao nodded. He did feel good. If he hadn't come to this black market, he might have already started selling weapons at a stall. Huang Xingshan took out his phone. "Mr. X, let's exchange contact information. If you want to sell weapons again in the future, you can contact me anytime." Although he didn't know who this Mr. X was, just by the way he pulled out a weapon out of thin air, he could tell that this person was definitely not simple. There is absolutely no harm in befriending him. Jiang Hao did not refuse. He had already figured out that Huang Xingshan was the kind of person who specialized in finding work for the black market. She's a very shrewd and charming person, which suits his taste quite well. I might come to the black market often in the future, and having someone like this around can reduce some trouble. After saving the phone number, Jiang Hao suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Mr. Huang, do you know what kind of business is quick and profitable?" "Quick money, lots of money?" Huang Xingshan was taken aback. "A single income of 70,000 crystal coins, isn't that quick money or a lot of money?" Although that's what he was thinking, Huang Xingshan still answered honestly. The ones who earn the most are naturally the bounty hunters. Once you register as a bounty hunter with the Bounty Guild, you can earn hundreds of thousands of crystal coins at a time as long as you can complete the missions. It's just that the difficulty of the missions varies. To earn more, you must complete challenging tasks. Huang Xingshan suddenly changed the subject. "Of course, if you urgently need money, I do know a place, but that place is somewhat dangerous." "Oh? Where is that place?" Jiang Hao became interested. Huang Xingshan glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention to them, then lowered his voice. "Sir, have you ever heard of underground boxing?" Jiang Hao shook his head. Before yesterday, he was just an ordinary high school student. How would he know anything about underground boxing? Huang Xingshan gave Jiang Hao a strange look. How could anyone not know about underground boxing? He patiently explained. "Sir, the so-called underground boxing is actually an underground competition organized by prestigious families. It requires awakened individuals to fight each other. As long as you win the competition, you will receive a huge reward, which is highly sought after by those prestigious families." Jiang Hao asked curiously, "What rules?" "Without rules, there are winners and losers, and life and death. No one can guarantee what will happen on the stage." Huang Xingshan shrugged. Jiang Hao frowned upon hearing this. If it were just a simple matter of determining a winner or loser, that would be fine, but to also involve life and death was something he couldn't quite accept. After chatting with Huang Xingshan for a while, Zhang Hao left. He found a secluded spot, took off his mask, and was about to go home when his phone rang. Zhang Hao took it out and saw that it was a call from Xiao Yufan. Before Zhang Hao could speak, Xiao Yufan's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xiao Hao, come to the hospital quickly, your dad is injured." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao's expression changed. After finding out the location of the hospital, he immediately hailed a taxi and headed to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhang Hao quickly found Xiao Yufan outside the emergency room. At this moment, Xiao Yufan sat outside the emergency room, holding various hospital receipts in her hand. She already looked somewhat haggard, but now she looked even more haggard. Zhang Hao frowned and asked, "Mom, what happened? How did Dad get injured all of a sudden?" "Sai, when your dad and I went to work today, they told us we were fired for no reason. Your dad was furious and tried to argue with his boss, but he got beaten up by the boss's bodyguard," Xiao Yufan said, wiping away tears. "Damn it!" Zhang Hao turned to leave upon hearing this, but was stopped by Xiao Yufan. "Xiao Hao, don't do anything reckless. Your dad is already injured. You can't get hurt, or our family will be finished." Zhang Hao took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew this matter was definitely not that simple, and he absolutely could not act impulsively at this moment. "Mom, the medical bills haven't been paid yet, have they? I'll go pay them." When the topic of medical expenses came up, Xiao Yufan burst into tears again. "I've paid some of the medical expenses, but there's still a lot to go. It will cost 300,000 yuan in total. I just called your uncle, but he can't come up with that much either. Their family wasn't well off to begin with, and now this has happened. It's making life unbearable." "It's all right, Mom. Leave the medical expenses to me. I'll take care of it." Zhang Hao patted Xiao Yufan's hand, then took the hospital receipts and turned to leave. He didn't even have 300,000 crystal coins. The most he had right now was only 140,000 crystal coins. Zhang Hao went to the front desk, explained the situation, and handed over 140,000 crystal coins. The hospital gave Zhang Hao 3 days to pay the remaining amount. After settling Xiao Yufan in, Zhang Hao left the hospital. On the way, he called Huang Xingshan, and the two agreed on a meeting place. Half an hour later, Zhang Hao, wearing a mask, arrived at a coffee shop. Ignoring the strange looks from the crowd, he ordered 2 coffees and found a seat at random. A short while later, Huang Xingshan walked in and, upon seeing Zhang Hao, immediately sat down opposite him. "Have you made up your mind, sir?" Zhang Hao nodded. "Tell me more about the underground boxing situation." Underground boxing is very simple, basically what I mentioned before. As for how to make money, that's simple too. There are 2 main models. Huang Xingshan took a sip of coffee and then began to speak eloquently. The first model involves choosing a member of a prestigious family to be the opponent's henchman. These types of boxers earn between 20,000 and 50,000 yuan a day. Zhang Hao picked up his coffee and took a sip. Although the wages were paid daily, it wasn't suitable for him. What he needed now was to earn at least 150,000 crystal coins within 3 days as quickly as possible. The second mode is the challenge mode, which only requires a boxer to have an agent as a guarantor to initiate the challenge mode. If you win the first match, you'll get 10,000 crystal coins. Starting from the second match, each win will double that amount until the 10th match, at which point the boxer will receive 190,000 crystal coins. But there are 3 conditions. First, once the challenge begins, it cannot be interrupted. Second, you must win 10 games in a row without losing a single one. If you lose, you won't get a single penny. Third, once you win 10 games, you must accept the challenge of the previous 10-game winning streak. If you win, you get 190,000 crystal coins, which you can take away double. However, if you lose, you won't get a single penny. Zhang Hao frowned. A manager? Where was he supposed to find a manager? Suddenly, Zhang Hao thought of something and glanced at Huang Xingshan with a strange expression. Huang Xingshan straightened his collar and said, "Let me introduce myself again, Mr. X. I am Huang Xingshan. I am a senior underground boxing agent." Zhang Hao's lips twitched. Chapter 13: Fighting Underground Boxing. Zuixinlu was a famous 6-star hotel in Longcheng, and it was also one of the first 6-star hotels in Longcheng, with a history of over 100 years. Zhang Hao looked at Huang Xingshan with some confusion. "Why did you bring me here?" Huang Xingshan laughed and said, "Sir, you may not know this, but the underground boxing match is right down here." Jiang Hao understood and said nothing more, following Huang Xingshan into Zuixinlu. Welcome. The greeter at the door immediately opened the door for Jiang Hao and his group as they entered. Huang Xingshan led Jiang Hao to the back of the lobby of Zuixinlu, where there was a separate elevator and two middle-aged men in suits guarding it. Jiang Hao glanced at the two men and felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't expected that both of them were at the second-tier awakened level. Huang Xingshan took out an ID from his pocket and handed it to one of them. The other person glanced at it and then gestured for it to proceed. After entering the elevator, Huang Xingshan pressed the button for the 5th basement level and then explained to Jiang Hao, "These two are in charge of the inspection. This ID is my agent's pass. It's because of this ID that I can come in, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get in at all. Sir, you'll need to register your information in a bit. Once you're registered, you'll be a boxer." Jiang Hao nodded. Soon, the elevator arrived at the 5th basement level. As soon as the doors opened, Jiang Hao was greeted by a cacophony of noise. Fortunately, he is no ordinary person now, and he adapted quickly. Huang Xingshan led Jiang Hao into a room where an old man was sitting. The old man's aura was relatively ordinary, far less imposing than the two middle-aged men in suits from before. "Hello, I'm here with the boxer to register," Huang Xingshan greeted the other party politely. The old man glanced at Jiang Hao, then casually took two watches from the drawer and tossed them onto the table. Jiang Hao picked up the two tables and looked at them. The first form is for personal information, with only two blanks, one for name and the other for level. The second form is a death contract. Once signed, one's fate is left to chance. Jiang Hao picked up the pen. On the first personal information form, he wrote X in the name column and level 0 in the rank column. Jiang Hao also signed his name on the death waiver form. He then handed the two forms to the old man. The old man casually made a registration. "Which mode do you want?" "Challenge mode," Huang Xingshan answered for Jiang Hao. The old man asked Huang Xingshan for his agent's certificate, and then started typing away on the computer next to him. "Alright, it will start in about 30 minutes. Please wait a moment." Jiang Hao and Huang Xingshan left the room and found a seat to sit down. In this underground boxing ring, there are 3 rings surrounded by iron cages. At this moment, there are people competing in all 3 arenas. The crowd around cheered for their favorite boxer. Jiang Hao discovered that the vast majority of these fighters were mutants or physical users, with only a few being psionic users. However, all the psionicists who appear here are extremely powerful. These boxers fight with extreme ferocity, almost always killing with a single move, and they are even allowed to use weapons. No wonder they have to sign a waiver of life and death. Jiang Hao also discovered that here, once you step into the ring, you're a boxer. There's no distinction between male and female boxers. Jiang Hao watched the battle for a while and gained some understanding of these people's fighting styles. 30 minutes passed quickly, and at the same time, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. "Now let's welcome our new boxer, X. He has chosen challenge mode. Let's wish him good luck." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao stood up and walked towards the arena. Huang Xingshan followed him down. He didn't need to go on stage, but as Jiang Hao's manager, he had to stay below the ring. A new boxer choosing challenge mode is really overestimating himself. Maybe this guy has something special about him. You're overthinking it. In my opinion, he must have a grudge against his agent, so the agent is deliberately setting him up. A murmur arose from the stands, and everyone was unanimously pessimistic about Jiang Hao's chances. Jiang Hao was led to the 3rd arena by the staff. Although this was his first time fighting in an arena, he was not flustered at all. At the same level, monsters are stronger than humans. He's not afraid of 1st-tier monsters, so why would he be afraid of 0-tier humans? X Challenge Match 1, Battle against the Rampaging Giant Bear. As the broadcast began, a burly man, about 2 meters tall, wearing only shorts, walked onto the ring. The Rampaging Giant Bear's muscular physique is incredibly intimidating. Compared to his opponent, Jiang Hao's physique was like that of a stick. "Kid, you dare to choose challenge mode? Just wait until I tear you in two." The Rampaging Giant Bear licked its scarlet lips. Ring ring. Jiang Hao didn't speak. Just then, a clear bell rang out, followed by the broadcast voice. "Round 1 begins." "Ahaha, come on." The Rampaging Giant Bear laughed loudly, and then its body quickly transformed into a brown bear that was 3 meters tall. At this moment, Jiang Hao finally understood why the other party was called the Rampaging Giant Bear. It turned out that this guy not only looked like a bear, but also had bear-like abilities. Just as Jiang Hao was thinking this, the rampaging giant bear began its attack. Without any fancy moves, the rampaging giant bear charged straight at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao quickly retreated, then leaped up and unleashed a powerful whip kick that slammed into the head of the rampaging giant bear. Bang! The rampaging giant bear had no time to react before Jiang Hao kicked it in the head. His burly body slammed directly into the ring railing, and he immediately fell unconscious. The stands fell silent instantly, everyone looking as if they had seen a ghost. A moment later, an uproar erupted. Holy crap, this must be a fixed fight. How could the rampage bear possibly lose? There must be something inside this. There must be something inside this. Damn it, I just bet on the rampaging bear to win, and now I've lost it all. Jiang Hao ignored everyone and looked at the referee, who was also in shock. Does this count as a win? If not, I'll wake him up again. Yes, yes. The referee snapped out of his daze and nodded quickly. X wins the first round. The voice from before rang out again over the loudspeaker. Thank you, X, for presenting such a wonderful battle. Now I'm even more excited for X's next battle. X Challenge, Round 2, Battle against the Rock Golem. As soon as the broadcast ended, 2 staff members came up and carried the rampaging giant bear down. Then a figure walked up. Jiang Hao's expression was a bit strange. He knew that Stone Man was a nickname. He originally thought that the other party would be a rugged-looking, burly man, but he didn't expect that she would be a childlike girl with a fierce appearance who was less than 1.5 meters tall. It's the Stone Golem. This time, X is definitely going to lose. That's right, the Stone Golem is much stronger than the Berserk Bear. Go, Stoneman! Tear this X apart. The sight of the stone figure being lifted up immediately sparked cheers from the stands. Ring ring. Round 2 begins. Chapter 14, 10 consecutive wins. The stone man glanced at Jiang Hao with amusement, then his body rapidly grew larger, quickly transforming into a stone giant over 3 meters tall. The stone man didn't say anything, but raised his fist and smashed it towards Jiang Hao. The fist was as big as a watermelon. If someone were to be hit by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. This time, Jiang Hao advanced instead of retreating, easily dodging the opponent's attacks thanks to his agility. He then quickly approached the stone golem. Jiang Hao is 1.8 meters tall, but when he stands in front of the stone man, he only reaches the stone man's waist. However, this did not affect Jiang Hao's attack at all. Jiang Hao threw a punch, without even using a critical strike, and directly smashed it into the stone man's waist. Ah! The rugged stone man let out a beautiful, yet strangely alluring, cry of pain, which sounded inexplicably eerie. Despite the pain, the stone man quickly launched a counterattack against Jiang Hao. Unfortunately, she was too big and her strength was not as great as Jiang Hao's. Every attack she made was easily dodged by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao seized the opportunity and leaped up, delivering another knee strike that slammed heavily into the stone man's chin. The stone man finally couldn't stand anymore and collapsed to the ground, also falling into a coma. The scene fell silent again, followed by an uproar. Everyone felt that Jiang Hao was throwing the fight. How could anyone win so easily? The crowd in the stands was instantly agitated. Not only did the people in the stands not believe it, but even Huang Xingshan, standing next to the ring, looked on incredulously. However, this also made him realize that he had found a treasure. The referee, regaining his composure, announced the result of the second round. The third match then began. However, without any exceptions, Jiang Hao won match after match with an absolute crushing victory. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao has reached the 7th match. Gradually, everyone became numb and realized that something was wrong. If the Berserker Bear and the Stone Man threw a fight, it can't be that everyone else threw a fight too. To ensure the authenticity of the matches, the organizers of underground boxing will absolutely not allow anyone to fix the fights. Everyone realized that this boxer named X was definitely not simple. Meanwhile, the organizers of the underground boxing match also realized that something was wrong. Inside the private room, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and an expensive silver suit said in a deep voice, "Go and find out who this X is, and also call Chihua over." Yes. After his subordinates left, a middle-aged man with a thick beard asked, "Brother-in-law, are you planning to invite Chihua to oversee the 11th level?" "Well, I don't trust anyone else. It's more reliable to let Chihua handle it." The middle-aged man with glasses nodded. "By the way, Mingza, go and contact Madam and ask her to come over in person." "Okay, I'll go right away." Meanwhile, Jiang Hao's team finally reached their 10th match. His opponent this time was a physical athlete codenamed Amao. This guy came up carrying a pair of huge iron hammers. Ameo looked at Jiang Hao coldly. Kid, you're not bad, you actually made it to my level, but unfortunately, it ends here. The fact that they were able to fight from the first match to the 10th match without any breaks is enough to demonstrate the strength of their opponent. However, this does not mean he will choose to let the water flow. Go ahead and make your move, Jiang Hao said with a slight smile. He felt a bit tired after the continuous fighting, but it didn't have much of an impact on him. With his internal strength, he is perfectly capable of handling it. Ameo said indifferently, you pick a weapon, and don't say I'm bullying you. Go ahead and do what you need to do. If I feel it's not right, I'll use weapons. Jiang Hao shrugged. Arrogant. With a furious shout, he immediately swung the large iron hammer in his hand and smashed it down at Jiang Hao. The sheer force of her aura sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Jiang Hao lightly touched the ground with his toes and quickly retreated, dodging Amao's attack. Bang! The hammer struck the ground, leaving a huge crack. But that wasn't all. Amao turned around and swung another iron hammer at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao leaped backward, dodging Amao's attack once again. Armed with an iron hammer, Amao charged at Jiang Hao like a whirlwind. Inside the private room. Madam, this is him. How do you feel? The bespectacled middle-aged man stood next to a plump, beautiful middle-aged woman wearing a white pencil skirt, a small vest, and black leggings. The middle-aged woman asked, do you have any information about him? No, my third uncle only gave him a registration form that looked like a letter. The middle-aged man with glasses shook his head. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged beauty frowned slightly. I heard you sent Chi Huo over. The middle-aged man with glasses nodded and said, yes, I plan to have Chi Huo test his hydration level. Alright, if he beats red fire, bring him to see me. Wait, bring his agent over first, I want to meet him. Yes. On the arena. Is all you can do is dodge? Seeing that his attacks were all dodged by his opponent, Amao became somewhat angry. Why didn't you fight back? Did you look down on him? He was, after all, a half-step first-level being. As you wish. As Jiang Hao spoke, he immediately used the Lingbo Weibo technique, his body instantly turning into a blur as he rushed straight towards Amao. Amao felt a chill run down his spine, and the hairs on his body stood on end instantly. He immediately activated his supernatural power and smashed the two iron hammers at Jiang Hao without holding back. Clang! Just as Amao's hammer was about to hit Jiang Hao suddenly produced two long swords in his hands, which were none other than mantis swords. The mantis blade and the iron hammer collided fiercely. Despite its slender and delicate appearance, the mantis knife is no less sturdy than the iron hammer in Amao's hand. The immense force sent Amao staggering backward. Ameo was terrified. He still couldn't figure out where the other party had gotten the weapon from. But he couldn't care less about that now, as Jiang Hao's attack had already landed. Seeing this, Amao could only quickly defend himself. Clang! 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 The clanging of metal echoed between the two men. Compared to Amao's iron hammer, Jiang Hao's mantis knife was more agile and unpredictable, and Amao was quickly forced into a corner. As Amao's living space shrank, the two large iron hammers became less and less useful. Bang! Jiang Hao used his mantis knife to forcefully knock the iron hammer from Amao's hand, sending it crashing heavily onto the arena. Jiang Hao's mantis knife landed on Amao's neck. Admit defeat or die? Jiang Hao's voice came calmly. Gulp! Amao swallowed hard, cold sweat already beading on his forehead. I admit defeat. Ameo finally chose to admit defeat. Compared to losing your life, admitting defeat may be humiliating, but at least you'll survive. If you die, you'll truly have nothing left. Seeing that Amao had conceded defeat, no one in the stands made any sarcastic remarks anymore. To be honest, they had no hope for Amao at all. Round 10, X wins. X Challenge Chapter 11, Battle Against Crimson Flame. Chapter 15, The Boss Wants to See You. Who are you, and why did you bring me here? Huang Xingshan looked at the group of people opposite him with a wary expression. Just now, two people came up to me and, without saying a word, led me into this private room. The middle-aged woman said calmly, you must be X's agent. Dragon City Black Boxing is run by my family. Don't be nervous. I called you over to ask you a few questions. Huang Xingshan felt a chill run down his spine. Having been away from home for many years, he immediately understood what the other party meant. X's performance was too outstanding, attracting the attention of these people. What do you want to know? The middle-aged woman sat on the sofa, legs crossed, arms folded over her chest. X's true identity? And what is your purpose in coming here? X said he wanted to make quick money, so I brought him here. As for X's identity, I don't know. Huang Xingshan answered readily, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. The middle-aged woman picked up the red wine in front of her and took a small sip. Mr. Huang, I hope you can cooperate with me. I have investigated your background thoroughly, otherwise I would not have brought you here. Do you understand? As soon as the middle-aged woman finished speaking, two of her men appeared behind Huang Xingshan, emanating a powerful aura. Huang Xingshan felt a chill run down his spine, while secretly smiling bitterly to himself. Although I am X's agent, I really don't know anything about X. I never expected the other party to be so capable, and I never expected it to attract the attention of the organizers. After a slight pause, Huang Xingshan finally spoke. I'm not lying, everything I said is true. I really don't know X. To be honest, I only met him during the day. Huang Xingshan recounted everything that had happened during his encounter with Jiang Hao that day. Mr. X, please don't blame me, I had no choice. The middle-aged woman remained silent. She could tell that Huang Xingshan was not lying. But if that's the case, then it's a bit strange. Where did this X come from? The atmosphere in the private room was eerily quiet, and Huang Xingshan was sweating profusely. At this moment, Jiang Hao finally met his ultimate opponent Qihua. He was a young man, tall and handsome, with short, fiery red hair and wearing a black suit. However, these are not the main points. The main point is that Qihua is not a zero-level awakener, but a first-level awakener. With Crimson Fire making his move, X is definitely going to lose this time. Absolutely, so far, I haven't seen Crimson Fire lose. The organizers are finally showing their power. It should have been done a long time ago. This time, they will definitely teach X a lesson that will never be forgotten. Upon seeing the crimson flame appear, the crowd in the stands immediately began to discuss it. On the arena, while Jiang Hao was sizing up Qihua, Qihua was also sizing up Jiang Hao. You're quite impressive, you managed to win 10 games in just a few hours. A woman? Upon hearing Qihua's voice, Jiang Hao was taken aback. He had assumed the other person was male, given the name and appearance. But as soon as he heard the other person's voice, Jiang Hao knew he had misheard. It was actually a woman. Make your move, or you'll miss your chance. Qihua looked at Jiang Hao with unwavering confidence. This confidence is not due to arrogance, but rather stems from her strength. A Tier 1 versus a Tier 0 match is a foregone conclusion. Jiang Hao curled his lip and then sheathed his mantis knife. Qihua's pupils contracted slightly when he saw Jiang Hao suddenly make his weapon disappear out of thin air. Only extremely rare storage devices can store weapons out of thin air. This person must possess such equipment, which made a greedy glint appear in her eyes. Storage equipment is no ordinary weapon. It is extremely rare and can only be possessed by truly powerful individuals. Qihua suddenly spoke up. I won't kill you later, but you have to give me your storage equipment. How about that? Storage equipment? Jiang Hao was taken aback at first, then realized that the other party had used his system space as storage equipment. Sure, but we'll see if you have the ability, Jiang Hao said with a calm smile. As he spoke, Jiang Hao moved and made his move. He had no intention of yielding to the other party. Since this guy wanted him to make the first move, then he would make the first move. Since the opponent was a first-level awakener, Jiang Hao did not hold back and immediately used the Lingbo Weibu technique. Qihua hadn't taken Jiang Hao seriously yet, but his expression changed when he saw Jiang Hao's speed. Even he couldn't match that speed. Looking at Jiang Hao's cultivation level again, it was still at level 0. This made Qihua realize that X had been hiding his strength all along, and upon realizing this, Qihua immediately became vigilant. He immediately raised his hands, and 2 fireballs appeared in his palms, which he then threw directly at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, not expecting that Qihua was a fire-type spiritualist, just like Bai Yang. Jiang Hao slightly turned his body to dodge the attack from the crimson flame, and at the same time, he pressed forward. As expected of a first-tier awakened being, Qihua showed no sign of panic in the face of this situation. He quickly distanced himself from Jiang Hao. As a psionicist, his attack power was naturally not weak, but his defense was not good, so he had to keep his distance and use ranged attacks. Jiang Hao didn't give her that chance at all, quickly closing in and throwing a punch at the same time. Seeing this, Qihua waved her arm, and a wall of fire appeared between her and Jiang Hao, which blocked Jiang Hao's attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qihua quickly distanced himself from Jiang Hao and released fireballs again, continuously attacking Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao dodged left and right, but there were just too many fireballs from his opponent. Even though Jiang Hao was fast enough, the space on the arena was limited, and he was hit by a fireball when he was not careful. Just when everyone thought Jiang Hao was doomed, a bizarre scene unfolded. The fireball landed on Jiang Hao, but it didn't immediately burst into flames. Instead, Jiang Hao's aura circulated, and the next second, he threw the fireball back at Qi Hua. This move is precisely the application of the internal energy technique of shifting stars and changing constellations. The characteristic of the shifting stars technique is that it uses the opponent's force against them, allowing them to return the opponent's attack. The only drawback is that it requires a ranged attack like a fireball or a hidden force. This was the first time Jiang Hao had used this move, and he felt that the effect was quite good. No wonder it was praised as using the enemy's own methods against them. Qi Hua was taken aback when he saw that his fireball had not only failed to harm his opponent, but had also been thrown back at him. This was the first time she had ever seen anything like this. Having dodged the fireball attack, Crimson Fire intensified its attack once again. In an instant, a large portion of the arena was filled with fireballs. The scorching heat made me feel very uncomfortable. Seeing that he couldn't break through, Jiang Hao lost interest and then channeled his energy into his dantian, unleashing the lion's roar technique. Roar! A deafening roar instantly echoed throughout the entire 5th basement level. Everyone present paled. It was too late to cover their ears now. The terrifying roar made everyone's heads throb, and they wished they could bang their heads against the wall. Even the glass in the private room was shattered, and everyone inside stared in horror at Jiang Hao on the stage. Qi Hua was the first to be hit, and was so shocked by Jiang Hao's lion's roar that he crashed into the fence and spat out a mouthful of blood. He too stared at Jiang Hao with a look of utter shock. Even the referee was so shocked that he bumped into a wall. Jiang Hao moved swiftly, arriving in front of Qi Hua without giving him a chance to react. He grabbed Qi Hua by the throat and lifted him up. Admit defeat or die? Jiang Hao looked at Qi Hua calmly. Qi Hua wanted to retaliate, but the roar from before had rendered her unable to unleash any attacks. In the end, Qi Hua had no choice but to admit defeat in frustration. She simply couldn't understand how she, a first-level awakened, could lose to a zero-level awakened. Shouldn't we announce the results? Jiang Hao ignored Qi Hua and looked at the referee, who was still in a daze. The referee, regaining his composure, immediately stammered, "The 11th round, X wins. Congratulations X, on completing the challenge." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao calmly walked off the stage. 11 consecutive battles had taken him nearly 6 or 7 hours, but fortunately, the results were still quite good. Jiang Hao stepped off the stage but did not see Huang Xingshan and frowned. Just then, 2 figures walked over. "X, the boss wants to see you. Come with us. Your friend has already gone over." Chapter 16 Recruiting. "Gentlemen, what does this mean?" Jiang Hao asked the person opposite him with an indifferent expression. Just now, the 2 men led him away from the 5th basement level and into a room on the 8th floor. A middle-aged woman was sitting opposite him at that moment. The middle-aged woman smiled calmly. "X, we wanted to have a chat with you, so we invited you here." It must be said that mature women are the most charming. A middle-aged beauty's gentle smile lacks the naivety of a young girl, instead exuding a graceful and generous air. It gives people a charming yet polite feeling. This isn't the attitude you'd expect when you're hiring someone," Jiang Hao said with a cold laugh. Huang Xingshan stood aside, looking at Jiang Hao with a guilty expression. Ming's face darkened. "Boy, watch your tone. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to my wife like that?" "Mingza." The middle-aged woman waved her hand. "X, I sincerely want to talk to you. As for the way my subordinates handle things, it may have made you unhappy, and I apologize for that." Jiang Hao said calmly, "No need for an apology. Tell me, what do you want?" "I have other things to do. I've been away from the hospital for so long, I don't know how my dad is doing, and I wonder if my mom can take care of herself all by herself. All he wants now is to get the money quickly and leave." "Alright, since that's the case, I'll get straight to the point. I want you to join us. If you agree, I can give you 40,000 crystal coins a day." Jiang Hao refused without hesitation. "I'm not interested. Putting aside the fact that I know nothing about them, I also have no interest in joining them." As Jiang Hao was about to turn around and leave with Huang Xingshan, he was stopped by the 2 middle-aged men who had brought him there earlier. "Is this your attitude? You can't leave unless you join?" Jiang Hao turned to look at the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman smiled calmly. "I think you can think about it again." Perhaps you don't understand yet. Dragon City Black Boxing is run by my family. If you agree to my request, you will not only receive today's prize money, but also an additional 40,000 crystal coins. Threatening me? Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. The middle-aged woman waved to the two men who were blocking Jiang Hao, signaling them to leave. Then she got up and took out a bank card from her elegant handbag. I'm not threatening you, I sincerely want you to join my ranks. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman approached Jiang Hao and handed him the bank card. I know you're here fighting in underground boxing matches because of the money. If that's the case, why don't you seriously consider my opinion? I don't think anyone would turn down money. You're right, but I still stand by what I said earlier. Jiang Hao shrugged. Besides, I don't like bank cards, so please transfer the money to me instead. The middle-aged woman was taken aback, but she still had someone bring her phone and transferred 420,000 crystal coins to Jiang Hao. You swiped too much. Jiang Hao frowned as he looked at the 40,000 yuan that the middle-aged woman had swiped. The middle-aged woman smiled slightly. Consider the extra amount as a token of my sincerity. Thanks a lot. Jiang Hao shrugged, not bothering to be polite, and turned to leave. Wait a minute, the middle-aged woman called out to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao turned to look at the middle-aged woman. Is there anything else? This is my business card. Call me anytime if you've thought it through. The middle-aged woman took out a blue business card from her elegant handbag. Jiang Hao took the business card and glanced at it. It was very brief. Besides a phone number, there was a line of words, by Group Su Jing. The Bai Group? It seems that the Bai Yang family is this so-called Bai Group. What is this woman's status within the Bai Group? Jiang Hao gave Su Jing a deep look, then put away his business card and left with Huang Xingshan. Madam, are we just going to let them leave like this? The middle-aged man with glasses looked at Su Jing as Jiang Hao and the others left the room. Su Jing smiled faintly, looking confident. It's okay, I believe he will call me. Why would someone who fights in underground boxing matches for money ask for money back? I'm sorry, Mr. X. Huang Xingshan couldn't help but speak as he stepped into the elevator. Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. He knew why Huang Xingshan apologized to him, but he genuinely didn't care. Huang Xingshan had no idea about his own information. Even if he did say some things, it was just what he presented. Moreover, he was very happy to have received so much money, and he didn't care about some minor matters at all. Stepping out of Zuixinlu, the area outside was already bustling with activity. Jiang Hao greeted Huang Xingshan and then left. Back at the hospital, Jiang Hao first went to the front desk to pay the remaining amount before asking for the ward number. When he arrived at the ward, his father was still unconscious, and his mother was sitting by the bedside, quietly watching over him. Hearing someone come in, Xiao Yufan turned around and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it was Jiang Hao. Xiao Hao, where have you been? Have you eaten? Jiang Hao laughed and said, I've eaten. By the way, Mom, you don't need to worry about the money. I've already paid it all. He hadn't eaten anything all day except breakfast, and he lied to avoid worrying his mother. Xiao Hao, where did you get so much money? Xiao Yufan was surprised to hear this. 300,000 is no small sum. Given their family's circumstances, even if they didn't eat or drink for 3 years, they still wouldn't earn 300,000. Jiang Hao gave his well-prepared excuse, Mom, don't worry, the money I have is legitimate. I found a few tutoring jobs, and they saw that I have real skills and felt at ease leaving the children in my care, so they gave me extra money. The rest I borrowed from my classmates, and I'll pay them back slowly later. Sure enough, Xiao Yufan felt much more at ease after hearing Jiang Hao's words. She wasn't afraid of anything else, except that Jiang Hao might do something wrong for money. Mom, you go home first, I'll stay and watch over Dad. Xiao Yufan shook her head. No, even if I go home, I won't feel like sleeping. I'll just stay here. Jiang Hao knew he couldn't persuade his mother, so he didn't say anything more. He went out and bought a single bed at the hospital, so that either he or his mother could lie down and rest when they were tired. The next morning, Jiang Shangchuan finally woke up from his coma. Dad, how are you feeling? Jiang Hao noticed that Jiang Shangchuan had woken up and immediately came over. I'm fine. Jiang Shangchuan shook his head, his face pale. Where's your mom? My mom went to buy food, Jiang Hao said, and Xiao Yufan walked in from outside. Honey, you're finally here. How are you feeling? Is there anything bothering you? Jiang Shangchuan tried with difficulty to sit up in bed, but failed several times. He was so tired that a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. I'm fine. Honey, take me to get discharged. Dad, the doctor said you're not better yet and can't be discharged. Jiang Hao pressed Jiang Shangchuan down. Yes, honey, you should rest and recover. Don't worry about the expenses, Xiao Hao has already taken care of them. Xiao Yufan put the food aside. The two had been together for over 20 years, and she immediately understood what Jiang Shangchuan meant. Xiao Hao, where did you get so much money? Jiang Shangchuan looked at Jiang Hao with a surprised expression. Jiang Hao smiled and repeated the excuse he had given Xiao Yufan to Jiang Shangchuan. Jiang Shangchuan looked at Jiang Hao with some skepticism. Although Jiang Hao's words were reasonable and well-founded, he was still somewhat skeptical. Dad, just rest well during this time and don't worry about anything. Jiang Shangchuan nodded. After having breakfast, Jiang Hao left the hospital again. He didn't go to his parents' workplace yesterday because of time constraints, but he has nothing to do today, so he plans to go and visit them. His father's injuries shouldn't be left untreated. Chapter 17, Don't Be Impulsive. Changji Chemical Plant. This is where Jiang Shangchuan and Xiao Yufan used to work. Jiang Hao had been here several times before, so this time he was quite familiar with the place. However, Jiang Hao did not swagger in. Putting aside whether he could meet the owner of the chemical plant, he would probably be discovered as soon as he went in. Jiang Hao looked around but couldn't come up with a good solution. Suddenly, Jiang Hao thought of someone and immediately picked up his phone to dial a number. Mr. X, what can I do for you? The call was quickly connected, and Huang Xingshan's voice came through. Perhaps because of what happened yesterday, Huang Xingshan was even more enthusiastic towards him. Jiang Hao didn't waste any words and went straight to his purpose. I want to find someone to stay somewhere. Can you do that? Huang Xingshan was taken aback. Finding people? Finding people isn't my forte, but I have a friend who is good at it. If you trust me, sir, you can tell me the other person's name, and I'll ask my friend directly. Okay, I need to find the address of the owner of the Changji chemical plant. Can you contact him for me? The cost is negotiable, but I need it quick. Don't worry, Mr. X, Huang Xingshan said, and then hung up the phone. Huang Xingshan was very efficient. He called Jiang Hao back shortly after hanging up the phone. Mr. X, the information you requested has been found. Changji Chemical Plant is a subsidiary of the Bai Group, and the owner's name is Yin Ditsai. He has two residences, one is Jaha Villa and the other is Xinguang New City. Jaha Villa is his normal home, and Xinguang New City is his lover's home. According to his usual habits, there is a high chance that he will go to Xinguang New City today. As he spoke, Huang Xingshan also told him the exact locations of Yin Ditsai's two residences. Is it the Bai Group? Upon hearing the name Bai Group, Jiang Hao had a vague idea of what was going on. He said that the chemical plant couldn't possibly have driven his parents away for no reason. Bai Yang must have played a part in it. However, we need to understand the situation first. Thank you. Is the fee a bit high? I'll transfer it to you. Huang Xingshan quickly said, Mr. X, you're too kind. Consider this my apology for yesterday, and I won't charge you. Thank you very much then. Jiang Hao didn't say much more, but he remembered this favor. After hanging up the phone with Huang Xingshan, Jiang Hao headed straight for Xinguang New City. Since the chemical plant is not a safe place, he came here to block the other party. Upon arriving at Xinguang New City, Jiang Hao went directly to the address Huang Xingshan had given him. Jiang Hao put on the spider mask in a secluded spot before entering Xinguang New City. It has to be said that Yin Ditsai is quite extravagant, living in a villa area, which makes it convenient for him to move around. Before long, Jiang Hao quietly arrived at the place where Yin Ditsai had settled his lover. Instead of entering through the main gate, he went to the back of the villa. Zhao Yuqian was in a good mood today. She was wearing a bathrobe, holding a plate of cucumber slices, and humming an unknown tune. Yin Ditsai is coming today. Although this old man is older than her father, he is her sugar daddy, and she has to serve him well. It was precisely because of Yin Ditsai that she was able to live such a carefree life. You don't have to do anything on weekdays. You can stroll around, play cards, and get a puppy when you're bored. Life is simply wonderful. Zhao Yuqian sat on the sofa and gently placed cucumber slices on her face. Click. Suddenly, a sound of breaking glass rang out, and Zhao Yuqian's expression changed. She hurriedly and haphazardly removed the cucumber slices from her face. Before she could even stand up from the sofa, a masked person barged into the room. Just as Zhao Yuqian was about to scream, she saw the person turn into a blur, press her down on the sofa, and cover her mouth. Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you, understand? Jiang Hao's voice was icy. He then took out a mantis knife from his system space and held it to Zhao Yuqian's neck. Zhao Yuqian was terrified, tears streaming down her face. To make matters worse, she even wet herself in fear. Did you hear me? Jiang Hao tightened his grip on the mantis knife. Zhao Yuqian nodded quickly. No matter what, saving her life was the most important thing. Seeing that the other party cooperated, Jiang Hao finally released Zhao Yuqian. The sharp mantis knife pierced the tile beneath Zhao Yuqian's feet and stood in front of her. Zhao Yuqian looked at Jiang Hao pitifully. If you want money, I can give you money, I just beg you not to hurt me. Jiang Hao said calmly, I'm not interested in your money, nor am I interested in you. I'm here for only one purpose, and that is in Detsai. As long as you don't try anything funny, I won't do anything to you. Hearing Jiang Hao say that, Zhao Yuqian felt a little relieved. However, the thought that the other party was actually there to target her sugar daddy made her worry again. If this person gets rid of her sugar daddy, won't she lose her comfortable life in the future? Thinking of this, Zhao Yuqian really wanted Jiang Hao to stop, but looking at the mantis knife in front of her, she didn't dare to do it in the end. She could only sit obediently opposite Jiang Hao and not dare to move. The atmosphere in the room became very strange. Glug glug. Suddenly, Zhao Yuqian's stomach made a rumbling sound, which made her feel embarrassed. Jiang Hao ignored this and did not offer Zhao Yuqian any food. Finally, it was time to get off work. Indetsai sat in his car and reached out to tug at his tie. The driver asked, Boss, the usual? As Indetsai's driver, he was very familiar with Indetsai's habits. Indetsai nodded without saying anything. The driver understood immediately and started the car. About 20 minutes later, the car entered Xingwang New City. Indetsai got out of the car. Go back now, come pick me up first thing tomorrow morning. Yes. The driver responded and drove away. Indetsai arrived at the door and began entering the password. Hearing the noise at the door, Jiang Hao stood up and picked up the mantis knife again. Don't try anything funny, or I guarantee you'll die before Indetsai does. Jiang Hao glanced coldly at Zhao Yuqian, then walked towards the corner of the kitchen. This apartment is a north-south facing, H-shaped unit. The door and kitchen are right at a corner, so standing here, you can avoid the view from the doorway. At this moment, the door opened, and Indetsai walked in from outside. As Indetsai changed his shoes, he asked, Has Xiaoqian cooked? He did not notice Zhao Yuqian's unusual behavior. When he did not receive a reply from Zhao Yuqian, Indetsai frowned. Xiaoqian, what's wrong? What's that smell in the room? Indetsai smelled a strong odor of urine. Zhao Yuqian trembled all over and dared not respond to Indetsai. Indetsai realized something was wrong. Usually, Zhao Yuqian would be very welcoming when he came over, so why was she acting so strangely today? Before he could react, a gust of wind came from behind him. Indetsai's expression changed, and he quickly dodged, his body instantly turning into steel. That is precisely his ability, a body of steel. However, although he was a first-level awakened one, he had no ability to react in front of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao slashed down, and the blade landed heavily on Indetsai's body. At the same time, a critical strike is unleashed. Bang! Indetsai was sent flying backward, his body crashing heavily into the wall, leaving a nearly 5-centimeter long gash on his arm. Puff! Indetsai spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Before he could stand up, Jiang Hao's mantis knife was already at his neck. Move again, and you're dead. You, who are you? Indetsai looked at Jiang Hao in horror. At this moment, he finally understood why Zhao Yuqian was behaving so strangely. What he couldn't understand was that he was a first-level awakened one, while the other was only a zero-level one, so why was the other so much stronger than him? At the same time, he was also puzzled as to who the other party was and why they were targeting him, as he did not recall offending such a person. I'm asking you, who instructed you to dismiss Jiang Shangquan and his wife? And who injured Jiang Shangquan? After Jiang Hao asked those two questions, the mantis knife began to exert force on Indetsai's neck. As long as Indetsai doesn't cooperate, Jiang Hao will not hesitate to eliminate him. I'll talk, don't be impulsive, Indetsai pleaded, his face contorted with grief. He sensed killing intent emanating from the other person, and he knew that the masked man in front of him was definitely not joking. Explain. Chapter 18, Revenge on Bai Yang. I'll talk. It was young Master Bai who ordered it. Young Master Bai said that their son offended him, so he made me fire them. the one who injured Jiang Shangchuan was also young master by S-man. Inditsai dared not hesitate any longer and quickly explained that he had something to do, afraid that if he answered too slowly, he would displease the other party. Bai Yang, it really was you. It seems you really think I'm easy to bully if I don't teach you a lesson. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes, his killing intent surging. Inditsai looked at Jiang Hao with trepidation. Brother, I've told you everything you need to know. Now can you let me go? Who says you're a brother? You can't escape responsibility for this either, Jiang Hao sneered. Immediately afterwards, a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, came from inside the room. The screams lasted for a full 30 minutes before finally stopping. Seeing that Inditsai had been tortured beyond recognition, Jiang Hao stopped and then found a rope to hide Inditsai and Jia Yuqian. After doing all this, Jiang Hao finally left. Bai Yang, you provoked me first. Since that's the case, don't blame me. As Jiang Hao walked, he called Huang Xingshan again. When he explained his intentions, Huang Xingshan was startled. Sir, the Bai family is no ordinary power. If you try to harm the young master of the Bai family, they will not let you off the hook. Jiang Hao said coldly, it's fine, just tell me the exact location of his house. The Bai family is quite powerful, but if I wear a mask, and then take it off and throw away the clothes, who will know it's me? Unable to persuade Jiang Hao otherwise, Huang Xingshan had no choice but to ask a friend for directions to Bai Yang's house. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao transferred 10,000 crystal coins to Huang Xingshan. Huang Xingshan had provided him with information for free before, so naturally he couldn't let Huang Xingshan provide him with information for free again this time. 10,000 crystal coins are nothing to him now. Shenwei Town. This is the most luxurious residential area in Longcheng. It's not a place that just anyone with money can afford, only truly prestigious families can live here. Furthermore, there are no apartment buildings here, only villas. These villas are not only detached and have their own yards, but they are also like estates. Each of them occupies an area of no less than 80,000 square meters. This place is also known as the community with the most comprehensive security system. Non-residents are not allowed to enter the community unless a resident acknowledges their presence or comes out to greet them. Jiang Hao did not go in directly. Although he was confident in his abilities, he was not so overconfident as to dare to enter Bai Yang's house alone. He knew very well that Bai Yang's house must have many guards, and even some second-tier awakened ones. With his strength, he has no problem dealing with first-tier awakened individuals, but he can't handle second-tier awakened individuals. What he needs to do is first figure out the route, and then find an opportunity to deal with Bai Yang. Ideally, I should find a secluded place so that even if I kill Bai Yang, no one will know. Just as Jiang Hao was about to leave, he suddenly saw Bai Yang walk out from inside, and Jiang Hao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He hadn't expected to run into Bai Yang, but Bai Yang unexpectedly came to him on his own. However, his two bodyguards are a problem, and we need to find a way to deal with them. Just as Jiang Hao was thinking about how to deal with the two bodyguards, Bai Yang actually walked over. You must be the magician. Come in quickly, we've been waiting for you. Jiang Hao was taken aback. What was going on? Seeing that Jiang Hao didn't move, Bai Yang frowned, revealing a displeased expression. What are you doing? Hurry up, or you'll lose your pay. Jiang Hao confirmed that Bai Yang was indeed talking to him, so he walked over. Hurry up, it's your turn to perform soon. With that, Bai Yang turned and left. Seeing this, Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment, then followed. He wanted to see what Bai Yang was up to. Soon, Jiang Hao followed Bai Yang into a place that resembled a manor. This is Bai Yang's home. No wonder this guy is usually so arrogant and domineering, he certainly has the right to be so. Looking at the enormous manor before him, Jiang Hao couldn't help but marvel. Meanwhile, outside Shenwei Town, a taxi stopped, and a person wearing a clown mask got out of the car. The person was about to enter when he was stopped by security guards. The man explained, Hello, I am an acrobat, and I am here to perform for the Bai family. I'm sorry, I didn't receive any notification. You'd better call someone to come and pick you up. The security guard shook his head, his attitude very firm. The man had no choice but to walk aside and start making phone calls. However, he made several calls in a row but no one answered, which left him dumbfounded. What's going on? If I don't go in, the boss will definitely punish me later. If you anger the Bai family, they won't let you off the hook. The more the man thought about it, the more anxious he became, but there was nothing he could do at the moment. On the other side, Jiang Hao was taken by Bai Yang to a makeshift open-air theater. There were many people sitting in the audience, and someone was performing energetically on stage. Although Jiang Hao didn't know what was wrong with the Bai family, he understood what was going on. It seems the Bai family is having an event. Bai Yang came out to pick up a magician, but mistakenly brought himself in thinking he was the magician. But what magic tricks do I know? Besides, I don't know those performers. If I go over there, I'll definitely be exposed. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that he had no choice but to make his move here. If I make my move now and then immediately leave the way I came, at my speed and without holding back, even a second-tier awakened being wouldn't be able to stop me. Realizing this, Jiang Hao no longer hesitated and immediately focused his energy into his dantian. What are you doing? Bai Yang's bodyguard noticed Jiang Hao's strange behavior and his face darkened. The other person immediately became alert as well. Bai Yang frowned as he looked at Jiang Hao. He had also sensed the fluctuations in Jiang Hao's aura. His tone was chilling. You dare to attack me? Take him down. Bai Yang immediately ordered his bodyguards to act. He had sensed something was off about this guy before, but he hadn't paid much attention. Now it seems that this guy really does have a problem. The two bodyguards were about to make their move when Jiang Hao was faster, unleashing his lion's roar. Roar! The deafening roar emanated from Jiang Hao and spread outwards like a tidal wave. No one expected Jiang Hao to have this trick up his sleeve. The sudden roar caused Bai Yang and his two attendants to cough up blood and fly backward. The sudden attack gave Bai Yang and his companions no chance to react. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the two bodyguards stepped in front of Bai Yang, and Jiang Hao's full force attack was enough to kill Bai Yang instantly. Even so, Bai Yang still felt as if his internal organs were about to be shattered, and he fainted on the spot. Jiang Hao's actions have caused such a commotion that it's hard to avoid attracting attention. Jiang Hao did not hesitate. After landing a successful blow, he turned and ran. At this moment, the Bai family also realized what was happening, and the performance on stage immediately stopped. The Bai family's bodyguards immediately gave chase to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao unleashed a critical strike, simultaneously pushing his Lingbo Weibu, a martial arts technique, to its limit. Instantly, Jiang Hao's figure transformed into a blur, darting swiftly towards the Bai family's gate. However, just as Jiang Hao was about to leave the Bai family, a figure suddenly swept in from outside and headed straight for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was startled and crossed his arms in front of him. The immense force forced him to stagger backward. Ignoring his injuries, Jiang Hao used the momentum to change direction and rush away into the distance. The opponent was a second-tier awakened one. Although he was no match for him, he could still escape. But he couldn't let the other side hold him back. If he would be in danger. A manhunt ensued within the Bai family. Chapter 19 Erotic. Yang Bai Wenlu came to Bai Yang's side and was heartbroken when he saw Bai Yang's miserable state. Contact an ambulance immediately. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard immediately took out his phone and called the hospital. Capture this man for me, life or death. Bai Wenlu's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he watched Jiang Hao flee in all directions. Yes. Jiang Hao was chased and ran around in all directions. Fortunately, the Bai family is large enough, otherwise he might have really been caught. However, this can't go on forever. Sooner or later, these guys will catch up with us. Whoosh! Just as Jiang Hao was considering how to deal with it, ice spikes suddenly fell. Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. It was the psionicist who had made a move. If it were a one-on-one situation, he wouldn't be afraid of his opponent at all thanks to his ability to shift stars and change positions. But right now, he can't stop. If he stops, he'll be easily caught. While Jiang Hao was pondering, he suddenly noticed a house not far away. Without thinking, he rushed straight into that house. If these guys dare to come in, I'll give them a lion's roar. Using the lion's roar inside the house, even if it doesn't kill them, it'll at least incapacitate them. Damn it, chase after them. The bodyguards followed closely behind Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's speed increased to the maximum, and he rushed into the house. Today was supposed to be Bai Wenlu's mother's birthday, but Su Jing was too tired to attend immediately. After taking a nap, she was preparing to take a shower before going out. Unexpectedly, a commotion broke out outside, but she didn't pay it any mind. In the Bai family, no one had ever caused trouble and left unscathed. Su Jing walked into the bathroom, her bathrobe slipping off to reveal snow-white skin that was in no way inferior to that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She stepped into the bathtub filled with milk. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash rang out, and the door was kicked open. Before Su Jing could react, a figure rushed in. Their eyes met, and the scene suddenly became somewhat eerie. Su Jing never expected that the person who came would be Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao didn't expect Su Jing to be here, but considering that Su Jing was from the Bai family, it was normal for her to be here, so he didn't think much of it. Just then, footsteps came from behind. A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes, and he prepared to unleash his lion's roar technique. But just then, Su Jing suddenly reached out from inside the bathtub and pulled Jiang Hao into the bathtub. The incident happened so suddenly that Jiang Hao was completely unprepared. Caught off guard, Jiang Hao's hands landed directly on the two mountain peaks. Su Jing's eyes widened, her gaze turning somewhat cold. Jiang Hao was somewhat at a loss, staring blankly at Su Jing beneath him. "Take it away." Su Jing's voice was somewhat cold. Jiang Hao snapped out of his daze and quickly withdrew his hand, but once he did, he lost his footing and ended up lying face down on Su Jing. Just as he remembered, Su Jing suddenly hugged him and pressed him against her. The footsteps outside were getting closer and closer. It was clear they were about to come in. But Jiang Hao couldn't care less about that at the moment, or rather, he wasn't in a good state of mind. His face was pressed against Su Jing's collarbone, and his whole body leaned against Su Jing's body, clearly feeling those two soft mounds against his chest. The touch, the smell. Jiang Hao came to his senses and began to struggle. Su Jing's indifferent voice rang out, "Don't move if you don't want to die." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao quieted down, but he was not feeling well at the moment. After all, he was a normal adult male full of vigor. How can one remain calm in such a sensual setting? Just as Jiang Hao was feeling extremely embarrassed, footsteps approached the bathroom. Su Jing reached out and pulled, and the shower curtain fell, covering the bathtub. Just then, those people walked in. Su Jing's voice was icy. "How dare you barge in like this? Please forgive me, madam." The bodyguards, not expecting Su Jing to be taking a bath, quickly turned around and faced away from her. "Madam, there are thugs causing trouble and even injuring the young master, that's why we chased after them, I didn't see that person. You can search the rest of the house. I'll be right out." Su Jing gave Jiang Hao a deep look. "Yes." Upon hearing this, the bodyguards immediately went to search other areas without saying a word. After the bodyguards left, Su Jing looked at Jiang Hao and said, "You really have a lot of nerve. Not only did you run into the Bai family and cause trouble, but you even dared to injure my son. I think you don't want to live anymore. Bai Yang is your son." Jiang Hao was stunned. He quickly propped himself up and looked at Su Jing with a look of astonishment. He never expected that Bai Yang's mother would be so young. He finally understood why everyone had always called Su Jing madam. It turned out she was the mistress of the Bai family. "Is there a problem?" Su Jing looked at Jiang Hao indifferently. Jiang Hao's mind raced. Since Su Jing was Bai Yang's mother, she probably wouldn't let him off the hook. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao's gaze towards Su Jing suddenly turned cold. However, Su Jing suddenly smiled. Su Jing was already very beautiful, and now that she smiled, she had an even more charming and captivating aura. "Why do you want to attack me? Slide." Just as Jiang Hao was considering what to say, Su Jing sat up straight without any hesitation, then leaned on Jiang Hao's back and reached out to touch his mask. "I think we should probably have a talk." "Here?" Jiang Hao was a little confused about what Su Jing meant, but the current position was a bit too awkward. The thought that Su Jing was actually Bai Yang's mother made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Su Jing shrugged, "If you're not afraid of being discovered, then you can go outside." The two pairs of snow-white rabbits on her chest swayed slightly, almost blinding Jiang Hao. Glug! Jiang Hao felt a dryness in his throat. "What do you want to talk about?" Jiang Hao turned his head stiffly, trying to look at the two pairs of gleaming weapons. Su Jing reached out and poured herself a glass of red wine from the steps beside her. "I don't care what grudges you had with Yanger before, from now on they're all wiped clean, and you'll have to work for me. I guarantee you'll leave safely." "Do you think I can't leave the Bai family without you?" Jiang Hao frowned. He strongly dislikes being threatened by others. Su Jing shrugged, "Perhaps you can leave, but I reckon it's impossible without paying a price." Su Jing elegantly downed her red wine in one gulp, then spoke with a playful look in her eyes. "Besides, haven't I, as your mother, settled your score with Yanger? Or perhaps..." At this point, Su Jing leaned against Jiang Hao's back again, her breath sweet and alluring, her voice seemingly carrying endless charm. "Do you want me to stand up, or do you want? What are you doing?" Jiang Hao suddenly stood up from the bathtub. His face was flushed, but thankfully he had a mask on, otherwise he would have been utterly embarrassed. This woman was talking, but she even touched Xiao Jianghao's body. Giggle. Su Jing let out a crisp laugh. Then she nudged Jiang Hao, go get my bathrobe. Don't you have hands? Jiang Hao rolled his eyes at Su Jing, his tone very unpleasant. Su Jing pursed her lips, then stood up under Jiang Hao's astonished gaze. Jiang Hao's breath hitched. By the time he realized what was happening, Su Jing had already elegantly put on her bathrobe. You stay here and don't go out, Su Jing said, then walked out of the bathroom. Chapter 20, sure enough with the trick. Jiang Hao snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, I came here to beat up Bai Yang, not to destroy Bai Yang's birthplace. Realizing what had happened, Jiang Hao, ignoring his wet clothes, went to the bathroom window and looked down. They found no one below. Jiang Hao opened the window and listened intently. There was still a commotion outside. This shattered Jiang Hao's plan to escape by jumping out of the window. Helpless, Jiang Hao had no choice but to abandon his plan to leave for the time being. After a while, Su Jing, who had left, returned. Give me your contact information. Su Jing returned to the bathroom. Jiang Hao looked at Su Jing warily. What are you doing? This woman is Bai Yang's mother, and he doesn't want to have too much to do with her. What? Did you just watch it for nothing? Su Jing raised an eyebrow. Jiang Hao's face darkened. Su Jing rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao. Alright, you beat my son up like that, showing no mercy at all. I'm already being lenient by not getting rid of you. Give me your contact information. We'll go to the hospital in a bit. Some of the people from the old house will be evacuated. As for the rest, it's up to you. I've shown my sincerity, now it's up to you. Jiang Hao asked, why do you insist on having me join you? You give me a very special feeling. Otherwise, do you think I would let you off the hook just because you injured my son? Su Jing shrugged. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment, but still gave Su Jing his phone number. Su Jing tried dialing the number, and after confirming that it was correct, she turned and left. Jiang Hao remained in the room. About 30 minutes later, his phone suddenly beeped with a text message. Jiang Hao picked it up and saw that it was a message from Su Jing, telling him that he could leave. Looking at the message on his phone, Jiang Hao hesitated. So far, he still didn't trust Su Jing. To prevent Su Jing from setting a trap for him, Jiang Hao did not leave immediately. Instead, he went back to the bathroom, opened the window, and listened. Sure enough, there was no sound outside. Jiang Hao did not leave through the front door, but jumped out of the bathroom window. Fortunately, this is a villa with only 3 floors. If it were a multi-story or high-rise building, he wouldn't dare to do this. After landing on the ground, Jiang Hao immediately walked towards the entrance of the Bai family's main gate. He hadn't gone very far when he was spotted by the bodyguards. Being chased again, Jiang Hao frowned, thinking that Su Jing had lied to him. However, when he noticed that there were far fewer bodyguards chasing him than before, he realized that Su Jing had not lied to him. Although there were fewer bodyguards, Jiang Hao still had no intention of getting entangled with them. He used the Lingbo Weibo technique to its fullest extent and unleashed a critical strike to finally put some distance between himself and the bodyguards. But the bodyguards did not give up their pursuit of him. However, Jiang Hao had already arrived at the door. Once he left the Bai family, his situation would improve considerably. Just when Jiang Hao thought he was about to leave, the Bai family's gate opened. A group of people stood at the entrance of the Bai family's residence, led by Su Jing and accompanied by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to Bai Yang, and Jiang Hao knew without a doubt that he must be Bai Yang's father. Su Jing looked at Jiang Hao with amusement. Although she wanted to make him her subordinate, he had attacked her son. For this reason alone, she cannot let this person go. But this guy is cautious. It took him so long to come out. It was definitely a trap. The moment Jiang Hao saw Su Jing, he immediately realized that Su Jing had indeed been lying to him, and that they had only intended to lure him out. What he couldn't understand was why Su Jing would go to such lengths to deal with him when she could have simply cornered him in the room. Before he could think, Bai Wenluo and Su Jing's bodyguards rushed over. Jiang Hao's situation immediately became dangerous. However, Jiang Hao did not panic. He focused his energy in his dantian, and his cheeks puffed out instantly. Roar! He unleashed the lion's roar technique, enhanced with a critical strike, and a powerful sonic attack instantly spread outwards from him. The bodyguards' expressions changed drastically, but it was already too late. Wherever the roar passed, the bodyguards with 0-level strength were instantly killed, and even the bodyguards with 1st-level strength were seriously injured. Only 5 bodyguards with second-tier strength were present and withstood Jiang Hao's attack. Su Jing and Bai Wenluo looked grim. Of the more than 30 bodyguards, only 5 had managed to withstand the enemy's attack. Kill him. Upon hearing this, the 5 bodyguards, all at the second tier of strength, immediately attacked Jiang Hao. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately retrieved the mantis blade from his system space. Holding the 2 blades in his hands, Jiang Hao charged forward. He knew this battle was likely to end badly, but he had no other choice. If we don't fight, we'll surely die. The only way to survive is to fight. One of the bodyguards transformed into a fierce tiger and pounced on Jiang Hao first. Roar! Jiang Hao opened his mouth and unleashed another lion's roar. The bodyguard was surprised that Jiang Hao could actually unleash such an attack. Normally, awakened beings cannot use their abilities casually. Once used, they cannot use them a second time in a short period of time. The stronger you are, the greater the limitations you face. However, to everyone's surprise, the masked man in front of them was able to unleash such a powerful attack twice in a row. The terrifying sonic attack sent a jolt through his body. Jiang Hao seized the opportunity, took a step forward, and arrived directly in front of the man. Without the slightest hesitation, he slashed at the man's neck with his mantis blade. Whoosh! Just as Jiang Hao's mantis blade was about to fall, a wind blade swept in. Jiang Hao raised his left-handed mantis knife while simultaneously slashing at the bodyguard in front of him with his right-handed mantis knife. Bang! The wind blade collided with the mantis knife, and Jiang Hao was forced back half a step by the impact. The mantis blade didn't land on the bodyguard's neck, but on his head, leaving a long wound from which blood flowed. Although his head was slashed, at least his life was saved. Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a little regretful. The bodyguard who had transformed into a tiger regained his senses and looked shaken. Fortunately, my companion intervened in time, otherwise I might have really died here. At the same time, 2 other bodyguards rushed over and attacked Jiang Hao from the left and right. Both bodyguards are physical fighters and are very skilled in close combat. The fierce attacks left Jiang Hao scrambling to keep up. Jiang Hao wielded his twin swords, fighting and retreating simultaneously. Although his combat strength is strong, he is definitely no match for a second-tier awakened one, who was able to defeat the awakened one who transformed into a tiger just now. It all relied on surprise. Therefore, he must find a way to leave this place and fly away. He cannot stay here and linger in the battle. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao immediately widened the battle circle. Only in this way could he find a chance to leave. After the battle began, Jiang Hao turned around and ran deep into the Bai family compound without saying a word. Since we can't leave through the main entrance, we'll have to leave through other places. Upon seeing this, the 5 bodyguards, all at the second-tier strength, immediately gave chase. Although they were of a higher level and stronger than Jiang Hao, they were not as fast as him. Jiang Hao quickly widened the distance between them. Jiang Hao ran all the way and soon arrived at a wall. Jiang Hao used his legs to push off and quickly flipped over the wall. Standing on the wall, he did not immediately come down, but looked at the 5 bodyguards who came over. Roar! As the bodyguards drew closer, Jiang Hao opened his mouth and unleashed another roar. The 5 bodyguards' expressions changed, and they immediately steadied themselves to defend against Jiang Hao's attack. Apart from the bodyguard who was seriously injured by Jiang Hao and knocked unconscious, the other bodyguards all withstood Jiang Hao's attacks. But by the time they looked up at Jiang Hao, he had already disappeared behind the wall. Damn it, go after him! You must kill him! Bai Wenluo arrived at this moment and his face turned ashen when he saw Jiang Hao leave. Yes. Chapter 21, My son has the potential to be a top scholar. It's already late, why hasn't Xiu Hao come back yet? In the ward, Jiang Shangxuan glanced at the sky outside the window, feeling a little worried. Jiang Hao left this morning, and now the moon and stars are out, but he still hasn't returned. I wonder if the child has been eating on time while he's out. Maybe he's busy after all, he took on a lot of work to raise enough money. Xiao Yufan sighed, feeling extremely distressed at the thought of Jiang Hao working from morning till night. If his parents hadn't been so incompetent, Jiang Hao wouldn't be in this situation. Mom and Dad, I'm home. Just then, Jiang Hao's voice came from outside. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Hao walked in carrying fruit. Xiao Yufan took the fruit and said, Xiao Hao, have you eaten? Why are you so late? Your dad and I were just saying why you weren't back yet. Jiang Hao laughed and said, I ate. I tutored them a little late today, then I went home, took a shower, changed my clothes, and came over. Dad, how are you feeling? Jiang Hao peeled an orange for Jiang Shangxuan. I'm almost fully recovered and will be able to be discharged in 2 more days. Jiang Hao quickly said, "You shouldn't be in a rush to be discharged. Stay a couple more days and take good care of your health. Don't worry about the money, my mom and I don't need to worry about it." He knew that his father was saying this simply because he didn't want to waste money at the hospital. But he wouldn't let his father leave the hospital until his health was fully recovered. Jiang Shangxuan was about to say something, but Xiao Yufan interrupted him. "Alright, just listen to Xiaohao on this matter." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shangxuan had no choice but to nod. "Boss, we're sorry we lost them." The four bodyguards lowered their heads, their faces full of guilt. The fact that these four second-tier awakened individuals were outmaneuvered by a single zero-tier awakened individual is truly shameful. Bai Wenluo gritted his teeth and said, "A bunch of useless trash, what are you all standing here for? Go find them." "Yes." After the bodyguard left, Su Jing reached out and hugged Bai Wenluo's arm. "Alright, don't be angry. He can't escape in Longcheng. No, I need to investigate this guy immediately. I suspect he has ulterior motives." Bai Wenluo's expression was grave. He wasn't afraid of anything else, he was afraid that the masked man was someone specifically investigating the Bai family. "If that's the case, then we absolutely cannot keep this person." Su Jing sighed, "I don't know him well either. I only know that he calls himself X, and I don't have any other information about him." Since their last meeting, she had been searching everywhere for X's whereabouts, but to no avail. This person seemed to appear out of nowhere, and so far, they haven't discovered what kind of awakened ability he possesses. In short, the other party was strange in every way. Bai Wenluo said in a deep voice, "Jingjing, go and investigate. Investigate everyone who has been in contact with this guy." Su Jing nodded. The two then split up to carry out their respective tasks. However, while Bai Wenluo and Su Jing were extremely busy, Jiang Hao had already settled Xiao Yufan in and put her to sleep, while he would stay and watch over his father. In the latter half of the night, Jiang Shangxuan also fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Hao silently activated the star shift technique. He hadn't had a proper rest in the past 2 days, either fighting or on his way to fight. He rarely had a chance to rest, so he naturally wouldn't let it pass. The next day, Jiang Hao ended his cultivation early. After a night of cultivation, he was in much better condition. Today is the day the college entrance examination results are released. After breakfast, Jiang Hao and his family of 3 gathered together to check their scores. Compared to Jiang Hao, the elderly couple seemed very nervous. After all, this concerns Jiang Hao's future. They couldn't give Jiang Hao a better future, so everything depended on Jiang Hao himself. After searching for nearly 10 minutes, they finally found Jiang Hao's name, which appeared prominently at the top. He is the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Bite. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward, Lucky Wheel X1. Would you like to spin the lucky wheel now? The system notification sounded in Jiang Hao's mind, but he didn't spin the lucky wheel immediately. After all, his parents were with him, and he needed to find a quiet place before starting the lucky wheel. Seeing Jiang Hao ranked first, Jiang Shangxuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Honey, he's the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Ha ha ha, I knew my son had the potential to be a top scorer." I see. Now we don't have to worry about Xiao Hao anymore, Dad." Xiao Yufan was also very happy. For an ordinary family like theirs to raise a top scorer in the college entrance examination is no easy feat. They had high expectations for Jiang Hao, but they never imagined that he would become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao gave them such a big surprise. Xiao Yufan suddenly remembered something. "Xiao Hao, how did Su Qing do on her exam? I haven't seen her these past 2 days." Although they don't encourage early relationships, Jiang Hao has always been opinionated since childhood. Seeing that they couldn't stop Jiang Hao, they could only acquiesce. Xiao Yufan suddenly realized that she hadn't seen Su Qing for the past 2 days, which was really unacceptable. Normally, Su Qing would keep a close eye on Jiang Hao, as if she were afraid someone would snatch him away. "We broke up." Jiang Hao smiled calmly. Jiang Shangxuan frowned. "What's going on? The two had a good relationship before, so why did they suddenly break up?" This time, Jiang Hao didn't hide anything. He explained his talent and abilities, and also recounted what happened during the awakening ceremony. Jiang Shangxuan snorted coldly. "Humph, I knew that girl was no good back then, and I was right about her. Sooner or later, she'll regret it." "What's the point of saying all this?" Xiao Yufan rolled her eyes at Jiang Shangxuan, then looked at Jiang Hao. "Xiao Hao, your abilities. Xiao Yufan couldn't continue. SS's talent was terrifying, but Jiang Hao's abilities were far from satisfactory. He was actually an ancient martial artist. She was also an awakened one, so she was naturally aware of the abilities of ancient martial artists. This made her worry about Jiang Hao again. Jiang Shangquan then realized what was happening and looked at Jiang Hao with a worried expression. Jiang Hao knew what his parents were worried about, and laughed. "Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry. Ancient martial arts practitioners aren't as useless as they say. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Moreover, I have an SSS level talent, which means I am destined to become a different kind of ancient martial artist." Hearing Jiang Hao say this, the elderly couple's worries eased considerably. Ring ring. Just then, Jiang Hao's phone rang. Jiang Hao picked up his phone, said something to Jiang Shangquan and Xiao Yufan, and then left the ward. Looking at the somewhat familiar phone number, Jiang Hao frowned, momentarily stunned, unable to recall who the other party was. However, he still answered the call, and before Jiang Hao could speak, a soft and pleasant voice came from the other end. "Jiang Hao, the exam results are out. You are the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination in Longcheng. Congratulations." "Thank you." Jiang Hao finally recognized the other person's voice. He didn't expect that the first person to congratulate him would be Su Qingxue. On the other end of the phone, Su Qingxue couldn't help but purse her lips when she heard Jiang Hao's calm voice. This guy is so aloof, and when I share good news with him, can't he be a little more enthusiastic? Although that's what she was thinking, Su Qingxue still continued, "Jiang Hao, are you free tonight? Come to my house for dinner. My parents want to thank you in person for helping me with the assessment." "No need, we each have what we need, and you've already paid me." Jiang Hao shook his head, declining Su Qingxue's invitation. Su Qingxue's soft, sweet voice came again, with a hint of coquetry in it. "As for other things, my parents have given me a firm order that I must invite you over, otherwise I'm sure I'll get scolded, and you don't want me to get scolded either, right?" "Well, all right." Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. "Hee, that's great. I'll send you the location. Come over at 6 o'clock tonight. Don't go back on your word, or you'll be a little turtle." Chapter 22, Good Things Come in Pairs. System, activate the lucky wheel. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao went to the restroom. He couldn't wait to see what the so-called lucky wheel contained. Soon, a colorful spinning wheel appeared in front of Jiang Hao. Among these colors, there were different words. Jiang Hao took a closer look and his eyes lit up. Good heavens, it turns out that this so-called lucky wheel contains more than a dozen different martial arts and internal energy techniques. Jiang Hao even saw martial arts such as Hung Kun, Bagui Zhang, and even the 18 subduing dragon palms and the 9 Yang manual. This made Jiang Hao even more envious. Having witnessed the power of Lingbo Weibu and Shi Ho Gong, he was even more eager to learn these martial arts. The turntable will start spinning in 3 seconds. The host can stop it at any time. The system notification sounded. 3 seconds later, the turntable started spinning. Jiang Hao took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and decisively shouted to stop. As for what kind of martial arts he will acquire, that depends entirely on fate. The spinning wheel stopped, and Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes, seeing the 18 subduing dragon palms displayed below the pointer. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, his heart filled with even greater joy. The lucky wheel has disappeared. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine martial art, the 18 subduing dragon palms, X1. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately chose to study. Congratulations, host. You have learned the divine level martial art, the beginner 18 subduing dragon palms. Jiang Hao was not surprised to hear the system notification. Although it was only the beginner level, he was still very happy. Just then, Jiang Hao suddenly shuddered, and the joy on his face deepened considerably. He immediately opened his information panel. Name, Jiang Hao. Ability, Ancient Warrior. Level, Tier 1. Talent. God's Comprehension, God's Critical Strike. Internal Strength. God Intermediate Star Shift. Martial Arts. Divine Intermediate Lingbo Weibu Lingbo Steps, Divine Intermediate Lion's Roar Skill, Divine Beginner 18 Subduing Dragon Palms. Good things really come in pairs. Jiang Hao never expected that he would not only learn the 18 subduing dragon palms, but also break through to the Zeroth level and become a first-level awakener. Bite. Host's cultivation level has broken through to the first tier, and the internal skill Dozhuan Xingyi has been upgraded to the intermediate level. Host's cultivation level has broken through to the first tier. Martial arts skills Lingbo Weibo and Lion's Roar have been upgraded to intermediate level. Jiang Hao was overjoyed upon hearing this, as his internal strength and 2 martial arts techniques had both been upgraded to the intermediate level, which meant that their power had increased further. Just as Jiang Hao was about to return to the ward, his phone rang again. It was Huang Xingshan calling. Jiang Hao answered the phone but did not speak immediately. Su Jing's voice came from the other end of the phone. Huang Xingshan is in my hands. If you don't want anything to happen to him, come find me in the underground boxing ring. After saying that, Su Jing hung up the phone. He tossed the phone to the bodyguard. Su Jing glanced at Huang Xingshan, who was lying on the ground with a bruised and swollen face, then sat down on the sofa opposite her and elegantly crossed her legs. Huang Xingshan, you'd better pray that X comes to save you, or you're dead. Huang Xingshan smiled bitterly to himself. He wasn't familiar with X, and he only helped X because he saw potential in X. Unexpectedly, I ended up getting implicated. As for whether X would come, he had already given up hope. Unless X is an idiot, he wouldn't come over. Jiang Hao held his phone, his expression indifferent. He never expected that this matter would involve Huang Xingshan. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with Huang Xingshan, but now he was implicated, and he could not stand by and watch him die. But Su Jing has definitely laid a trap, just waiting for me to get there. But there's nothing I can do right now. Jiang Hao returned to the ward, greeted Jiang Shangquan and Xiao Yufan, and then left the hospital. He went home first, changed into yesterday's clothes, and then went straight to Zuixinlu. After finding a secluded spot, Jiang Hao put on the spider mask and entered the Drunken Heart Pavilion. Following his memory, he went directly to the back of the main hall of Zuixinlu. Just like before, it was the same 2 middle-aged men in suits from last time. Jiang Hao walked over and said calmly, Su Jing sent me. The 2 middle-aged men must have received a notification, so they did not stop Jiang Hao. They did receive the notification, and they originally thought the other party wouldn't come, but they didn't expect them to actually dare to come. Putting everything else aside, their courage alone is enough to earn their respect. Jiang Hao entered the elevator and went directly to the 5th basement level. As Jiang Hao stepped out of the elevator, he felt a chilling atmosphere. However, Jiang Hao didn't care and walked straight in. There were no onlookers left, only bodyguards. Jiang Hao glanced at it and saw that there were about 100 people. When the bodyguards saw Jiang Hao arrive, they immediately came over. Jiang Hao ignored the bodyguards and calmly said, Su Jing, I'm here. Release Huang Xingshan. X, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come. Su Jing's voice came. Jiang Hao turned his head and saw Su Jing's face appear on the large television screen next to him. Jiang Hao glanced at the surrounding facilities and immediately recognized it as the 8th floor, which he had visited before. Behind Su Jing were 2 bodyguards. Huang Xingshan, with a bruised and swollen face, was lying on the ground, his condition unknown. This has nothing to do with him. Your goal is me. Now that I'm here, you should let him go. I didn't restrict his freedom. He can't leave on his own, and there is nothing I can do about it, Su Jing shrugged. Jiang Hao frowned. Even though it was on TV, he could still tell that Huang Xingshan was not in good condition. Alright, I'll personally take him away in a bit. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Su Jing laughed and said, X, now that you're here, do you think you can leave? This time, Su Jing hired quite a few bodyguards to deal with Jiang Hao. They even hired 20 second-tier bodyguards, all for the purpose of killing Jiang Hao. Then let's see if your men can hold me back, Jiang Hao said calmly. If it were yesterday, he certainly wouldn't have been qualified to say such a thing, but today is different. His cultivation has broken through, and he is not afraid of even a second-tier awakened being. Whoosh! A fireball shot out from behind him, heading straight for him. Jiang Hao immediately used the star shift technique to return the fireball. Seeing this, the other bodyguards immediately took action without saying a word. These people have all kinds of abilities, mutants, psionicists, physical users, and even support-type psionicists. The scene became extremely chaotic, with all sorts of attacks coming at him. Jiang Hao took a deep breath, then focused his energy in his dantian and unleashed the lion's roar technique. A transparent phantom image of a lion's head appeared above Jiang Hao's head. Roar! The phantom lion head was now opening its mouth wide, mirroring Jiang Hao's movement. Although no critical strike was unleashed, the power of the lion's roar technique should not be underestimated, especially after Jiang Hao broke through to the first level, when the lion's roar technique had been upgraded from the beginner level to the intermediate level. The power of the lion's roar he unleashed at this moment was already much greater than when he used a critical strike to unleash the lion's roar at level 0. The terrifying sonic attack immediately changed the expressions of the bodyguards. All awakened beings below the second rank collapsed to the ground, while those at the 0 rank were instantly killed. The television next to it shattered completely. Looking at the black screen of the TV, Su Jing frowned slightly, even though she couldn't sense Jiang Hao's presence through the television. But in the instant the TV screen went black, she still saw the transparent lion's head appear above Jiang Hao's head. This made her realize that X had become stronger. Chapter 23, Talon Crystal. The 5th basement level. The second-tier awakened ones came to their senses and were somewhat shocked by what they saw. They hadn't taken Su Jing's words about the opponent having a powerful sonic attack seriously. Now that they have truly witnessed it, they realize how terrifying this move is. Although they were startled, they were not intimidated. Instead, they attacked Jiang Hao with ferocious intent. The 2 remaining support-type awakened individuals immediately began to unleash their support abilities on everyone, increasing their attack power and speed, among other things. In an instant, Jiang Hao was surrounded. A barrage of fierce attacks was unleashed, leaving even him somewhat flustered. Soon, he developed various injuries. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind came from behind. Jiang Hao instinctively raised his hand to block it, but instantly, intense pain spread throughout his body. Jiang Hao quickly withdrew his arm, only to see a long wound on his arm. He had already seen the person who had attacked him earlier, and saw that the person was holding a machete. Seeing that Jiang Hao was injured, everyone took out various weapons and attacked him. Roar! Seeing this, Jiang Hao unleashed his lion's roar technique once again, and a transparent lion's head reappeared above his head. A terrifying roar echoed throughout the entire 5th basement level. Those second-tier awakened individuals who had surrounded Jiang Hao were instantly repelled, and those first-tier awakened individuals who were already seriously injured were directly killed. Jiang Hao did not take out the mantis blade. In this situation, even if he took out the mantis blade himself, it would be useless. After unleashing his critical strike, Jiang Hao quickly took 2 steps, then focused his energy in his dantian, pressed his body down, and swung his hands left and right. Immediately, a faint dragon's roar rang out, and he thrust forward violently. The first move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, the dragon regrets. Suddenly, an invisible wave of energy erupted, heading straight for the bodyguards. At first, the bodyguards didn't pay any attention, but the next second they regretted it. The invisible wave of energy exploded right around them. The terrifying power caused them all to suffer serious injuries. Seeing this, Jiang Hao did not hesitate at all and directly adopted the tactic of striking while the iron was hot. Roar! The lion's roar technique was unleashed once again. This time, the lion's roar skill has been enhanced with a critical hit, making it even more terrifying. Before anyone could react, the terrifying roar caused them to cough up blood and their breath to wane. Damn it, who is this guy? How can he launch such terrifying attacks repeatedly? Everyone be careful, they might have a backup plan. Watch out, he's coming again. The bodyguards began to murmur amongst themselves, gritting their teeth. This was the first time they had ever seen such a strange guy who had beaten them so badly they were completely helpless. The second move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, flying dragon in the sky. Jiang Hao struck out with his palm again, and an invisible wave of energy accompanied by a dragon's roar shot out instantly, heading straight for the bodyguards. Damn it, get up! A bodyguard, enduring his injuries, stepped forward and placed his hands on the ground, instantly raising an earthen wall. They had suffered a loss from Jiang Hao's 18 subduing dragon palms before, so when they heard the dragon's roar again, they reacted immediately. Bang! The shockwave collided with the earthen wall, shattering it instantly. Although the shockwave's power was partially neutralized, it did not disappear and continued to attack the bodyguards. I'll do it. Another bodyguard stepped forward and immediately unleashed an ice wall. This time, they did not disappoint everyone. Although the ice wall was full of cracks, it still managed to withstand the shockwave. But before they could even rejoice, a deafening roar rang out again. The next second, the bodyguards coughed up blood again and were sent flying backward. After being attacked repeatedly by Jiang Hao, the bodyguards were completely and seriously injured. Their faces showed despair. If they could do it all over again, they would definitely not accept Su Jing's assignment. Unfortunately, there are no second chances in this world. Jiang Hao was about to take the mantis blade out of the system space when he was suddenly taken aback by something that had appeared in the system space. However, he didn't pay much attention to that at the moment. After taking out the mantis knife, he walked towards the bodyguards. He knew that the other party was acting on Su Jing's orders to deal with him, but no matter what, they were already enemies. Since they are enemies, he won't hold back. Before long, the entire 5th basement level was filled with a strong smell of blood. Zhang Hao sheathed his mantis knife and stepped into the elevator. A moment later, he arrived at the 8th floor. Arriving at the room where Su Jing had been, they found that Su Jing had already left, realizing things were not going well, leaving Huang Xingshan lying on the ground, his fate unknown. Zhang Hao came to Huang Xingshan's side, turned Huang Xingshan over, and used his finger to check below Huang Xingshan's nose to make sure that Huang Xingshan was still alive. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Hao helped Huang Xingshan leave, but he didn't take Huang Xingshan directly to the hospital, as that would easily expose him. Therefore, he took Huang Xingshan to the black market and found Boss Li. He left 50,000 crystal coins with Boss Li and asked Boss Li to help take Huang Xingshan to the hospital. Afterwards, he returned home, took a shower, changed his clothes, and seeing that it was almost time, Zhang Hao headed straight for Chenwei town. Coincidentally, Su Qingshue's home is also located in Chenwei town. On the way, Zhang Hao checked his system space as he walked. The bodyguards who killed the Bai family had some strange, multicolored crystals added to his system space. Suddenly, a message appeared before my eyes. Talent Crystal, an F-grade treasure produced by the system, which allows the user to add an extra talent on top of their existing talents, and can be gifted to others. Note, talent crystals can only be generated when the host kills humans of tier 1 or higher, and each person can only use them 3 times in their lifetime. In addition to the F-grade talent crystal, there are also 20 E-grade talent crystals within the system space. Zhang Hao was stunned for a moment. He knew that the martial god system was not simple. Killing monsters of the 1st rank or above would yield weapons. I never expected that killing humans of level 1 or higher would yield something as incredible as a talent crystal. Zhang Hao was certain that once the word about the talent crystal got out, it would cause a frenzy among other people. After all, this talent crystal was simply too powerful, even he felt afraid. Zhang Hao decided that he would never allow the talent crystal to appear unless absolutely necessary. It's a pity these talent crystals are too low level, otherwise, I could have given one to each of my parents so they could cultivate normally. Soon, Zhang Hao arrived at Chenwei town and called Su Qingxue. Before long, Su Qingxue, dressed in a snow-white dress, came out to greet him personally. Su Qingxue was already very beautiful, and now with her long hair flowing down her shoulders, she looked even more ethereal, like a fairy who had fallen to earth. I didn't realize you were so punctual. Su Qingxue's pretty face lit up with joy when she saw Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao said, I just went out to take care of some things, and I'll come over as soon as I'm done. Let's go, my dad specially cancelled his work today just to see you. Zhang Hao, realizing something, quickly asked, you didn't reveal my identity, did you? No, I only said you helped me, nothing else. Don't worry, I know what I should and shouldn't say. Su Qingxue smiled mischievously. Hearing this, Zhang Hao was relieved, otherwise, it might have been a trap. After all, he didn't know what the relationship was between the Su family and the Bai family. If the two families were on good terms, he would be in trouble. As Su Qingxue walked, she suddenly approached Zhang Hao and whispered, by the way, I heard about what happened to the Bai family today. Was it your doing? What's wrong? I don't know anything about it, Zhang Hao said calmly. Su Qingxue curled her lips upon hearing this. This guy is really good at pretending. She had already heard that the person who caused trouble at the Bai family was wearing a silver white mask with a spider pattern on it. This strange mask is clearly the one Zhang Hao wore before. Considering his relationship with Bai Yang, she became even more certain that the person was Zhang Hao. Chapter 24, Attending the Banquet. Looking at the manor, which was even larger than Bai Yang's, Zhang Hao couldn't help but marvel. This is what it means to be rich. This is what a truly rich person looks like. As soon as we entered the main gate, a vehicle resembling a sightseeing bus stopped at the entrance. Let's go, let's take the bus. Su Qingxue said, and then got on the sightseeing bus. You have to take a car even at your house. If we don't take a car, it will take at least 30 minutes to walk to the reception room. Zhang Hao no longer knew how to describe his feelings. Poverty truly limits one's imagination. Su Qingxue pointed to the left, looking out at the sea of flowers. Do you see that flower garden over there? My dad built it especially for my mom. It seems your dad and mom have a very good relationship. Su Qingxue nodded. Yes, I've never seen them argue from childhood to adulthood. With so many houses here, can you all live here? Zhang Hao saw several 2- or 3-story buildings. Su Qingxue smiled and said, "These are all for the servants. Our real living quarters are inside." As the two talked, they arrived at the depths of the manor, where a magnificent 3-story villa stood. Su Qingxue led Jiang Hao inside. "Please sit down first, I'll go call my parents," Su Qingxue said to Jiang Hao before heading upstairs. Jiang Hao looked around curiously, and he had to admit that the lives of the rich were truly beyond his imagination. This hall alone is 10 times the size of his house, and the decoration is extremely luxurious. Just then, a man and a woman who looked to be around 30 years old followed Su Qingxue downstairs. Needless to say, Jiang Hao could also see the relationship between the three. The man and woman were Su Qingxue's parents, although they looked excessively young. However, one can still see some resemblance to Su Qingxue in her appearance. No wonder Su Qingxue is so beautiful. It turns out it's because of good genes. Su Qingxue's parents not only look young, but are also handsome and beautiful. "Jiang Hao, these are my parents," Su Qingxue said as she came downstairs to introduce them. "Mom and Dad, this is Jiang Hao." Su Beili extended his hand to Jiang Hao. "Hello young man, I've heard Qingxue mention you a lot these past few days. Meeting you today, I can confirm that you are indeed a talented young man." "Uncle is joking." Zhao Yuan then spoke up, "Please sit down, don't be shy." The group sat on the sofa, and Zhao Yuan continued, "I heard from Qingxue that you did well in your studies, and this time you even became the top scorer in Longqing's college entrance examination. That's really impressive." "Just lucky," Jiang Hao chuckled. Su Beili laughed and said, "Good luck is also a reflection of strength. It's not a good thing for young people to be too humble. By the way, what do your parents do for a living? How are their health?" "My parents are just ordinary workers, and their health is alright. You guys chat first, I'll go cook," Zhao Yuan said, and then left with Su Qingxue. Entering the kitchen, Su Qingxue looked at Zhao Yuan in confusion. "Mom, why did you drag me here? And why don't you let the servants prepare the food? Are you going to cook yourself?" "You silly girl, Jiang Hao is a guest. He's been here for ages, and there's no water or fruit. Is that appropriate?" Zhao Yuan rolled her eyes at Su Qingxue. "I asked you to come over so you could take some water and fruit with you. As for why we didn't let the servants prepare the meal, we came here to thank Jiang Hao for saving you, so we naturally have to show our gratitude. Letting the servants prepare the meal would seem insincere." Su Qingxue suddenly realized, and couldn't help but smile and give Zhao Yuan a thumbs up. Zhang Yuan nudged Su Qingxue, "Alright, take the fruit out of the refrigerator, I'll wash and cut it, then you can take it out." Soon, Su Qingxue returned carrying a plate of fruit and 2 bottles of water. Seeing that Jiang Hao and Su Beili were chatting quite enthusiastically, he couldn't help but smile and ask, "What are you talking about? You seem to be having a great time. Have some fruit." Jiang Hao smiled and said, "It's nothing, Uncle just told me some things about your childhood." Indeed, Su Beili didn't talk to Jiang Hao about anything else, only about everyday family matters. Although they were all small things, they were very heartwarming and wouldn't put any pressure on Jiang Hao. "Really? You didn't say anything bad about me, did you?" Su Qingxue sat down next to Su Beili. Su Beili shook his head helplessly. "Would I dare say bad things about you?" Just then, an old man walked in. "Sir, Mrs. Bai has arrived and wishes to see you. She is just outside the door." "Let her in," Su Beili nodded. "Mrs. Bai? Is it Su Jing? Or someone else?" Jiang Hao was puzzled when he heard the old man and Su Beili's conversation. But he soon found out the answer. A series of high heel sounds were heard, followed by the entrance of a voluptuous middle-aged woman. The woman was quite beautiful, not inferior to Zhao Yuan. However, their beauty is not the same. Zhao Yuan possesses a gentle and intellectual beauty, while the woman exudes a proud and elegant beauty. The woman was none other than Su Jing, who had had several encounters with Jiang Hao. Upon seeing Su Jing, Jiang Hao lowered his eyelids. It was only because Su Jing ran fast today that she was able to escape, otherwise, she would already be dead by now. "Mr. Su has guests at home." Su Jing was taken aback when she saw Jiang Hao. For some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity with the young man in front of her, especially his eyes, which seemed to look familiar. "Yes, Qingxue's classmate. What brings Madame Bai to me in such a hurry?" Su Beili nodded, but did not introduce Jiang Hao to Su Jing. "If you're not in a hurry, we can talk later." "Alright, then I won't bother Mr. Su any longer." Su Jing nodded with a smile, then turned and left. Before leaving, she couldn't help but glance at Jiang Hao one last time. Unfortunately, she still couldn't figure out why she felt a sense of familiarity with this young man. Jiang Hao watched Su Jing's departing figure and guessed that this woman had come to deal with him most likely. It seemed that he had to be careful. He wasn't afraid of Su Jing, but he couldn't let what happened to Huang Xingshan today happen to his parents. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that only one of the Bai family and himself could remain. For the sake of my parents, I have no choice but to ask the Bai family to disappear from this world. However, it's unclear what the relationship is between the Bai family and the Su family. Jiang Hao said innocently, Uncle Su, that auntie seemed to have something important to say. Why don't you two talk first? Don't worry about her. Su Bailey waved his hand dismissively. Su Qingxue, who was standing to the side, sensed the hidden meaning in Jiang Hao's words and chuckled softly. Jiang Hao, you don't know this yet, do you? She's Bai Yang's mother, the one you have a grudge against. Jiang Hao glanced at Su Qingxue in surprise, only to see her give him a sly smile. He immediately realized that the girl was saying that on purpose. Oh? You have a grudge against Bai Yang? Yeah, there's a little misunderstanding. Jiang Hao pinched his nose. Su Bailey patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder earnestly. Xiao Hao, Uncle Su, try not to have any contact with Bai Yang in the future. The Bai family has always been vengeful. It seems the relationship between the Su family and the Bai family is so-so, which puts Jiang Hao at ease. Although he hadn't had much contact with Su Bailey, he had a good impression of Su Bailey and didn't want to be enemies with the Su family. Dinner's ready, stop chatting and come eat. Just then, Zhao Yuan came out of the kitchen. Chapter 25, Enrollment. After a pleasant dinner, Jiang Hao chatted with Su Qingxue and the others for a while before leaving the Su family home. It was already 9 p.m. when I got back to the hospital. Zhang Shangquan and Xiao Yufan haven't rested yet. Mom and Dad, why aren't you resting yet? Zhang Shangquan shook his head helplessly. Your mother is worried about you coming back so late. She insists on waiting for you to come back before she rests. What do you mean you have to wait? Aren't you worried too? Xiao Yufan rolled her eyes at Zhang Shangquan. Watching the bickering elderly couple, even though they were in a hospital room, I still felt a sense of warmth. It feels really good to be waited for by your parents. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Hao also ushered in the day of enrollment. He originally thought that Su Jing would continue to cause trouble for him in the next 2 days, but unexpectedly, things have been so quiet these past 2 days. After having breakfast, Jiang Hao said goodbye to his parents and left the hospital for school. Despite the scorching summer sun, the students felt no discomfort whatsoever. The entire senior class stood on the playground, enthusiastically discussing their grades. When Jiang Hao arrived, everyone's eyes immediately fell on him. For a moment, everyone's gaze was complicated. They hadn't expected Jiang Hao to become the top scorer in Longqing's college entrance examination. Logically, Chunchue High School should be happy that a top scorer in the college entrance examination has emerged, but the person in question is Jiang Hao. If Jiang Hao, a martial arts practitioner, can become the top scorer in the college entrance examination, what difference do these mutants and psychic beings have? It's easy to imagine that high school graduates from other cities would laugh at them. Jiang Hao ignored the stares of the crowd and walked to the side by himself. He saw Su Qing and Bai Yang. Bai Yang was in a wheelchair, and Su Qing was pushing her from behind. This scene made Jiang Hao sneer inwardly, while also considering whether he should find an opportunity to give Bai Yang another blow. He failed to kill Bai Yang last time, but this time he's determined to make sure Bai Yang doesn't survive. Inside the office. Gentlemen, we have made our decision. The recommendation spot will be given to Yan Chun. The Dean of Studies looked at the representatives of the 5 academies and then explained Yan Chun's abilities. The representative from Zhanwu Academy said, then let him join our Zhanwu Academy. They simply won't accept someone with an S-level talent if there's no guaranteed admission spot. The other 4 academies did not object to this. If it were SS-level talent, they might compete for it, but for S-level talent, there was no need to fight for it at all. After deciding on the students to be admitted through the recommendation system, the Director of Academic Affairs led a group of representatives out of the office and onto the rostrum on the playground. The Dean of Students looked around at everyone and said, next, teachers from each school will call out the students' names. Students whose names are called should go to the teacher who called their names. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately showed expressions of excitement. The Dean of Students nodded to the representatives from various schools, and then led a group of teachers from Chunchue High School to stand aside. Meanwhile, the representatives from various schools, starting with ordinary universities, read out the admission lists. Zhao Xiaohua. Sun Lin. Students with low talent and weak abilities were all selected. As if they already knew their fate, these students resigned themselves to coming to these ordinary universities. After regular universities finish their admissions, the top 10 universities also begin their admissions process. Anyone with a C-level talent can join one of these top 10 universities. Su Cheng, would you be willing to join my Beihua University? The representative of Beihua University, ranked first among the top 10 universities, looked at Su Cheng. I do, Su Cheng nodded. She knew that with her abilities, it was impossible to join one of the top 5 academies, but joining one of the top 10 prestigious universities was still possible. However, even among the top 10 universities, there are still differences in quality, and her goal is Beihua University, which is ranked first. This is also why she was willing to be with Bai Yang. It was impossible for her to get into Beihua University on her own, but with the help of Bai Yang's family, it wouldn't be a problem. Su Cheng walked towards the group of Beihua University like a proud peacock. Although she didn't get into one of the 5 top academies, she believed that with her abilities, her future grades would definitely not be lower than those of the students from the 5 top academies. Bai Yang also joined Beihua University. As these schools continued to call roll, the number of people in front of the podium dwindled. Soon, only Jiang Hao and Su Qingxue remained on the playground. On the university representative's side, only the 5 major academies remained. Everyone else looked at Jiang Hao and Su Qingxue. They weren't worried about Su Qingxue. The 5 great academies would definitely accept her. But Jiang Hao is different. He was the top scorer in the college entrance examination and was very talented, but his actual abilities were useless. They were all curious about which of the 5 academies would accept Jiang Hao. The representatives of the 5 academies did not speak immediately, but instead gathered together again. Jiang Hao watched all of this with a blank expression, as if it had nothing to do with him. Soon, the representatives of the 5 academies seemed to have finished their discussion, and then they all looked at Su Qingxue, while Jiang Hao was completely ignored. Su Qingxue, would you like to join our academy? Everyone was surprised, not expecting that the 5 major academies would simultaneously extend olive branches to Su Qingxue. But thinking about it, it makes sense. There are quite a few support-type awakened individuals, but not many SS-level support-type awakened individuals. Su Qingxue hesitated. Logically speaking, she should have joined Qingshan Academy. Although Qingshan Academy was not strong, it was the most suitable for support-type awakened individuals to cultivate. But she couldn't bear to see Jiang Hao being abandoned like this. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and said something shocking. Whoever is willing to take Jiang Hao in, I will join that academy. Holy crap, what the hell? What is Su Qingxue doing? Why is she suddenly speaking up for Jiang Hao? Has Su Qingxue gone mad? She's playing with her own future. Besides, what does it have to do with Su Qingxue whether Jiang Hao gets accepted or not? Su Qingxue's words instantly caused a huge uproar. Puzzled and tinged with envy, Jiang Hao wondered what he had done to deserve Su Qingxue's favor. Su Qingxue was the school beauty of their Chunxue High School. Jiang Hao also looked at Su Qingxue in astonishment. What was going on? What was this woman going to do? The representatives of the 5 major academies were also stunned, clearly not expecting Su Qingxue to say such a thing. The representative from Qingshan Academy coughed lightly. Ahem, Su Qingxue, Jiang Hao's situation is rather special and is not within our consideration. Although the other academy representatives did not speak, they essentially conveyed the same meaning. Jiang Hao is indeed the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and his talent is exceptional, but his abilities are simply too poor. Even if they were willing to train him, he is destined to have no future. I'll say it again, whoever is willing to take Jiang Hao in, I'll join that academy. Su Qingxue shook her head, her attitude extremely stubborn. The head of the teaching department couldn't help but advise, Su Qingxue, don't make things difficult for the teachers. Su Qingxue's homeroom teacher also looked anxious, not understanding what was wrong with Su Qingxue and why she insisted on helping Jiang Hao. If she displeases the 5 major academies, they might not even accept Su Qingxue anymore. Su Qingxue remained unmoved. Her reason for doing so was not that she wanted to be with Jiang Hao, but rather to repay Jiang Hao for saving her life. How about this, if Jiang Hao doesn't mind, he can come to my Nanyu Academy as a day student, what do you say? The representative of Nanyu Academy looked at Jiang Hao. Bite. Chapter 26, Mission Selection. Bite. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a selective mission. Task 1, the host joins Nanyu Academy as a day student, and is rewarded with the Divine Level Martial Art Golden Bell Shield. Task 2. The host enrolls in an ordinary university. The reward is the divine level internal skill, dragon god skill. Task 3. The host must publicly demonstrate their strength. The reward is the god level talent, martial god domain. Just then, as Jiang Hao was about to speak, a series of notification sounds suddenly rang in his mind. Jiang Hao was stunned, not expecting that he had triggered a selective mission, and there were 3 of them. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely choose mission 3. He had already witnessed the power of the talent, which was far superior to divine-level martial arts and internal energy. But he doesn't want to have to reveal his strength in public. He prefers to develop his abilities stealthily rather than reveal himself in public. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Hao ultimately chose mission 2. Thank you for your concern, Su. However, I have already made my decision. You can choose the academy that suits you. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. They had thought he would agree. Although day students were not recognized by the school, they could still receive education from the school. To my surprise, Jiang Hao refused. Was he about to give up on himself? Su Qingxue was equally astonished. She wanted to say something, but Jiang Hao shook his head at her. Jiang Hao ignored the gazes of the crowd and looked at the representative of Nanyu Academy on the podium. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, but I have already made my choice. After saying that, Jiang Hao looked toward the ordinary universities. He didn't choose any particular university. They were all the same, with no difference in strength or weakness. They were all weak. So he randomly picked one of them, Longcheng University. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. It seemed that he was indeed destined to be with Dragon City. Professors of Longcheng University, I wonder if you would be willing to accept me if I joined Longcheng University? Su Qing shook her head in the crowd, increasingly feeling that breaking up with Jiang Hao was the right choice. If I continue to stay by Jiang Hao's side, Jiang Hao will only drag me down. Most importantly, Jiang Hao is no longer good enough for her. Bai Yang also showed a disdainful expression. Jiang Hao, do you see this? This is the difference between you and me. This gap will continue to widen. The representative from Longcheng University was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Jiang Hao to choose their university. However, he quickly realized what was happening and smiled slightly, a warm welcome. Longcheng University is just an ordinary university. They would accept even ordinary people, let alone Jiang Hao, who was the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. Although Jiang Hao's abilities are weak, his talent is at genuine SSS level. From now on, Longcheng University can also say to the outside world that they have cultivated and awakened one with SSS level talent. Bite. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. The reward has been sent to your system space. Please check your account. Jiang Hao smiled and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, walked over to the representatives from Longcheng University. Su Qingxue, Jiang Hao has already made his choice. What about you? The 5 students from the academy looked at Su Qingxue again. Su Qingxue bowed to the representative of Nanyu Academy. Teacher, I am willing to join Nanyu Academy. None of the other academies were willing to accept Jiang Hao for their own sake, only Nanyu Academy was willing, so she naturally had to choose Nanyu Academy now. Su Qingxue, welcome to the school. The representative from Nanyu Academy smiled slightly. The other 4 academies felt some regret, but said nothing. After that, things were simple. Representatives from each school began distributing their school's admission notices to the public. Then explained the start date of the school year and the location of the school. After everything was finished, everyone left, including Jiang Hao and the other students. Jiang Hao had just stepped out of the school gate and was about to go home when Su Qingxue called him back. Jiang Hao, why did you choose Longcheng University? Longcheng University will not help you at all. Su Qingxue really couldn't understand why this guy would give up when she had already helped him find a better option. Jiang Hao shrugged. Although Longcheng University can't compare to the 5 great academies, even if I went to one of them, they wouldn't allocate resources to train a hopeless ancient martial artist like me. If that's the case, then why should I go to the 5 great academies? Besides, don't you know my abilities well? Even if I don't go to the 5 great academies, I can still become stronger. Therefore, the 5 great academies are not very meaningful to me. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue understood Jiang Hao's meaning. She had previously thought that Jiang Hao was a chauvinist and did not want to rely on her help. Since this is your decision, I won't say anything more. I believe you can prove your abilities to everyone. Jiang Hao smiled and nodded. The two chatted for a while before saying goodbye and leaving. Jiang Hao went straight to the hospital. They had already agreed last night that his father would be discharged today, and they would complete the discharge procedures when he got back. On the way, Jiang Hao opened the system space and learned the Dragon God skill. Congratulations, host, you have learned the Divine Level Internal Skill Elementary Dragon God skill. Upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Hao's lips curled into a satisfied smile, and he quickened his pace. When Jiang Hao arrived at the hospital, he noticed that there were several luxury cars parked there. A bad feeling welled up in Jiang Hao's heart, and he hurriedly ran to the ward. When he arrived at the ward, he saw a group of men in black standing at the door. Jiang Hao's face darkened. Just as he had guessed, Su Jing had actually found his parents. Damn it! Jiang Hao's anger surged, and he wished he could rush in immediately. However, he knew very well that he could not act rashly, otherwise he would not only fail to save his parents, but also harm them. Jiang Hao kept warning himself not to act impulsively, then took a deep breath and walked towards the ward. Stop! Who goes there? The bodyguard at the ward door stopped Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao said calmly, "This is my parents' hospital room." The bodyguard was taken aback, but still made way for him. Inside the ward, Zhang Shangquan and Xiao Yufan looked at Su Jing across from them with trepidation. Behind Su Jing stood more than a dozen bodyguards. They had already packed up and were just waiting for Jiang Hao to come back so they could complete the discharge procedures and go home. Suddenly, the other party came over, took them into custody, and asked who X was and who they knew. No matter how we explained, they wouldn't listen and insisted that we contact X. Fortunately, the other party didn't attack right away. Judging from their fierce appearance, they were clearly not good people. If they had attacked, their fate would not have been good. Su Jing said coldly, "It seems you're still not going to talk. In that case, don't blame me." Now, one of her bodyguards stepped forward and walked towards Zhang Shangquan and Xiao Yufan with a cold expression. "Madam, we really don't know X." Xiao Yufan's face was a little pale. However, the bodyguard did not stop at all and continued to approach Zhang Shangquan and his group step by step, an invisible sense of oppression enveloping them. The two were quickly cornered. The bodyguard stretched out his palm and slapped at Zhang Shangquan and his group, just as his palm was about to land. The ward door was suddenly pushed open. "Let's see who dares to touch my parents." Chapter 27, Unable to Cooperate. The group was taken aback when Jiang Hao and his companions suddenly walked in. The bodyguard who was about to attack Zhang Shangquan and his group turned around and glanced at Su Jing. Su Jing stared at Jiang Hao with some surprise. This young man, how could it be him? Su Jing frowned slightly. She naturally remembered Jiang Hao, but she never expected that this young man was actually the couple's child. This young man seems to have some connection with the Su family, which makes things difficult. Su Jing analyzed the current situation very calmly. "Ah Liang, come back." Upon hearing this, the bodyguard withdrew his hand and stood behind Su Jing again. "Xiao Hao." Upon seeing Jiang Hao, Zhang Shangquan, and Xiao Yufan, their expressions changed. They can do whatever they want, but Jiang Hao absolutely cannot get into trouble. Jiang Hao approached Zhang Shangquan and Xiao Yufan, his gaze sweeping over them repeatedly. "Mom and Dad, how are you? Are you all right?" Seeing that they were all right, he breathed a sigh of relief. "We're fine." Xiao Yufan shook her head. Zhang Shangquan pulled Jiang Hao to his side. "Xiao Hao, stand behind us." Although he was not very powerful, anyone who wanted to harm his son would have to step over his dead body. "It's okay, Dad. I'll talk to them." Jiang Hao patted Zhang Shangquan's arm, then looked up at Su Jing. "We meet again, what do you mean by this?" Zhang Shangquan and Xiao Yufan were taken aback and exchanged surprised glances. They hadn't expected that Jiang Hao would know the other person. "You give me a very familiar feeling, like someone I know." Jiang Hao looked coldly at Su Jing. "So, this is why you came to the hospital to cause trouble for my parents? You're asking for death, kid." "Do you know who you're dealing with?" one of Su Jing's bodyguards shouted angrily. Jiang Hao glanced at the other person. Right now, he didn't want to reveal his identity, otherwise he could have yelled at the other person to death. However, Jiang Hao had already memorized his face, and when he made his move, he was determined to kill this guy. Jiang Hao withdrew his gaze and looked at Su Jing again. "Su Jing, I know you are Bai Yang's mother. If you came here because of my grudge with Bai Yang, then I really think too highly of your Bai family." She knew something about Jiang Hao and Bai Yang's situation. After learning yesterday that Inditsai had also been attacked by X, she inquired about the specifics. They knew that Bai Yang had stolen Jiang Hao's girlfriend and that Inditsai had forced Jiang Hao's parents to back down. She just didn't expect that Jiang Hao was the young man in front of her. She had already learned from Bai Yang that although the young man in front of her was very talented, his abilities were only those of an ancient martial artist, and he was destined to achieve nothing. Therefore, she didn't care much about Jiang Hao. I'm not interested in the grudge between my son and you. I started by investigating X not only attacked our Bai family staff, but also injured my son and caused a scene at my Bai family. I have already inquired, and X injured one of our Bai family staff members in order to stand up for Jiang Shangchuan. Don't tell me you don't know X, I don't believe you. Jiang Hao understood, so this was where the problem had occurred. Indet Sai. I had forgotten about him. If I had known, I should have at least dealt with him. That way, even if the Bai family had all sorts of connections, they wouldn't be able to trace it back to me. I don't know who this X you're talking about is. Maybe your Bai family has offended someone else, Jiang Hao sneered. Su Jing ignored Jiang Hao's sarcasm. I hope you can cooperate with us. For the sake of the Su family, I won't make things difficult for you. If it weren't for the Su family's sake, she wouldn't have spoken to Jiang Hao so calmly. Sorry, we can't cooperate. We have nothing to talk about with your Bai family. You should leave. Jiang Hao's attitude was very firm, and he refused to back down in the slightest. Su Jing's expression finally changed. In that case, I have no choice but to take you away. She was willing to do anything to deal with X, even if it meant offending the Su family. She didn't believe that the Su family would really do anything to the Bai family for the sake of an ordinary family. Jiang Shangchuan and Xiao Yufan's expressions changed upon hearing this. Jiang Hao stared at Su Jing expressionlessly. He knew that Su Jing was capable of doing such a thing. He immediately took out his phone. You can take us away if you want, but I don't know if the Su family will agree. As he spoke, Jiang Hao made a gesture as if he was about to make a phone call. He was also hesitating whether or not to call Su Qingxue. The call went through, but the problem was whether Su Qingxue would help him. After all, the Bai family was not simple, and helping him would mean creating conflict with them. Furthermore, even if Su Qingxue is willing to help him, will his parents help him? These are all uncertain factors, but for now, without revealing himself, this is the only path he can take. So he could only gamble, betting that Su Jing wouldn't dare offend the Su family. There's no need to alarm the Su family over such a trivial matter. I'm only here to inquire about some things. Since you're unwilling to cooperate, we'll leave. Just as Jiang Hao was about to press the number, Su Jing stood up. Hearing Su Jing's words, Jiang Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, this only strengthened his resolve to become stronger. As the saying goes, one must be strong to forge iron. If he is strong enough, no one will dare to threaten him with his family. And then there's the Bai family. I absolutely must get rid of them, otherwise they'll always be a threat. Su Jing gave Jiang Hao a deep look, then led her people out. Liang looked at Su Jing in confusion. Madam, are we just leaving like this? Liang, you take 2 men and keep an eye on them. Contact me immediately if they make any move. Su Jing waved her hand. She couldn't just leave like that. This family must be connected to X, but she couldn't find any evidence yet. But considering the Su family, she couldn't be too forceful. However, she believed that as long as she kept an eye on them, she would definitely find something. Once I find the evidence, even if I want to deal with them, the Su family won't be able to say anything. Yes. Liang responded and stayed behind with 2 other people. Inside the ward, Jiang Shangchuan asked, still shaken, Xiao Hao, what exactly happened? Yes, Xiao Hao, what exactly happened? Xiao Yufan also looked at Jiang Hao. Those people were far too powerful. They were simply not people like them who could handle them. She was very afraid that something would happen to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head, not saying much. It's nothing, Mom and Dad. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Let's go and complete the discharge procedures so we can go home. He will handle this. There's no need for his parents to continue worrying. After being discharged from the hospital, the family of 3 went straight home. On the way, Jiang Hao told everyone that he had applied to Longcheng University. Although the elderly couple didn't understand why Jiang Hao chose an ordinary university, they still supported his choice. After dinner, Jiang Hao lay down on the bed. The start date for ordinary universities like Longcheng University is a month later, unlike the top 10 universities and the 5 colleges, which all start 3 days later. In other words, he was on vacation for the next month. Although there was a month, Jiang Hao still felt that there wasn't enough time. Besides improving his strength, he also needs to deal with the Bai family and find a way to earn money to buy his parents a house of their own. Lost in thought, Jiang Hao fell asleep without realizing it. Chapter 28 Recommendations. The next day, Jiang Hao got up early, said goodbye to Jiang Xinchuan and Xiao Yufan, and left home with his school bag on his back. He hadn't gone far when he realized someone was following him. He wasn't surprised by this. He had noticed they were being followed when he left the hospital yesterday. He knew without even thinking that it must be Su Jing's people. Jiang Hao remained calm and went directly into the mall. The best way to shake off a stalker is to go to a crowded place. Jiang Hao wandered around, going wherever there were crowds, and quickly shook off his pursuer. Jiang Hao stood in the corner and saw the follower. He was plain looking, about 1.6 meters tall, the kind of person who would be hard to notice in a crowd. "We're looking for him right now." Jiang Hao smiled and then quietly left through the back door of the mall. After arriving at a secluded corner, Jiang Hao put on the tarantula mask, changed into another set of clothes from his backpack, and quickly left. That's why he carries a backpack. If he simply wears a mask without changing his clothes, it would be easy for people to discover his true identity. Jiang Hao arrived at the black market, asked Bosley about the hospital where Huang Xingshan was, and then left. "Huang Xingshan was injured and hadn't been seen by me since I was hospitalized. I came to visit him today and ask him about some things." Before long, Jiang Hao arrived at the hospital where Huang Xingshan was. He already knew which ward Huang Xingshan was in from Bosley, so he went straight there. "Look at you, what kind of friends have you made every day? Now you don't even have money for hospitalization, and not a single friend has come to visit you." Upon arriving at the door, they heard Huang Xingshan coughing and a woman complaining. "All right, that's enough, just shut up." Jiang Hao felt awkward upon hearing this and stood at the door, unsure whether he should go in or not. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hao finally knocked on the door and went inside. That's one good thing about this world: hospital rooms are all private rooms, so no one will bother anyone else. "Who are you?" A middle-aged woman of average build and ordinary appearance looked at Jiang Hao with a puzzled expression. "Mr. X, what brings you here?" Before Jiang Hao could speak, Huang Xingshan spoke first. He had heard everything that had happened from Bosley. X had brought him to Bosley and asked Bosley to help take him to the hospital. Although X only arrived now, he was still very grateful to X. If it weren't for X, he might have left Zuixanla forever. "Honey, go and make a few dishes. I need to talk to my husband." The middle-aged woman glared at Huang Xingshan with displeasure, but still got up and left. Huang Xingshan smiled awkwardly. "Sir, please don't mind. This countrywoman doesn't know any manners." "It's nothing, I just came to see how you were doing." Jiang Hao sat down beside him. "It's mostly fine now, but the doctor said it will take some time to recover." Jiang Hao nodded and said, "That's fine. I've been quite busy lately, so I didn't come directly." Seeing that Huang Xingshan was alright, he was relieved. After chatting for a while, Jiang Hao finally revealed his purpose. "If you trust me, sir, would you be willing to listen to me for a moment?" Upon hearing that Jiang Hao wanted to start a war with the Bai family, Huang Xingshan was startled. After a moment's thought, he looked up at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded. Huang Xingshan glanced at the doorway and then said in a low voice, "First of all, I do not recommend that you start a war with the Bai family now. As a prominent family in Longcheng, the Bai family, although not the top tier one, is still a respectable family and its foundation should not be underestimated. Of course, I'm not saying this to stop you, sir. I just hope you won't act impulsively. If you want to deal with the Bai family, you need to do at least two things to completely eliminate them. Either you have absolute strength or you have power. If you have either one, you can control the Bai family." Jiang Hao fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Undeniably, Huang Xingshan's words made a lot of sense. "What suggestions do you have?" Jiang Hao thought for a moment, then looked at Huang Xingshan. Since Huang Xingshan said that, he must have some idea. Jiang Hao was never an arrogant person. He would listen to any advice that was helpful to him. "My suggestion is that you first register as a bounty hunter, and then improve your strength and earn money by doing missions. As for the Bai family, we can cause them some trouble. In short, we can't let them have an easy time. But it's best to avoid direct conflict if possible." Jiang Hao asked, puzzled, "There are many ways to make money, why do you have to become a bounty hunter in the bounty guild?" Huang Xingshan patiently explained, "Sir, you may not know this, but the Bounty Hunter Guild is not only officially recognized, but powerful bounty hunters can also be recognized by the Guard Bureau. As long as you have a relationship with the government, you have some power. At that time, even if the Bai family wanted to do something to you, they would have to think twice. At least on the surface, they wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Furthermore, being a powerful bounty hunter is also a manifestation of strength. No matter what you do, you will receive great benefits, regardless of the aspect. Jiang Hao understood he hadn't expected bounty hunters to possess such abilities. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh, realizing that coming to see Huang Xingshan today was the right thing to do. Jiang Hao stood up and said, I understand. I'll go to the Bounty Hunter Guild now. You should rest and recover here. Where are you going? I've bought all the groceries, let's eat together. Just then, Huang Xingshan's wife returned and, seeing Jiang Hao about to leave, quickly called out to him. No, sister-in-law, I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Jiang Hao declined the other party's offer. Before leaving the hospital, he went to the front desk and paid the remaining medical expenses for Huang Xingshan, which cost him a total of 120,000 crystal coins. At this moment, he only had 110,000 to 120,000 crystal coins left. Jiang Hao shook his head. He had thought he had a lot of money, but he hadn't expected it to be so short-lived. In just a few days, more than 500,000 yuan had been spent, and it was almost gone. It seems Huang Xingshan was right after all. The most important thing to do now is to improve our strength and make money. Inside the ward, Zhang Fang placed the dishes on the table and said irritably, these dishes cost more than 100 crystal coins. We don't even have enough money to change the medicine today. What kind of friend are you? You came to visit and left without taking anything or even eating a bite of food. You're just looking down on me. Huang Xingshan gave a wry smile upon hearing this, but said nothing. Zhang Fang is the kind of woman who has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She has indeed suffered a lot with me over the years. He also felt quite sorry for Zhang Fang. Just then, there was a knock on the ward door, and a doctor walked in. Seeing the doctor come in, Zhang Fang quickly stood up and said humbly, Doctor, please give us a few more days to pay the medical bills. I will definitely pay them in full. Please don't let my husband stop taking his medicine. The doctor smiled and said, Don't worry, your medical expenses have been paid, and your medication will not be interrupted. Huh? It's all paid? Who paid it? Huang Xingshan and Zhang Fang were taken aback. I don't know. The other person didn't give their name and was wearing a silver-white mask. Huang Xingshan and Zhang Fang exchanged a glance. They already knew who had handed it over. Chapter 29 Test. Bounty Guild. Jiang Hao looked at the tall building in front of him, at the very top of which was a huge crystal coin-shaped logo. The coin-shaped logo is also the symbol of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Jiang Hao stepped into the Bounty Hunter Guild, and the mask on his face immediately attracted the attention of many people. For no other reason than that Jiang Hao's look is too unique. Jiang Hao ignored the strange looks from the crowd and went straight to the front desk. Hello sir, how can I help you? The receptionist was a young and beautiful woman. When she saw Jiang Hao come over, she showed a surprised look at his strange attire, but still gave him a professional smile. Hello, I'd like to apply to become a bounty hunter. What's the application process? The receptionist pulled out a form from the side and handed it to Jiang Hao. Sir, fill out this form and then go to our testing room for the test. Once you pass the test, you can become a bounty hunter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao picked up a pen from the side and began to fill in the form. This form requires you to fill in your personal information, including your name, home address, contact information, and so on. This made Jiang Hao frown. The reason he wore a mask was to prevent people from knowing his real information. If I fill out this form according to the instructions, wouldn't my personal information be exposed? The receptionist noticed Jiang Hao's unusual behavior and stepped forward to ask, Sir, is there a problem? Jiang Hao frowned and asked, Do I have to fill this out completely? What do I need to do if I want to hide my identity? If you wish to conceal your identity, sir, you will need to undergo a test first. Once you have passed all the tests, your information can be entered separately. As expected, the Bounty Hunter Guild can conceal one's identity, but this requires certain conditions. And this information will be determined by your grades. It will show which grade can view your information. Jiang Hao asked again, what are the standards? If possible, he could give it a try. We need to see how this is done during the actual testing. We are not clear about the specific testing standards. Jiang Hao understood and promptly chose this method. Sir, please walk to your left. That's our testing room. Once you get there and explain your situation, they will let you undergo the test. Jiang Hao nodded and then walked towards the testing room. At this moment, there were still 5 people ahead of him in the testing room, so Jiang Hao had no choice but to stand in line and wait. He originally thought he would have to wait a while, but to his surprise, the people conducting the tests were all very fast. Before long, it was Zhang Hao's turn. Zhang Hao told the staff what he wanted, just as the receptionist had instructed. The staff member politely said, "You can just go in. Follow the procedures for the test, and once you pass, you can be classified as confidential according to your level." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao walked directly into the testing room. The first thing that comes into view is an altar. First, we'll test your talent and abilities. A staff member gestured for Zhang Hao to stand on the altar. "Give me the registration form." Zhang Hao shook his head. "I don't have an application form. I plan to apply under my own identity. They asked me to take the test, saying that as long as I meet the standards, I can apply under my own identity." "Alright then, but I need to make this clear to you. If you want to hide your registration, you need to check the testing criteria," the staff member explained. "But this standard isn't set by humans, it's judged by machines. If you don't meet the standard, even if you have SSS level talent, it's useless, understand?" Zhang Hao nodded, indicating that he understood. "Okay, let's begin now." With that, the staff started immediately. Suddenly, a beam of white light fell upon Zhang Hao. The originally ordinary white light suddenly became dazzling in the next second. The staff were astonished. What kind of talent was this? It was terrifying. However, when the staff saw Zhang Hao's test results, they found that he only had an SSS level, with no other talents or abilities. The dazzling light lasted for 30 seconds before dissipating. "Do I meet the standard?" Zhang Hao's voice brought the staff back to their senses. "Yes, it meets the standard." The staff member swallowed hard. The SSS level here does not represent the test talent, but rather the level of the other party after concealing their identity. Only those at the lowest level equivalent to a department director are qualified to view this person's information. There are probably very few beings of this caliber, not just in Dragon City, but throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. While the staff were still in shock, Zhang Hao had already arrived at the next testing location. This is a huge white crystal. This time, the staff were much more enthusiastic. "Give this crystal your full strength and see how far you can go." Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. "A full force attack?" "That's fine, it'll be a good opportunity for him to test just how powerful his full force attack is without using critical hits." Thinking of this, Zhang Hao immediately bent his knees and focused his energy in his dantian. The staff were taken aback by Zhang Hao's strange action. Then he suddenly noticed that a transparent lion's head had suddenly appeared above Zhang Hao's head. Just as he was wondering what the mysterious man in front of him was going to do, a deafening roar suddenly came from his mouth. Roar! The staff member felt their mind go blank and could no longer hear anything. At that moment, the huge white crystal in front of Zhang Hao also burst forth with dazzling 7-colored light, illuminating the entire testing room. This time, a full minute passed before the crystal returned to its normal appearance. Fortunately, the testing room was well sealed and soundproofed, otherwise, Zhang Hao would have had a hard time avoiding revealing his abilities. A large SSS grade mark also appeared on the crystal surface. As for the staff, Zhang Hao had to call them several times before they finally snapped out of their daze. After recording the test results, the staff looked at Zhang Hao as if he were a monster. "What's my next test?" Zhang Hao couldn't stand the staff's stares any longer, so he had to ask. "The next one is speed. Over there, you just need to get through those obstacles quickly. However, red lasers will be released from time to time. If you get hit by a red laser, it will affect your score." As the staff member spoke, he led Zhang Hao to a group of obstacles. This is a curved track covered with obstacles, and on both sides there are laser emitters. "When will it start?" Zhang Hao had no worries about this test. He might not be so confident about other tests, but he has absolute confidence in speed. "If you're sure you're ready, I'll press start." Zhang Hao said directly, "I'm ready." The staff member didn't say anything upon hearing this and simply pressed start. Before he could react, he saw a blur flash past his eyes. By the time the staff came to their senses, Zhang Hao had already completed the test. The test result remains at the SSS level. The staff had become complacent about this and simply recorded Zhang Hao's test results in the logbook. The last test is the level test. This is simple, and there are no test standards. You just need to put your hand on this stone pillar. Chapter 30, Becoming a Bounty Hunter. Unlike the others, Zhang Hao was escorted out of the testing room by staff. "Give this to the front desk, and they will tell you how to register." The staff member showed Zhang Hao the side page of his test results. Jiang Hao nodded, took the supplementary page, and returned to the front desk. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll take you to register right away. The receptionist looked shocked when she saw Jiang Hao's test results. She never expected that the mysterious masked man in front of her would not only succeed, but also reach the highest level, SSS. After telling Jiang Hao, the receptionist immediately picked up the phone next to her and dialed a number. Before long, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with a solemn expression, walked over. Hello sir, I am Lu Jinglong, the president of the Dragon City Bounty Hunter Guild. Please come with me. The middle-aged man was very polite. Jiang Hao glanced at the front desk, and seeing the receptionist nod, he left with Lu Jinglong. Led by Lu Jinglong, he arrived at a room. There's nothing here except a computer with an electronic version of the registry. Lu Jinglong enthusiastically explained, Sir, you can simply log in and record your information here. After you finish, this will automatically archive your information, and then it will be inaccessible to the average person. Jiang Hao asked curiously, based on my test results, who could find my information? If his test results are accessible to ordinary senior executives, then it's meaningless. Rest assured, sir, your file has been classified as SSS level. Apart from those at the level of a full-fledged department director, no one is qualified to access it. Seeing that Jiang Hao was alright, Lu Jinglong tactfully left. Jiang Hao then began filling in his information, including his real name, talents, abilities, home address, and so on. Finally, facial recognition was required. Jiang Hao glanced around the room and, after confirming there were no cameras, took off his mask. After finishing everything, Jiang Hao archived the files, and the words "Confidential Archive" appeared on the computer screen. The printer next to him started working, and soon a form with the same file number as his was printed out. Jiang Hao filled in his codename X and level 1 on it. After filling it out, Jiang Hao left the room, while Lu Jinglong remained standing there. Sir, just give me this form. You'll need to wait a moment, the badge will be ready soon. Jiang Hao nodded. He didn't understand the procedures, he just needed to follow them. While Lu Jinglong went to make badges, Jiang Hao began to wander around the hall. There were quite a few members in the Bounty Guild, but fortunately the hall was large enough, otherwise it probably wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many people. The walls around the room were covered with various rules and regulations, and behind the front desk was a huge scrolling screen displaying various tasks. Jiang Hao stood aside and watched for a while. Lu Jinglong returned at this time, holding a silver badge in his hand. Lu Jinglong handed the badge to Jiang Hao. Sir, this is your badge. Since you have just registered as a bounty hunter, your level is F. The bounty hunter's level, like our awakened talent level, ranges from F to SSS. As your success rate in completing missions increases, your level will also increase. So, I can accept missions now. Jiang Hao held the badge in his hand and played with it. The so-called badge was found to be made of an unknown crystal, which felt warm to the touch and was very sturdy. Lu Jinglong nodded, yes, sir. When you accept a mission, just take out your badge, and the mission will show that you have accepted the mission. Once you've completed the task, simply hand the badge to the front desk. They'll make a note of it and then give you the corresponding reward. Jiang Hao seemed to remember something and then asked, if I accept a mission in Dragon City, can I redeem the mission reward in another town? Lu Jinglong laughed and said, that's fine, our Bounty Hunter Guild is valid nationwide. Sir, would you like to accept the mission now? Let me take another look. Alright, sir, please feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. Here is my business card. Lu Jinglong handed over his business card and then left. Jiang Hao put away Lu Jinglong's business card, wandered around the lobby for a while longer, and then prepared to leave. Just then, a shout caught his attention. The mission requires support-type awakened individuals to join the team. Jiang Hao looked in the direction of the voice and saw several young people standing at the entrance of the Bounty Hunter Guild. It was they who had shouted those words. Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised, not expecting that the mission could be done in a team. He thought all the tasks had to be completed independently, so out of curiosity, Jiang Hao went over to find out what was going on. At the same time, after returning to his office, Lu Jinglong immediately called his superiors. The Dragon City Bounty Guild has produced a top genius who has been rated as SSS level, and this matter must be reported to the higher-ups. The call was quickly connected, and Lu Jinglong reported Jiang Hao's situation. Old Lu, you must keep a close eye on this person. If necessary, you must provide some assistance. Also, observe him carefully and see what kind of person he is. Understand? Lu Jinglong nodded, understood, boss. Don't worry, I know what to do. By the way, boss, should we investigate this? Before Lu Jinglong could finish speaking, he was ruthlessly rejected by the person on the other end of the phone. No, since the other party has chosen to hide their identity, it means they don't want to expose themselves. Unless the other party is a very wicked person, we cannot personally investigate their information. I understand, Lu Jinglong replied. He knew that Mr. X had already caught the attention of this leader. After all, those who can be rated as SSS level are not very common. Within the Bounty Guild, those who are rated as SSS level are basically all-powerful figures now. If such a person were to appear in Dragon City's status within the Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly rise significantly. Thinking of this, Lu Jinglong couldn't help but feel a little excited. On the other side, Jiang Hao also understood what was going on by listening to the conversations of the people around him. So-called task teams are formed when someone accepts a task but cannot complete it independently or there are not enough people. Once the task is completed, the reward will be distributed according to the previously agreed upon ratio. To put it simply, it's about cooperation and mutual benefit. This kind of team formation is relatively fair. It's not that there are no instances of cheating or double-crossing, but it's rare for such situations to occur. After all, teaming up for these kinds of tasks requires integrity. If you lack integrity, who will want to team up with you next time? Besides this task team mode, there is another team mode where several people form a team to complete tasks together. The mission requires Earth Elemental Psionicists to join. Not far away, the sound of forming a team for a mission suddenly came again. This kind of team-based task is nothing new to everyone. Jiang Hao didn't intend to pay any attention to it. He went back to the hall and prepared to take on a mission for fun. Chapter 31, First Entry into the Occupied Territory. Wait a minute, brother. Suddenly a voice called out to Jiang Hao. What's the matter? Jiang Hao stopped and looked at the person who had come. The newcomer was a young man of medium build and average appearance, who looked to be only about 22 or 23 years old. His strength is quite good. He has already reached the second-tier awakened level. Hello, my name is Li Wei. I'm also looking for a team to complete a mission. I wonder if you'd be interested? The young man extended his hand to Jiang Hao. Sorry, I'm not interested. Jiang Hao shook his head, then ignored the other person and walked directly into the hall. Although he has just become a bounty hunter, it doesn't mean he's a complete novice who knows nothing. The other party came to him right away without even asking what kind of awakened being he was. It would be strange if there wasn't something fishy going on. Li Wei frowned as he watched Jiang Hao's departing figure. Brother, didn't he agree? At this moment, a blonde-haired young man with a sleazy appearance walked over. Li Wei said coldly, keep an eye on him and see where he goes. Our prey on the top won't escape. Jiang Hao walked out of the Bounty Guild. He had already received his mission and was now going to complete it. The task is simple. It only requires the corpses of 50 Tier 1 monsters, specifically snow foxes. However, the requirements are very strict. The corpses must be intact and not have too much damage, otherwise the task will be considered unsuccessful. This task might be difficult for others, but for Jiang Hao, it was incredibly easy. Without any other means, he only needs to use the lion's roar technique to kill people without shedding blood, and he can naturally do the same when killing demons. Killing 50 snow foxes is simply impossible in their living area, so to complete the mission, they must go to the occupied area. The so-called occupied areas were once the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. However, since the spiritual energy revived 300 years ago, many towns have been occupied by monsters and have not been taken back yet, becoming a paradise for monsters. Those areas occupied by monsters are the occupied territories. Jiang Hao drove directly to the outskirts of the city, and Li Wei and the others followed immediately. To get to the occupied zone, simply arriving at the outskirts is not enough. You also need to pass through the defended zone. The defense zone is a place to keep out monsters. There are troops stationed here. It is because of these soldiers that monsters cannot invade the living area and destroy people's lives. After arriving in the suburbs, Jiang Hao went straight to a sentry post in the defense zone. People in the residential area who want to enter the occupied area must make a note at the sentry post, otherwise, they are not allowed to enter the occupied area. If someone sneaks in and there's no record of their entry after they come out, the guards will treat it as an illegal intrusion and invite them to the guard station for questioning. Jiang Hao handed over his bounty hunter badge and the mission he had received. The soldiers did not stop him, simply registered him and let him pass. This is one of the perks of bounty hunters. As long as you have a mission, you can enter directly after registering. If anyone else, even an awakened, wants to enter the occupied zone, they must be investigated before being allowed to enter. Jiang Hao entered the occupied area, which was filled with the stench of blood, and the roars of beasts could be heard from time to time. 300 years have passed, and although traces of the former town still remain, most of the buildings have long since collapsed and been replaced by lush vegetation. Upon entering the occupied area, Jiang Hao immediately sensed a faint but present danger. This is the terror of the occupied zone. Let alone a first-level awakened being like him, even though several levels higher than him cannot guarantee that they can run rampant in the occupied zone. Jiang Hao proceeded cautiously, searching for the snow fox as he went. Jiang Hao walked for half a day, but he didn't find a single snow fox, or even a single demon. Of course, this is also related to his lack of in-depth understanding. Fortunately, the task he accepted required a 1-month timeframe, otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Nevertheless, time is still tight and the task is heavy. After wandering around the perimeter, Jiang Hao decided to venture further in. Hiss! Jiang Hao encountered a monster, a blue snake, as soon as he ventured deeper into the area. A level 0 monster, the blue-scaled serpent. This snake isn't particularly strong offensively, but it has very potent venom. Jiang Hao took out the mantis blade from the system space, and his body immediately turned into a blur. Before the blue-scaled snake could react, it was already decapitated. At the same time, Li Wei also led his men to the occupied area. The scruffy-looking, blonde-haired young man asked, "Brother, what do we do next?" The others also looked at Li Wei. They naturally didn't want to miss this rare opportunity to earn extra money. Li Wei said in a deep voice, "Let me describe that person's characteristics again. He is 1.8 meters tall, wears a dark blue tracksuit, and has a silver-white mask with a spider pattern on it. What you need to do is find this person, immediately send out a signal flare, and then everyone go together." A young man with an ugly scar on his face asked in a cold voice, "Brother, the same old rules?" "Yes, the same old rules." Li Wei nodded. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately showed excitement. They naturally knew what the so-called old rule was: leave no survivors. They immediately left the area, and Li Wei also chose a direction. Their group wasn't individually strong, but their strength lay in their numbers. They don't usually accept any missions. Their main source of income is robbing bounty hunters who come to them on missions. Bounty hunters who are robbed by them always meet a dead end. They absolutely do not allow those they rob to leave alive. If they were to report the bounty guild to the east, they would be in big trouble. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary trouble, they will not leave any survivors. It has to be said that there are a lot of monsters in this occupied area. In less than 5 minutes, Jiang Hao encountered 7 monsters. However, because they are located in the outer area, these monsters are not very strong, and are only at the 0 level. These monsters had no effect on Jiang Hao. After dealing with some more monsters, Jiang Hao felt that continuing like this was a waste of time. So far, I haven't encountered any fox-like monsters, let alone snow foxes. At this rate, I don't know when the mission will be completed. In order to complete the task, one must come up with a plan. Whoosh! Just as Jiang Hao was thinking about how to find the snow fox, a firework suddenly appeared in the sky. Why would someone set off fireworks here? Jiang Hao was a little puzzled, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Who sets off fireworks here is none of his business. Jiang Hao lifted his foot to leave, but then stopped, his eyes narrowing slightly. Several figures then surrounded them from behind. Chapter 32, Feels Good. Who are you people? Jiang Hao asked, looking at the young men who had surrounded him. At first, he thought the other party was from the Bai family, and he thought that the Bai family had actually tracked him down here. Seeing the bounty hunter badges on their chests, he realized these people must be from the Bai family. The reason is simple: the Bai family knows his strength and would not send 5 0-level and 3 first-level awakened individuals. If these guys are from the Bai family, then they are seriously underestimating him. Hee, brother, you really have a short memory, forgetting me so quickly. Just then, a figure walked over from behind. It's you! Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. He remembered this person. His name should be Li Wei, the one who stopped me at the entrance of the Bounty Guild, a second-tier awakened. Li Wei gave a forced smile. Yes, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. What a coincidence! It's probably more than just a matter of fate. Tell me, what do you want? Jiang Hao smiled knowingly. Judging from the other person's appearance, it wasn't a chance encounter. They were clearly looking for him. It seems that the fireworks that just bloomed in the sky weren't fireworks at all, but rather signal flares from these guys. The sleazy-looking, blonde-haired youth looked coldly at Jiang Hao. "Kid, hand over your valuables, or don't blame us for being impolite." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and his palm was immediately enveloped in flames. "Heh, so that's what you were after." Jiang Hao shook his head with a smile. "Putting aside whether I had anything valuable on me, just the fact that they robbed me is incomprehensible." The young man with a scar on his face said viciously, "Can't you understand me? Hand over your valuables." The others also looked hostile. Li Liwei, standing to the side, wore a faint smile, as if all of this had nothing to do with him, or as if he had the wisdom to control the whole situation. "Looks like you guys have done this kind of thing quite a few times." Jiang Hao glanced around. "In that case, hand over your valuables." Jiang Hao's words surprised everyone. One of the young men was the first to come to his senses. "Kid, you're asking for it." With a loud shout, it transformed into a wild boar and charged straight at Jiang Hao. Just as everyone was preparing to watch the spectacle, Jiang Hao suddenly transformed into a blur. Then a scream rang out. When the sound disappeared, no one was left standing except for Jiang Hao. Everyone was lying on the ground in pain. Jiang Hao was very satisfied with his masterpiece. "Come on, if you don't want to die, take out your most valuable possessions and hand over the money." Jiang Hao looked at Li Liwei and the others with a smile. Li Liwei and the others looked at Jiang Hao in horror. At that moment, Jiang Hao's smile seemed like that of a demon to them. They initially thought the other party was their prey, but unexpectedly the situation reversed in an instant, and they became the other party's prey instead. Is the other party really just a novice bounty hunter with only an F rank rating? What? You don't want to cooperate? Jiang Hao lifted his foot and nudged the sleazy-looking, blonde-haired youth. The young man looked at Jiang Hao with a mournful face and pleaded, Big boss, I know I was wrong. I have elderly parents and young children to support. Please spare my life." "Don't I understand what you're saying? Hand over your most valuable possessions, and then transfer the money from your bank accounts to me." Jiang Hao reached out and grabbed the young man's hair, forcibly lifting him up. "If you're not willing to cooperate, I don't mind keeping you here forever." Gulp. Li Liwei and the others swallowed hard. Although Jiang Hao said this with a smile, anyone could hear the cold killing intent in his words. This time, they really kicked a hornet's nest. "No one's responding to me?" Jiang Hao sneered, then suddenly raised his foot and stomped on one of the young man's legs. "Ah!" A piercing scream rang out. Li Liwei and his colleagues felt a chill run down their spines. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and looked at Jiang Hao tremblingly. Big boss, I don't have anything valuable on me. I only have 50,000 crystal coins in savings. I'll give them all to you." Jiang Hao didn't say anything, released the young man, walked towards the person who had spoken earlier, and then took out his phone. Without hesitation, the man immediately took out his phone and quickly transferred 50,000 yuan to Jiang Hao. "Let me see your phone." Before the man could even breathe a sigh of relief, Jiang Hao reached out and took his phone. "Password." The man was inclined to resist, but after seeing Jiang Hao's cold gaze, he decisively chose to comply and revealed his payment password. Jiang Hao transferred out another 18,000 yuan, and after confirming that he couldn't transfer any more, he stopped and then walked to the next person. Jiang Hao finally stood in front of Li Liwei. Among all these people, Li Liwei was the richest, with 300,000 yuan in his phone. Adhering to the principle of plucking feathers from a passing goose, Jiang Hao left Li Liwei and his group without leaving them a single penny. He even took off his gold necklace and gold ring. "Oh dear, you people are too kind. Your enthusiasm makes me feel a little embarrassed," Jiang Hao said with a smile, while playing with the gold rings and necklaces. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Li Liwei and the others' lips twitched. Boss, we've already given you the money, what do you think of us?" Li Liwei chuckled dryly. "Want to leave?" Jiang Hao glanced at Li Liwei and the others, and saw them nod immediately like chickens pecking at rice. Jiang Hao's lips curled up. "I have a question for you. When you rob people, do you ever let them go in the end?" "Of course I can," Li Liwei replied without hesitation. The others quickly added that they would let the other party go. Jiang Hao sneered inwardly, thinking these guys really thought he was a fool. He had long sensed the killing intent emanating from them, an intent that only those who had killed would possess. He had killed people, so he knew the source of that murderous aura. Jiang Hao said calmly, "Even if you can't be a good person in your next life, don't be a bad person." Before Li Liwei and the others could react, Jiang Hao suddenly sprang into action. A knife had appeared in his hand without his knowledge, and in an instant, Jiang Hao's body became a blur. When Jiang Hao stood up again, Li Liwei and the others were all dead. Jiang Hao sheathed his mantis knife and left. This little incident did not affect Jiang Hao's mood. On the contrary, he was in a good mood. He had just received a full 500,000 crystal coins. At that moment, he finally realized what made money quickly and in large amounts. No wonder these guys like to rob people. This feels really good. I glanced at the sky. The sun was about to set. Jiang Hao decided not to stay in the occupied area any longer. He knew he wouldn't gain anything today, so he planned to leave and come back tomorrow. Chapter 33, Random Missions. Han Yuan Residential Community. As soon as Jiang Hao returned, he sensed that someone was watching him in the shadows. Jiang Hao's lips curled into a cold smile. He ignored these guys and went straight home. Xiao Yufan asked, "Xiao Hao, you're back. Have you eaten?" "I haven't eaten yet." "I'll heat up your food." Xiao Yufan stood up from the sofa and went to heat up the food for Jiang Hao. "By the way, Xiao Hao, there are a few strange people in the neighborhood today, just like the group from yesterday." "Are they the same group from yesterday?" Jiang Hao nodded. "It's them, Mom." "It's alright, don't worry about them for now. You and Dad shouldn't go out too much lately either, just stay home for now." Jiang Shangchuan, who was standing to the side, asked somewhat uneasily, "Xiao Hao, are those people really alright?" They were just an ordinary family, and they had never been treated like this before. This made Jiang Shangchuan, who had been honest all his life, feel very uneasy. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad, they'll be leaving in a couple of days," Jiang Hao smiled, reassuring the elderly couple. The next day, Jiang Hao left home after finishing his meal. Perhaps because they lost track of him yesterday, they sent 2 people to follow him this time. Jiang Hao sneered inwardly. Just as he was about to use the same trick to get rid of the 2 of them, his phone suddenly rang. Jiang Hao took out his phone and saw that it was Huang Xingshan calling. Jiang Hao answered the phone, but before he could speak, Huang Xingshan's voice came through. "Sir, I had a friend investigate the Bai family's detailed information and sent it all to you. Take a look, so you can be prepared if you want to deal with the Bai family in the future." Jiang Hao smiled and said, "Okay, thank you. You're too kind, sir." "Please go ahead with your work," Huang Xingshan said with a smile, and then hung up the phone. Jiang Hao checked his text messages and, sure enough, there was one more unread message. When Jiang Hao opened it, he saw a dense array of characters appearing on the phone screen. Jiang Hao put away his phone. Now was not the time to look at these things. He needed to get rid of those 2 tails behind him first. Without much effort, Jiang Hao once again easily shook off the 2 people following him by using the mall. After leaving the mall, Jiang Hao put on a mask, changed his clothes, and headed straight for the occupied area. "Madam, we've lost track of her again." Upon receiving the report from his subordinate, Liang immediately called Su Jing. Su Jing said calmly, "It's all right. Just keep an eye on Jiang Hao's parents. As long as you keep an eye on them, he won't dare to do anything." "Yes." Liang hung up the phone, and Su Jing silently looked out the window. "Hee, Jiang Hao, I underestimated you. But that's fine too. The more you surprise me, the more problems you have. I refuse to believe I can't handle a brat like you." With that thought in mind, Su Jing stepped out of the Bai family home and headed straight for the Su family home. To deal with Jiang Hao, she needed to figure out just how close the Su family was to him. Ring ring. Just then, the cell phone rang. Su Jing answered the phone, and soon a voice came from the other end of the line. "Madam, the eldest young master has arrived at school safely." Su Jing said, "Okay, Hong Tao, you can stay there. If anything happens to Younger, please take good care of him." "Yes." Upon arriving in the occupied zone again, Jiang Hao did not immediately search for Snow Fox's whereabouts. Instead, he found a quiet place, took out his phone, and reread the message Huang Xingshan had sent him. Jiang Hao looked very carefully. He had to admit that Huang Xingshan's friend was indeed impressive, having thoroughly investigated the Bai family's general situation. With this information, he basically had a grasp of the Bai family's activities. "Bai family, Su Jing, Bai Yang, just you wait, I'm going to have some fun with you." Jiang Hao sneered, then put away his phone and began searching for the Snow Fox's whereabouts. Roar! Not far after he walked, Jiang Hao suddenly heard a beast's roar coming from afar, accompanied by the sounds of fighting. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Hao immediately rushed towards the direction from which the sound came. Before long, Jiang Hao arrived at a ruined area and hid behind a wall that had not collapsed. From here, he could easily see the situation in the distance. He originally thought it was a battle between humans and monsters, but he didn't expect it to be two monsters fighting. One was a third-tier firebird, while the other was a willow tree, also at the third tier. Although this was the first time Jiang Hao had seen plant-type monsters, his teacher had already explained them in class. The two monsters were fighting fiercely. The firebird was engulfed in flames and kept attacking the willow tree with its flames. Fortunately, the willow tree was no ordinary creature, it was also a third-tier magical creature. Otherwise, it would have been burned to ashes by the flames of the firebird long ago. Despite this, many parts of the willow tree were still charred, and even the leaves were somewhat withered and yellow. The willow tree was equally determined, its branches seemingly coming alive as it lashed out at the firebird. Although the firebird kept dodging, there were simply too many willow branches, and the firebird couldn't possibly catch them all. They would be whipped by willow branches from time to time, and the flamingo would often let out a mournful cry. Jiang Hao gasped, surprised at his own luck in encountering two third-tier monsters. A third-tier monster is nothing special among monsters, but compared to him, it is an extremely powerful existence. What Jiang Hao couldn't understand was why a third-tier monster would appear here, when this was the outer edge of the occupied zone. Jiang Hao hid by the broken wall, not daring to breathe. A third-tier monster is definitely beyond my current capabilities to deal with. Jiang Hao had already decided that he would absolutely not leave until these two guys finished fighting. Bite. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the random quest when the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits, requiring you to seize the opportunity to kill the firebird and willow tree in front of you. Reward for successful mission, Eye of Judgment. No penalty for mission failure. Just then, a system notification sounded in Jiang Hao's mind. Jiang Hao's lips twitched. System, why are you causing trouble at this time? When you post a task, don't you even check if I can complete it? Seeing that there was no penalty for failing the mission, Jiang Hao decisively decided not to complete it. As for the system's rewards, they might be very powerful, but one needs to be alive to use them. Bang! Just as Jiang Hao was thinking this, a dull thud suddenly rang out. Jiang Hao looked up and saw that the broken wall beside him had been knocked down by the firebird. As expected, Jiang Hao was exposed to the firebird and the willow tree. Hee, I was just passing by, you guys continue. Jiang Hao gave an awkward smile and backed away as he spoke. Chirp! The firebird cried out and then charged directly at Jiang Hao. Holy crap! Jiang Hao's expression changed, and he immediately turned and ran. If he were a second-tier awakened being, he might be able to fight against a third-tier monster, but he is only a first-tier awakened being now, and all he can do is run away. Smack! Suddenly, a clear, crisp sound rang out. Immediately afterward, a bright green willow branch fell down, and Jiang Hao was instantly terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. He quickly changed direction. What the hell is going on? Aren't you two enemies? Why are you both coming after me now? Chapter 34, 1 against 2. What's going on with Qin Qinglan? Why hasn't she arrived yet? We agreed to meet here at 10 o'clock. In a certain part of the occupied area, several figures gathered. A woman in a yellow dress shook her head and said, I guess something must have been holding us up. Let's wait a bit longer. The young man who had spoken earlier asked, have you heard about the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Longcheng? He has an SSS level talent and has even awakened the abilities of an ancient martial artist. What a pity. How come I haven't heard about it? What a waste of such talent. I also heard that the day before yesterday, when various schools were recruiting students, he joined Longcheng University in a fit of anger because none of our 5 major academies accepted him. A fat man shook his head. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Really? He actually joined Longcheng University? Has he gone mad? If he joins Longcheng University, he's really doomed. Although they were not from Dragon City, they knew about Dragon City University, which was just an ordinary university with no cultivation resources whatsoever. They really couldn't understand it. Even if they couldn't get into the top 5 academies, it didn't matter. Getting into any of the top 10 prestigious universities would be fine, at least they could get cultivation resources. The fat man scoffed, even if he doesn't join Dragon City University, he's already ruined. Who would want to use resources to train an ancient martial arts practitioner? You can only blame his unique abilities. If it were any individual ability, with his SSS level talent, he would be highly regarded in our 5 major academies. But he happens to be an ancient martial arts practitioner. Who can you blame for that? Everyone nodded in agreement. It was indeed true, the abilities of ancient martial arts practitioners were rather underwhelming. Not only are their abilities limited, but to improve, they must learn martial arts. However, even after learning martial arts, their combat power is still inferior to that of physical athletes. It's basically a weaker version of a physical athlete. Without physical strength, ancient martial arts practitioners might still have a way out. But the existence of those with physical abilities gives ancient martial arts practitioners a feeling of why did heaven create both Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang? Jiang Hao fled in a sorry state, but the firebird and the willow tree refused to let him go. The willow tree, in particular, even uprooted itself from the ground in its pursuit of him. Jiang Hao could only increase his speed. However, his speed advantage is not significant when facing third-tier monsters. Swoosh! 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 A fierce gust of wind came from behind, and Jiang Hao quickly dodged without turning his head. Then he saw several willow branches fall on the spot where he had just been, and the ground was cracked. One can imagine what it would be like if this happened to oneself. Chirp! Suddenly, a firebird cried out overhead, followed by several fireballs falling from the sky. These fireballs didn't attack Jiang Hao directly, instead, they landed in front of him, forming a wall of fire that blocked his path. Jiang Hao was startled, not expecting that a third-tier demon would be so intelligent. They even know how to create obstacles for themselves, making it impossible for them to escape. Looking at the two demons standing one in front of the other, Jiang Hao said in a deep voice, "Let me leave now, and we can all let this go. But if you insist on forcing me, then don't blame me for fighting to the death." Judging from the other party's intelligence, he should be able to understand what he's saying. If the other party still refuses to back down, then he'll have no choice but to fight to the death. He wasn't really confident against a third-tier monster. Even if he fought desperately, it would be difficult to defeat it. The only advantage I have now is that these two monsters fought a battle before and are not at their peak condition. This is his only chance. Chirp! The firebird opened its beak, and a fireball shot straight towards Jiang Hao. This is its response. Jiang Hao's heart sank, and he immediately gave up any hope of negotiation. Jiang Hao quickly retreated, trying to avoid the fireball attack. But at that moment, the willow tree behind him also raised its branches and lashed out at Jiang Hao. "You've got some nerve." Jiang Hao's face darkened when he saw that all his escape routes were blocked. He then focused his energy in his dantian, and suddenly a huge, transparent lion's head appeared on his head. Roar! Jiang Hao held nothing back, unleashing his lion's roar skill while also using a critical strike. A terrifying sonic attack, centered on Jiang Hao, rapidly spread outwards. In an instant, the flamingo's fireball was shattered, and at the same time, the willow branches that were attacking from the willow tree were also shaken by Jiang Hao's lion's roar, causing the leaves to fall off and leaving the branches bare. The firebird and the willow tree looked at Jiang Hao with some surprise. They did not expect that this human would have such a powerful attack. Even they felt a shockwave from the sonic attack. If they weren't third-tier monsters, they would probably already be injured. Not far from here, a beautiful figure was hurrying along. Roar! The sudden shout startled her, and she immediately stopped in her tracks. Looking around, they realized that the monsters hadn't appeared on their side. Qin Xinglan hesitated for a moment, then immediately changed course and rushed towards the place where the roar had come from. As she got closer, she also heard the sounds of fighting. This puzzled her. Was it humans fighting, monsters fighting, or humans fighting monsters? While Qin Xinglan was guessing, she came to a big tree. Looking around, one could see a person engaged in a fierce battle with two monsters. However, this was not what surprised her. What surprised her was that this person was a first-level awakened one, while the two demons were actually third-level awakened ones. How dare he? Qin Xinglan was shocked that a first-level awakened being dared to fight two third-level demons. Back when she was at level 1, she wouldn't dare to face a level 3 monster, let alone two level 3 monsters. The person before me was actually fighting two third-tier monsters all by himself, which was truly audacious. It seemed that he wanted to use these two third-tier monsters to hone his combat skills. This is a great idea, but it's a bit too bold. If Jiang Hao knew what Qin Xinglan was thinking, he would probably cry foul. That's not some extraordinary courage, he was clearly forced into it. However, he couldn't care less about that at the moment, and he wielded the two mantis knives with great power. However, it is difficult to cause any damage to the firebird or the willow tree. Instead, he was beaten up and thrown around by two third-tier monsters. Damn it, do they really think I'm easy to bully? Jiang Hao was furious. Don't I have any dignity? How dare you hit me like this? Jiang Hao immediately sheathed his mantis knife. Seeing Jiang Hao's weapon vanish into thin air, Qin Xinglan felt a chill run down her spine. The ability to make weapons disappear into thin air indicates that this person must possess rare storage equipment. So far, she has only seen storage equipment on their dean. You have to understand that their dean is a 5th-level awakener, and in addition to being the dean of one of the 5 great academies, he only obtained a storage equipment. Unexpectedly, this mysterious masked person also possessed storage equipment. This person seems to come from a very prominent family. Just as Qin Xinglan was secretly speculating about Jiang Hao's identity, Jiang Hao had already begun to make his move. Qin Xinglan stared in astonishment at the transparent lion's head that appeared above Jiang Hao's head. Roar! That roar! Qin Xinglan narrowed her eyes slightly. She had been drawn here by the roar, and she had initially thought it was made by a demon. She never expected it to be made by this mysterious person named Yao Qian. Chapter 35, Mission completed. The terrifying lion's roar, though powerful, had little effect on the 2 demons. Or rather, given their physique and strength, how many more times can they withstand this? Jiang Hao never thought he could defeat his opponent with just the lion's roar. He only used the lion's roar to force his opponent back, so that he could give him enough space and time to unleash the 18 subduing dragon palms. Jiang Hao quickly took 2 steps, then focused his energy in his dantian, pressed his body down, and shook his hands left and right. Suddenly, a faint dragon roar rang out, and he thrust forward violently. The first move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, the dragon regrets. An invisible wave of energy burst forth from Jiang Hao's palm, slamming heavily into the willow tree. Caught off guard, the willow tree's massive body staggered back 2 steps. Chirp! Upon seeing this, the firebird burst into flames and charged towards Jiang Hao. Dragon God Technique. Jiang Hao immediately adjusted the flow of his internal energy, and instantly his body transformed into a transparent phantom of an eastern dragon, rushing towards the flamingo. The 2 collided, and the firebird staggered, quickly flapping its wings to stabilize itself in the air. Jiang Hao then turned and headed straight for the willow tree. Although the Dragon God skill is only at the beginner level and not as advanced as the intermediate level of the star shifting technique, it still grants the practitioner the ability to transform into a dragon. It possesses similar combat power, especially with the added boost of critical hits. The power of the Dragon God skill is not much weaker than that of the Lion's Roar skill. Qin Xinglan stared blankly at this scene from afar. She realized that after watching for a long time, she still couldn't figure out what kind of ability this mysterious person had. Judging from the opponent's fighting style, she initially thought he was a physical fighter, but when he transformed into a transparent dragon shadow, she was no longer certain. Furthermore, this person's attacks were full of strangeness, unlike those of a physical attacker. While Qin Xinglan was still in shock, Jiang Hao, Lu Shu, and the firebird had already reached a fever pitch in their battle. As if sensing that Jiang Hao was not easy to deal with, the firebird and willow tree stood together and launched an attack on Jiang Hao together. In an instant, willow branches and fireballs rained down on Jiang Hao. Faced with the attack of the 2 demons, Jiang Hao could not withstand it and was directly forced back into human form, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body was covered in numerous wounds. But Jiang Hao couldn't care less about that. At the moment, he immediately restarted the star shifting technique. The attacks from the fiery bird and the willow tree came down again. Roar! Another roar from the lion stopped their attack. Jiang Hao then channeled his energy into his dantian and simultaneously unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms. The first move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, the dragon regrets. The second move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, flying dragon in the sky. The third form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, the dragon appears in the field. The first 3 moves of the 18 subduing dragon palms caught the firebird and willow tree completely off guard. Both monsters sustained injuries, which fueled their ferocity. He immediately charged at Jiang Hao again. Again, a deluge of willow branches and fireballs. Jiang Hao remained calm despite the situation and continued to use the 18 subduing dragon palms. Terrifying dragon roars echoed continuously from Jiang Hao's body, and the sharp shockwaves disrupted the auras of the firebird and willow tree. They looked somewhat horrified. When did humans become so powerful? Is this even human? They could withstand the first 5 blows, but after that, they became flustered and couldn't even retaliate, only able to passively defend. Jiang Hao's face was somewhat pale at this moment. He had not expected that using the 18 subduing dragon palms at full strength would consume so much energy. Could this be? As Qin Xinglan watched Jiang Hao unleash his attacks, she had some vague guesses in her mind, but she also felt it was impossible. Apart from that being, she really couldn't understand what other ability could possess so many methods. At this moment, 3 words involuntarily surfaced in Qin Xinglan's mind: ancient martial artist. But aren't ancient martial arts practitioners generally considered to have useless abilities? Why is this person so strong? Moreover, ancient martial arts practitioners lack martial arts skills to practice, so why does this person in front of me possess so many martial arts skills? Or perhaps their previous understanding of ancient martial arts practitioners was wrong. While Qin Xinglan was still processing the information in her mind, Jiang Hao launched another attack. The 8th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, shocking 100 miles. The 10th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, 2 dragons drawing water. As Jiang Hao unleashed the 11th move, the 18 subduing dragon palms, the 2 demonic creatures, the firebird and the willow tree, were already showing signs of defeat. Furthermore, they sustained numerous injuries under Jiang Hao's relentless attacks. The 2 monsters were in great pain. Although they wanted to fight back, the attack of the human in front of them was too strange. Those invisible waves of air blasted them into a sorry state. This is the first time they've encountered this situation. Is the person in front of me strange, or have humans become so powerful? The 14th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, loss leads to sincerity. The 16th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, treading on frost, ice arrives. As Jiang Hao frantically unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms, his face grew increasingly pale. He originally thought that the 18 subduing dragon palms, like the lion's roar and the lingbo steps, could be used at will, but he did not expect that the consumption of the 18 subduing dragon palms would be so great. The further you go in using it, the greater the energy consumption becomes. But he couldn't care less about that right now. These 2 monsters are so powerful that if he doesn't kill them, he'll be the only one who dies. In order to survive, he had no choice but to do everything in his power to find a way to kill his opponent. As the 16th move of the 18 subduing dragon palms was unleashed, the 2 demons were finally no match for it. They were slammed into by the shockwave and sent flying several meters away. Even so, Jiang Hao had no intention of letting them off so easily. The 17th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, ram butting against the fence. The 18th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, divine dragon swings its tail. When the final move was unleashed, Jiang Hao collapsed to the ground, but fortunately, he managed to deflect the shockwave. Bang! The shockwave slammed into the firebird and the willow tree, and the 2 monsters finally perished in the northwest, their eyes filled with resentment. Seeing that he had finally killed the 2 monsters, Jiang Hao couldn't help but grin. This battle was truly perilous. He had used all his trump cards and decided to kill his opponent, otherwise he would have been the one to die. Bite. The system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward, Eye of Judgment. Note, with the Eye of Judgment, you can see all things. Jiang Hao's smile deepened. His hard work had finally paid off, and he had received a reward. The only problem is that the price was too high, leaving him completely exhausted. Jiang Hao thought of something and projected his consciousness into the system space. 2 Tier 3 monsters should be able to drop D-grade weapons. As expected, 2 D-grade equipment items appeared in Jiang Hao's system space. The first was a scepter with a red gem at the top. Crimson Flame Scepter, a system-issued D-grade weapon that can increase the attack speed of fire-type ability users. It can also store energy, essentially giving one person the energy of 2. Usage is restricted to fire-type ability users only. After reading the information on the scepter, Jiang Hao turned his gaze to a thumb-sized bottle next to him, which contained a green liquid. Chapter 36, Medicine. Just as Jiang Hao was wondering what kind of weapon it was and why it was so strange, a message appeared before his eyes. Jiang Hao's pupils shrank instantly, revealing a look of astonishment. Healing potion, system-produced D-grade potion, capable of treating some minor injuries. Note, this potion requires the host to kill a Tier 1 or higher plant-type monster to be produced. It is effective against all living beings. Jiang Hao blinked. The martial god system had truly given him a big surprise. First, killing monsters of level 1 or higher will yield weapons and equipment. Then, killing humans of level 1 or higher will yield magical treasures like talent crystals. Unexpectedly, a new medicine has appeared now. Does that mean that unless the injury is too serious, I won't need to go to the hospital anymore? This small bottle of medicine will be enough. Smack! 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 Just as Jiang Hao was about to take out the healing potion to taste its saltiness, a burst of applause suddenly rang out. Jiang Hao frowned, looked up in the direction of the sound, and saw a stunningly beautiful woman with a ponytail, a tall figure, and exquisite features walking out from a distance. The woman was extremely beautiful, even Su Qingxue paled in comparison. Her black outfit accentuated her curvaceous figure perfectly. Upon seeing the woman appear, Jiang Hao instantly became alert. At the same time, he quietly took out the healing potion from the system space and drank it all in one gulp. To be honest, the treatment didn't taste bitter at all, instead, it had a faint sweetness. After the medicine entered his mouth, Jiang Hao's injuries began to heal at a visible speed. Qin Xinglan looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. The two of them were not far apart at the moment, and she naturally sensed the change in Jiang Hao. This is just too amazing, his injuries healed instantly. What did you just drink? Jiang Hao looked coldly at Qin Xinglan, not letting his guard down just because she was pretty. What I drink is none of your business. Seemingly sensing Jiang Hao's wariness, Qin Xinglan quickly explained, don't misunderstand, I have no ill intentions towards you. If I had any ill intentions, I wouldn't have shown myself directly. My name is Qin Xinglan, and I am a third-year student at Beichen Academy. Jiang Hao didn't speak, but a message appeared before his eyes. Name, Qin Xinglan. Age, 21. Level, Tier 3. Talent, SSS level talent charm. Ability, Nine-tailed celestial fox mutant. Status, peak. Jiang Hao looked at Qin Xinglan with some surprise. This was the first time he had seen an awakened person with SSS level talent. No wonder she was able to join the 5 great academies. To his even greater surprise, the opponent transformed into a nine-tailed celestial fox. The nine-tailed celestial fox is on par with the 5-clawed Eastern Divine Dragon, far stronger than Su Qing's 3-clawed Ice Dragon. Qin Xinglan frowned slightly when she saw Jiang Hao staring straight at her. If there hadn't been a hint of demand in his eyes, she would have been angry. Even so, being stared at like that still makes me very uncomfortable. But Jiang Hao's next words left her dumbfounded. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can go now. This was the first time in Qin Xinglan's life that someone had spoken to her so impatiently. Even so, Qin Xinglan patiently said, I really mean no harm. How about I invite you to join our team? I'm not interested. Jiang Hao shook his head, then turned and left, leaving Qin Xinglan standing there bewildered. After a long while, Qin Xinglan finally realized what was happening, but Jiang Hao was already nowhere to be seen. Although Qin Xinglan was unwilling, she had no choice but to leave. Jiang Hao then emerged from behind a large tree, glanced indifferently at Qin Xinglan's departing figure, and began his journey to find the white fox. However, Jiang Hao now has another target, plant-type monsters. After witnessing the power of potions, he plans to collect more of them. The medicine works so well with it, I no longer have to worry about getting hurt. Moreover, he could sell the potion himself, and with its efficacy, he could make a fortune. Buying a house for his parents would then be no problem. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao quickened his pace. 30 minutes have passed, is Qin Xinglan not coming? Somewhere in the occupied zone, the fat man glanced at his watch. They had waited for nearly 30 more minutes. One of the young men said, yes, if Qin Xinglan doesn't come soon, let's just go home. What, you can't even wait this little bit? What's the rush? Just then, a clear, cold voice rang out. Then everyone saw Qin Xinglan walking over from not far away. Xinglan, you finally arrived. Upon seeing Qin Xinglan, the woman in the yellow dress immediately stepped forward and took her arm. Qin Xinglan smiled and said, I was delayed for a while because of something. Let's set off and try to complete the mission today. The 5 people immediately left. Meow. Suddenly a dark figure pounced over, and Jiang Hao immediately stopped in his tracks, throwing a punch at the same time. However, the punch that was supposed to hit the opponent 100% of the time completely missed. Jiang Hao looked up, but the dark figure from before was nowhere to be seen. What's going on? Jiang Hao was stunned. He had clearly seen a demon attacking him just now, so why did it suddenly disappear? Meow. Just as Jiang Hao was filled with doubt, a sudden gust of wind came from behind him. Roar. This time, Jiang Hao was smarter. Instead of attacking with his fists, he directly used the lion's roar technique. A terrifying sonic attack erupted instantly. Before the monster could even react, it was blasted against a dilapidated wall by the sonic attack. Bang! The wall shattered instantly. As the dust settled, a medium-sized, silver-white cat, about the size of a dog, stood there, its fur standing on end, staring at him fiercely. To Jiang Hao's surprise, he discovered that he didn't recognize the cat at all. It wasn't mentioned in his textbook. All he knows now is that the other party is a second-tier monster. Jiang Hao immediately used his Eye of Insight, and the kitten's information appeared before him in an instant. Monster, Taiyu Cat. Level, Tier 2. Ability, Space. Status, severely injured. Looking at the information given to him by the Eye of Detection, Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that this cat was a space-type cat. Meow. Just as Jiang Hao was looking at the information about Taiyu Cat suddenly moved, instantly transforming into a blur and heading straight for Jiang Hao. Roar! Jiang Hao was already prepared, and the moment Taiyu Cat made his move, he unleashed his lion's roar once again. The terrifying sonic attack, like a tidal wave, landed directly on Taiyu Cat. Taiyu Cat let out a shrill scream and flew backward. Jiang Hao immediately lunged forward, arriving beside the Jade Cat before it even landed on the ground. The mantis blade appeared instantly in his hand and slashed straight at the Jade Cat. Bang! Just when things were at their most critical, Taiyu Cat disappeared again, and Jiang Hao's mantis blade fell heavily to the ground. Just as Jiang Hao thought the Jade Cat had escaped, the Jade Cat's figure suddenly appeared on his left. Without a second thought, Jiang Hao retaliated with a slash. Taiyu Cat never expected that by using spatial jump, it would end up next to this human. Already severely injured, it no longer had the strength to perform a spatial jump and could only watch helplessly as the human's knife fell on its body. Bang! The mantis blade struck Taiyu Cat, instantly turning its body crimson with blood. Meow! Taiyu Cat's body crashed to the ground, struggled for a moment in resentment, and then completely died. Chapter 37, Hero Saves the Beauty. Swoosh! 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 Faced with the vines that kept attacking him, Jiang Hao did not hesitate at all. He swung his mantis blade and cut the vines in half. A whole morning passed, and Jiang Hao still hadn't found the snow fox, but he did encounter quite a few monsters, including as many as 10 plant-type monsters. The ivy in front of us, with its first-tier strength, is one of them. Unlike animal-type monsters, plant-type monsters are relatively rare. Although most plants have mutated, only about 1 in 100 plants will actually become a monster. However, plant-type monsters also have an advantage. All plant-type monsters are at least Tier 1, and there are no Tier 0 monsters. Or rather, those plants that did not become monsters are 0-tier monsters. Jiang Hao interrupted the ivy's several attacks. This made it realize that it had offended someone it shouldn't have, and it immediately turned around and tried to run away, but Jiang Hao didn't give it that chance at all. He immediately used the Lingbo Weibo technique and quickly arrived at the ivy's main body. With a swift stroke, Jiang Hao cleaved the ivy in two. In an instant, the ivy withered. Jiang Hao grinned as he looked at the extra bottle of red liquid in his system space. He has obtained 10 bottles of potions, which are currently divided into 4 types: green healing potions, red stamina potions, white recovery potions, and blue antidote potions. Unfortunately, the strongest of these potions is only an E-grade recovery potion, the rest are all F-grade potions. Jiang Hao withdrew his consciousness from the system space and left the place with satisfaction. Meanwhile, in the ruins of a factory in the occupied zone, a large number of monsters quickly gathered. And in the center of this place, 5 figures stood tall. These 5 people were none other than Qin Xinglan and her companions. However, the 5 of them were not in good condition at the moment. Not only were they injured, but their breathing was also very disordered. The fat man swallowed hard. Damn it, there are too many of these monsters. We can't possibly deal with them all. Let's retreat first. He was no longer the high-spirited man he had been when he first arrived. Looking at the terrifying army of monsters, all he wanted was to leave as soon as possible. Xinglan, what do you say? The woman in the yellow dress looked at Qin Xinglan with a pale face. Their mission isn't finished yet, and leaving now would mean their mission for the day has failed. Let's choose a breakthrough point and leave this place. Qin Xinglan was unwilling, but she had no choice. She underestimated some of the monsters, and even more so, she underestimated the difficulty of the mission. She originally thought this was just a simple task that wouldn't be difficult for them, but she didn't expect to encounter so many monsters here, including quite a few third-tier monsters. If they stay here any longer, they might all be wiped out. That's all for now. We'll come back next time to look for a suitable opportunity. Seeing that Qin Xinglan had said that, everyone immediately began to look for a breakthrough. Over here. The fat man found a breakthrough and quickly called out to Qin Xinglan and the others. Immediately, everyone quickly gathered in this direction. However, as they moved, the monsters moved along with them and enveloped them once again. I'll cover the rear, you all go first, Qin Xinglan said, stepping forward. She swiftly transformed into a giant fox, pure white with 9 tails. This is none other than the 9-tailed celestial fox. A purple light flashed in Qin Xinglan's eyes, and the surrounding demons instantly froze. This was clearly her innate allure. Upon seeing this, the fat man and the woman in the yellow dress immediately and quickly retreated. Qin Xinglan was the last to leave, but before they could even get out, her talent had already become useless. Once the demons recovered, they immediately chased after Qin Xinglan and the others. "Run!" Qin Xinglan shouted. They immediately sped away into the distance, followed by a large number of monsters. As the woman in the yellow dress ran, she said with a serious expression, "This can't go on. Let's split up." Qin Xinglan and the others did not refuse. If they ran together, their target would be too concentrated, making it difficult to break through. If they run separately, they each still have a chance of survival. The 5 of them immediately each chose a direction. Beside a stream, Zhang Hao sat in a clean spot, at his feet lying the carcass of a gray fox. This was the first time he had seen a fox since he arrived in the occupied territory 2 days ago. It's a pity it's not a snow fox. Although foxes are not social animals, since there are foxes here, there must be other foxes as well. Therefore, Zhang Hao planned to lie in ambush here and wait for the white fox to appear. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao found a bush, hid himself there, and waited for the snow fox to appear. However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't see a snow fox, or even any other foxes. Roar! Just as Zhang Hao was considering whether to change locations, a sudden roar of a beast rang out. Zhang Hao frowned. What's going on? Have I been discovered? That shouldn't be the case. I didn't sense any monsters around me. Just as Zhang Hao was wondering, a huge white fox, about 7 or 8 meters long and more than 4 meters tall, appeared in his field of vision. However, the white fox was in a terrible state, covered in blood. Is this a snow fox? Zhang Hao was taken aback, but after seeing the 9 tails behind the white fox, he immediately dismissed the idea. Zhang Hao realized something and immediately used his eye of insight to look at the information. He thought to himself, just as I thought. Name, Qin Xinglan. Age, 21. Level, Tier 3. Talent, SSS level talent charm. Ability, 9-tailed celestial fox mutant. Status, severely injured. From the moment Zhang Hao saw the 9 tails behind the white fox, he guessed that this 9-tailed celestial fox must be the woman named Qin Xinglan in disguise. But how did she end up like this? Wasn't she a 3rd-tier awakener? How did she become so disheveled? Just as Zhang Hao was puzzled, more than 10 demons swept over from a distance, their target seemingly Qin Xinglan. What is she doing here? Now that she's here, how am I supposed to kill the snow fox? Zhang Hao frowned, clearly displeased with Qin Xinglan's appearance. He came here to kill the snow fox, but Qin Xinglan appeared and brought so many monsters, including 3 3rd-tier monsters. In this way, even if there really are snow foxes here, they won't dare to show themselves. Zhang Hao had no intention of helping Qin Xinglan. On the one hand, they were not familiar with each other at all, and on the other hand, he was only a 1st-level awakener. Qin Xinglan is indeed a 3rd-tier awakened being. If even a 3rd-tier awakened being is being hunted down so badly, how could he possibly help Qin Xinglan? He just hoped that Qin Xinglan could leave this place as soon as possible and not interfere with his killing of the snow fox. Bite. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the random mission Hero Saves the Beauty, which requires you to rescue Qin Xinglan. Reward for successful mission, you can choose one of the following to level up once, internal strength or martial arts. Punishment for mission failure, you may randomly choose one skill internal strength or martial arts to be downgraded once. Just then, a system notification sounded in Zhang Hao's mind. Chapter 38, Joining Forces. Qin Xinglan was breathing rapidly. She was nearing the end of her life. But she dared not stop. She knew very well that if she stopped, she would only face death. But right now she's not sure how much longer she can hold on. Her depleted energy was constantly warning her that the time for her transformation was approaching. Suddenly, Qin Xinglan didn't pay attention to her footing and felt her foot slip. When she came to her senses, she had already fallen heavily to the ground. Qin Xinglan tried to stand up, but after struggling for a long time, she couldn't get up. Just then, the energy in her body was completely exhausted. Unable to maintain the state of a 9-tailed celestial fox any longer, it immediately transformed into human form. Qin Xinglan bit her pink lips tightly, a sense of despair rising in her heart. The strength of mutants lies in their transformation. Once transformed, their bodies become incredibly powerful in every aspect, making them difficult to suppress even by those with physical abilities. They are in no way weaker than monsters, but once their energy is depleted, they will revert from their transformed state and return to human form. Mutants in human form are at most only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Seeing the monster rushing towards her, Qin Xinglan, already in despair, slowly closed her eyes, preparing to wait for death. However, just when she thought she was doomed, a somewhat familiar roar suddenly came. Roar! Qin Xinglan suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and saw a figure appear not far from her. A transparent lion's head appeared above the figure's head. The roar just now came from this person. A terrifying sonic attack swept out in an instant. Before Qin Xinglan could even feel happy, she was also enveloped in the sonic attack. Fortunately, she was not Jiang Hao's target, so the impact on her was relatively small. Even so, Qin Xinglan still felt as if a sledgehammer had struck her chest, and she immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The demons that were chasing Qin Xinglan fared much worse. All the first-tier demons were instantly killed, leaving only 10 second-tier demons and 3 third-tier demons on the scene. Just when Qin Xinglan thought Jiang Hao was about to unleash his full power, she saw Jiang Hao transform into a blur and swiftly rush towards her. What are we waiting for if we don't run? Before Qin Xinglan could react, she felt her arm being grabbed, and then the scenery around her changed rapidly. Roar! The demons realized what was happening and immediately gave chase to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao didn't even turn his head, and without a second thought, he led Qin Xinglan away into the distance. His speed was an advantage, but against third-tier monsters, that advantage diminished considerably. Now, with Qin Xinglan by his side, even that slight advantage had vanished. But he had no choice at the moment. The system's mission for him was to save Qin Xinglan. In order to prevent his internal strength or martial arts skills from being downgraded, he had no choice but to fight desperately. Even so, although he escaped the pursuit of the second-tier monsters, he still couldn't escape the pursuit of the third-tier monsters. Jiang Hao arrived at a ruined area, put Qin Xinglan down, and looked at the 3 third-tier demons that were chasing after him. Qin Xinglan said in a low voice, "You should go? Don't worry about me. You can't leave here with me." She was already very grateful that this mysterious person had stepped forward to save her life. At this point, she couldn't afford to be a burden to him. Drink these 3. Jiang Hao didn't leave with a flick of his wrist. 3 bottles of potion appeared in his hand. These 3 bottles of potions are a healing potion, a stamina potion, and a recovery potion. Although they are all F rank, which cannot restore Qin Xinglan to her peak condition, they can at least help her regain some strength. If the 2 of them join forces, they might be able to take down 3 third-tier monsters. This is... Qin Xinglan was stunned. She had only seen one of the 3 bottles of medicine before she had seen Jiang Hao drink it. As for the other 2, she had never seen them. I'll hold off those 3 first. You drink it down, then come help me. Jiang Hao didn't explain. After placing the 3 bottles of potion in Qin Xinglan's hand, he immediately launched an attack on the 3 demons. Watching Jiang Hao's retreating figure, Qin Xinglan gritted her teeth, no longer hesitated, and drank the 3 bottles of medicine. She believed that the mysterious person in front of her would not harm her, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to save her. As soon as the medicine entered her mouth, Qin Xinglan's pupils contracted, and she felt a warm sensation all over her body. Although his previous injuries were not fully healed, they had recovered by more than half. Not only that, but his physical strength had also recovered considerably. Even his own energy had recovered to nearly half. What exactly is this thing, and why is it so magical? Qin Xinglan was shocked. She finally understood why this person's injuries had healed instantly after drinking the green liquid when she first met him. This thing is amazing. You can imagine that if it were taken out, it would be fiercely sought after by bounty hunters. Bang! Jiang Hao was slammed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He immediately felt as if his internal organs had been displaced. Jiang Hao smiled bitterly to himself. He had overestimated himself. He thought that just because he had killed 2 heavily injured third-tier demons, he had the ability to fight against third-tier demons. As a result, he was injured before he could even exchange 2 blows with 3 tier 3 monsters at their peak. Jiang Hao glanced back and saw that Qin Xinglan was standing still without moving, which made him furious. What's that woman doing, watching the commotion here? How long are you going to keep watching? Qin Xinglan snapped out of her daze, glanced at Jiang Hao apologetically, and then quickly transformed into a 9-tailed celestial fox, rushing to Jiang Hao's side. Qin Xinglan said in a low voice, "I can trap them for about 3 seconds. Do you have a way to deal with them?" Normally, Her charm ability can trap enemies for about 5 seconds, but now that she is not at her peak, the power of her ability is weaker, and 3 seconds is her limit. Jiang Hao struggled to his feet. It's impossible to solve them all, but killing one might be possible. Jiang Hao made a calm analysis based on his own situation. He was indeed no match for a third-tier monster, but the fact that the third-tier monster did not resist did not mean that he was incapable of killing it. Roar! Before Qin Xinglan could say anything more, the 3 demons launched their attack. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Xinglan's eyes immediately glowed with purple light, and the 3 demons instantly froze. Hurry up and do it! Without Qin Xinglan's reminder, Jiang Hao decisively took action after noticing the strange behavior of the 3 demons. Roar! Jiang Hao arrived beside one of the demons and unleashed a lion's roar with a critical hit bonus into its ear. The monster bled from all 7 orifices instantly, but it was impossible to kill it with just that. Roar! The 3 demons suddenly broke free from Qin Xinglan's restraints, roared, and pounced directly at Jiang Hao. Qin Xinglan was startled. She hadn't expected Jiang Hao's attack to be so powerful that it had even interrupted her charm. I'll hold them off, you continue dealing with that monster. Qin Xinglan reacted very quickly this time, immediately standing in front of Jiang Hao and blocking the attacks of the 2 monsters. The first move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, the dragon regrets. Seeing this, Jiang Hao did not hesitate at all and directly slapped the head of the monster in front of him. Suddenly, with a cracking sound, the monster's head exploded like a watermelon. Chapter 39, Another Promotion. After defeating one of the monsters, Jiang Hao immediately went to Qin Xinglan's side and joined forces with her to attack the 2 monsters. With Jiang Hao's help, Qin Xinglan felt much more relaxed. Roar! Seemingly realizing that Jiang Hao and his companions were difficult to deal with, or perhaps provoked by the death of their companion, the 2 demons roared and then fled. Jiang Hao and Qin Xinglan did not give chase. They were both in poor condition, and chasing after them at this time would not be a sure way to win, but rather a suicide mission. Jiang Hao casually took out another bottle of healing potion from the system space and drank it. Although his injuries did not heal, they were alleviated. Bite! Just then, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You are rewarded with internal energy cultivation and martial arts skills. You can freely choose one skill to level up once. The shifting stars and changing techniques will improve it. Jiang Hao thought for a moment. At present, his internal strength and martial arts skills are only at the beginner level, namely the Dragon God skill and the 18 subduing dragon palms. The rest are all intermediate level. Logically, he should choose either the Dragon God skill or the 18 subduing dragon palms. But ever since he unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms with all his might that morning, he clearly felt that he didn't have enough energy in his body. That's why he ultimately chose to use the shifting stars technique. If he could improve his skills with the shifting stars technique, his energy would also increase, so if he were to unleash the 18 subduing dragon palms with all his might, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Congratulations, host! Your divine level internal skill, shifting stars, has been upgraded to the advanced level. Upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Hao immediately felt a significant increase in the energy within his body. Qin Xinglan walked over and looked at Jiang Hao sincerely. I didn't have a chance to thank you earlier. Thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I would be dead in the mouth of the monster right now. You're welcome, it'll be 160,000 crystal coins in total. Jiang Hao took out his phone. What? Qin Xinglan was stunned. All the words she wanted to say were stuck in her throat, and she felt like she had a fishbone stuck in her throat. Jiang Hao said calmly, saving you is not for nothing. I won't charge you extra. Saving your life costs 40,000 crystal coins. You took my 3 bottles of medicine, 40,000 for each bottle, 120,000 for all 3, for a total of 160,000 crystal coins. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinglan's face darkened, and all her goodwill and gratitude towards Jiang Hao vanished. My phone is broken. Give me your phone number and I'll contact you after I buy a new one. Qin Xinglan was certain that this guy definitely didn't have a girlfriend. Jiang Hao did not refuse and gave Qin Xinglan his phone number. He wasn't afraid that Qin Xinglan would renege on her promise, since he knew that Qin Xinglan was a student at Beichen Academy. If Qin Xinglan tries to renege on her promise, he will go to Beichen Academy to demand it. The two decided to leave the occupied area. On the way, Qin Xinglan asked, by the way, I haven't asked you what to call you yet. X. Qin Xinglan frowned slightly upon hearing this guy was being far too perfunctory. She was so angry that she ignored Jiang Hao the rest of the way. Jiang Hao was also able to relax. After leaving the occupied area, the two parted ways. Han Yuan Residential Community. Sister Lu, what do you mean by this? We've already paid you the rent, and now you want to kick us out? Jiang Shangchuan frowned as he looked at Lu Hui. Just now, Lu Hui suddenly came over and said that he would no longer rent the house to them and that they should move out immediately. Isn't this bullying? If you want to kick them out, at least say so beforehand. Now you're asking them to leave immediately. Where are they supposed to go? Xiao Yufan asked, puzzled. Sister Lu, what's going on? Why are you suddenly kicking us out? Although they owed 2 room fees, Xiao Hao has already paid them. They don't owe any rent now. Don't blame me, everyone in the neighborhood knows you've gotten yourself into trouble, and everyone's panicking, so you'd better leave as soon as possible. Lu Hui took out a stack of crystal coins from his pocket and slapped them on the coffee table. Here's your deposit. I'm returning it to you. Now you can leave. Jiang Shangchuan suppressed his anger. We can leave, but we need 3 days. We need time to move. Jiang Shangchuan, don't push your luck. If I tell you to leave, then leave quickly. Don't force me to be impolite to you. Lu Hui's face darkened. Okay, we'll move right away. Jiang Shangchuan wanted to say something more, but Xiao Yufan stopped him. Lu Hui crossed his arms, his face twitching with fat. Then hurry up and move it. Although Jiang Shangchuan and Xiao Yufan were angry, they were helpless and could only start packing their things. Don't be fooled by the fact that their house is small and they don't have any important belongings. But when they started moving things, they realized there were quite a lot of things, dozens of large and small packages. Not to mention large home appliances. Most people in the neighborhood watched Jiang Shangchuan and Xiao Yufan move, but no one offered to help. We're finally moving out. I've been living in fear these past few days. Tell me, how did the Jiang family manage to provoke such terrifying figures? Aren't they usually quite honest people? Hee, you don't know this, do you? The more honest a person is, the less honest things they do. Jiang Shangchuan and Xiao Yufan looked displeased as they listened to the whispers and pointing fingers at them in the neighborhood. However, they didn't argue with these people and quietly quickened their pace of moving. The couple ran back and forth, up and down the stairs dozens of times, until they were covered in sweat. Jiang Shangchuan, in particular, was already injured, and this ordeal made him even paler. By the time the couple finished moving everything, the sun was already setting. Looking at the packages piled up on the ground at the entrance of the residential area, Xiao Yufan couldn't help but shed tears. What did they do to deserve this? The security guard at the gate looked at Jiang Shangchuan and his group with disgust. Why aren't you leaving yet? What are you doing leaving your things here? Get out of here now. We put it outside the community, it's not blocking the way, what's it to you? Jiang Shangchuan could no longer suppress his anger. He wasn't lingering there, he was waiting for Jiang Hao to return before leaving. The onlookers then began to verbally attack Jiang Shangchuan and Xiao Yufan. Old Jiang, I'm not trying to be mean, but you should leave quickly. If you leave, those people will come, otherwise we'll all continue to live in fear. That's right, you should deal with the trouble you caused yourselves, don't drag us into it. Leave here immediately, don't let this affect the city's appearance. Jiang Shangchuan and Xiao Yufan had no choice but to move the things to a corner first. In the distance, Lian walked to the side expressionlessly, picked up his phone, found a number, and dialed it. Madam, Jiang Shangchuan and the others have been kicked out. Okay, keep an eye on them. Su Jing's lips curled up. It was her plan to kick Jiang Shangchuan and his group out. In the morning, she went to see Su Bailey and inquired indirectly about the relationship between the Su family and Jiang Hao. As a result, he was warned by Su Bailey. This also made her resentful. Very well, your Su family is powerful. Didn't you, Su Bailey, want to protect Jiang Hao? I won't confront Jiang Hao openly, I'll deal with him behind his back. Let's see what you, Su Bailey, can do to me. Chapter 40, Let Me Do It. Xiao Hao. Jiang Hao took a car back to Han Yuan community. Just as he was about to walk in, he heard someone calling him. He turned his head and saw that it was his mother. Jiang Hao was taken aback. Mom, what are you doing here? Why didn't you go home? Xiao Hao, we've been kicked out. Xiao Yufan's tears fell again. Mom, don't cry, what happened? Jiang Hao was completely confused. Xiao Yufan brought Jiang Hao to Jiang Shangchuan's place and explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao frowned, looking at the large and small packages on the ground, his anger burning. He had already realized that this matter was definitely not as simple as his mother had said, and that Su Jing must have been involved in some kind of scheme. Humph, they really are ruthless. Jiang Hao sneered inwardly, but outwardly he continued to comfort the elderly couple. Mom and Dad, don't be sad or upset. Let's find a hotel and stay there for a while. I'll take care of the house. With that, Jiang Hao pulled the elderly couple away. These things, Xiao Yufan said quickly. These are all daily necessities, and we absolutely cannot lose them. I'll call and find a storage place to store my belongings for a while. As Jiang Hao spoke, he started making a phone call, and soon a van arrived. Once everything was loaded, the van drove off. A storage place is a place to store things. It's a reliable place, and people usually store things they don't need right now or don't have enough space at home. The price was a little high, but that didn't bother Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao first treated Jiang Shangchuan and the others to some food, then took them to a hotel to stay in. As a result, the elderly couple were reluctant to spend money and insisted on finding a hotel. Helpless, Jiang Hao had no choice but to compromise and find a hotel with a decent environment to stay in. Mom, take this card first. You can use the money in it as you like. Don't worry, I'll take care of the house issue soon. Before going to bed, Jiang Hao handed his bank card to Xiao Yufan. He currently has over 400,000 crystal coins in his account, enough for his family to live on for a long time. Xiao Yufan initially didn't want it, after all, it was money that Jiang Hao had worked hard to earn, but she couldn't resist Jiang Hao's insistence, so she had no choice but to put the card away. The next day, after dinner, Jiang Hao was about to leave the hotel. Bite. Suddenly, a message popped up on Jiang Hao's phone. He opened it and saw it was from an unknown number. It read, I am Qin Qinglan. Send me your bank card number. Jiang Hao's lips curled up. This woman actually kept her word. Shortly after sending his bank card number, he received a text message from the bank informing him that 140,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. Just as Jiang Hao was about to put his phone away, it rang. It was Qin Qinglan calling. What's up? Qin Qinglan said, do you have any more potions? I want to buy some. Do you want more? He didn't intend to hide the potion. It was quite effective and perfect for sale, but unfortunately, the quantity was too small. You gave me 3 bottles of drinks yesterday, I need 10 of each kind. Jiang Hao shook his head, I don't have any of those on hand. I'll wait until later. He only had a few bottles on hand, and the other party wanted all of them right away, which he simply couldn't provide. Okay, let me know as soon as you have more potions. The two hung up the phone after they finished talking. 3 large cargo vans carrying supplies slowly drove up the wide street. The 3 vans all bore the logo of the buy group. Zhou Jingtu, who was accompanying the truck, smiled and said to the other end of the phone, Madam, don't worry, we're about to enter the city, and there's no problem with the goods. That's good. This batch of supplies is extremely important to us, so we must not make any mistakes. Su Jing's voice came through the phone. Don't worry, madam, everything will be fine. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Jingtu said to the driver beside him, you heard what I just said. Speed up and try to get back to the company as soon as possible. Don't worry, brother Zhou. The driver nodded, then picked up the walkie-talkie and told the 2 cars behind to speed up. Zhou Jingtu closed his eyes, I'll rest for a while. Call me when we get there. He was exhausted from following along in the car these past 2 days, but thankfully he finally returned safely. Squeak! Zhou Jingtu was just about to take a nap when a sudden stop startled him awake. How do you drive? Zhou Jingtu looked at the driver with dissatisfaction. The driver said aggrievedly, Brother Zhou, it has nothing to do with me. Someone suddenly appeared in front of us. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jingtu immediately looked ahead and saw a masked person standing in front of their vehicle. It seems the other party is clearly targeting them. Let's get out of the car and see what's going on. Zhou Jingtu opened the car door and got out. Who are you, and why are you blocking our way? Jiang Hao raised his head and said calmly, leave the car here. Go back and tell Su Jing that the supplies have been confiscated by X. At this moment, the people in the other 2 cars also got off. Brother Zhou, what's going on? Zhou Jingtu sneered, we've run into a suicidal guy who dares to rob our buy group's supplies. Go and take care of him. Zhou Jingtu raised his chin, then returned to his car to wait. They always bring bodyguards when transporting supplies, just to prevent any fools from causing trouble. In situations like this, the bodyguards would usually step in. These bodyguards had never disappointed Zhou Jingtu, and he believed this time would be no different, so he had no worries at all. After Zhou Jingtu got into the car, the bodyguards approached Jiang Hao one by one, eager to get started. Kid, you should open your eyes before you get into trouble. Not just anyone can be messed with. Jiang Hao slightly raised his eyes, then took a step, and his body instantly turned into a blur and disappeared. Before the bodyguards could even react, Jiang Hao had already dealt with them. By the time Jiang Hao stood up, the bodyguards were already lying on the ground. Blood was still dripping from the mantis knife in Jiang Hao's hand. Zhou brother Zhou the driver watched this scene in horror. Although these bodyguards weren't very strong, they were all first-tier awakened beings. With so many people combined, even a second-tier awakened being could handle them. But now they're all dead. Zhou Jingtu opened his eyes, thinking the matter was resolved. Old Chen, you've worked at the Bai Group for so many years, how come you're so scared by a little bit of bloodshed? However, when Zhou Jingtu opened his eyes and saw the scene in front of the car, he was startled. What's going on? How did all of their bodyguards fall down? Zhou Jingtu shouted, Old Chen, what the hell are you looking at? Hurry up and drive. If he dares to block our way, run him over. Upon hearing this, Old Chen quickly started the car, but his hands were shaking so badly that he couldn't shift gears. Get out of the way, let me do it. Zhou Jingtu cursed inwardly, then switched places with Old Chen. After getting into the driver's seat, Zhou Jingtu was about to drive away when the car door was suddenly pulled open, and he immediately met Jiang Hao's calm and unwavering gaze. Go to hell. Zhou Jingtu was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and launched an attack on Jiang Hao. Chapter 41 Invitation. Roar. The next second, a transparent lion's head appeared above Jiang Hao's head. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying roar came from Jiang Hao's mouth. With a loud bang, all the windows on the car shattered. Needless to say, Old Chen was no match for Jiang Hao's shout. He was instantly killed. Although Zhou Jingtu was a second-tier awakened one, he was still unable to withstand Jiang Hao's sudden lion's roar, and was directly shocked to the point that blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Before Zhou Jingtu could react, Jiang Hao casually pulled him off the vehicle, then waved to the other 2 truck drivers, signaling them to get off. The 3 of them stood nervously in front of Jiang Hao. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Go back and tell Su Jing I want this shipment. Now get out of here. After saying that, Jiang Hao ignored them and walked directly to the first truck. Zhou Jingtu and the others exchanged a glance, not daring to say anything more, and quickly left. I was afraid that if I walked too slowly, the other party would change their mind. Jiang Hao opened the cargo compartment of the first truck, and the items that came into view made his pupils shrink slightly. Inside the enormous carriage, one could see various organs. Jiang Hao used his discerning eye and discovered that these were all human organs. Jiang Hao was startled to discover that the Bai Group was involved in the illegal sale of human organs. Whether it was 300 years ago or 300 years from now, trafficking in human organs is a serious crime. I never expected that the Bai Group would be doing such a thing. Jiang Hao looked at these strange things, then flipped his hand, and a small cloth bag the size of an egg appeared in his hand. Jiang Hao opened the cloth bag, and the human organs inside the carriage immediately disappeared. Don't underestimate this little cloth bag. It's the equipment he got from killing the Jade Cat yesterday, an E-grade storage item. Despite being an E-grade piece of equipment, it has an interior space of over 100 square meters. Loading this whole truckload of human organs couldn't be easier. Jiang Hao arrived at the second truck. He had initially thought there would be something else inside, but it turned out to be human organs. So many human organs are enough to warrant a death sentence. At the same time, after confirming that Jiang Hao had not caught up, Zhou Jingtu immediately picked up his phone and called Su Jing. Madam, the situation has changed. A man who calls himself X suddenly appeared, not only killing our bodyguards but also intercepting our supplies. What? Su Jing's face darkened. What are you doing? We're about to go back to the company, and you're telling me the goods have been stolen? Do you know how many people want this shipment? Zhou Jingtu's face showed bitterness, but he couldn't express his suffering. He didn't want to either, but that mysterious person was too strong. He simply couldn't defeat him. Of course, he only dared to complain about these things in his heart, but dared not tell Su Jing. He knew Su Jing's personality all too well. In the Bai Group, it was better to offend by Wen Luo than to provoke Su Jing. Madam, what should we do next? Should I wait here for someone to come and help? You don't need to worry about this for now, I'll handle it, Su Jing said before hanging up the phone. She then dialed another number. Jiang Hao glanced at the contents of the third car and couldn't help but purse his lips. He wondered what the supplies would be, but he didn't expect that in addition to human organs, there would also be monster organs. The third vehicle was carrying monster organs. These things were of no use to him. Despite this, Jiang Hao still didn't stand on ceremony and put them all into his storage bag. These things are useless to him, but they are definitely useful to the Bai group. For that reason alone, he cannot return them to Su Jing. Ring ring. A series of rapid rings sounded on the phone. Jiang Hao picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Although it was an unfamiliar number, he still guessed who was calling. Jiang Hao didn't answer the phone, hung up, and left, leaving the 3 cars behind. The Bai family's old house. Su Jing, seeing the phone call being disconnected, angrily smashed it on the ground, shattering it instantly. Damn bastard, you really think I can't deal with you? Su Jing walked around on the ground twice, then went to the landline next to her and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly on the other end. My dear Mrs. Bai, is there something you need from me? I need you to help me kill someone. After robbing the Bai group's goods, Jiang Hao stayed in the hotel for the next 2 days instead of going anywhere else. He was afraid that Su Jing would act desperately and harm his parents. So he has been staying by his parents' side for the past 2 days. However, perhaps because he had looted the supplies, or perhaps for some other reason, Su Jing had not contacted him in the past 2 days, nor had she caused any trouble for his parents. Jiang Hao was thus able to relax. By the 3rd day, seeing that Su Jing had stopped making any moves, Jiang Hao decided not to stay at the hotel any longer. He still has a mission to complete, a mission from the Bounty Hunter Guild. Once accepted, failure to complete it will result in punishment. He hasn't earned any money from the Bounty Guild yet, and he doesn't want to lose money first. After tidying up, Jiang Hao left the hotel, and just then, his phone rang again. Seeing the somewhat familiar number, Jiang Hao initially thought it was Su Jing calling, so he didn't answer. But the other party persisted and called 2 or 3 times before Jiang Hao finally answered the phone. What are you doing? Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? Came a cold voice from the other end of the phone. Jiang Hao frowned slightly, but he could still recognize the other person's voice. What's up? The voice on the other end of the phone said, let's talk about a collaboration. I have a mission and I'd like to invite you to participate. If you complete the mission, I'll give you 400,000. Forget it, I have a mission to complete now, Jiang Hao said, pursing his lips. He wasn't interested in the task the other party mentioned. Judging from the other party's previous experience, the task was definitely not simple. He didn't want to get involved in pushing a 3rd-tier awakened individual to that point. I've helped you with your task, how about that? Jiang Hao said with a wry smile, why do you insist on dragging me into this? What's wrong with this woman? She's just a 1st-tier awakened one. Whether she joins or not has absolutely no impact on them. Of course I have high hopes for you, the other person said with a slight smile. Besides, don't you love money? If you succeed this time, it'll be 400,000 crystal coins. Aren't you tempted? Jiang Hao frowned and said, then you have to tell me what the mission is. Killed a 5th-tier monster. You guys have fun. I want to live for another 2 years. Goodbye. Jiang Hao said, about to hang up the phone. Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet, the person on the other end quickly said. That 5th-tier demon is seriously injured. The only problem is that it is protected by many strange beasts. I see that you are good at group attacks, so I wanted to ask you for help. Jiang Hao asked, are there any 4th-tier demons around it? No, it's not clear over the phone. Let's meet today at the place where we last teamed up and talk in person. Jiang Hao did not refuse. After hanging up the phone, he headed straight for the occupied area. Suddenly he realized that no one was following him today. What's going on? Did Su Jing give up investigating me, or does she have ulterior motives? Jiang Hao, feeling a little uneasy, called Xiao Yufan and told her to call him immediately if anything happened. Chapter 42, The Big Fool. You finally arrived. Jiang Hao arrived at the place Qin Xinglan had mentioned and found Qin Xinglan waiting for him. Jiang Hao shrugged, let's make it clear beforehand. I'll hear about the situation first. If there's any danger, I'm not playing with you. Qin Xinglan rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao, don't worry, there's absolutely no danger. It's just that there are too many demons around it. There are only 5 of us, and we can't possibly deal with all of them. 5 of you, all of you are 3rd-tier awakened ones, and you still can't handle those monsters? Jiang Hao was somewhat astonished. 5 third-tier awakened individuals are a force not to be underestimated. The fact that even 5 people working together couldn't defeat those monsters is enough to demonstrate how numerous and powerful the monsters are there. Qin Xinglan explained, among the 5 of us, only I have the means to attack groups of enemies. The rest of us are good at single target attacks, and there is one person who is a support and doesn't have much attack power, so it's not easy for us to deal with those monsters. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Although he loved money, it meant he was willing to take risks. Moreover, this matter is not enough to warrant him taking any risks. Alright then, to show our sincerity, we'll help you complete your task first. What is your task? Qin Xinglan spoke again before Jiang Hao could speak. Zhang Hao thought for a moment and then stated his task. I need the corpses of 50 snow foxes, and their fur must not be damaged. If Qin Xinglan and the others could help him complete the mission, he wouldn't mind going with her to take a look. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinglan's lips twitched. 50 snow fox corpses, don't tell me you took over Mingli's mission. Magli? I don't know who Mingli is, but I did receive this mission. Qin Xinglan stretched out her fair, jade-like fingers and rubbed her temples. You really are bold. This mission has been hanging for a long time. The person who assigned this mission is named Shen Mengli, and she is my friend. She is a fashion designer, and she wanted these snow fox carcasses to make a garment from their fur. We already knew about this mission. Not to mention that snow foxes are hard to find, it's simply impossible to kill a snow fox without damaging its fur. So none of us were willing to take her mission. Yesterday, I heard her tell me that someone else had taken the mission, and I even laughed at the person who took it, thinking they were a complete idiot. I never expected it to be you. Since we've already accepted the mission, let's figure out a way to complete it. Jiang Hao shrugged. Qin Xinglan said, to be honest, it might not be easy to help you with other tasks, but this time our task and your task can be combined. The heavily injured 5th-tier monster I mentioned earlier had quite a few snow foxes around it. How about it? Do you want to come with me and take a look? Let's go. Zhang Hao thought for a moment and finally decided to go with Qin Xinglan to take a look. He wasn't concerned about whether Qin Xinglan would help him. The main issue was that he hadn't encountered the snow fox yet, and who knew when he would find it. Instead of searching slowly, why not take a shortcut? The two set off immediately. What's going on? Why is Qin Xinglan so unpunctual these past 2 times? In a certain part of the occupied area, 4 figures converged. The woman in the yellow dress said, Xinglan said she needs to find another helper, so we should wait a while. There are more helpers? Who are they? Are they from your 4 major academies? The fat man looked surprised upon hearing this. The 5 of them were already the strongest among the 3rd-year students of the 5 major academies, and anyone Qin Xinglan could find must be no weaker than them. The 3 women in yellow shook their heads. They didn't know who Qin Xinglan was inviting. What are you talking about? Just then, Qin Xinglan's voice rang out. Then they saw Qin Xinglan walking over with a masked man. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, they showed surprise, not at his strength, but at his attire. They could tell that the mask on the mysterious man's face was unusual, but it was still somewhat strange to see him wearing a mask like that. Let me introduce you. This is Huang Ling, a 3rd-year student at Qingshan Academy. Qin Xinglan pointed to the woman in the yellow dress, then to the fat man. This is Zhu Tianmao, a 3rd-year student at Nanyu Academy. This is Shan Bei, a 3rd-year student at Yangye Academy, and this is Wang Qingmu, a 3rd-year student at Zhanwu Academy. They are all my teammates. After introducing her teammates, Qin Xinglan introduced Jiang Hao to them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is X, the helper I invited. Don't underestimate him, he's very capable. Zhu Tianmao, Huang Ling, and the other 3 watched Jiang Hao with great interest. It wasn't easy for someone to be praised as powerful by Qin Xinglan. Zhu Tianmao asked curiously, Brother, what kind of awakened ability are you? My abilities are quite average, not as good as yours, Jiang Hao said with a smile. He originally thought that Qin Xinglan's teammates were all students from Beichen Academy, but he didn't expect that they included students from all 5 major academies. Moreover, through the eye of appraisal, all 4 of them are SSS-level talents with various abilities, but in terms of ability alone, Qin Xinglan is still the most powerful. Qin Xinglan glanced at Jiang Hao in surprise. She had originally thought that Jiang Hao would reveal his abilities, but she did not expect him to say such a thing. But since he's already said that, she doesn't need to reveal his abilities. Qin Xinglan clapped her hands. Alright, now that everyone's here, let's set off. No one objected to this. Just as everyone was about to set off, Qin Xinglan suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, X has accepted a mission to hunt snow foxes. If you see a snow fox later, don't kill it. Just capture it or leave it to X. Wow, someone actually took that mission. Brother X, you're ruthless. Wang Qingmu looked at Jiang Hao in astonishment. Not only him, but also Zhu Tianmao and Huang Ling. Jiang Hao shrugged and didn't say anything. I just randomly picked a task at first, I had no idea there would be so much to it. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have made that choice. Alright, let's go. Qin Xinglan said, and set off first. The others followed behind Qin Xinglan, while Jiang Hao walked beside her. He originally intended to walk at the very back, but Qin Xinglan disagreed and insisted that he follow her. Jiang Hao had no choice but to follow Qin Xinglan. Seeing Jiang Hao and Qin Xinglan interacting, Shan Bei's gaze darkened, and his eyes were filled with hostility as he looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao also felt the gaze behind him, but he didn't pay any attention to it. After walking for a while, Qin Xinglan whispered, "Be careful, we've entered the range where that 5th-tier demon is recuperating." Jiang Hao didn't feel anything, but he sensed that the others instantly became alert. Jiang Hao was speechless. You are 5 third-tier awakened beings. Why are you so nervous before you've even seen the monster? However, this also served as a reminder to Jiang Hao that the fact that 5 third-tier awakened individuals were in this state indicated that there must be many dangers lurking within. Stop. We can't go any further. This road is no good. Suddenly, Jiang Hao, with his sincere heart, sensed an inexplicable sense of crisis and quickly stopped Qin Xinglan. Jiang Hao's sudden remark startled everyone, but after careful consideration, they found nothing amiss. His expression immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. Because of their previous defeat, they were already somewhat easily frightened, which is why they were being so cautious. But this guy's random remarks really annoyed them. Chapter 43, Divergence. Is there anything wrong here? We've taken this route before. Unlike others, Qin Xinglan had never witnessed Jiang Hao's strength, but she still trusted his judgment. Qin Xinglan, don't listen to his nonsense. There's nothing wrong here. It's obvious that someone is too scared to come in. Before Jiang Hao could speak, Shan Bei spoke up first. X, if you're too scared to come in, then don't come in at all. Shan Bei. Qin Xinglan glared at Shan Bei unhappily. Huang Ling then spoke up, Xinglan, I think Shan Bei is right. The time he gave us is good enough. We can't delay any longer. If X is worried, he can stay here and keep watch for us. What she said was absolutely right. Although the 5th-tier demon was seriously injured, the longer they delayed, the more likely it would recover from its injuries. So far, they haven't even seen the 5th-tier demon. I agree with what Huang Ling and Shan Bei said. Zhu Tianmao and the others immediately stood up to express their opinion. Qin Xinglan frowned slightly, revealing a troubled expression. This was not what she had expected. According to her plan, they would work together to complete the mission, but unexpectedly, disagreements arose so quickly. They've collaborated many times before, and there's never been any sign of this before. Then you guys go ahead, I'll wander around here for a bit. Jiang Hao took a step back and gestured for them to leave. He has already warned them, but they won't listen and there's nothing he can do about it. Qin Xinglan glanced apologetically at Jiang Hao, wanting to say something, but was pulled away by Huang Ling. After Qin Xinglan and the others left, Jiang Hao did not continue forward. Instead, he wandered around to see if he could encounter a snow fox. Meanwhile, Qin Xinglan and the others had already started to venture deeper into the area, following the path they had taken earlier. There was no danger as Jiang Hao had described along the way. On the contrary, the journey was extremely smooth. See that, Xinglan? There's no danger here. It's clearly that cowardly kid named X who's too scared to come over. What's with the name X? I think he's just a coward. Dan Bei curled his lip. Wang Qingmu nodded, that's right, I also feel that something's wrong with that kid. He's definitely scared and wants to run away, but he's too embarrassed to say it directly, so he said there's danger here. Qin Xinglan remained silent, but her vigilance grew even stronger. It's too quiet here, almost too quiet. Last time they came, they were attacked by some monsters, but now they haven't seen a single one. This is quite abnormal. Roar! Just as Qin Xinglan was feeling uneasy, a beast's roar suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a large number of monsters suddenly appeared around them, including hundreds of animal and plant-type monsters, among which there were more than a dozen third-tier monsters. How could this be? Huang Ling was shocked. The others also paled. So many demonic creatures were enough to tear them to shreds. At this moment, they finally realized that what X had said before was true. Roar! These demons roared and pounced on Qin Xinglan and the others. Upon seeing this, Qin Xinglan immediately transformed into a nine-tailed celestial fox and began to fight back. The others also used their own methods, with Huangling constantly using her support skills to increase Qin Xinglan and the others' attack power and speed. Ice descends! Dan Bei shouted, and the surrounding temperature plummeted, with frost even appearing on the ground. Under his attack, the zero-level monsters were turned into ice sculptures, and even the first-level monsters gradually became stiff and lost their fighting ability. Wang Qingmu charged straight into the horde of monsters, his fists becoming his most formidable weapons. No monster below the second rank can withstand a single punch from him. Zhu Tianmao's body turned into a stone statue. He did not take the initiative to attack, but instead stayed by Huang Ling's side to prevent the monsters from attacking Huang Ling. Seeing the endless stream of monsters he couldn't kill, Shan Bei cursed, "Damn it, how come there are so many monsters? Don't fight them head on. Let's get into the fray and go inside. This time, we must kill that 5th-tier monster." Qin Xinglan said something and then rushed into the depths. At this point, they only had two options: retreat or continue advancing. Retreat is definitely not an option now, so we can only continue deeper and forcefully kill that 5th-tier monster. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianmao, Huang Ling, and the others immediately followed Qin Xinglan without saying a word. Seeing Qin Xinglan and the others' actions, the demons followed suit. And their attacks became even more ferocious. This forced Qin Xinglan and her team into a fierce battle. Shan Bei, watch out! Just as Zhu Tianmao had shielded Huang Ling from an attack by a monster, he saw a gibbon quietly approach Shan Bei and launch a sneak attack. Unfortunately, he was too far from Shan Bei to provide support. Dan Bei realized something was wrong and quickly dodged to the side, but he was too slow and the gibbon's attack had already landed on him. Puff! Dan Bei spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered back 2 steps, and almost sat down on the ground. That's how psionicists are. They have strong attack power and are good at group attacks and ranged attacks, but their physical bodies are too fragile, just like ordinary people. It's not even as good as the humanoid body of a mutant. Shan Bei. Upon seeing this, Wang Qingmu quickly returned to defend, shielding Shan Bei behind him to prevent Shan Bei from being attacked by the monster again. Among them, only Shan Bei can unleash a group attack. If something happens to Shan Bei, they will be in big trouble. While fighting the monster, Wang Qingmu asked, "How are you? Are you all right?" "It's all right, I won't die." Shan Bei rubbed his chest. Then, with a thought, an ice cone appeared above his head. This was none other than his talent, Frost Spike. Die! As the ice spikes formed, Shan Bei immediately locked onto the gibbon that had just ambushed him. Instantly, the ice spike transformed into a blur, heading straight for the gibbon. Grumble! Sensing danger, the gibbon let out a piercing scream. 2 long arms swung, trying to smash Shan Bei's ice spikes. However, it overestimated itself. Although it was not weak, it was only a 2nd-tier monster, while this ice spike was indeed a vengeful strike from a 3rd-tier awakened being. It was almost a full-force attack, if not a full-force strike. Bang! The gibbon was sent flying backward by the ice spike, and one of its arms was completely destroyed by the ice spike. However, it must be said that gibbons are quite resilient. Although they lost an arm, they did not die. Something's not right. There are more and more of these monsters. Wang Qingmu's expression was grave. He discovered something terrifying: the number of monsters around him was increasing rather than decreasing. He had already killed quite a few, but the number of monsters had not decreased at all. Zhu Tianmao said in a deep voice, "Qin Xinglan should retreat first. If we continue to fight head-on, we will all be doomed. Although I don't want to retreat, there's no other way but to retreat now." With their strength, it was impossible for them to withstand so many monsters and reach the heavily wounded monster. Now Shan Bei is seriously injured, and they have all suffered injuries to varying degrees. There's no point in persisting. They might even suffer casualties. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinglan felt unwilling, but there was nothing she could do at the moment. If I had known this would happen, I would have chosen to believe X. Thinking of this, Qin Xinglan couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Refund it. Qin Xinglan changed direction, preparing to break through the encirclement. However, at this moment, they discovered that the area behind them was also teeming with monsters. They were suddenly caught in a dilemma. Chapter 44, Lead the Way. Roar! Looking at the snow fox that he had killed with his shout, Zhang Hao's face showed a look of joy. Qin Xinglan wasn't lying to herself, there really were snow foxes here, and quite a few of them. In just over 10 minutes, he encountered no fewer than 18. Zhang Hao put the snow fox's carcass into his storage bag. We're one step closer to our goal. Zhang Hao secretly rejoiced, thankful that he had obtained the storage bag beforehand, otherwise the corpses of these snow foxes would have been really difficult to deal with. But now he doesn't have to worry anymore. With the storage bag, he can store not only 50, but even 100 snow foxes. Zhang Hao continued forward, and after a few steps, he noticed movement in a patch of grass. Zhang Hao did not hesitate and walked over directly. Whoosh! Suddenly, streaks of white attacks shot out from the bushes. Seeing this, Zhang Hao struck out with his palm, not using any martial arts technique, but just an ordinary palm strike. However, this palm strike was a critical hit. The powerful attack landed, scattering all the attacks and even uprooting the grass in front of it. Zhang Hao walked over and saw a dandelion that had been broken in two lying on the ground. Zhang Hao looked strange, he hadn't expected that dandelions would also become monsters. Along the way, he encountered several plant-type monsters, and without exception, he dealt with them all. Chirp chirp. Suddenly a sound attracted Zhang Hao's attention. Zhang Hao looked up and saw a snow fox run past him. Zhang Hao took off after him. How could he let his prey get away once it was in his grasp? The snow fox seemed to have spotted Zhang Hao as well, and immediately quickened its pace. Unfortunately, its speed is no match for Zhang Hao's at all. Roar! Zhang Hao quickly caught up with the snow fox and unleashed his lion's roar technique. This snow fox died right away. Zhang Hao put the body into a storage bag. Zhang Hao walked and stopped, and before he knew it, he arrived at the ruins of a factory. They killed many monsters along the way, both animal and plant types, and reaped considerable rewards. Of course, his biggest gain on this trip was the snow foxes. He had killed 48 snow foxes along the way, leaving only 2, and then he would have completed his mission. Suddenly, Zhang Hao stopped in his tracks, his gaze sharp as he looked around. He vaguely sensed that something was amiss in the distance, and that continuing forward would inevitably lead to danger. Zhang Hao thought for a moment, then decisively turned and left. He was there to complete a mission, not to die. Just as Zhang Hao was about to turn and leave, a figure covered in blood suddenly appeared in his sight, staggering. Upon seeing this person, Zhang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized him. This person was none other than Qin Xinglan's partner, the one named Wang Qingmu. Wang Qingmu also noticed Zhang Hao. He was stunned at first, then his face lit up with joy. Quickly, please save us. Wang Qingmu quickly came to Zhang Hao's side. He fought his way out at great personal risk. It was Qin Xinglan who sent him out to find X. He had already given up hope. Although he fought his way out, he realized he was going the wrong way. This was not the way to the outside, but the way to go deeper into the area. Just when he was in despair, he unexpectedly saw X. Zhang Hao calmly asked, "Where are the others?" Wang Qingmu quickly replied, "They're still trapped. It was Qin Xinglan and the others who helped me break through the encirclement. That's why I'm asking for your help." As he spoke, he tried to pull Zhang Hao to hurry up and save the person, but after pulling twice, he couldn't budge Zhang Hao. "Tell me the specifics." "A person can be saved, but the person must first understand the situation. If they rush over rashly, it's not saving a life, it's sending them to their death." He really didn't want to save these arrogant guys, but after all, it was Qin Xinglan who brought him here. If it weren't for Qin Xinglan, he wouldn't have been able to complete the mission so soon. Although Wang Qingmu was anxious, he patiently explained the situation. Zhang Hao quickly figured out how difficult Qin Xinglan and the other's situation was. In particular, sending Wang Qingmu out in order to find them made their situation even more difficult. "Lead the way." Upon hearing this, Wang Qingmu quickly led the way. He didn't know if X would work, but since Qin Xinglan trusted him so much, he was willing to give it a try. Soon, led by Wang Qingmu, Zhang Hao saw a large number of demons in the distance, numbering in the hundreds. Even Zhang Hao couldn't help but gasp at this sight. These monsters clearly had no intention of letting Qin Xinglan and the others leave this place. Although the strongest of these monsters is only at the 3rd tier, a lot of lice can kill an elephant. However, this also shows that the 5th tier demon was seriously injured, otherwise it wouldn't have been so vigilant. Without further hesitation, Zhang Hao moved swiftly, unleashing the Lingbo Weibo technique, instantly transforming into a blur. Wang Qingmu stared in astonishment at Zhang Hao's retreating figure. He couldn't even see what speed that was. Coming to his senses, Wang Qingmu hurriedly followed, but his speed was far inferior to Zhang Hao's. Jiang Hao quickly arrived at the group of demons and immediately began to circulate the Dragon God technique. In an instant, Jiang Hao transformed into a transparent Eastern dragon and charged headlong into the monsters. Mutants. Seeing Jiang Hao's sudden change, Wang Qingmu assumed that Jiang Hao was a mutant. Although this transformation is somewhat strange, it's similar to that of a mutant. Under Wang Qingmu's watchful gaze, Jiang Hao had already disappeared among those demonic creatures. Qinglan, be careful! Huang Ling exclaimed. Suddenly, a rhinoceros appeared beside them and charged straight at Qin Qinglan. Qin Qinglan also sensed something was wrong and reacted immediately, quickly dodging the rhinoceros's attack in a flash. They immediately launched a counterattack. Dan Bei forced back one of the demons and panted heavily, "Damn it, there are too many of these demons, we can't kill them all." Why isn't Wang Qingmu back yet? He was already seriously injured before, and now he's at his last gasp. Qin Qinglan said in a deep voice, "Just hang in there a little longer, X will be here soon." She was not in good condition at the moment after fighting for so long. She had suffered considerable injuries. The body's energy is showing signs of depletion. Upon hearing this, Shan Bei curled his lip. Previously, when Wang Qingmu was asked to go out and find X to come and help, he had no hope at all. In his opinion, X was just a coward, otherwise why wouldn't he have come with them before? Roar! Just then, a dragon's roar suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, the monsters began to stir. "It's X, X is here, we're saved." Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Qinglan's eyes lit up and she showed joy. Zhu Tianmao and Huang Ling immediately looked up. They saw many monsters being blown away in the distance. Huang Ling asked curiously, "Qinglan, what kind of ability is X an awakened user?" "You'll find out soon enough," Qin Qinglan said, without stating it directly. Bang! They saw some monsters being thrown into the air by the shockwave, and then they saw a transparent Eastern dragon flying over. Chapter 45, Follow Me. Are you all alright? Jiang Hao returned to human form and came to Qin Qinglan. "It's nothing. How did you get here from over there?" Qin Qinglan shook her head. Jiang Hao explained, "I came from another direction and happened to run into your friend." Looking at Jiang Hao chatting with Qin Qinglan, Shan Bei's eyes revealed a hint of hostility. "Now that you're here, let's hurry up and get out of here." Jiang Hao shook his head, leaving now might not be so easy. "There are too many monsters here. We can only continue forward." Dan Bei said coldly, "Advance? Do you know what the situation is ahead? We're all injured. Continuing forward will only lead to our deaths. Do you want us to go and die?" Shan Bei. Qin Qinglan's face darkened. X was willing to disregard past grievances and save them, yet this guy still talks like that. It's simply too much. Jiang Hao glanced at Shan Bei indifferently. "If you don't move forward, retreating is also a dead end. Of course, if you want to die, do as you please. Anyway, I won't break through from another direction. If you don't want to die, follow me." As he spoke, Jiang Hao turned to look back in the direction he had come from, and then focused his energy in his dantian. Just as everyone was looking at Jiang Hao with some confusion, a transparent lion's head appeared above Jiang Hao's head. "Quick, cover your ears." Qin Qinglan's expression changed, and she quickly covered her ears. She had witnessed Jiang Hao's attack firsthand and knew how terrifying this sonic attack was. However, the others did not take her seriously and did not do as she said. But the next second, they regretted it. Roar! Jiang Hao opened his mouth, and a deafening roar suddenly came out. The surrounding monsters were immediately pushed back. All the zero-level and first-level monsters were instantly killed, and the second-level monsters were seriously injured. Even the third-tier monsters showed signs of discomfort. If even the monsters are like this, then Zhu Tianmao and Huang Ling are even worse off. One by one, they coughed up blood and turned pale, which aggravated their already injured bodies. Dan Bei, in particular, plopped down on the ground. Zhu Tianmao, Huang Ling, and the others all showed expressions of horror. What kind of attack is this? Why is it so powerful? The only one present who was not seriously injured was Qin Qinglan, but she was showing a shocked expression. She discovered that although Jiang Hao was still at the first-level awakened level, his strength seemed to have increased. In the distance, Wang Qingmu, who was desperately fighting his way in, also heard this terrifying roar. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that the fifth-tier demon had suddenly appeared. Ignoring their shock, Jiang Hao charged towards the demons. "Zhu Tianmao, take Shan Bei with you, let's follow." Qin Qinglan quickly called out and took the lead in following Jiang Hao. You just need to lead the way, and we'll take care of the rest. Jiang Hao nodded and then began to unleash the 18 subduing dragon palms. Waves of dragon roars emanated from his body, and the invisible airwaves forced the demons that wanted to attack him to retreat. As for the monsters behind them, he no longer cared about them and left them entirely to Qin Xinglan and the others. Along the way, he also saw several snow foxes, and unsurprisingly, he killed them all and put their corpses into his storage bag. His mission was finally complete. Gulp. Seeing Jiang Hao slaughtering everyone with only a first-level cultivation, Zhu Tianmao and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. Huang Ling asked in a low voice, "Xinglan, what is the background of this X, and what are his abilities? Why can't I see anything about him?" When she first saw Jiang Hao transform into a transparent eastern dragon, she thought he was a mutant. But seeing his current attack methods, she realized they weren't those of a mutant at all. Zhu Tianmao and Shan Bei also looked at Qin Xinglan, as they were also eager to know what kind of ability X was. "Don't you think his attacks are similar to those of the martial arts heroes portrayed on TV?" Qin Xinglan reminded them. "You mean, how is this possible?" Zhu Tianmao realized something and showed a look of horror. Huang Ling and Shan Bei also realized what was happening and both showed expressions of disbelief. They had seen ancient martial arts practitioners before, but they had never seen one this powerful. Aren't ancient martial arts practitioners generally considered to be useless? Why is X so different from others? After killing a second-tier demon, Zhu Tianmao asked Qin Xinglan, "Where did you find this person? He's so strong, he can't be an unknown nobody, right?" "The person I met last time, I don't know his exact identity, I just know his name is X. At first I thought he was just trying to fool me, but when I checked with the Bounty Hunter Guild yesterday, there really is such a person as X, and the information is exactly the same as his." Qin Xinglan explained simply. But there was one thing she didn't say. Yesterday she originally wanted to find out X's detailed information, but unexpectedly, X's information was hidden and could not be viewed at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to invite him today. Unexpectedly, disagreements arose shortly after the collaboration began. Fortunately, this guy didn't mind and even came to help them despite past grievances. Otherwise, they would have been in real danger. Wang Qingmu had just killed a monster and was about to continue his attack when he saw that the monster in front of him had disappeared. Standing in front of him now were Jiang Hao and his group. Are you all right?" Wang Qingmu stepped forward. He looked at Jiang Hao in disbelief, never expecting that this guy would actually bring Qin Xinglan and the others out. "Now is not the time to talk. These monsters are catching up with us again. Let's hurry." As Jiang Hao spoke, he walked straight ahead. Wang Qingmu was stunned for a moment. After regaining his senses, he quickly came over to Qin Xinglan and the others to ask what had happened. When he heard how Jiang Hao had displayed such extraordinary power, he was momentarily stunned. The problem that even the 5 SSS level Tier 3 Awakeners couldn't solve was actually solved by a Tier 1 Awakener. Who would believe that? But this very thing happened right before his eyes. Before Wang Qingmu could recover from his shock, a large number of demonic creatures rushed out from the depths. A transparent lion's head reappeared above Jiang Hao's head. Seeing this, Qin Xinglan and the others wisely covered their ears. Only Wang Qingmu didn't understand what was going on. Roar! Immediately afterwards, Jiang Hao opened his mouth and a deafening roar came out. The monsters in front of them paused for a moment, and the next second, some exploded and others were seriously injured. Having learned from past mistakes, Zhu Tianmao and Huang Ling were not affected by Jiang Hao's lion's roar again, but they were still shocked by Jiang Hao's attack. Of the group, Wang Qingmu suffered the most. Although the terrifying roar wasn't directed at him, he was still attacked. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered, and sat down on the ground, staring blankly at Jiang Hao. He hadn't quite believed it when Zhu Tianmao and the others talked about how amazing X was, but now he did. Chapter 46, A Sweep Through the Path. The first move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, the dragon regrets. Jiang Hao unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms, relentlessly attacking the demons. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he had previously upgraded the Star Shift skill to the advanced level. Otherwise, he feared he would have been exhausted by such a demon, but now he had enough power within him to squander. There's absolutely no need to worry about exhaustion. The 8th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, shocking 100 miles. The 11th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, fish leaps from the abyss. Jiang Hao unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms one palm after another, leaving Zhu Tianmao and the others in awe. This was the first time they had ever seen an awakened one capable of unleashing such powerful attacks multiple times. However, the stronger this X is in demanding money, the happier they are. The only unhappy person present was Shan Bei. He had previously taken Jiang Hao lightly, but now that he had witnessed Jiang Hao's strength, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Why was he, an SSS level Tier 3 Awakener, inferior to a Tier 1 Awakener? Moreover, the opponent was the most useless ancient martial artist. This thought, like a seed taking root, continued to grow in Shan Bei's mind. Roar! Seemingly realizing Jiang Hao's power, the third-tier demons roared and instantly dropped to zero-tier and first-tier demons, no longer coming forward. Only the second-tier monsters remained. The third-tier monsters launched an attack on Jiang Hao and his group. The 17th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, ram butting against the fence. The 18th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, divine dragon swings its tail. As Jiang Hao unleashed his 18 palm strikes, only third-tier demonic creatures remained among the demonic beings in front of him. Roar! Just then, a beastly roar came from the depths, and the surrounding demons instantly went berserk, launching a frenzied attack on Jiang Hao and his companions. What should we do? Something's not right. Qin Xinglan came to Jiang Hao's side. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. There's nothing wrong with it. The more frantically these monsters attack us, the worse the condition of the one deep inside is. Even so, we're simply not in a position to withstand them, Qin Xinglan said with a bitter smile. She understood what X was saying, but the problem was that they couldn't deal with these monsters at all. Jiang Hao forced a demon back with a punch. It's not like there's no chance at all. I have some potions on hand, you can take them out first, you know the rules. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinglan's eyes lit up. She understood what Jiang Hao meant. She had always longed for X's potions. I originally thought X didn't have any more, but from what X said, he has more potions now. I understand, don't worry, you won't be shortchanged afterward. Jiang Hao nodded, then flipped his hand, and 15 bottles of potions appeared in his palm. Qin Xinglan returned to human form and took the medicine from Jiang Hao. Everyone, come over here for a moment. Qin Xinglan waved to Zhu Tianmao, Huang Ling, and the others. Zhu Tianmao and Huang Ling fought as they approached Qin Xinglan. Quickly drink these potions. There are 3 colors for one set for each person. Huang Ling asked in surprise, what kind of potion is this? This is X's potion, which can help us recover from our injuries quickly, Qin Xinglan explained quickly, then opened the potion and drank it. Upon seeing this, Zhu Tianmao, Huang Ling, and the others hesitated slightly before picking up the medicine and drinking it. The next second, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. Although their injuries had not fully healed, they had recovered to a large extent. Furthermore, they have recovered most of the energy they previously consumed. What an amazing medicine! Why didn't you bring out such a useful medicine before? Why did you have to wait until we were so badly injured? Just then, Shan Bei's displeased voice rang out. Upon hearing this, everyone paused, unsure of what to say. Although they are friends, Shan Bei really shouldn't have said that at this moment. After all, regardless of the circumstances, this medicine belongs to X. It's a favor if they give it away, and it's their right not to give it away either. No one has the right to say anything about it. Qin Xinglan glared at Shan Bei unhappily. Shan Bei, if you can speak, then speak. If you can't, then don't speak. Jiang Hao glanced at Shan Bei but didn't say anything. However, he kept Shan Bei in his heart. Let's go, you guys follow me. I'll speed things up from here on out, and we'll rush deeper into the area. Jiang Hao also drank 3 bottles of medicine to recover his condition. After saying that, he quickly rushed towards the monsters. Keep up. Qin Xinglan transformed into a 9-tailed celestial fox again, closely following behind Jiang Hao. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit. Roar! Jiang Hao led the way, and as he looked at the demons, a transparent lion's head immediately appeared above his head. Upon seeing this, Qin Xinglan and the others immediately covered their ears without saying a word. After the roar subsided, they resumed clearing out the monsters that were chasing them from behind. Faced with these demonic creatures, Jiang Hao unleashed his full power, once again employing the 18 subduing dragon palms. After nearly 30 minutes, they finally reached the deepest part, which was a huge cave. Jiang Hao could already sense a terrifying aura inside the cave, and he knew without a doubt that the heavily injured 5th-tier demon was inside. At the same time, the monsters had already surrounded them. Strangely, these monsters all stopped 10 meters away from the cave. Dan Bei said, X, take out some more of your potions. I'm running low on energy. Upon hearing this, the others also showed expressions of interest. That potion was incredibly effective, even more so than the support-type awakened ones. If we give them a few more bottles, they'll definitely be back to peak condition. That's all, Jiang Hao said calmly. Danbei frowned. What do you mean? Now that our strength has recovered, we'll be more confident in dealing with what's inside. Jiang Hao said calmly, my potions didn't come from thin air. Each bottle costs 40,000 crystal coins. You each took 3 bottles before, which is 120,000 crystal coins each. Don't forget to give me the crystal coins after we leave. 40,000 crystal coins? Why don't you just rob someone? Shan Bei's face darkened. This bastard really dares to ask for 40,000 right off the bat. Does he think money falls from the sky? Jiang Hao didn't speak, but looked at Qin Xinglan. Qin Xinglan said, X's potions are indeed this price. I bought them from him before, and X just said that these potions are not given to us for free. We need to pay X for them later. Everyone frowned upon hearing this, but considering the effects of the potion, although they felt somewhat uncomfortable, they still largely agreed with it. If there are no problems, then go ahead, Jiang Hao said, and walked into the cave. Qin Xinglan ignored the others and followed them. Damn it, Shan Bei cursed under his breath. He wouldn't give this guy a single cent of what he thought was 40,000 or 120,000. He didn't believe this guy would dare to do anything to him again. Once we get out, I'll have plenty of ways to deal with him. Inside the cave. As Jiang Hao and his group ventured deeper, the atmosphere of terror grew increasingly intense. Finally, after walking for nearly 5 minutes, they saw the 5th-tier monster. Jiang Hao's lips twitched as he looked at the 5th-tier demon in front of him. Chapter 47, Battle of the 5th Rank. He originally thought this 5th-tier monster was a tiger or a large beast like a lion. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a small red snake, only 15 centimeters long and as thick as a little finger. With those sapphire-like snake eyes, it's actually kind of cute. Qin Xinglan and the others also looked at the little snake in surprise. When they received the mission, they only knew that it was a 5th-level demon, but they did not know what kind of demon it was. I never expected the other party to be like this. Roar. However, despite its small size, the snake's roar is by no means small. A deafening roar echoed through the cave, its power no less than Jiang Hao's lion's roar at full strength. Everyone's expression changed. They never expected that the other party would also use sonic attacks. Even Jiang Hao did not expect that, caught off guard, he would suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. The others were in even worse condition. Huang Ling even sat down on the ground with a thud, her face pale. At that moment, the little snake finally moved. The little snake twisted its body, and then its body gradually grew larger. Soon, the little snake changed dramatically, transforming from a 15-centimeter long snake into a giant snake nearly 100 meters long. As the snake grew larger, Jiang Hao and his group were forced out of the cave. Damn it, what is this thing? How can there be such a huge snake? Zhu Tianmao shouted. The others shook their heads. None of them recognized the snake either. Monster, Fire Snake. Level, Tier 5. Ability, Fire. Status, severely injured. Jiang Hao immediately used his Eye of Insight to quickly identify the monster's information. Bang! The enormous body of the fire serpent emerged from the cave, and then opened its mouth, unleashing a massive burst of flame that shot straight towards Jiang Hao and his companions. Seeing this, Jiang Hao and his companions immediately dodged to the side, barely managing to avoid the attack. Before they could regain their footing, the fire serpent launched another attack. The fire serpent emerged completely from the cave, its tail whipping directly at Jiang Hao and his companions. Damn it, are you never going to stop? Shan Bei cursed angrily. He had already suffered some humiliation at Jiang Hao's hands, and now being attacked by the fire serpent made him even angrier. After dodging the fire serpent's attack, he immediately channeled all his power, quickly forming an ice spike above his head. He then manipulated the ice spikes and attacked the fire serpent. Bang! The ice spike pierced the fire serpent's body, and the fire serpent immediately let out a painful roar. Normally, given its strength, an attack from a 3rd-tier awakened being would not be able to cause it any damage. Unfortunately, it is now seriously injured, and its overall strength has decreased significantly. Seeing that Hua Hui had been injured, Shan Bei immediately showed a smug look on his face. He immediately looked at Jiang Hao, his meaning quite clear. See that? This is the strength of a 3rd-tier awakened being. Even without you, I could defeat it. However, before Shan Bei could wipe the smug smile off his face, he was flung away by the fire serpent's tail, landing right in front of the distant horde of monsters. Shan Bei. Qin Xinglan and the others' expressions changed. If Dan Bei falls into a group of monsters, he will surely die. Zhu Tianmao quickly rushed towards the group of monsters to prevent them from attacking Shan Bei. Qin Xinglan and the others then launched an attack on the fire serpent. Facing Qin Xinglan and the others' attack, a fierce glint flashed in Hui's eyes. After roaring, it opened its mouth again and spat out flames, attacking Qin Xinglan and the others. Upon seeing this, Qin Xinglan and the others quickly took cover. Roar! Taking advantage of the fire serpent's inattention, Zhang Hao took a step forward and unleashed the lion's roar, a skill enhanced with critical strikes. Although the fire serpent in front of them was severely injured, it was a genuine 5th-tier demon. Therefore, Zhang Hao dared not be careless. The terrifying sonic attack sent the fire serpent's massive body crashing heavily into the mountainside. The fire serpent roared and charged straight at Zhang Hao. Just then, Qin Xinglan quickly arrived in front of Zhang Hao, her eyes instantly flashing with purple light. The fire serpent shuddered and stopped moving. Hurry up and do it! Qin Xinglan shouted through gritted teeth. With her 3rd-tier cultivation, she found it extremely difficult to charm a 5th-tier demon. However, now is the best opportunity to kill the fire serpent. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao and his group immediately seized the opportunity to launch an attack on the fire serpent without saying a word. Attacks rained down on the fire serpent, instantly shattering its scales and causing blood to flow from its wounds. Roar! The fire serpent broke free from Qin Xinglan's allure, roared to the sky, and lashed its massive tail at Zhang Hao and the others. Upon seeing this, Zhang Hao immediately used his dragon god technique, transforming into a transparent eastern dragon and charging towards the fire serpent. Bang! 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 The man and the beast clashed fiercely. Although the fire serpent was seriously injured, it was still a 5th-tier demon, and Zhang Hao was quickly defeated. Zhang Hao reverted to human form, staggering back 2 steps. They couldn't help but sigh inwardly. 5th-tier demons were indeed not easy to deal with. Even when heavily injured, their combined attack still couldn't kill the opponent in a short time. You guys hold it off, I'll deal with it. Zhang Hao steadied himself and then activated the star shift technique again. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinglan and the others did not hesitate at all and immediately began to attack the fire serpent. They had all witnessed the power of Zhang Hao's attacks, and now they could only rely on him. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao quickly took 2 steps, then focused his energy in his dantian and pressed his body down, shaking his hands left and right. Suddenly, a faint dragon's roar rang out, and he thrust forward violently. The first move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, the dragon regrets. An invisible wave of energy burst forth from Zhang Hao's palm, slamming heavily into the fire serpent's body. Roar! Hui staggered, roared, and prepared to charge at Zhang Hao, but was stopped by Qin Xinglan and the others in the first instance. The second move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, flying dragon in the sky. 9 forms of the 18 subduing dragon palms, leaping from the abyss. With Qin Xinglan and the others helping him restrain the fire serpent, Zhang Hao was finally able to unleash the 18 subduing dragon palms without restraint. Shan Bei, who had just been rescued by Zhu Tianmao, looked rather grim when he saw everyone assisting Zhang Hao. Shan Bei, find a place to rest for a while. I'll go help Qin Xinglan and the others. Zhu Tianmao said something and then rushed towards the fire serpent. Dan Bei's teeth were itchy. The 15th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, dragon battles in the wilderness. The 18th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, divine dragon swings its tail. As Zhang Hao unleashed all of his 18 subduing dragon palms, Hui's body suddenly froze. Retreat quickly. Noticing the change in the fire serpent, Zhang Hao quickly reminded Qin Xinglan and the others. Qin Xinglan and the others immediately retreated. Bang! Just as Qin Xinglan and the others retreated a short distance, the fire serpent's body suddenly exploded. Fortunately, Zhang Hao's timely reminder prevented Qin Xinglan and the others from being affected. Roar! With the fire serpent killed, the surrounding demons scattered and fled. Zhang Hao and his companions ignored the demons and instead collapsed to the ground. They had used every trick in the book to deal with the fire serpent. Fortunately, Zhang Hao pulled through and killed the fire serpent, otherwise, they might not have been able to kill it. Chapter 48 B-Grade Weapons. X, thank you so much this time. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. Qin Xinglan put away the fire serpent's head, as it was crucial evidence proving they had completed their mission. After doing all this, Qin Xinglan sincerely thanked Zhang Hao. Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, we're just doing what we need. By the way, the cost of my medicine. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinglan's face darkened. This guy was obsessed with money, he couldn't stop talking about it. Don't worry, you'll get your share. Qin Xinglan rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao, then called Zhu Tianmao and the others over and explained the situation. Zhu Tianmao handed the money to Jiang Hao first, then asked, "This is only right, Brother X. Your potion is really effective. I wonder if you have any left? I'd like to buy some from you." That's all. I didn't have any extra of this potion, but if I do have any later, I can consider buying them for you first. Others who also wanted to buy the potion felt regretful upon hearing Jiang Hao's words. However, hearing Jiang Hao say that if there were any more, they would sell them to them first made them feel much better. Soon, Qin Xinglan and the others handed the money to Jiang Hao, while Shan Bei stood aside without making any move. Shan Bei. Qin Xinglan frowned slightly, about to speak, but was stopped by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao walked straight to the opposite side of Shan Bei and said indifferently, "It's time to pay for the potion." Qin Xinglan and the others stared intently at Jiang Hao and Shan Bei, a hint of worry creeping into their hearts. They weren't worried that Shan Bei would attack Jiang Hao, they were afraid that Jiang Hao would attack Shan Bei. Dan Bei sneered, "What money? You gave me the medicine, not the other way around. Why should I give you money?" Upon hearing Shan Bei's words, Jiang Hao suddenly smiled. Jiang Hao's smile immediately left Qin Xinglan and the others somewhat puzzled. "You're from Eternal Night Academy, right? I never expected people from Eternal Night Academy to be like this. I've seen it for myself today." Dan Bei's face darkened. "What did you say?" "What? Am I wrong?" Jiang Hao said with a mocking expression. "You're asking for it." Shan Bei roared. His proudest achievement was becoming a student of the 5 major academies. Now that Jiang Hao was talking about him, he also mentioned the Eternal Night Academy, which was unbearable for him. Immediately, Shan Bei raised his hand and launched an attack on Jiang Hao. "Shan Bei, do you even know what you're doing?" Just then, Qin Xinglan suddenly stood in front of Jiang Hao. Zhu Tianmao and his group then stopped Shan Bei. "Shan Bei, don't be impulsive. No matter what, Brother X is our savior. Yes, it's just 120,000 crystal coins. You have plenty of money, just give me X directly. Why bother?" Seeing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but show a regretful expression. He had originally wanted Shan Bei to make the move so that he would have a reason to kill him. Dan Bei is an awakener with SSS level talent. If I kill him, I will definitely get an SSS level talent crystal. It's fine to give it to either dad or mom then. But now that Shan Bei has been stopped by Qin Xinglan and the others, he no longer has the possibility of killing Shan Bei. Seeing his friends all trying to persuade him, Shan Bei's face grew increasingly grim. Qin Xinglan, in particular, stood directly opposite him. Dan Bei said coldly, "X, let me tell you, I'm not paying for the potion. What can you do about it? Heh, at worst, just consider it as feeding the dogs. But remember, no one has ever dared to act like a scoundrel in front of me." Jiang Hao sneered. "You were seriously injured before, and I healed you with medicine. So let's turn you back to normal." As he spoke, a transparent lion's head appeared above Jiang Hao's head. "X, there's no need for this." Qin Xinglan sensed the change in Jiang Hao's aura and turned around abruptly. The others were also startled by Jiang Hao, gave a dry laugh, and quickly spoke up. "X, don't be impulsive. We're all friends, there's no need for this. Stop attacking me. Yes, don't be impulsive. Let's talk to Shan Bei again. We'll definitely get him to give you the money." Zhu Tianmao and his companions cursed Shan Bei inwardly, thinking, "Why didn't you just shut up and pay up? Why did you have to provoke this guy? Can't you see how strong this guy is? They're all in bad shape right now, and they simply can't handle that shout." Jiang Hao said calmly, "Get out of the way for 3 people. If you don't, our friendship ends here." Qin Xinglan and the others paused upon hearing this, and couldn't help but hesitate. On one hand, they were their friends, and on the other hand, they were their saviors. They didn't want to offend either side, much less provoke them. Zhu Tianmao and the others looked at Qin Xinglan, since they knew X because of Qin Xinglan, and Qin Xinglan was the only one who could persuade X right now. Qin Xinglan said in a deep voice, "I'll give you his share of the money. You don't need to pay, I'll give it to him." Hearing that Qin Xinglan was actually going to pay for him, Shan Bei finally lost his composure. Jiang Hao doesn't care who pays him, as long as he gets the money. Dan Bei transferred the money to Jiang Hao with a sullen face, his heart filled with hatred for Jiang Hao. "You damn bastard, you just wait, one day I'll make you pay for this." Jiang Hao naturally noticed the coldness in Shan Bei's eyes, but he didn't care. You could even say he was hoping Shan Bei would take revenge on him, so he would have a reason to kill him. I wonder what Shan Bei would think if he knew Jiang Hao's thoughts. After receiving the money, Jiang Hao saw no need to stay any longer. After saying goodbye to Qin Xinglan and the others, he left. On the way, Jiang Hao checked his system space as he walked. He had previously killed a fire serpent, a 5th-tier monster, and was very curious about what kind of equipment it could drop. Soon, Jiang Hao saw a longsword with flame patterns in his system space. At the same time, a message appeared in front of him. Crimson Flame Sword, a B-grade weapon produced by the system. When used, it can release flames, increasing the Crimson Flame Sword's attack power by 2 levels. Note, grade B weapons possess a spirit and recognize only one master. They cannot be used by anyone other than their master. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, surprised that a B-grade weapon would have a weapon spirit, and one that could even recognize its master. This made him somewhat expectant, wondering what kind of weapons and equipment stronger monsters would drop. With a thought, Jiang Hao immediately summoned the Crimson Flame Sword into his hand. Jiang Hao wielded the sword a couple of times and felt it was pretty good. Although this was his first time using a sword, perhaps because of the weapon spirit, he was quite adept at using it. The Crimson Flame Sword is the highest level weapon he currently possesses, so naturally he uses it himself. With the Crimson Flame Sword in hand, he can even put up a fight against a 4th-tier awakened being. Besides the Crimson Flame Sword, he also obtained a lot of potions. During the breakout, he forced back other monsters as much as he could, but he killed almost all the plant-type monsters. Looking at the sky, Jiang Hao realized it was still early and wasn't in a hurry to leave the occupied area immediately. He planned to continue exploring the outskirts and acquire more weapons, equipment, and medicine. Chapter 49, Blocking the Way. After leaving the occupied zone, Jiang Hao did not immediately remove his mask, but went directly to the Bounty Guild to submit his mission. Arriving at the Bounty Guild, perhaps because the sun was already setting, there weren't many people inside. Jiang Hao went straight to the front desk, where the receptionist was the same one he had met before. "Hello, Mr. X, how can I help you?" The receptionist greeted Jiang Hao with a sweet smile. "This is the only SSS-level hidden master in their Dragon City Bounty Guild, and they cannot afford to be negligent. I'm here to submit a mission." As he spoke, Jiang Hao took off the Bounty Guild badge from his chest and handed it to the receptionist. "Okay, please wait a moment." The receptionist swiped the badge across a black crystal and then proceeded to operate the computer. "Mr. X, your mission is to kill 50 snow foxes. Because the employer has specific requirements for the carcasses, the employer needs to come and inspect them in person. If the snow fox's carcass meets the requirements, the mission is complete, and the commission will be directly transferred to your account." "Should I contact the employer immediately?" Jiang Hao nodded. The sooner he finished, the better. Once this task was completed, he could take on other tasks. He wants to try to earn enough money to buy a house before the start of the school year. At the very least, I want to ensure my parents can live comfortably after I go to university. "Mr. X, I have contacted the employer. The employer will be here in 30 minutes. Please wait patiently. I can find you a room to put the bodies of those snow foxes in." "It's alright, no need for now." Jiang Hao waved his hand, then looked up at the scrolling screen behind the front desk to see if there were any simpler tasks. Madam X has appeared and gone to the Bounty Hunter Guild. Su Jing narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly upon hearing her subordinate's report. "Very good, X, you finally decided to show up. Keep an eye on him, and call me immediately if he makes any move. Send another person to the Bounty Hunter Guild to check X's information. I want to see who X really is." "Yes." After hanging up the phone, Su Jing dialed a number. The call was quickly connected, and Su Jing, without any preamble, said directly, "Target identified, commence operation." Jiang Hao waited for 30 minutes, and the other party was very punctual, arriving exactly 30 minutes as promised, not a minute earlier or later. The newcomer was a woman of similar age to Qin Xinglan, and equally stunning in appearance. The woman had long, flowing hair, exquisite features, and wore a light layer of makeup. She wore a chic and slimming black short suit dress in the Chanel style, carried a small black leather bag, and wore a pair of black stiletto heels. She exudes a youthful and intellectual beauty. As she walked, she left a fragrant trail. "Hello, I heard I've completed my mission. After being introduced by the receptionist, Shen Mengli came to stand opposite Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded, yes, you can inspect the goods. He then asked the front desk to help him find a room. Upon entering the room, Jiang Hao took out a storage bag and retrieved all 55 snow fox corpses from it. Upon seeing Jiang Hao's storage bag, Shen Mengli's pupils constricted slightly, and a hint of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Storage equipment is not something that ordinary people can possess. Besides having money, one also needs a certain level of strength. The mysterious bounty hunter in front of us actually possesses storage equipment, which is quite remarkable. However, when Shen Mengli saw the snow fox corpses, she became even more agitated. The bodies of these snow foxes were all completely intact, without any signs of damage. Sir, how did you do that? That's absolutely perfect. Shen Mengli couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Jiang Hao smiled slightly, just some small tricks, nothing to mention. You've seen these snow fox corpses, there's no problem, so the mission is complete. No problem, absolutely no problem. Shen Mengli nodded. The two then went to the front desk, and after confirming everything, Jiang Hao received his reward as he wished, a total of 500,000 crystal coins. The original reward for this task was 400,000 crystal coins, but it has now been increased to 500,000 crystal coins because Shen Mengli wanted to borrow Jiang Hao's storage bag to help her take the snow fox corpses back. Jiang Hao did not refuse, since it wouldn't cause any delays, it would just mean taking a longer route. Moreover, Shen Mengli gave an extra 100,000 crystal coins as a reward. However, Jiang Hao did not leave immediately. Instead, he checked what tasks were available and planned to choose one. Knowing Jiang Hao's plans, Shen Mengli said, if Mr. X wants to do a mission, I have another one here, and the price is quite high. I wonder if Mr. X would be interested. You don't still want the snow fox corpses, do you? I only encountered these snow foxes by chance. Jiang Hao couldn't help but smile wryly upon hearing this. He wouldn't do it again if asked to hunt snow foxes. Shen Mengli shook her head, don't worry, it's not a snow fox corpse anymore. This time it's 100 crocodile corpses, any kind of crocodile will do, the higher the level the better. As for the price, it will depend on the degree of completion, but I can guarantee you at least 300,000 crystal coins. How about it? Okay. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and finally agreed. Crocodiles live in swamps, and there are no specific regulations regarding the species, so there are not many restrictions. Seeing Jiang Hao nod, Shen Mengli didn't waste any words and immediately started issuing tasks, which Jiang Hao accepted at the same time. The date is still set within 1 month. After the matter was settled, Jiang Hao and Shen Mengli left the Bounty Guild. Shen Mengli arrived by car, a red convertible sports car that looked expensive. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh inwardly, rich people, they really are rich. Although I've been making money like crazy these past few days, my savings are only a mere million. Compared to Shen Mengli, it's probably not even enough for her to make half a month's allowance. As Shen Mengli drove, she asked, Mr. X, are you also a local of Longcheng? I guess so. Strictly speaking, Jiang Hao's hometown is not Longcheng, but his parents brought him to Longcheng when he was a few years old, and he lived there for more than 10 years. Now he can be considered a local of Longcheng. Where does Mr. X work? Shen Mengli kept trying to find out more about Jiang Hao. In her opinion, someone who possesses storage equipment is definitely not an ordinary person. I wouldn't call it a high position, I'm just an unemployed bum. Jiang Hao naturally sensed Shen Mengli's probing, so he replied casually. Shen Mengli suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. What's going on with this road? There are usually a lot of cars, but today there isn't a single one. However, what was said in jest was taken seriously by the listener. When Jiang Hao heard Shen Mengli say this, he frowned and immediately looked around. Just as Shen Mengli was about to say something, a middle-aged man with a cane suddenly darted out from in front and stood directly in front of her car. Shen Mengli quickly slammed on the brakes, her beautiful eyes revealing lingering fear. What are you doing? Don't you know how dangerous this is? Even a very cultured woman like Shen Mengli couldn't help but feel angry at this moment. Does this person not watch where they're going? Luckily, I reacted quickly and braked immediately, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 50 Fierce Battle. X, aren't you going to come down and have a chat? Or do you want this beautiful woman to die with you? The middle-aged man ignored Shen Mengli and focused his gaze on Jiang Hao in the passenger seat. Su Jing sent you? Jiang Hao opened the car door and got out. The only person who could send someone to deal with him is Su Jing, who hates him to the core. However, Su Jing really thought highly of herself, actually sending out a 4th-tier awakened one. Jiang Hao looked at the information panel in front of him, and his expression darkened slightly. Name, unknown. Age, 44. Level, Tier 4. Talent, C rank talent charm. Ability, copper skin and iron bones physical ability user. Status, peak. Madam Bai said you're a smart man, and she's right. The middle-aged man didn't deny it, looking at Jiang Hao with a playful expression. This has nothing to do with her. Tell her to leave. The middle-aged man shrugged indifferently. Whatever, my target is you anyway. Jiang Hao said to Shen Mengli, you leave first. You know how to contact me. Send me your address, and I'll come find you after I've dealt with the other party. But Shen Mengli frowned slightly, wanting to say something, but Jiang Hao stopped her. Let's leave here, otherwise you'll easily distract me. Shen Mengli bit her pink lips with her pearly teeth. Although she was reluctant to leave, she knew very well that staying here would not help X. Rather than staying here and distracting X, it's better to just leave. Be careful, Shen Mengli reminded her, then drove away. The middle-aged man slowly walked towards Jiang Hao. You're quite calm. What? Do you know you're doomed, so you've given up resisting? Although 4th-tier awakened beings are very strong, they are probably not enough to defeat me. Jiang Hao shook his head. How arrogant, the middle-aged man sneered, then suddenly increased his speed. However, Jiang Hao's next move surprised the middle-aged man. Jiang Hao turned and ran away, showing no intention of fighting him. Run! Where do you think you're going? Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately chased after Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was just too fast, leaving only a blur in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man smirked. Humph, you really think you can escape? The middle-aged man slowed down and, leaning on his cane, walked leisurely in the direction Jiang Hao had left. Jiang Hao ran as fast as he could, and only after confirming that the middle-aged man was not chasing after him did he breathe a sigh of relief. He never expected to fight a 4th-tier awakened one. Although he had the Crimson Flame Sword, he was still capable of fighting a 4th-tier awakened one. But that's only enough for one battle. The outcome is still uncertain. Just when Jiang Hao thought he was safe, a large number of people dressed in black suits suddenly appeared on the other side of the road. These people stood side by side in the road, blocking his way. Just as Jiang Hao was pondering a solution, Su Jing stepped out from the crowd. X, you can't escape today. Today, in order to deal with X, she used a lot of connections to requisition this road. To ensure everything went perfectly, she even gathered the Bai family's elite bodyguards, but the numbers were countless. All so that X could be resolved today. Su Jing, you've really gone to great lengths to deal with me, Jiang Hao said with a self-deprecating laugh. Is this guy really going to such lengths to deal with me? These bodyguards in front of me are at least 2nd-tier awakened beings. There's nothing I can do. You're too cunning. I couldn't get rid of you the last 2 times, but this time I definitely won't let you escape again. As Su Jing spoke, she took a step back. The bodyguards behind her immediately pulled out machetes from their pockets and attacked Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao took a deep breath. Facing a situation where he was surrounded by enemies, he knew that this battle was inevitable. Roar! Without hesitation, Jiang Hao immediately unleashed his lion's roar technique. A deafening roar instantly spread outwards from Jiang Hao's center. Su Jing's face was also somewhat pale. She knew a little about Jiang Hao's methods. I just hadn't experienced it myself before. Now that I have, I feel my blood surging all over my body, as if it's about to explode. Fortunately, Jiang Hao's attack wasn't aimed at her, otherwise she would probably have been instantly killed by now. But compared to her, others were not so lucky. The bodyguards were all forced to retreat, and some of the weaker ones even coughed up blood. Only a small portion could withstand Jiang Hao's sonic attacks, but even so, they were still not in good shape. Before they could react, Jiang Hao's body blurred into a streak, heading straight for the bodyguards. Bang! 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 Jiang Hao showed no mercy. Almost every punch he landed took someone down. Only those at the 3rd level of awakening can withstand his attacks. Soon, Jiang Hao was surrounded by the 15 3rd-tier awakened individuals. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately moved 2 steps quickly, then focused his energy into his dantian and pressed his body down, shaking his hands left and right. Suddenly, a faint dragon roar rang out, and he thrust forward violently. The first move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, the dragon regrets. An invisible wave of energy burst forth from Jiang Hao's palm. The 15 3rd-tier awakened individuals quickly made their move, but they ultimately underestimated the power of Jiang Hao's 18 subduing dragon palms. The invisible shockwave collided with them, and although it failed to injure them, it still forced them back. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jiang Hao once again unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms, and the sound of dragon roars resounded throughout the land. The invisible shockwave left the 15 third-tier awakened individuals completely powerless to retaliate for a moment. Roar! Jiang Hao seized the opportunity and unleashed his lion's roar once again. This time, all 15 third-tier awakened individuals coughed up blood and staggered backward. Seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately used the Lingbo Weibu technique, intending to take the opportunity to leave. Whoosh! However, just as he made a move, a sharp attack suddenly came from behind. Jiang Hao quickly dodged to the side, thus avoiding the opponent's attack. Looking back, they saw that the 4th-tier awakened one had arrived here at some point, and now he had a thin sword in his hand. Jiang Hao looked closely and then realized the trick. The so-called thin sword was actually hidden inside the cane. Our battle hasn't even started yet, where are you going? The middle-aged man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't hesitate. He flipped his hand, and the crimson flame sword appeared in his hand. Facing a 4th-tier awakened being, he dared not be careless in the slightest. The middle-aged man glanced at Jiang Hao in surprise. He had storage equipment and a B-grade weapon. This guy is really surprising. A glint of greed flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. If he killed X, all these things would be his. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's speed increased dramatically, and he attacked Jiang Hao directly. Su Jing, who was behind, also noticed this scene and guessed that Jiang Hao possessed storage equipment. She couldn't help but secretly regret it. If she had known that X had storage equipment and a B-grade weapon, she would never have asked this guy to help her. A Class B weapon would fetch $1 million on the market, even though she only had that much money. But if we could steal that storage device, it would be perfect for Yanger. But all of this is no longer relevant to her. While Su Jing was thinking this, Jiang Hao and the middle-aged man were already engaged in fierce combat. Jiang Hao was already at a disadvantage after just one exchange. Middle-aged people are not only highly offensive, but also surprisingly strong. Jiang Hao felt a tingling sensation in his hand from the shock, which put him in a very passive position, but he dared not relax his vigilance in the slightest. He was well aware of his situation. If he lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. The middle-aged man gave Jiang Hao no chance to catch his breath, and his slender sword, like a venomous snake, attacked Jiang Hao again. Jiang Hao quickly used his crimson flame sword to defend himself. But at that moment, the middle-aged man turned his body and thrust his long sword at Jiang Hao again. Jiang Hao immediately retreated, barely managing to dodge the middle-aged man's attack. However, the middle-aged man's attack came down again, and Jiang Hao had no choice but to fight back. The middle-aged man's attack speed was extremely fast. Even when Jiang Hao used a critical strike, he could barely keep up with the opponent's attack speed. This was largely thanks to his B-grade weapon, otherwise, he might not have been able to withstand the opponent. Chapter 51 Retreat. Jiang Hao realized that things couldn't continue like this, and he had to find a way to leave. Otherwise, if the fight continues, defeat is inevitable. But the middle-aged man didn't give him the chance at all. His fierce attacks came at him like a tidal wave. Jiang Hao desperately tried to defend himself, but as he continued to fight the middle-aged man, he felt as if his hands were filled with lead, becoming increasingly heavy. Bang! Caught off guard, Jiang Hao was kicked in the chest by the middle-aged man, sending him flying backward before crashing heavily to the ground. Ignoring his injuries, Jiang Hao sprang to his feet in a swift motion. Just then, the middle-aged man's attack came down again. In his haste, Jiang Hao tried to defend himself, but he was still a beat too slow. The middle-aged man's thin sword pierced Jiang Hao's arm, and blood splattered everywhere. Jiang Hao grunted, and before he could react, the middle-aged man delivered a flying kick that slammed heavily onto his head. Jiang Hao's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. The heavy blow just now almost made Jiang Hao faint, but fortunately he held on with his strong willpower. At the same time, a plan came to mind. Since you can't defeat your opponent in a direct confrontation, you need to think of a roundabout way. As the middle-aged man spoke, he walked towards Jiang Hao, a first-level awakened one. You have every reason to be proud that you can exchange these blows with me. However, no one noticed that Jiang Hao had several small medicine bottles in his hand and was secretly pouring them into his mouth. Unfortunately, a first-tier cultivator is still just a first-tier cultivator. The middle-aged man came to Jiang Hao's side and poked Jiang Hao with his thin sword. Jiang Hao was immediately riddled with several bloody holes. However, Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and didn't move. He was waiting for an opportunity for middle-aged people to completely relax. What a waste of this B-grade weapon. It's too much of a waste to keep it in your hands. You should give it to me. The middle-aged man squatted down. He coveted Jiang Hao's crimson flame sword, as the weapon he was currently using was only a D-grade weapon. The first-tier awakened being in front of me was actually using a B-grade weapon. From the moment he arrived at this weapon, he knew it was his. Oh, right, and your storage equipment is mine too. As he spoke, the middle-aged man reached out to take Jiang Hao's crimson flame sword. Roar! Jiang Hao suddenly looked up and unleashed the lion's roar technique, enhanced by a critical hit. Caught off guard, the middle-aged man's body stiffened. Seeing this, Jiang Hao raised his hand, and the crimson flame sword went straight for the middle-aged man's throat. Just as the crimson flame sword was about to fall on the middle-aged man's throat, the middle-aged man suddenly moved, flicking his slender sword to block Jiang Hao's crimson flame sword. Oomph, do you think I didn't sense you using your power in secret? The middle-aged man sneered, then stood up and kicked Jiang Hao in the head. Jiang Hao slapped the ground with his palm and leaped into the air, dodging the middle-aged man's attack. He then flicked his wrist, and flames instantly erupted around the crimson flame sword. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes upon seeing this. He hadn't expected that this B-grade weapon would possess such an ability. However, the more bizarre the weapon, the more he liked it. Before he could think any further, Jiang Hao had already charged over. This was the first time Jiang Hao had taken the initiative. The middle-aged man showed a disdainful expression and immediately went to meet him. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. Jiang Hao seemed to have gone mad, refusing to back down and confronting the middle-aged man head-on. Even though he had many wounds on his body, and blood was constantly flowing out of the wounds, Jiang Hao still didn't care. Roar! Just as the middle-aged man was about to deliver the fatal blow, Jiang Hao suddenly changed his move, sheathed his crimson flame sword, and opened his mouth wide. The middle-aged man was uncontrollably jolted back 2 steps. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms. The first move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, the dragon regrets. The 6th move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, a sudden attack. The 12th move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, riding the 6 dragons. Without giving the middle-aged man a chance to react, Jiang Hao unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms in one go. The powerful gusts of air all landed on the middle-aged man. Even someone as strong as a middle-aged man was beaten so badly that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, but instead of pressing his advantage, he turned and ran. Although he injured the other party, he also thoroughly enraged them. If he continued to attack at this point, he would inevitably suffer the other party's angry attack. The best thing to do right now is to run. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. Su Jing shouted immediately, damn it, hurry up and chase after them. Don't let X get away. She had finally managed to corner Jiang Hao. If she let him escape now, it would be much harder for her to deal with him in the future. The bodyguards who had survived by chance rushed after him, but their speed was far too slow compared to Jiang Hao's. This infuriated Su Jing. Don't worry, he can't escape. The middle-aged man had come to his senses by this time. He said coldly, and his body transformed into a streak of light, quickly chasing after Jiang Hao. This time he was truly enraged. He, a dignified 4th-tier awakened being, had actually been injured by a 1st-tier awakened being. It was an utter disgrace. He had made up his mind. This time, he would not give the other party any more chances. He would tear the other party to pieces. Su Jing and her men followed closely behind. She was determined to kill X today. Jiang Hao noticed the middle-aged man chasing after him and his heart skipped a beat. He had pushed the Lingbo Weibo technique to its limit and even used a critical strike, but he still couldn't shake off his opponent. As Jiang Hao ran, he took out potions from his system, space healing potions, recovery potions, and frantically shoved them into his mouth. After consuming 7 bottles of potion, he finally recovered to his peak condition. The speed has also increased again. However, they still haven't been able to completely get rid of that middle-aged man. Fortunately, Jiang Hao finally escaped the street blocked by Su Jing and quickly ran into the crowd. People around were shocked to see Jiang Hao covered in blood and avoided him. Some even called the police. Seeing Jiang Hao weaving through the crowd, the middle-aged man's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and chased after Jiang Hao. The 2 men, one in front of the other, kept weaving through the crowd, immediately causing panic and unease among the people. Damn it, they really are relentless. Sensing the presence of the middle-aged man behind him, Jiang Hao cursed inwardly. Just then, he saw a shopping mall and, without hesitation, Jiang Hao turned right in. The more people there are, the safer he will be. He doesn't believe he can't get rid of that guy. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Jiang Hao jumped in and quickly closed the doors. He pressed the buttons on almost every floor, but he came out on the second floor. He then went into the restroom. Chapter 52, The Kill Order. As Jiang Hao walked out of the mall, he ran into the middle-aged man, but Jiang Hao remained completely calm. Because he had taken off his mask and changed his clothes. As expected, Jiang Hao brushed past the middle-aged man, who did not notice him. However, after Jiang Hao walked past, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao felt the hairs on the back of his head stand on end instantly. He forced himself not to turn around and walked forward calmly. After a long while, the middle-aged man finally looked away, his face full of doubt. For some reason, the young man from earlier gave him a very familiar feeling. Finally free from the middle-aged man's gaze, Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief and walked to a safe place. He took out his phone to check the location Shen Mengli had sent him before leaving. "What's going on?" Su Jing asked the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face was grim. "We lost them." He, a dignified fourth-tier awakened, managed to lose track of a first-tier awakened. If word got out, people would absolutely laugh their heads off. Upon hearing this, Su Jing frowned slightly. For some reason, she had a feeling that she would regret not killing X this time. Just then, the guards arrived and immediately surrounded the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face darkened. He was already in a bad mood, and now these guards were coming to cause trouble. Fortunately, Su Jing reacted quickly and stopped the middle-aged man. Middle-aged people may not care about the security detail, but she can't. She personally explained the situation to the guards and identified herself. The guards then left. At the same time, Jiang Hao put his mask back on, changed back into his previous clothes, and went to Shen Mengli's residence. Although Shen Mengli's residence was not a particularly luxurious place like the Su family or the Bai family, it was still a prime location in a neighborhood where land was extremely valuable. The villas here are all detached and have their own yards, somewhat similar to the villas where Datsai's lover lives. However, this place is much better than where Datsai's lover lives. When Jiang Hao arrived, Shen Mengli was already waiting at the door. She was shocked to see Jiang Hao in such a disheveled state. "How are you? Are you all right?" Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively. "It's okay, I'll put your things here for you." Despite the blood on his clothes, his wounds had already healed. "Come in with me, I have a room here where I can store these things." After confirming that Jiang Hao was indeed alright, Shen Mengli led him inside. After Jiang Hao removed the snowfox corpses, he intended to leave immediately, but Shen Mengli stopped him and insisted that he have a glass of water before leaving. Jiang Hao had no choice but to drink a glass of water before leaving. Jiang Hao returned to the hotel after 8 p.m. He didn't disturb his parents and went straight to his room. After taking a shower, Jiang Hao sat on the bed and began to think about the day's events. He had to admit that he underestimated the Bai family. He never expected that they could even hire a fourth-tier awakener. Luckily, he was quick-witted today and managed to escape. However, I'm afraid I might not be so lucky next time. It seems I need to be more careful. Today's events have served as a wake-up call for him. His strength is nothing compared to that of a true master. Since awakening, he has indeed become somewhat arrogant. It seems he needs to adjust his mindset. For the next 2 days, Jiang Hao behaved himself very well and didn't even leave the hotel. He didn't leave the hotel until early on the 4th day, but instead of going directly to the occupied area, he went to the black market. Huang Xingshan was already waiting for him at the black market. After he left the hotel, he called Huang Xingshan. "Sir, why are you swaggering in like this?" Huang Xingshan was startled to see Jiang Hao enter the black market so openly. "What's wrong?" Huang Xingshan said in a low voice. "You don't know? The Bai family has already issued a kill order against you, and the bounty has reached 5 million. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao frowned. It seemed the Bai family was truly determined to fight him to the death. "Sir, you'd better leave quickly, lest you be ambushed by the Bai family." Jiang Hao nodded. Right now, it was indeed not the right time for him to confront the Bai family head-on. Seeing Jiang Hao nod, Huang Xingshan breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Jiang Hao would not listen to advice and would insist on doing things his own way. Immediately, he led Jiang Hao into the black market. Under Huang Xingshan's guidance, Jiang Hao sold off all the useless weapons he had, including the pair of mantis knives, keeping only the crimson flame sword and a few other weapons for emergency use. He had a good harvest this time, selling a total of 1.74 million crystal coins. After saying goodbye to Huang Xingshan, Jiang Hao left the black market and headed straight for the occupied area. He didn't believe that the Bai family could find him even if he went to the occupied area. Before entering the occupied area, Jiang Hao called Xiao Yufan to tell her that he was quite busy and wouldn't be going back to the hotel for the time being. Although Xiao Yufan was somewhat worried, she did not stop them. In fact, with Jiang Hao's current savings, he already has enough to buy an ordinary house. But he didn't want it to be like that. If he was going to buy a house, he naturally wanted to buy a better one. He didn't want a luxurious villa like Shen Mengli's, but at least a villa like the one Indetsai's lover lived in. After entering the occupied area, Jiang Hao began searching for swamps. He killed all the foolish monsters he encountered on the way. For others, the occupied zone might just be a place to improve their combat capabilities and complete missions. But for Jiang Hao, this was a goldmine. Aside from the fact that those zero-level monsters were of no help to him, he earned 10,000 crystal coins for every first-level monster he killed, and 50,000 crystal coins for every second-level monster. Not to mention the even more advanced monsters. 3 hours later, Jiang Hao finally found a swamp. This swamp is quite large, about the size of 2 football fields. The surrounding area reeked of an unpleasant odor, and bubbles were constantly rising from the swamp. A thin layer of mist hung over the swamp. Jiang Hao carefully examined the swamp in front of him. Although he did not enter it, he could still sense that there were many demons in the swamp. Suddenly, Jiang Hao felt a slight dizziness and frowned. It seems this swamp is poisonous. However, Jiang Hao was not alarmed. He flipped his hand, and a bottle of blue potion appeared in his hand. The blue potion was clearly an antidote, and the system still had more than 30 bottles of this potion in its storage space. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao drank it all in one gulp. Almost instantly, the discomfort caused by the poisonous gas in the swamp disappeared completely. Looking at the swamp in front of him, Jiang Hao had a plan in mind. He couldn't go into the swamp to find the crocodiles, so he had to find a way to lure them out. As for the solution, he has already figured it out, and he has to thank the Bai family for it. He wouldn't have thought of this method if it weren't for the 3 cartloads of materials from the Bai family. Immediately, Jiang Hao took out the storage bag and emptied out some of the organs inside. He then hid in a secluded spot, waiting for the monsters in the swamp to emerge. Chapter 53 Armored Crocodile. Sure enough, the strong smell of blood quickly attracted some monsters. These monsters are all kinds of things, including frogs and lizards. But the fact that there were no crocodiles left Jiang Hao feeling somewhat uneasy. What's going on? Could it be that there are no crocodiles in this swamp? Just as Jiang Hao was wondering what was going on, the monsters began to eat the organs. Jiang Hao slowly walked out of his hiding place. Although he hadn't lured out the crocodiles, he couldn't let these monsters go. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, the demons were taken aback for a moment, then immediately pounced on him. Excited roars erupted from their mouths. Roar! Jiang Hao didn't hold back and immediately unleashed his lion's roar technique. The terrifying roar instantly surged outwards like a tidal wave. In an instant, those demonic creatures below the 2nd tier were instantly killed, while 3rd tier demonic creatures continued to charge towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao flipped his hand, and the crimson flame sword immediately appeared in his hand. Before long, those 3rd tier demons also collapsed to the ground, covered in blood. Just then, a gurgling sound suddenly came from the swamp. Jiang Hao looked up and saw the swamp churning, and the next second, crocodiles the size of small cars emerged from it. 2nd tier monster, Armored Crocodile. We've finally waited for you all. Looking at these armored crocodiles, Jiang Hao's lips curled into a cold smile. The armored crocodile has skin and flesh as hard as iron, hence the name. It's just unknown whether Shen Mengli wants this type of crocodile. Jiang Hao glanced at them and saw that there were more than a dozen crocodiles. Regardless of whether Shen Mengli wants it or not, just kill her directly. Without the slightest hesitation, the lion's roar technique was unleashed once again. These 2nd tier armored crocodiles were no match for him and were quickly dealt with. Just as Jiang Hao took out his storage bag and was about to put away the 13 armored crocodiles, the swamp began to boil again. Immediately afterwards, 3 tier 3 armored crocodiles emerged from the group and headed straight for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. It seemed that these armored crocodiles had their eyes on him. They were 2nd tier before, and now they were 3rd tier. Would there be 4th tier armored crocodiles later? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao's expression became more serious. He's not afraid of the 3rd tier, but he has little chance of winning against the 4th tier. Jiang Hao quickly collected the corpses of the second-tier armored crocodiles, intending to finish off the third-tier armored crocodiles as soon as possible and leave the area to avoid being hunted down by fourth-tier monsters. A fourth-tier monster is much stronger than a fourth-tier awakened being. The first move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, the dragon regrets. In order to end the battle quickly, Jiang Hao immediately used the 18 subduing dragon palms. The roar of a dragon continuously emanated from his body, and then invisible waves of energy burst forth from his palms. As Jiang Hao has been practicing the 18 subduing dragon palms more and more recently, he has become increasingly proficient in it. Soon, all 18 palms were unleashed. However, even though all 18 palms were used, they did not kill the armored crocodiles. It only caused some injuries to the 3 Tier 3 armored crocodiles. This also aroused the ferocity of the armored crocodile, which quickly came in front of Jiang Hao and opened its blood-red mouth to bite him. Although the armored crocodile is a third-tier monster, it still retains the characteristics of a crocodile and its movement speed is not fast. Roar! Seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately unleashed his lion's roar technique once again. The 3 Tier 3 armored crocodiles froze, severely affected by the terrifying sonic attack. The tough leather armor enhanced their defense, which is why Jiang Hao's set of 18 subduing dragon palms failed to kill or seriously injure them. However, their tough leather armor can only protect them from external injuries, but not from internal injuries. Although the 18 subduing dragon palms are powerful, Jiang Hao can only unleash limited power at present. But the lion's roar is different. It is not only a mid-level divine martial art, but also a sonic attack that completely ignores surface defenses. Soon, the 3 Tier 3 armored crocodiles coughed up blood and their strength waned. Seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately pressed on and unleashed his lion's roar once more. 2 consecutive lion's roar attacks instantly killed the 3 armored crocodiles. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the swamp, and then Jiang Hao saw an armored crocodile covered in sharp spikes, as big as a truck, crawl out of the swamp. Tier 4 monster, armored crocodile. Looking at this 4th tier armored crocodile, Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. After quickly collecting the 3 armored crocodile carcasses, he turned and ran without a second thought. Upon seeing this, the 4th tier armored crocodile immediately chased after Jiang Hao. The surrounding trees were all knocked down by the massive body of the 4th tier armored crocodile. Jiang Hao ignored them and quickly sped away into the distance. However, he underestimated this 4th tier armored crocodile. He originally thought that the crocodile would only chase for a short while and then give up when it couldn't catch up. Unexpectedly, the 4th tier armored crocodile relentlessly pursued them. Although the other was slower than him, he couldn't shake off the other, who was relentlessly chasing him from behind. Damn it, did you have to fight so hard? It's just that you killed a few of your own kind, is it really worth it? As Jiang Hao ran, he cursed inwardly. Unfortunately, this 4th tier armored crocodile couldn't hear it at all, but even if it had, it probably wouldn't have given up chasing Jiang Hao. After running for several kilometers, Jiang Hao still couldn't shake off his opponent. Seeing no hope of escaping from the outskirts, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and venture deeper into the occupied territory. Although Jiang Hao knew that the depths of the occupied zone were dangerous, getting rid of the big guy behind him was the priority right now. Before he knew it, Jiang Hao had arrived at a place filled with dilapidated houses. He didn't know the exact location, but judging from the surrounding ruins, it was clear that this place must have been the center of a town 300 years ago. However, none of that matters anymore. What matters is that the armored crocodile has caught up with them. Jiang Hao could only grit his teeth and continue deeper. The Tier 4 armored crocodile continued to follow closely behind. Roar! Just then, a roar suddenly rang out, and Jiang Hao immediately stopped in his tracks. Immediately, he saw a dark figure rushing towards him in the distance. Soon the dark figure arrived, and Jiang Hao finally saw its true form, causing him to feel a chill. A 4th tier monster, a berserk black bear. Looking at the ferocious black bear that resembled a small mountain, Jiang Hao took 2 steps to the side. He felt much relieved after confirming that the raging black bear wasn't looking at him. At that moment, the raging black bear was not looking at him, but at the armored crocodile that had invaded the area. The armored crocodile also looked at the ferocious black bear, its eyes filled with vigilance. Once they reach the 4th tier of strength, they all develop a strong sense of territory. Therefore, they will not easily leave their own territory to take over the territory of other monsters, otherwise it will be regarded as a provocation. The armored crocodile was so busy chasing Jiang Hao that it didn't even notice that this was the territory of the raging black bear, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to rush in. Looking at the 2 demons staring at each other, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel anxious. Go ahead and fight. If you start fighting, I'll have a chance to escape. As if it had heard what Jiang Hao was thinking, the raging black bear roared and charged directly at the armored crocodile. Chapter Frenzy. Seeing the two giant beasts fighting, Jiang Hao quickly ran to the side. The aftershocks of a battle between two fourth-tier monsters could easily kill him. He didn't want to die so mysteriously. However, he did not leave immediately. Watching the two monsters locked in fierce combat, Jiang Hao decided to return to being the sixth brother. Let's see if we can get some benefits. This is a fourth-tier monster. If we kill one, we can get a C-grade weapon. A Class C weapon can cost nearly $1 million on the market. Fortune favors the bold, and for this price alone, it's worth the risk. Jiang Hao hid behind a stone wall, ready to launch a sneak attack at any moment. The two monsters fought with remarkable understanding, employing no fancy attacks but relying entirely on instinct. Even so, it still has a strong destructive power. The surrounding trees and ruins were all smashed to pieces during the battle between the two giant beasts. Both of these monsters are power-type monsters. Each attack from the raging black bear landed on the armored crocodile with a dull thud. Compared to the ferocious black bear, the armored crocodile seems to be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, although the armored crocodile is huge, its short limbs make it useless. Its only attack method is biting. Don't underestimate the bite of the armored crocodile, because as a crocodile-like monster, it has an instinctive skill, the death roll. If you are bitten by an armored crocodile and then perform a fatal roll, the consequences are predictable. The raging black bear seemed to know this as well, so it paid extra attention to the armored crocodile's mouth, constantly shifting its body around the crocodile to avoid being bitten. This is precisely why the armored crocodile was put on the defensive. Jiang Hao hid in the shadows, secretly observing the state of the two demons, but for a moment he couldn't tell who would win. Ideally, these two guys should fight to the death. After watching for a while, it became clear that the two of them were unable to determine a winner in the short term. Jiang Hao then withdrew his gaze and opened his system space. Take a look at what you've gained. So far, including those armored crocodiles, he has killed nearly 40 monsters, 3 of which were third-tier monsters. Soon, Jiang Hao saw the results of his efforts. There were all sorts of weapons, but what surprised me the most was that among them were more than a dozen pieces of black clothing. Jiang Hao immediately checked the information on these clothes. Crocodile stomach armor, a system-issued E-grade weapon. Wearing it provides warmth in winter and coolness in summer, and also increases the user's defense by 10%. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, surprised that there was such a defensive garment. Most importantly, this is a set, which includes not only a top but also pants, and both are long-sleeved, so they can be worn underneath the top and are completely invisible. Jiang Hao glanced at the other clothes. These clothes were clearly obtained from killing those armored crocodiles. He knew that E-grade weapons corresponded to second-tier monsters, so there should also be 3 sets of D-grade crocodile stomach armor here. As expected, Jiang Hao found the 3 sets of D-grade crocodile stomach armor among them. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hao took out a set of clothes and quickly changed into them. This clothing feels like you're not wearing anything at all. If you don't look at it, you can't even tell it's there. Looking at the clothes that resembled crocodile skin, Jiang Hao was quite fond of them. With these clothes, his defense would be greatly enhanced. Suddenly remembering something, Jiang Hao turned his gaze to the armored crocodile that was engaged in fierce combat. If I kill this guy too, wouldn't that mean I'll have a C-grade defensive suit? If that's the case, even if I'm no match for that 4th-tier awakened one when I encounter him again, he won't be able to do anything to me. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes and made up his mind that he had to kill this armored crocodile. At this moment, the armored crocodile and the ferocious black bear had reached a fever pitch in their battle. The armored crocodile was covered in blood after being attacked by the raging black bear. Although its skin is as hard as steel, the ferocious black bear is no pushover. Although its bare paws are not as sharp as those of lions or tigers, they are still not something that ordinary monsters can withstand. Furthermore, its unique strength makes many monsters tremble with fear. The fact that the armored crocodile could fight the ferocious black bear to this extent is already something to be proud of. Bang! Caught off guard, the armored crocodile slammed its paw into the head of the berserk black bear, causing the bear to fall heavily to the ground. Blood was streaming from the corner of his mouth. It was unclear whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes and slightly hunched his body, ready to make a move at any moment. He couldn't let the armored crocodile die at the hands of the raging black bear, otherwise he wouldn't get the crocodile's stomach armor. At this moment, in his eyes, the armored crocodile was far more valuable than the raging black bear. We can't wait any longer. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth, prepared to withstand the raging black bear and snatch the armored crocodile's fatal blow. Just as Jiang Hao was about to make a move, the armored crocodile, which had been on the verge of death, suddenly sprang to life. This startled the ferocious black bear that was about to kill the armored crocodile. It was about to retreat, but it was too late. The armored crocodile opened its blood-red maw and bit down hard on the left forelimb of the raging black bear. Then, the terrifying death roll began. Roar! The raging black bear let out a shrill scream, trying to struggle, but it couldn't break free no matter what it did. Jiang Hao watched this scene with lingering fear. Although he wasn't the one who was rolled around by death, he still felt a chill run down his spine. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't acted impulsively, otherwise he might have been the one bitten. Jiang Hao suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to observe again. Even the armored crocodile had a backup plan, so he didn't believe the raging black bear wouldn't have one either. Just as Jiang Hao was thinking this, the raging black bear roared. Then, to Jiang Hao's astonishment, he saw the raging black bear's body expand to a larger size, and its eyes turn scarlet. Seeing this, Jiang Hao suddenly remembered that during class, the teacher had told them that the main ability, or rather the true ability, of the berserk black bear was its berserk nature. Once the berserk black bear enters its berserk state, it is absolutely invincible among those of the same level, and even more so against those of higher levels. Therefore, there are only two ways to deal with a raging black bear. One strategy is to kill the berserk black bear before it enters its berserk state, and the other is to stall it, as the berserk state of the berserk black bear cannot be maintained indefinitely, it has a time limit. Therefore, as long as the berserk black bear exits its berserk state, it will enter a weakened state. This is the best time to deal with the raging black bear. At this moment, the raging black bear had broken free from the armored crocodile's restraints. Strictly speaking, it was the armored crocodile that bit off the left forelimb of the raging black bear. Roar! The raging black bear roared furiously, ignoring the bleeding from its severed left limb, and launched a frenzied attack on the armored crocodile. The armored crocodile was no pushover either, and immediately launched a fierce counterattack, quickly biting the raging black bear's right forelimb again. This time, however, before the armored crocodile could even perform its death roll, it was suddenly lifted up by the raging black bear and slammed heavily to the ground. Chapter 55, Heaven Never Blocks All Ways. Bang! A dull thud sounded, and even Jiang Hao felt the pain when he heard it. Not to mention the armored crocodile. Under Jiang Hao's watchful eye, the raging black bear seemed to have grabbed the hook of the armored crocodile, preventing the crocodile from spitting out its right forelimb. It kept lifting the armored crocodile and slamming it to the ground repeatedly. A deep pit quickly appeared on the ground. Seeing the armored crocodile's struggles weakening, Jiang Hao felt a chill. He knew that this couldn't go on. If the armored crocodile were killed, it would be a real problem. With that thought in mind, Jiang Hao didn't hesitate any longer and dashed out. Upon seeing Jiang Hao appear, the raging black bear roared and swung it violently, sending the armored crocodile hurtling towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's face lit up with joy upon seeing this. Roar! A transparent lion's head quickly appeared above Jiang Hao's head. A terrifying sonic attack swept out instantly. The armored crocodile was the first to be hit. Although it sensed the danger, it was powerless to escape at that moment. Finally, under the resentful gaze, the armored crocodile succumbed to its life force and fell heavily at Jiang Hao's feet. Jiang Hao smiled. He had thought he would have to put in a lot of effort, but he hadn't expected to achieve his goal so easily. Roar! Just as Jiang Hao was overjoyed, the ferocious black bear suddenly pounced on him. Jiang Hao's pupils shrank drastically. He quickly put the armored crocodile's corpse into his storage bag and ran away into the distance without looking back. He couldn't even mess with a berserk black bear in its normal state, let alone a berserk black bear in its berserk state. Jiang Hao used every ounce of his strength, but he still couldn't shake off the raging black bear. Moreover, the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Seeing this, Jiang Hao was secretly anxious. Why was this damned guy so persistent in chasing him? Bang! Suddenly, a gust of wind came from behind. Before Jiang Hao could check the situation, he instinctively dodged and saw a huge rock sweep out from behind him, crashing heavily into the path he had just taken. Jiang Hao was terrified by what he saw. He knew without a doubt that it was thrown by the raging black bear. If this had happened to me, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured even if I hadn't died. Roar! The furious roars of the black bear echoed as it relentlessly pursued Jiang Hao. They continued to attack Jiang Hao, trying to force him to stop. Fortunately, Jiang Hao reacted quickly enough, otherwise he might have been hit by these attacks. However, despite this, Jiang Hao's speed was still affected. As the berserk black bear drew ever closer, Jiang Hao grew increasingly anxious. In its berserk state, the black bear could easily torture him like a child. But just then, the raging black bear had already arrived behind Jiang Hao, giving him no chance to react, and suddenly shoved with its remaining right forelimb. Jiang Hao lost his balance and rolled around on the ground several times. Fortunately, he was wearing a crocodile stomach armor, so although he was concerned about the cuts on his stomach, he was unharmed elsewhere on his body. It was covered in dust and dirt, making it look rather dusty and dirty. Ignoring the pain, Jiang Hao quickly got up from the ground. The raging black bear had already reached Jiang Hao again, and at the same time, it slapped out a paw straight at Jiang Hao's head. Jiang Hao quickly stepped back, and with a flick of his wrist, the crimson flame sword swiftly appeared in his palm. Although he knew he was no match for the raging black bear, he was absolutely not going to sit idly by and wait to die. With the crimson flame sword in hand, Jiang Hao swung it fiercely, aiming for the raging black bear's paw. Bang! A dull thud rang out, and Jiang Hao felt his entire right arm go numb, almost losing his grip on the sword. Before Jiang Hao could recover, the raging black bear launched another attack. Roar! Upon seeing this, a transparent lion's head appeared above Jiang Hao's head, and he immediately unleashed his lion's roar technique. The deafening roar enveloped the raging black bear. However, the lion's roar, which had always worked, was ineffective against the raging black bear today. The raging black bear seemed to have no reaction whatsoever to the lion's roar. The raging black bear's massive paw slammed down, sending Jiang Hao flying instantly. Puff! Jiang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood and his body slammed heavily against a large tree not far away. Click! The tree, with a diameter of 5 meters, snapped in two. Jiang Hao felt as if his back was about to break. The intense pain was causing him great suffering. The crimson flame sword had already slipped from his hand and landed not far away. At the same time, the raging black bear had arrived in front of Jiang Hao and raised its paw to strike him again. Jiang Hao looked weakly at the raging black bear, wanting to stand up but having no strength at all. Am I going to die today? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. For a moment, many thoughts came to mind, but most of them were of his parents' every smile and frown. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, I won't be able to take care of you anymore. Jiang Hao slowly closed his eyes. He no longer had any intention of resisting. Faced with the berserk black bear in its rage, he could only wait to die. Bang! Suddenly a dull thud sounded, and Jiang Hao flinched, but the ferocious black bear that he had imagined would attack him did not happen. Jiang Hao was taken aback, then opened his eyes and looked at the scene with a strange expression. The raging black bear lay sprawled in front of him, its aura utterly exhausted. Seeing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, I felt a sense of relief. He thought he was going to die, but unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. At the critical moment, the raging black bear's rage timed out. It really is true that there's always a way out. Jiang Hao flipped his hand and took out healing potions, stamina potions, and recovery potions from the system space, and drank them all. In an instant, most of his injuries were healed. Jiang Hao stood up from the ground. The raging black bear was surprised to see the human in front of it, who had just looked weak and dying, but had suddenly become full of energy. However, it realized its dangerous situation and immediately struggled to its feet, then limped back to its territory. Although it moves slowly, it has not given up. Watching the raging black bear's retreating figure, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, then waved his hand, and the crimson flame sword in the distance immediately flew back into his hand. Then Jiang Hao walked towards the raging black bear. Although the raging black bear looked somewhat disheveled and forlorn at this moment, Jiang Hao felt no pity for it. He knew very well that if the raging black bear's rage hadn't ended, he would have been dead just now. It's just that fortunes are changing now. Moreover, humans and demons are inherently mortal enemies. Chapter 56, The Feeling of Heartbreak. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Hao stayed in the occupied area for these 7 days. Although he was alone, he did not feel lonely at all. Every day is either spent fighting or on the way to fighting. After 7 days, he finally completed Shen Mengli's mission. He collected a total of 5 types of crocodile monsters. In addition to the armored crocodile, he also found the blood crystal crocodile, the Yangtze alligator, the rock crocodile, and an extremely rare space-type crocodile called the skybreaker beast. There was only one skybreaker beast, and it was pure white, clearly very precious. After killing the skybreaker beast, I obtained another storage item, this time a belt. Although the mission was completed, Jiang Hao did not plan to leave immediately. After all, he still had more than half a month left to fulfill his promise to Shen Mengli, so he was not in a hurry to go back. Jiang Hao calculated his gains over the past 7 days. He had acquired 60 F grade weapons and 54 E grade weapons. We obtained 18 D grade weapons and 2 C grade weapons. In addition, there are quite a few potions, enough for me to splurge on for a while. This time, I've reaped a very rich harvest, at least 3 million yuan. Combined with my savings, it's almost enough to buy a villa. However, this is far from enough. In addition to buying a villa, Jiang Hao also plans to buy his father a car, and at the same time, he needs to leave enough living expenses for his own college expenses. Everything that needs to be prepared should be prepared. 3 days later, Jiang Hao left the occupied area and headed straight for the black market. He had already contacted Huang Xingshan to sell all the weapons he had acquired. "Sir, you really have some tricks up your sleeve," Huang Xingshan said with a smile as soon as he saw Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was taken aback. "What's wrong? You don't know?" Huang Xingshan looked at Jiang Hao in surprise, and only after confirming that Jiang Hao really didn't know did he explain. "Didn't I say before that the Bai family had already issued a kill order? But shortly after you left, the president of our Dragon City Bounty Guild personally stood up and spoke up for you. This means that anyone who dares to deal with you is an enemy of the Bounty Hunter Guild, and we strongly demand that the Bai family stop hunting you down." After listening to Huang Xingshan's vivid account, Jiang Hao finally understood what had happened. He was somewhat surprised. He had some impression of the president of the Dragon City Bounty Guild, but he didn't expect Lu Jinglong to stand up for him. This is a huge favor. He originally thought that the Bai family hadn't bothered him because they hadn't discovered him, but it turned out that Lu Jinglong had set everything up for him. "The Bai family is so obedient, they really lifted the kill order against me?" Huang Xingshan said meaningfully. "Sir, you still underestimate the power of the Bounty Guild. Not to mention the Bai family, even the Su family of Dragon City would not dare to underestimate the Bounty Guild. Of course, the Bai family won't dare to deal with you openly, but they will definitely deal with you secretly." Jiang Hao nodded. He wasn't surprised. After meeting the Bai family, he knew they were the kind of family that wouldn't give up until they achieved their goals. The only thing that shocked him was the Bounty Guild. It seemed that he had made the right choice in listening to Huang Xingshan. "By the way, sir, I've raised enough money to pay my medical bills before, and I'll return it to you today." Jiang Hao waved his hand. "Forget it, you got injured because of me, so I don't need the money." Huang Xingshan wanted to say something, but Jiang Hao interrupted him. "Let's go, I have something to do later. I'll sell the weapons and then leave." Upon hearing this, Huang Xingshan gave a wry smile, said nothing more, and immediately took Jiang Hao to sell weapons. To be honest, he was quite curious. He had witnessed X's strength and knew that the other party was not an enhanced user, so why could X always produce some weapons from time to time? Could it be that you're selling it for someone else? Although he was puzzled, Huang Xingshan dared not ask. He knew very well what he should and should not do. Under Huang Xingshan's guidance, Jiang Hao easily obtained 4 million, but he didn't sell his storage equipment, the Crimson Flame Sword, or the C-grade Crocodile Stomach Armor. Jiang Hao then headed to the Bounty Guild. Jiang Hao submitted the task following the same procedure as last time, and the front desk called Shen Mengli again. While Jiang Hao was waiting for Shen Mengli, Lu Jinglong was informed by the front desk that Jiang Hao had arrived, and immediately went to the lobby. "Mr. X, do you have time to talk?" "Okay." Jiang Hao nodded without refusing. After all, Lu Jinglong had helped him a lot without him even realizing it, so he had to give him some face. Jiang Hao said to the receptionist, "If the client comes over and I haven't come out yet, please tell her to wait for me." "Okay, no problem." The receptionist smiled and nodded. "Mr. X, you probably already know what happened, right?" Inside the office, Lu Jinglong poured Jiang Hao a cup of tea. Jiang Hao nodded. "Yes, I heard about it from my friend before I came. I really want to thank the president this time." "Mr. X, you're too kind. Since you're a member of our Dragon City Bounty Guild, the guild will naturally protect you," Lu Jinglong said with a nonchalant smile. "However, I still want to remind Mr. X that it's easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. The Bai family may not dare to do anything to you openly, but you should still be careful." Jiang Hao nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will. If the president ever needs my help, just contact me." His contact information is in the file, and Lu Jinglong can contact him directly if he wants. Good. Lu Jinglong was very satisfied with Jiang Hao's answer. He wouldn't be this happy if X gave him any gift right now, but X's words made him very happy. Or rather, the reason he was willing to do this was to wait for X to say that. "Mr. X, if you need anything, you can contact me anytime." I can't speak for other places, but in Longchang, I still have a certain amount of influence. As long as Mr. X doesn't do anything illegal or taboo, I can step in and help him settle things. Jiang Hao said politely, then thank you very much, Chairman. Although he didn't understand why Lu Jinglong was being so polite to him, he naturally couldn't refuse since the other party was giving him face. The conversation between the two was very comfortable. After chatting for a while, Jiang Hao left Lu Jinglong's office. When he returned to the hall, he saw Shen Mengli already waiting there. However, at this moment, many people were surrounding Shen Mengli and constantly trying to chat her up. Seeing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Shen Mengli is so beautiful, it's perfectly normal for people to hit on her. Today, Shen Mengli changed her outfit, wearing a black cheongsam that perfectly showcased her figure, and black stiletto boots on her feet. Shen Mengli frowned slightly, seemingly getting a little impatient with being approached. Suddenly, she noticed Jiang Hao out of the corner of her eyes lit up, and she immediately walked quickly towards him. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt heartbroken. Chapter 57 The Customer is God. I am very satisfied with these crocodile carcasses. I didn't expect you to be able to kill even a 4th-tier armored crocodile. You are truly impressive. Shen Mengli was very satisfied with the crocodile carcass that Jiang Hao had taken out. Apart from the carcass of the 4th-tier armored crocodile, the other crocodile carcasses were completely unharmed. However, what shocked her the most was this 4th-tier armored crocodile. She thought that X would at most bring back some 1st-tier crocodiles. Unexpectedly, there were not only Tier 3 crocodiles, but even Tier 4 crocodiles. And that white crocodile was absolutely gorgeous. She had never seen this breed of crocodile before. Jiang Hao shook his head and said, half jokingly, I was just lucky. When I saw it, it had just gone through a great battle, so I had the opportunity to kill it. By the way, what kind of crocodile is this white crocodile? Do you recognize it? Shen Mengli didn't delve into the matter of the 4th-tier armored crocodile, but instead looked at the white crocodile. This white crocodile is so beautiful, a bag made from its skin would be absolutely gorgeous. I don't recognize them either. I stumbled upon them by chance, and then I searched for a while but couldn't find any more of these types of crocodiles. Upon hearing this, Shen Mengli couldn't help but feel a little regretful, wishing she could obtain more of these crocodiles. But that's fine too, since things are valued for their scarcity. You completed this mission exceptionally well, I am very satisfied. I will give you 1.5 million crystal coins this time, what do you think? Jiang Hao did not refuse. To be honest, 1.5 million crystal coins was not a high amount, considering the great danger involved. It was only because of himself that he could complete the task. If it were someone else, they might not be able to complete it. I also need to trouble you to help me deliver these crocodile carcasses to my house. No problem. The two then left the room, returned to the front desk, completed the task, and Jiang Hao quickly received his reward. Before leaving, Shen Mengli asked, do you need any more missions? If so, I can issue another one. Jiang Hao's ability to kill monsters without harming their bodies impressed Shen Mengli greatly, and she was very willing to cooperate with him. No, I have something to take care of lately, Jiang Hao shook his head. He needs to rest well, and then he needs to start looking into buying a house. After he finishes all this, school will be starting soon, so he doesn't plan to go to the occupied areas for a while. Although Shen Mengli was a little disappointed, she still said, okay, if you want to do a task, you can contact me anytime. I can wait until you want to do a task before I post it. Good. When Jiang Hao returned to the hotel, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Seeing their son, who had been missing for 10 days, finally return, the elderly couple quickly surrounded Jiang Hao and asked him what he had been doing for the past 10 days. Jiang Hao had suddenly disappeared for 10 days. If he hadn't called to say he wouldn't be back for the next couple of days, they would have been really worried that something might have happened to him. Fortunately, everything turned out alright. Jiang Hao spent a long time explaining before the elderly couple finally felt at ease. Jiang Hao had initially planned to tell his parents that he was going to look at houses tomorrow, but then he changed his mind and decided not to tell them. He intended to surprise his parents. After chatting with his parents for a while, Jiang Hao returned to his room. The following day, after finishing his meal, Jiang Hao took the bank card from Xiao Yufan and left the hotel. He already has a few options regarding housing, and today he's going to walk around and take a look. A house is a big deal. After all, even if you don't plan to live there for a lifetime, at the very least, there shouldn't be any problems with the place of residence during this period of time. We should also consider the environment. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived at a place called Taihe Town Sales Office. Taihe Town is one of the well-known affluent residential communities in Longcheng, mainly consisting of detached villas and large single-level apartments. Jiang Hao walked into the sales office, and the sales staff immediately smiled. However, when they saw that Jiang Hao was only an 18 or 19-year-old youth, their smiles vanished instantly. No one came to greet him. Jiang Hao frowned upon seeing this, but said nothing, and circled the building model twice. He then asked a female sales clerk standing nearby, "How many detached villas do you have left? Little brother, are you sure you want to buy? If you do, I can show you around. But if you're just asking about the price, I suggest you leave." The female sales clerk glanced at Jiang Hao indifferently, her eyes full of disdain. Their detached villas in Taihe Town cost at least 2 million crystal coins, and she didn't believe that this young man dressed in cheap clothes could afford them. Jiang Hao was amused by the female sales clerk. Longjing Pavilion really was a big company that bullied its customers. They didn't even give an introduction, just asked me whether I wanted to buy it or not. What, can't I ask questions if I'm not buying? That's not how you do business. Even if you buy a unit in a town like Taihe, I'm afraid the service won't be very good. Shaking his head, Jiang Hao didn't argue with the other party and simply turned and left. If you have money, it doesn't matter where you buy it. There's no need to put up with this and then have to spend money on it. Watching Jiang Hao's departing figure, the female sales clerk let out a disdainful snort. She'd seen plenty of people who come up to her with a barrage of questions, then leave after saying, "I'll take another look." After leaving Taihe Town, Jiang Hao went to another sales office, Longjing Pavilion. Longjing Pavilion is similar to Taihe Town, but Longjing Pavilion mainly focuses on villa areas. Their villas are not detached houses, but rather terraced houses. Similar to his treatment in Taihe Town, Jiang Hao did not receive much attention after arriving here. No one will see him either. Just as Jiang Hao was about to leave, a young woman walked over. "Hello sir, how can I help you?" Jiang Hao glanced at the woman. She was young and probably had just started working not long ago. "I'd like to see the house." The woman enthusiastically introduced, "Sir, you've come to the right place. Our Longjing Pavilion consists of these townhouses. Although they can't compare to detached villas, they are much quieter and better than apartment buildings. Sir, both Villa number 7 and Villa number 8 are currently for sale. Which one would you like to see?" Several sales staff around couldn't help but purse their lips at the woman's behavior. See? This guy is a newbie. He's dressed in cheap clothes and looks like he has no money, but Xiao Yao is still so hospitable to him. Once they've finished watching and left, Xiao Yao will be dumbfounded. That's good, at least it can get rid of that naivety in her. With Jiang Hao's keen hearing, he naturally heard everything the sales staff said clearly. Jiang Hao looked at Xiao Yao with a playful expression. "They all seem to have low hopes for me. Aren't you afraid that I'll just leave after you've finished your introduction? What's there to be afraid of? That's how business is. Just like buying clothes, everyone compares prices before buying. You can't just buy whatever you see. Besides, the customer is king. The fact that they come here shows respect for Longjing Pavilion. Even the customers don't look down on Longjing Pavilion, so what right do we have to look down on our customers?" Chapter 58 Monster. Xiao Yao's words impressed Jiang Hao. They were also very satisfied with Xiao Yao's service attitude. Jiang Hao said, "Show me around both of these villa areas." "No problem, please wait a moment." Xiao Yao nodded and then said to the manager standing next to her. The manager frowned and said, "Xiao Yao, I advise you to ignore him. Putting aside whether he can afford a house worth over $1 million at his age, just look at all those cheap clothes he's wearing. Do you think he looks like someone who can afford a house? It's fine with the manager. I'll just take him along and get familiar with the process." Xiao Yao smiled nonchalantly. After saying that, she took Jiang Hao away from the sales office to take a look at Villa number 7 and Villa number 8. "Sir, although these are all townhouses, you can rest assured that the soundproofing is excellent. This is Villa area number 7. Although it's right next to the road, the surrounding greenery is quite nice. The morning lighting is also excellent." As Xiao Yao spoke, she led Jiang Hao to a model room in Villa number 7. The villas here are all 3 stories above ground and have 1 basement level, with a small front and backyard. The lighting is pretty good, but the only downside is that the area is a bit small. Afterwards, they went to Villa area number 8, which was significantly larger than Villa area number 7. Compared to Villa number 7, Villa number 8 satisfied Jiang Hao. How were these 2 villa complexes sold? As they walked, Xiaoyao said, Villa area number 7 costs 40,000 yuan per square meter, and each villa costs around 7 or 8 million yuan. Villa area number 8 is located in the prime location, so the price is higher, at 60,000 yuan per square meter, which would cost at least more than 10 million yuan. So expensive. Zhang Hao was taken aback. He originally thought that his 6 million yuan was enough, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even afford villas in Villa Area 7, let alone Villa Area 8. Xiaoyao gave a wry smile. Sir, our Longjing Pavilion is a luxury residential area, and the price is set at this level. We only offer discounts to bounty hunters. She also felt that Longjing Pavilion was excessively expensive, but there was nothing she could do. She was just a lowly employee. However, while Longjing Pavilion is expensive, there's a reason for it. Both the community facilities and the landscaping are renowned among luxury residential communities. Zhang Hao asked curiously, Oh, bounty hunters get discounts? What kind of discount? That's right, sir. We offer discounts based on the bounty hunter's level. Currently, the maximum discount for bounty hunters in Dragon City is 30%. Even at a 30% discount, it would still cost over 10 million. Zhang Hao thought for a moment, then asked, if Longjing Pavilion offers installment payments, how do I choose to pay in installments? Xiaoyao explained, there are many installment options available, such as 0 down payment, 30% down payment, or 50% down payment. Okay, give me your contact information, and I'll come over in a couple of days. Zhang Hao initially considered paying in installments if necessary, but after a second thought, he ultimately abandoned that plan. While installment payments would allow him to move into a house quickly, repayments would be required later. If he doesn't have anything else to do, it's fine, but once he goes to university, he might not have the time, so he plans to buy it outright to save himself the trouble. Xiaoyao left her contact information with Zhang Hao. After saying goodbye, Zhang Hao found a secluded spot, changed his clothes, put on a mask, and went directly to the Bounty Guild. Well, Xiaoyao, what did I tell you that you didn't believe me? Now you believe me, right? The manager said with a smile when he saw Xiaoyao come back alone. Xiaoyao smiled but didn't say anything. She wasn't sure if Zhang Hao would come back. She didn't feel like she was doing something pointless. She just felt it was her job to show houses to customers, which was perfectly normal. You said you had a mission before, do you still have one now? Zhang Hao asked Shen Mengli on the phone while he was on his way. Shen Mengli looked at Zhang Hao with some surprise. Didn't you say you were busy recently and wouldn't be taking on any missions? Things have gone a little wrong. I don't have enough money, so I need to earn money through this mission. Zhang Hao shrugged. Oh, I see. How much money do you need? Do you need me to lend you some? Zhang Hao shook his head. No need, one more mission should be enough for me. He wasn't in the habit of borrowing money, and besides, he and Shen Mengli were just business partners and not close acquaintances, so it wouldn't be good to lend money rashly. All right then. Shen Mengli nodded, and then continued. This time, my mission doesn't require monsters. I need a nest of something called an ice silkworm. I'm not sure if these ice silkworms exist in the occupied areas outside Dragon City. Are you sure you want to take this mission? Forget it then. Zhang Hao decisively refused. He realized that very few of Shen Mengli's tasks were normal. Especially this task, I doubt anyone would accept it even if she posted it. How about this, you keep an eye out for me, and if you happen to come across it, get your hands on it for me. I'll give you extra money then, okay? No problem. Zhang Hao nodded, not refusing. Although doing this would mean losing points from the Bounty Guild and not getting mission guarantees, he still trusted Shen Mengli's character in their collaboration. After the two hung up the phone, before Zhang Hao could put it away, his cell phone rang. Seeing the familiar number, he raised an eyebrow and answered the call. What have you been up to lately, you busy person? A teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. What's up? What, can't I contact you if there's nothing wrong? The person on the other end of the phone sounded a little annoyed. I have a mission, which happens to be in Dragon City. Would you be interested in cooperating? Zhang Hao frowned. With your friends again? If there's that guy named Shan Bei, forget it. He has no interest in cooperating with that kind of person. Qin Xinglan said, this time it's just the two of us. We don't need to go to the occupied areas. We'll help your Dragon City Guard Bureau catch a criminal. How about we split the reward equally, 1 million crystal coins each? Who is this person? What is their cultivation level? Zhang Hao could accept cooperating with Qin Xinglan, but he needed to understand the situation before he could do so. An assassin whose mission description states he is a fourth-tier awakened individual with the ability of a physical power user. Jiang Hao did not refuse. Okay, when do we start? Tomorrow, I can get to launching tomorrow afternoon. We can meet up when I get there and I'll tell you the details. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao had no intention of continuing to the Bounty Guild, so he decided to go back to the hotel first. Roar! Just then, a roar suddenly came from afar, and Jiang Hao saw many people fleeing frantically. Behind them, a humanoid monster suddenly appeared, its body covered in scales and with a thick tail. Is this a human? Or a monster? Jiang Hao activated his Eye of Insight, but he was taken aback after seeing the other party's information. Monsters, artificially synthesized monsters. Level, Tier 4. Ability, Fire. Status, Mania. Artificially created monsters? What does that mean? Before he could think any further, the monster was already charging towards him, and Jiang Hao quickly turned and ran. He knew how powerful a fourth-tier being was. This wasn't the time to play the hero. Chapter 59, Experimental Subjects. This monster eats anyone it sees, and even throws obstacles into the road. This caused a traffic jam. Some unlucky drivers didn't even have time to react before a car suddenly fell from the sky in front of them. Everyone fled in panic, fearing they would become the monster's prey at any moment. Jiang Hao was also running around in the crowd when he suddenly saw the direction the monster was heading and stopped in his tracks. Jiang Hao has good eyesight. Even though it was far away, he could still see clearly that it was a kindergarten and that there were children having class at that moment. If that monster gets past, those children will surely die. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao charged directly toward the monster. Jiang Hao's actions shocked everyone. They desperately wanted to know who this person was who was so stupid as to run away from the monster instead of running away. It was practically suicide. Roar! Jiang Hao activated the Dragon God technique, and to everyone's astonishment, he instantly transformed into a transparent Eastern dragon. The monster was drawn to Jiang Hao's movements, and its gaze finally shifted from the kindergarten to Jiang Hao. Ah! The monster roared, then its eyes darted excitedly toward Jiang Hao. Bang! Jiang Hao collided with the monster and immediately felt a tremendous force strike him, causing him to stagger backward. Having finally regained his footing, the monster attacked again, and Jiang Hao immediately went to meet it. Although the Dragon God skill was not weak, it was still only at the beginner level, and his cultivation was too low. He was no match for the monster and was quickly knocked to the ground. Seeing Jiang Hao beaten so badly, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. When they saw Jiang Hao suddenly transform into a transparent Eastern dragon, they thought he was incredibly powerful. But it turned out he was just a wax figure with a silver spear, all show and no substance. Why show off if you don't have the ability? Jiang Hao transformed into the star-shifting technique and returned to human form. The monster attacked Jiang Hao again. Roar! Seeing this, Jiang Hao stopped hiding his strength and a transparent lion's head quickly appeared above his head. The terrifying sonic attack then rapidly spread outwards. Caught off guard, the people around were shaken so badly that they bled from all 7 orifices and were in a sorry state. Realizing the immense power of Jiang Hao's attack, everyone quickly moved far away, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Under Jiang Hao's attack, the monster also felt some discomfort, but it was, after all, only at the 4th level. After withstanding Jiang Hao's lion's roar, he arrived in front of Jiang Hao and threw a punch straight for Jiang Hao's head. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone closed their eyes, believing that the mysterious masked man was surely dead. Suddenly, a deep dragon's roar resounded, startling everyone. They thought a powerful figure had made a move, but when they opened their eyes, they found that the masked man, whom they thought was surely dead, was not only alive but was now fighting the monster again. Some people, eager for a good show, forgot their fear and immediately took out their phones to record Jiang Hao's battle with the monster. Even more extreme, some people started live streaming on social media platforms. Jiang Hao was still unaware of this at this moment. He was unleashing the full power of the 18 subduing dragon palms. Powerful shockwaves continuously erupted from his palms, successfully stopping the monster, though he didn't defeat it. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Hao was so powerful that he actually managed to stop the monster all by himself. Meanwhile, those who were watching the spectacle through social media platforms were now in an uproar. Wow, who is this masked person? He's so powerful, fighting this monster to a standstill. Could this be a performance staged on purpose? This statement immediately drew criticism from some people. You're talking nonsense. This is a performance. Didn't you see the damage all around? That's right, we can guarantee that these are absolutely true, because we were right there in the crowd watching. This monster was killing everyone it saw. If it weren't for this mysterious person, it would have already stormed into the kindergarten. Social media was immediately divided into two camps. One camp said Jiang Hao was putting on an act, and that he was not a monster but a mutant. This whole thing was done to attract attention. The other side supports Jiang Hao and helps him prove that it is true. Everyone, please stop arguing. I am from the Dragon City Guard, and I can vouch for this. Our men have already gone to work. Soon after, a person claiming to be from the Dragon City Guard division also made a public statement on social media. He had no choice but to step forward now. They had been notified of the attack on the city by an unknown monster, but they hadn't arrived yet. Now, not only have people taken action, but some are even reporting on this matter live. However, the Dragon City Guard division had not yet appeared, so at this moment, he had to stand up and speak out to prevent the Dragon City Guard division from being criticized. Shortly after he finished speaking, a comment drew everyone's attention. No need for guessing, everyone. I am Lu Jinglong, the president of the Dragon City Bounty Guild. This person is X, a bounty hunter from my Dragon City Bounty Guild. Upon hearing this news, some people immediately began investigating Jiang Hao's information, but they found nothing. All they could find out was what Lu Jinglong had told them. At the same time, at the Bai group, Bai Wenluo and Su Jing were sitting together, looking worried, when a bodyguard knocked on the door and came in. Boss, madam, we've found test subject number 4. Upon hearing this, Bai Wenluo quickly said, "Oh, where is it? Quickly catch it back, we absolutely cannot let it be exposed." Boss, I'm afraid it's too late. The bodyguard gave a wry smile. Su Jing frowned slightly. What do you mean? Boss, please take a look at madam. The bodyguard took out his phone and opened a social media platform. Soon, Bai Wenluo, Su Jing, and the others saw the live broadcast of Jiang Hao's battle with the monster. Damn it, it's X again. Su Jing slammed her hand on the coffee table. Bai Wenlu frowned. How did the 4th test subject end up on Fanyu Street? We don't know either, but it's too late now. Test subject number 4 has already been exposed. What should the boss do next? Bai Wenluo fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He didn't know what to do either. Everything had been fine before, and their secret experiments had never been discovered. But who knows what happened today? The 4th test subject actually escaped from the laboratory while the staff were not resting. If this is discovered, and it's revealed that this monster is connected to their Bai group, then the higher-ups will likely not let them off the hook. Conducting human experiments in China without authorization is a serious crime, and once discovered, it will be severely punished. Su Jing said in a deep voice, "Don't rush. Even if they discover the monsters, they can't possibly guess that these monsters are related to our Bai group. So let's not act rashly, lest we alert them. Don't panic at this time. The more panicked you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes." Chapter 60 Celebrities. Roar. Jiang Hao unleashed another lion's roar. He had already used all his trump cards, but he still couldn't do anything to this monster. Fortunately, he had a C-grade crocodile stomach armor, otherwise he would probably have been seriously injured long ago. The monster withstood Jiang Hao's attack and suddenly swung its tail. Bang! Caught off guard, Jiang Hao was sent flying. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the monster lunged forward. Just as the monster was about to attack Jiang Hao, several attacks suddenly came from behind, forcing the monster to abandon its plan to attack Jiang Hao. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the guards had finally arrived. Jiang Hao felt the same way. He was really afraid he wouldn't be able to hold out until the guards arrived. Fortunately, the guards arrived in time at the critical moment. Seeing that the guards were coming, he had no intention of continuing to make a move. He only intervened to protect the children, otherwise, he would never have done so. There were quite a few people from the guard division, including 2 third-tier awakened ones. Seeing this, Jiang Hao took the opportunity to leave. After everyone realized what was happening, they discovered that Jiang Hao had disappeared. Nevertheless, the name X has already spread. Jiang Hao did not return to the hotel, but went directly to the occupied area. He was still short of money to buy a house, so he set his sights on these monsters. The next day at noon, Jiang Hao emerged from the occupied area, having not forgotten his promise to Qin Qinglan. Just as he left the occupied area, his phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Qin Qinglan calling. Qin Qinglan didn't waste any words. "I've already arrived in Longchang. Are you coming to find me, or should I come to find you? Jiang Hao said, I'm in the eastern suburbs. Come find me. Okay, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao waited for nearly 40 minutes before Qin Xinglan finally arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, Qin Xinglan couldn't help but tease him, I didn't expect you to become a celebrity. What celebrity? What happened? Jiang Hao was taken aback. How did he become a celebrity? Qin Xinglan looked at Jiang Hao with some surprise, you didn't know? Seeing Jiang Hao shake his head blankly, Qin Xinglan finally believed him. She then took out her phone, saved the information, and handed it to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao looked at the video title on his phone and couldn't help but twitch his lips. A mysterious masked man battles a terrifying lizard man. Below is footage of his fierce battle with the monster yesterday. Jiang Hao never expected that the scene of his fierce battle with the monster yesterday would be filmed. You're a celebrity now, and a lot of people are investigating you. But speaking of which, you're quite impressive. Everyone only knows you as X. Even the Bounty Guild can't find any information about you, let alone your real information. Jiang Hao pursed his lips. He was very glad that he had asked a question when he registered as a bounty hunter. Let's talk about your mission. Qin Xinglan said, this mission is relatively simple. It involves assisting the guard division in apprehending a criminal. It is said that this person escaped from prison. Jiang Hao frowned. The Dragon City Guard Division can't possibly be unable to even awaken a fourth-tier monster, right? Wasn't that monster yesterday taken care of by them? You really don't care about anything? The Guard Division didn't deal with that monster, it got away. Qin Xinglan shook her head. They ran away? The Guard Division mobilized so many people, including 2 third-tier awakened ones, yet that monster still managed to escape. Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised. He had always thought the Guard Division had already dealt with that guy. Jiang Hao asked, do you have any clues about the culprit? We can't just search like headless flies. It's quite a coincidence. Before I came to find you, I went to the Dragon City Guard headquarters to inquire about that person's information. According to the guard headquarters, the prisoner escaped into the occupied area yesterday afternoon. Did you enter the occupied area yesterday afternoon? I also entered yesterday afternoon, so why didn't I run into the other person? Could it be that the other party didn't come in from here? Jiang Hao asked again, do you have a photo of that person? He hadn't expected the prisoner to have escaped to the occupied area, which was not good news for them. Compared to the residential areas, the occupied areas were filled with far too many impossibilities. Moreover, the enemy entered a day in advance. The occupied area is so large that a day is enough time for them to travel a great distance. Searching for people in the occupied territories was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Qin Xinglan nodded, then found a photo on her phone and handed it to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao memorized the prisoner's appearance and returned the phone to Qin Xinglan. Do you have any plans? Qin Xinglan shook her head and said, no, according to my plan, we should go straight in and capture them. Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly, then looked in the direction of the occupied area and suddenly asked, what's deep inside the occupied area? Currently, no one knows what lies deep within the occupied zone. The strongest known cultivation level for humans is the 9th rank, but no one has yet broken through to that level. However, there are some 9th rank demons. Why are you asking this? Qin Xinglan looked at Jiang Hao with some curiosity. Although 300 years had passed, humanity still did not have the ability to investigate the situation deep within the occupied zone. It's nothing, let's go, let's enter the occupied area. Jiang Hao didn't say anything more. Qin Xinglan asked curiously, so what are your plans? Jiang Hao shook his head, the situation is still uncertain. It's too early to talk about this. Let's enter the occupied area first. He doesn't have any good solutions right now, so he can only take it one step at a time. However, there is one thing we must be careful about. How long will your mission take? If it's only for a few days, then there's no need to continue with this task. Qin Xinglan said, the mission has a 1-month deadline, which is enough time. I don't have that much time, I'd say at most 10 days. I'm about to start school, so I can't spend all my time doing tasks. Besides, my main goal is to make money quickly. Earning $1 million in a month is too slow, it's better to just hunt exotic beasts yourself. From yesterday afternoon to this afternoon, he stayed in the occupied zone, killing no fewer than 80 monsters. If he bought all the weapons he obtained, he would have over $1 million. 10 days should be enough. There are so many monsters here that even a 4th-tier awakened being would not dare to venture too deep. Qin Xinglan made a rough calculation in her mind. Although there wasn't much time, the two of them working together should be fine. As they spoke, they entered the occupied territory. Where are you going? Jiang Hao called out to Qin Xinglan helplessly as she walked away with her head down. Qin Xinglan blinked. Of course we need to find that criminal. You're just going to look like this? This place is so big, how are you going to find it? Then tell me, what should we do? Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Of course, we let him come out on his own. Chapter 61, Forced Out. Is this the solution you were talking about? As Qin Xinglan ran, she looked at Jiang Hao with a face full of black lines. She originally thought this guy might have some good ideas, but he just somehow got a bunch of entrails and threw them out, which caused the surrounding monsters to riot and even attracted fourth-tier monsters. Jiang Hao nodded and said, "That's right. As you said, that guy can't go any deeper. Since he can't go any deeper, we can only stay on the outer perimeter. As long as we lure out the monsters on the outskirts, that guy will definitely not be able to hide any longer. Currently, this is the only method that is the most convenient. Of course, if the other side has already left the occupied area, then there's nothing that can be done." Jiang Hao and Qin Xinglan ran wildly, throwing out organs along the way, which caused the surrounding demons to riot. Under a large tree, a middle-aged man wearing a white t-shirt and a baseball cap was sitting on the ground, seemingly dozing off. Roar! Suddenly, a series of beastly roars rang out, causing the middle-aged man to abruptly open his eyes. The middle-aged man looked around in confusion. Although the place he had escaped from wasn't exactly secluded, there were very few monsters here. Why were there suddenly so many roars of beasts? Before the middle-aged man could react, he soon saw a large number of monsters appear in his line of sight. Holy crap! The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he quickly got up and ran away. Although he was a fourth-tier awakened being, he was no match for so many monsters. Right now, there's no other way but to run. He just couldn't understand what was wrong with these monsters, why they suddenly started to riot. The already riotous monsters became even more agitated upon seeing the middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man felt like cursing his mother. At the same time, Jiang Hao and his companions were also chased by the monsters and forced to flee in a sorry state. Qin Xinglan said in a low voice, "It should be about time." "Not enough, we haven't seen the prisoner yet." Jiang Hao shook his head. The occupied area is so vast, and they haven't even covered a tenth of the distance yet. Who can guarantee that the middle-aged man isn't here? The two continued running with their heads down, and after a while, Qin Xinglan suddenly called out to Jiang Hao. "X, is that the guy?" Jiang Hao looked in the direction Qin Xinglan pointed, and sure enough, he saw a middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap rapidly approaching them. Most likely. Jiang Hao wasn't sure either, as the other person was wearing a baseball cap and he couldn't see their face clearly at all. "How confident are you in dealing with a fourth-tier awakened?" Qin Xinglan said in a deep voice, "I can barely hold them off, but it's impossible for me to defeat them." Jiang Hao nodded upon hearing this. That was enough. As long as Qin Xinglan could keep the other party occupied, he could take her down. "Let's go over there." As he spoke, Jiang Hao immediately lunged at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man also noticed Jiang Hao and his group, but he didn't pay them any attention. Although the occupied area was sparsely populated, it wasn't completely deserted. However, it was not easy for them to meet each other in the occupied zone. Of course, he wasn't without suspicion that the other party was from the guard division, but on second thought, he felt it was unlikely. If the guards were to come here, there would certainly be more than just two people. Given the nature of the guard division, they will definitely act collectively. However, he did not let his guard down. Soon, the two sides met up. Jiang Hao and Qin Xinglan finally saw the other person's face clearly, and sure enough, this person was the prisoner. Jiang Hao and Qin Xinglan exchanged a glance. The two just passed each other. Qin Xinglan transformed into a nine-tailed celestial fox and pounced on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine. After sensing Qin Xinglan's aura and discovering that she was a third-tier awakener, he felt much more at ease. Without a second thought, he immediately went to greet Qin Xinglan. Qin Xinglan truly lives up to her SSS-level talent awakener status. Her combat strength is far beyond what ordinary Tier 3 individuals can match. Even though he was of a lower rank than the middle-aged man, he still managed to fight him to a standstill. Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't stand idly by. He flipped his hand and took out the Crimson Flame sword from the system space, then attacked the middle-aged man. Grade B weapon. Both Qin Xinglan and the middle-aged man showed surprise upon seeing the weapon in Jiang Hao's hand. Clearly, none of them expected that a first-tier awakened individual would possess a B-grade weapon. Ignoring their shock, Jiang Hao continued to attack the middle-aged man with his crimson flame sword. Although the middle-aged man was a fourth-tier awakener, he dared not take a direct hit from a B-grade weapon and could only dodge hastily. This dodge, however, created an opportunity for Qin Xinglan. Qin Xinglan immediately displayed her talent, and her eyes quickly glowed with purple light. The middle-aged man was startled and realized something was wrong, but it was already too late. He felt a sudden dizziness, as if his consciousness had left his body. Seeing this, Jiang Hao did not hesitate at all and directly stabbed the middle-aged man in the abdomen with his sword. Just as the crimson flame sword was about to touch the middle-aged man's abdomen, the man suddenly shuddered and forcefully broke free from Qin Xinglan's control. He quickly retreated, thus avoiding Jiang Hao's attack. Despite this, his abdomen was still slashed open by the crimson flame sword, and blood flowed out of the wound. The middle-aged man was furious. He hadn't expected these two to be so powerful. As a fourth-level awakened being, he hadn't gained any advantage. Although he was angry, the middle-aged man knew that this was not the time to prolong the fight. The middle-aged man immediately turned and fled. "Quick, chase after him. Don't let him get away," Qin Xinglan said, and took the lead in chasing after the middle-aged man. They finally managed to lure this guy out, and if he gets away now, it won't be easy to find him again next time. Seeing this, Jiang Hao quickly followed. Roar! The demons behind them were now catching up. Seeing this, Jiang Hao knew he had to finish the fight quickly, otherwise, if these demons caught up with him, or if he angered that guy, he would be doomed to die together with them. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao immediately unleashed the full power of his Lingbo Weibo technique. A while ago, it was the fourth-tier awakened ones who were chasing him, but today it's his turn to chase the fourth-tier awakened ones. It's true what they say, fortune really does change. However, Jiang Hao also knew that he could act so recklessly entirely because of Qin Xinglan. If it weren't for Qin Xinglan restraining him, he wouldn't have been a match for a fourth-tier awakened being at all. Soon, Jiang Hao overtook Qin Xinglan. Looking at the middle-aged man running ahead, Jiang Hao immediately focused his energy in his dantian. Roar! Upon seeing the transparent lion's head appear above Jiang Hao's head, Qin Xinglan quickly covered her ears. Jiang Hao's lion's roar left her with considerable trauma. A terrifying roar erupted. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, but quickly recovered and continued to fly away into the distance. He wants to go deeper, we can't let him go deeper. Qin Xinglan's expression turned grave as she saw the direction the middle-aged man was heading. Jiang Hao was also aware of this, so naturally he wouldn't let the middle-aged man go deeper into the area. Otherwise, wouldn't their efforts have been in vain? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao immediately began to unleash the 18 subduing dragon palms. This time, however, his 18 subduing dragon palms were not aimed at the middle-aged man, but rather at the path in front of him, slowing him down. Chapter 62 Lucky Star. The middle-aged man slowed down, and upon seeing this, Qin Xinglan immediately rushed over and engaged him in battle once again. Jiang Hao then took the opportunity to wander around, preparing to look for a chance to launch a sneak attack. A fourth-tier awakened being is not so easy to deal with. Their terrifying strength makes it difficult for Jiang Hao and Qin Xinglan to defeat them in a short time, even if they join forces. The three were locked in fierce combat when the demons arrived, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The middle-aged man finally spoke up and asked, "Who exactly are you people, and why are you making trouble for me?" Unfortunately, neither Jiang Hao nor Qin Xinglan responded to him, which frustrated the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man said fiercely, "Are you determined to fight me to the death? There are so many demons here. If you don't stop, we'll all die together." "You want to die together with me? I'm afraid you don't have the right." Qin Xinglan sneered. She suddenly looked up, her eyes instantly flashing with a purple light. "Here we go again." The middle-aged man realized something was wrong, but it was too late. His consciousness felt like it was about to leave his body again. Seeing this, Jiang Hao no longer held back this time. He quickly stepped forward and slashed at the middle-aged man's neck with his crimson flame sword. Perhaps sensing the impending danger, the middle-aged man once again broke free from Qin Xinglan's control. Seeing the crimson flame sword about to fall on his neck, the middle-aged man was startled and quickly dodged. But he was still a step too late. Although he dodged the vital parts, the crimson flame sword still landed on his shoulder. The intense pain made him gasp. However, before he could react, a layer of flames instantly rose from the surface of the crimson flame sword. The terrifying burning sensation caused the middle-aged man to scream in pain instantly. Jiang Hao was about to take the opportunity to finish off the middle-aged man when the demons rushed over. Damn it! Jiang Hao cursed under his breath. He was about to take down the middle-aged man, but these monsters came and forced him to retreat. You continue the attack, I'll hold off these monsters. Qin Xinglan quickly said a sentence and immediately activated her talent on those demons. The charging monsters immediately stopped. Seeing this, Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and swung his crimson flame sword directly at the middle-aged man's head. Despite the pain, the middle-aged man suddenly jolted, forcefully pushing Jiang Hao back. He immediately turned to run, but Jiang Hao didn't give him the chance. A transparent lion's head appeared above Jiang Hao's head, and then Jiang Hao opened his mouth. Roar! The lion's roar instantly enveloped the middle-aged man. If he were in his prime, the middle-aged man would certainly not be afraid of Jiang Hao's lion's roar, but in his current state, coupled with his complete lack of defense, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The middle-aged man stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Roar! At the same time, due to Jiang Hao's lion's roar technique, all the demons broke free from Qin Xinglan's control, roared, and attacked Jiang Hao and his companions. The middle-aged man seized the opportunity and quickly fled into the distance. You go after him, leave this to me. Jiang Hao stopped Qin Xinglan, who was about to attack the monster. Be careful. Qin Xinglan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Come on, let me see your strength. After Qin Xinglan left, Jiang Hao looked at the charging demons. Jiang Hao took a deep breath, then grabbed the crimson flame sword and charged towards the demons. Soon, Jiang Hao plunged headlong into the monsters. For a long time, the roars of the monsters continued, and a large number of monsters surged in, but Jiang Hao remained motionless for a long time, as if he had sunk into the sea. Suddenly, a blazing flame appeared, and the next second, Jiang Hao tore a hole in the monsters and they burst out. At this moment, Jiang Hao was covered in blood, and it was impossible to tell whether it was his or the demons. Jiang Hao's ruthlessness created a vacuum between him and the demons. Jiang Hao flipped his hand and quickly took out the potion from the system space and swallowed it. Despite his fierce fighting spirit just now, he was also seriously injured. If it weren't for his strong will, he would probably have been completely overwhelmed by the monsters by now. After taking 7 or 8 bottles of medicine, Jiang Hao's condition finally improved. Before he could even catch his breath, the demons charged at Jiang Hao again. Roar! Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately unleashed his lion's roar. The surrounding second-tier and lower-tier monsters were instantly killed, but despite this, a large number of third-tier monsters still rushed towards Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao turned and ran without hesitation. He said he would hold off the monsters, but he didn't say he would stop them here. The demons behind him began to chase Jiang Hao frantically, as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. Jiang Hao was also quite helpless about this. This way. Just as Jiang Hao was considering whether to go deeper, a voice suddenly rang out from afar. The two wolves looked up and saw Qin Xinglan holding someone in her hand, waving at him from a distance. Jiang Hao immediately ran towards Qin Xinglan. You took care of him? Jiang Hao glanced at the prisoner in Qin Xinglan's arms, whose fate was uncertain. Qin Xinglan shook her head. No, I knocked him unconscious. Let's go, let's get out of here quickly. Jiang Hao nodded and did not refuse. The two immediately chose a direction to break through and quickly launched an attack. Upon seeing this, the demons immediately charged towards Jiang Hao and his companions. Roar! Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately activated the Dragon God technique, transforming into a transparent Eastern dragon, and together with Qin Xinglan, they forcibly charged into the horde of demons. But he was quickly brought back to his original form, and Jiang Hao had no choice but to use the lion's roar again, which gave them a chance to catch their breath. However, they dared not delay and quickly continued their breakout attempt. After a fierce battle, they finally managed to escape from the monsters in a sorry state. Ignoring their exhaustion, the two quickly fled towards the outside of the occupied area. The monsters on the edge of the occupied zone are now almost all in a state of rioting, making this place extremely dangerous, and they dare not rest here at all. After a long and arduous journey, they finally left the occupied area, and the two breathed a sigh of relief. They found an open space and sat on the ground, panting heavily. After a while, Jiang Hao flipped his hand and took out 2 bottles of stamina potions. He drank one himself and tossed the other to Qin Xinglan. Free! Qin Xinglan rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao upon hearing this, but didn't stand on ceremony with him. After drinking the stamina potion, both of them felt much better. Qin Xinglan joked, I feel like you are my lucky star. I originally thought it would take at least 10 days to half a month to catch this guy, but I didn't expect to catch him on the first day. Then would you like to give me a larger share of the compensation? Don't want. Chapter 63 Buying a House. Zhang Hao did not go to the bounty guild with Qin Xinglan, but went to the black market alone. He reaped a great harvest this time, acquiring a considerable number of weapons, which he quickly sold with Huang Xingshan's help. Looking at the more than 8 million yuan in his hand, Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He had earned quite a bit in the past 2 days, but it was still a bit short of enough to buy a house in Longjing Pavilion. It seems I won't be able to rest for a while. That afternoon, the 1 million yuan that Qin Xinglan had promised arrived in her account. For the next week, Zhang Hao would spend some time in the occupied area every day. After a week of hard work, Zhang Hao finally had nearly 20 million yuan in his bank account. Longjing Pavilion Sales Office. Xiao Yao, the month is almost over, and your sales performance is still 0. If this continues, I can't keep you on my side. Xiao Yao kept her head down and didn't say anything. Why was her sales performance 0? Didn't the manager know? These veterans were bullying the newbies, and they were stealing all the customers. How was she supposed to generate sales? The manager continued, Xiao Yao, I know your family isn't well off. I'll say it again, if you're willing to work for me, you won't need to work. I guarantee I'll give you 5,000 crystal coins every month, how about that? Xiao Yao suddenly looked up, his expression indignant, Manager, please have some self-respect. I may be poor, but that doesn't mean I have no backbone. That damn manager is older than her father, and she still wants me to be her mistress. She's utterly shameless. If it weren't for the good treatment she received at Longjing Pavilion, she wouldn't be putting up with this humiliation here. Spirit? Fine, then let me see how much backbone you have. The manager sneered. If you don't achieve any results this month, you can expect to be fired. With that, the manager turned and left. After the manager left, Xiao Yao deflated like a punctured balloon, her body swaying and falling backward. Just then, a hand reached out and grabbed her arm, preventing her from falling. Thank you, Xiao Yao said quickly. Fine. Hearing a slightly familiar voice, Xiao Yao was startled. She looked up and found that it was the young man who had looked at houses with her a while ago. It's you. Yes, I have enough money. I've come to you to buy a house. Zhang Hao nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and she quickly composed herself. You've taken a liking to that house? Zhang Hao said, let's go with villa number 8. Tell me about the prices, and if there are no problems, we can make a decision today. No problem. Xiao Yao led Zhang Hao to the model area and began to explain the prices of the remaining villas to him. When she got back to work, Xiao Yao was radiant again. Goodness, these prices are really getting more and more outrageous. The price ranges from 13 million to 19 million. Zhang Hao pointed to the villa in the middle of villa number 8. Give me the one that costs 16 million, cash only. No problem, I'll go get the contract right away. You can sit here and wait for a moment. Xiao Yao led Zhang Hao to the rest area and then left. At the same time, the other sales staff also noticed the scene. They exchanged glances, and then a woman with some good looks walked over, striking a seductive pose. Oh, young man, you're here to look at houses? Have you found one you like? Let me show you around. Zhang Hao smiled calmly, no need. Although he hasn't entered the workforce yet, he's already aware of the competition in the industry. Before, no one paid any attention to me when I came here, but now that they see I want to buy a house, they come here to try and steal my business. While he couldn't say the other person had done anything wrong, he really disliked this kind of treatment that targeted people differently. The woman was taken aback, but still sat down opposite Zhang Hao with a smile on her face. She didn't believe that a teenager, a young man, could withstand her, a young woman. Today, she'll let this young man experience the pleasures of a young married woman. Zhou Yan said in a coquettish voice, Young man, you are truly accomplished at such a young age. You are able to buy a house in Longjing Pavilion. You must be someone who will do great things. I'm just an ordinary person. Young man, you're too modest. I've studied palmistry, and I can tell you're no ordinary person. How about I read your poem? I'm very accurate. As he spoke, Zhou Yan lightly raised his wrist and reached out to touch Zhang Hao's hand. Zhang Hao withdrew his hand, revealing a simple and honest smile. Sorry, sister, I like men, not women. Zhou Yan's smile froze, and he looked at Zhang Hao with a strange expression. Just then, Xiao Yao walked over with the contract in his hand. Seeing Zhou Yan sitting here, Xiao Yao frowned slightly. You two chat, Zhou Yan said with a slight smile, then got up and left. Before leaving, he gave Jiang Hao a strange look. Mr. Jiang, please take a look at the contract. Xiao Yao sat down in the seat Zhou Yan had just occupied and handed the contract to Jiang Hao. Just then, the manager walked over. Hello sir, which house have you chosen? Xiao Yao is new and doesn't know how to introduce things, so let me introduce it to you. Xiao Yao looked at the manager with displeasure. Manager, Mr. Jiang has already booked the house. Xiao Yao, I told you you're really bad at handling things, and you really are. Mr. Jiang has been sitting here for ages, and you haven't even bothered to get him a cup of coffee. Go and get Mr. Jiang a cup of coffee. No need, Jiang Hao called out to Xiao Yao, who was about to leave. I've reviewed the contract, and there are no problems. I'll stick with this one. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately replied, no problem, I'll take Mr. Jiang to complete the formalities right away. As he spoke, he reached out to take the contract. Xiao Yao stood to the side, her face turning bright red with anger upon seeing this scene. Tears welled up in her eyes, much to her dismay. I'm sorry, I only recognize her. I won't sign with anyone else. Jiang Hao dodged the manager's hand and handed the contract to Xiao Yao. The manager's face instantly turned ugly, his eyes narrowed as he stared at Jiang Hao. What, you want to make a move? Jiang Hao flipped his hand, and a bounty guild badge appeared in his palm. Upon seeing the medal, the manager's expression changed, and he quickly put on a fawning smile. Since Mr. Jiang doesn't want me to help him with the process, then forget it. Xiao Yao, you should serve Mr. Jiang well, you know? Let's go. Jiang Hao stood up. Xiao Yao nodded, and then led Jiang Hao to begin processing the relevant procedures. Xiao Yao said, Mr. Jiang, you're a bounty hunter, why didn't you say so? That way I could have given you a discount. Bounty hunting is just a side job for me, and my level isn't high, so I'd rather not take this discount. Tu Hash shook his head. Xiao Yao is very efficient, he completed all the procedures in less than an hour. Mr. Jiang, from now on you are the owner of Longjing Pavilion. Here are the house keys. You can move in any time. Jiang Hao put away the keys, said goodbye to Xiao Yao, and left. Now that the house is bought, the next step is to bring my parents over. But before that, he needs to buy a car for his parents as a means of transportation. Chapter 64, School starts. Xiao Hao, is this the house you bought? The elderly couple stared in astonishment at the upscale villa. The moment they stepped inside, they felt like they were dreaming. Although they had dreamed of buying their own house someday, they never imagined they would buy such a luxurious house. Jiang Hao smiled and said, Mom and Dad, from now on this is our home. I've already called the storage facility, and our things will be delivered soon. Also, Mom and Dad, please take this card. It's a supplementary card I just opened at the bank. You can take money from here anytime you need it. Then you guys take a look and see if there's anything you need to buy. Just buy it in the next couple of days. Xiao Yufan couldn't help but ask, Xiao Hao, tell us the truth, where did you get so much money? Zhang Shangquan also looked at Jiang Hao. They were not afraid of hardship, and they were not afraid of suffering any hardship for Jiang Hao, but they did not want Jiang Hao to go down a path of no return. Mom and Dad, you can use this money without worry. To tell you the truth, I'm a bounty hunter now, and I earned all this money by doing missions. Fearing the elderly couple wouldn't believe him, Jiang Hao specially took out his bounty hunter badge. Taking the badge, Zhang Shangquan said excitedly, Honey, it's a bounty hunter's badge. I saw it at a co-worker's child's place before, and it looked just like this. Hearing Zhang Shangquan's words, Xiao Yufan felt relieved. Just then, the storage vehicle arrived, and they immediately moved their belongings into the room. Now this was their home, and they no longer had to worry about being kicked out. At the same time, another large truck arrived. The truck was carrying a luxury car worth millions. The elderly couple thought they had come to the wrong place, but when they saw Jiang Hao talking to the other person and then asking the other person to unload the car, they realized that the car was bought by Jiang Hao. Mom and Dad, this car is for you to use from now on, so it won't be inconvenient for you to get around. The elderly couple were speechless at this moment. Seeing their son's success, their eyes couldn't help but redden. In the following days, Jiang Hao did not go to the occupied area again, but stayed with his parents and bought some household items for them. Looking at the elderly couple who were no longer young, Jiang Hao's eyes couldn't help but sting. It seems he needs to prepare more. He doesn't want his parents to live like this forever. Although he had talent crystals, they were at most D grade. Although a person can use a talent crystal 3 times, Zhang Hao didn't want his parents to use a low-level one. If they were to use one, it had to be an SSS level one. Before he knew it, Zhang Hao finally arrived at the start of the new semester at Longcheng University. Zhang Hao politely declined the elderly couple's offer to take him to school. Longxing University is not far from Lungking Court. It's only 7 bus stops away, so commuting to school every day is perfectly fine if you don't want to live on campus. Zhang Hao arrived at Longcheng University. Since it was the first day of school, a large crowd had gathered at the entrance, including students and parents. Zhang Hao walked through the crowd and headed straight for the registration area. Holy crap, it's Zhang Hao. He really came to Longcheng University. TSK, it seems Zhang Hao has completely resigned himself to his fate. Heh, so what if they're top students? Aren't they just like us? When some students from Chunchuwei High School saw Zhang Hao, they immediately started talking about him. Zhang Hao ignored their discussion and handed over his admission letter. The staff member said expressionlessly, "Go ahead, room 508 in building 9 will be your dormitory. Meet at the playground at 2 p.m. for the school's freshman assembly." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao went into the school. Although Longcheng University is just an ordinary university, the environment is quite good, and the air is filled with the spirit of youth. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will spend the next 3 years here. Before long, Zhang Hao arrived at the dormitory building. Although he didn't plan to live here, he still had to come and take a look. What if I need to live on campus someday and can't even find a dormitory room? Wouldn't that make me a laughingstock? Zhang Hao looked around and finally found building 9 in the last row. He soon arrived at 508. At this moment, there are already 2 students in room 508, making their beds. The 2 were a fat man and a thin man, both with acne-covered faces, and the thinner one had dyed his hair yellow. The fat one was covered in tattoos, and the 2 of them looked like school thugs. When the 2 saw Zhang Hao come in, they glanced at him and then went about their own business. Their beds are all designed with a bunk bed on top and a desk on the bottom, and each dormitory room can accommodate 4 students. Zhang Hao didn't pay any attention, casually found a bed, and sat down on the chair below. A short while later, another student arrived. Compared to Zhang Hao, who was empty-handed, this student was carrying quite a lot of bags and bundles. "Hello everyone, my name is Wei Guanyuan. I hope we can get along well in the future." However, apart from Zhang Hao nodding with a smile, the other 2 still ignored each other. Wei Guanyuan was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. He went to his bed and started tidying up. Wei Guanyuan said again, "By the way, guys, are you free tonight? I'll make the arrangements." The skinny blonde man glanced at Wei Guanyuan with disdain. "You make the arrangements? How much money do you have? We don't go to low-end places." "Exactly, if you have that kind of money, you might as well just give it to us as a gift." The tattooed fat man smiled maliciously. "You 2 must be joking." Wei Guanyuan gave an awkward smile and then began putting things on the bed. However, the tattooed fat man pulled him down. "Which eye of yours saw me joking with you? Stop talking nonsense and hand over the money you have on you." Wei Guanyuan frowned. "Classmate, we're roommates, there's no need for this." "Bullshit. Do you think I want to be in the same dorm as you guys? Stop talking nonsense and hand over the money. We'll protect you from now on and make sure you don't get bullied during college." The blonde-haired skinny man slapped Wei Guanyuan on the back of the head. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow, finding it amusing. He hadn't expected to encounter something like this on his first day of university. "I really don't know what these guys have to be so arrogant about now that they've come to an ordinary university." Wei Guanyuan said with a grim expression, "I have no money. If you keep doing this, I'll tell the teacher." "Tell the teacher? Ha, do you still think this is high school? This is university, everyone here is an adult. Tell the teacher? Aren't you ashamed?" The tattooed fat man glanced at Wei Guanyuan with disdain. "Hurry up, don't make me say it a second time, take out the money." "I didn't." Wei Guanyuan was about to say something when the blonde-haired skinny man slapped him across the face. Then the blonde skinny guy gave the tattooed fat guy a wink. The tattooed fat man understood immediately, then chuckled and began searching Wei Guanyuan's package. Everything was dumped on the ground. Wei Guanyuan tried to resist, but was pinned against the wall by the blonde-haired skinny man. Zhang Hao watched all of this with a cold eye, without saying a word. Chapter 65 Lessons. "Pa, I thought he was rich, daring to say he'd treat us to a meal. Turns out he's a penniless wretch." The tattooed fat man pulled out 2,000 crystal coins from Wei Guan Yuan's bag. Wei Guan Yuan said with a sob in his voice, "Give it back to me, this is my living expenses for this month." The tattooed fat man came to Wei Guan Yuan's side and patted Wei Guan Yuan's face with the crystal coin in his hand. "Kid, you think you can take the stuff back once it's in my hands? You're dreaming. Let me tell you, you'll get 2,000 crystal coins a month for living expenses from now on. If you don't give it to me, I'll make sure you can't finish your university studies." The blonde-haired skinny man released Wei Guan Yuan and then looked at Zhang Hao. "Brother, you've been watching for so long, shouldn't you give something in return? We won't ask for much, just like him, 2,000 crystal coins a month, give it to me." Zhang Hao laughed and said, 2,000 crystal coins a month? That can't be right. How about 4,000 crystal coins a month? The tattooed fat man laughed and said, "Hey, you're pretty savvy, kid. Good for you. If you come up with 4,000 crystal coins a month, I guarantee you'll be able to walk around like a headless chicken in college. Just mention our names if you need anything." "I think you've misunderstood. When I said 4,000 crystal coins a month, it wasn't me giving it to you, it was you giving it to me." Zhang Hao's words startled the two men, but they quickly realized what he meant. The skinny, blonde-haired man glared at Zhang Hao fiercely and said, "Kid, you're asking for it." The tattooed fat man transformed into a giant rat and charged directly at Zhang Hao. Since this kid dared to play tricks on them, he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Zhang Hao smiled calmly. He had already used his eye of insight to see the strength of these two guys. They were only F-level talents and 0-level cultivation. Such a person doesn't need to stand up on his own. Seeing the tattooed fat man getting closer and closer, Zhang Hao simply slapped him with his palm. Before the tattooed fat man could react, Zhang Hao slapped him so hard that blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he was put on the ground. "You son of a bitch." The tattooed fat man flipped over and pounced on Zhang Hao again. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. He came quickly and left even faster. Zhang Hao sat on the stool and kicked out, sending the tattooed fat man flying. He then crashed heavily to the ground. After the fall, the tattooed fat man felt as if his internal organs had all shifted out of place. However, what he didn't know was that Zhang Hao was holding back, otherwise, that kick would have been fatal. Seeing that the tattooed fat man had been injured, the blonde skinny man's face darkened, and he immediately rushed towards Zhang Hao. Bang! The next second, the blonde skinny guy knelt down in front of Zhang Hao, clutching his stomach in pain, almost vomiting up the yellow liquid in his stomach. Zhang Hao calmly withdrew his fist. Wei Guan Yuan looked at Zhang Hao with surprise. He hadn't expected that this thin young man in front of him would be so powerful. "What, do you want to continue?" Zhang Hao looked at the blonde, skinny man with a playful expression. The skinny blonde guy had a look on his face like he'd just eaten shit. He knew they'd really messed up this time. "I thought I could intimidate him with my past behavior in high school, but I didn't expect to provoke such a formidable guy." Seeing Zhang Hao suddenly stand up, the blonde-haired skinny man swallowed hard. "What do you want to do?" Zhang Hao ignored the blonde skinny guy and squatted down in front of the tattooed fat guy, patting him on the head. "Change back, your transformed appearance disgusts me." Having witnessed Zhang Hao's prowess, the tattooed fat man lost all his previous arrogance and quickly reverted to human form. Zhang Hao asked with a smile, "Are you still going to ask me for crystal coins now?" "No. No more." The tattooed fat man shook his head in fear. If he had known the other party was so powerful, he would never have provoked them. Zhang Hao chuckled knowingly, "You guys don't want it anymore, but I didn't say I didn't want mine. If you don't want to suffer, take out 4,000 crystal coins, otherwise, hee." Brother, we're just ordinary families, where would we get so many crystal coins? My monthly living expenses are only 1,000 crystal coins." The tattooed fat man gave a wry smile. "You weren't like this just now. I still prefer your rebellious side." Upon hearing this, the tattooed fat man's bitterness deepened. "I don't care what you do, but I have to get the money I want." The skinny blonde man also spoke up, "Brother, we really don't have any money, please spare us. We are just ordinary families, and we don't have that much money for living expenses." "No money?" The blonde-haired skinny guy and the tattooed fat guy nodded, looking at Zhang Hao pitifully. He. Zhang Hao suddenly laughed. Just when the blonde skinny guy and the tattooed fat guy thought Zhang Hao was going to let them go, Zhang Hao suddenly changed the subject. "You know how to beg for mercy when you're broke, but what do you do when others are broke and beg for mercy from you?" "Huh? Tell me." Zhang Hao's voice suddenly grew louder, causing the three of them to tremble. The tattooed fat man said with a mournful face, "Big brother, please let us go. We will never dare to do it again. We will return the money to this brother right now." Yes, let's return the money to this brother. Jiang Hao ignored them and instead looked at Wei Guanyuan at the door. "You come here and find their money." "Ah." Wei Guanyuan was taken aback, then said somewhat awkwardly, "Maybe we should just forget about it. I don't have anything else to do anyway. Just have them return the money to me." Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. This guy really has no sense of propriety. Can't he see that I'm standing up for him? With me around, those two guys wouldn't dare do anything to him. I never expected this guy to be such a coward. Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly. He had already given him the opportunity, but he didn't cherish it, and there was nothing he could do about it. "Don't let me see you bullying people again, or I'll beat you up every time I see it." Yes, we won't dare to do it again." The blonde skinny man and the tattooed fat man nodded hurriedly. Faced with such a ruthless person, they had no choice but to back down. "Alright, you all go about your business, don't disturb my rest." Jiang Hao sat back down in his chair, put his feet up on the table, and closed his eyes to rest. The blonde-haired skinny guy and the tattooed fat guy seemed to be really scared of being beaten, and they did everything very quietly, afraid of disturbing Jiang Hao's rest. Even Wei Guanyuan, who was standing to the side, felt the same way. The tattooed fat man timidly approached Jiang Hao and said cautiously, "Hey bro, it's already noon, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's have lunch together." "What, you invited me?" Jiang Hao opened his eyes and looked at the two of them with amusement. The two men nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice. "Okay, let's go." Jiang Hao initially wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it again, he agreed. They immediately left the dormitory. As for Wei Guanyuan, neither of them called him, and Jiang Hao didn't mention him either. He could only slink away from the dormitory alone. Chapter 66, Lu Jinglong's plea for help. 2:00 in the afternoon. All the freshmen gathered on the playground. Jiang Hao stood in the crowd, yawning with some boredom. Soon a group of school leaders arrived at the stage. First, the principal gave a long, hour-long speech, followed by a speech from the dean of students. These two people have such great eloquence they talked for about an hour each. After the speech, the class assignments began. Jiang Hao was assigned to class 3 of the first year, along with the blonde skinny guy and the tattooed fat guy. Their homeroom teacher was a young woman who was not very old and had a decent appearance, named Chiyu. Under Chiyu's guidance, they got to know the classroom and the surrounding environment. An hour had passed since the tour was completed, and they were then given free time before starting their first class the next morning. Upon hearing that he was free to move around, Jiang Hao turned and left without any hesitation. Jiang Hao didn't go back to his dormitory, but went straight home, planning to go to school again tomorrow. Jiang Hao was lying in bed, idly scrolling through his phone, when suddenly it rang. Jiang Hao frowned upon seeing the unfamiliar number displayed on the screen. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the call anyway. Before Jiang Hao could speak, the other person spoke first. "Mr. X, I am Lu Jinglong. Do you have time to come to the Bounty Guild now? I need your help with something." "Okay, I'll be right there." Jiang Hao didn't refuse. After hanging up the phone and saying goodbye to my parents, I went out. When Jiang Hao arrived at the Bounty Guild, Lu Jinglong was already waiting for him in the lobby. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, Lu Jinglong immediately went to greet him. "Holy crap, look! Isn't that X? Hurry, I need to talk to him. It really is X. My daughter idolizes him now and keeps asking me to get her X's autograph. X has appeared. Quickly inform the captain. If we can recruit X into our team's strength will definitely be improved." The other bounty hunters also saw Jiang Hao. Now that Jiang Hao had become a celebrity, they immediately stepped forward, wanting to befriend him, but Lu Jinglong beat them to it. "Mr. X, this is not the place to talk. Let us go to my office to talk." Jiang Hao nodded. Inside the office, Lu Jinglong personally poured Jiang Hao a cup of tea. "To be honest, sir, I wouldn't have called you if things hadn't happened so suddenly," Lu Jinglong said with a wry smile. Jiang Hao took a sip of tea. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" If it weren't for Lu Jinglong's call, he wouldn't have come at all. He wanted to enjoy university life during this time. Lu Jinglong said in a deep voice, "That's right. 3 days ago, a secret realm suddenly appeared in the occupied area outside Dragon City. The authorities paid a heavy price to bring it under control." Jiang Hao frowned upon hearing this. He knew about secret realms, but weren't they all man-made? How could one appear on its own? Just as Jiang Hao was wondering, he heard Lu Jinglong continue speaking. However, the exploration of the secret realm requires first-level awakened individuals to conduct the exploration, because the secret realm appears in the occupied area outside Dragon City, so this task falls on the Dragon City Guard Division and the Dragon City Bounty Guild. As far as I know, among the first-tier awakened beings in Dragon City, you are the strongest, which is why I had no choice but to contact you. But don't worry, sir, you won't be the only one on this mission. There will be other first-tier awakened individuals going in with you. Jiang Hao voiced his question. President Liu, as far as I know, aren't secret realms all created by powerful individuals using special methods? How could I possibly appear on my own? Sir, you may not know this. Lu Jinglong shook his head with a wry smile, and then told Jiang Hao about the origin of the secret realm. It turns out that the spiritual energy revival 300 years ago was related to the secret realm. These demons today were transformed into demons because they were influenced by the secret realm. However, in order to prevent people from panicking, the authorities did not mention this matter, but only said that the anomaly was caused by the revival of spiritual energy. Over time, everyone came to believe that only those who had reached the 5th level or higher of cultivation knew the truth. As for the secret realms that Jiang Hao knew about, they were actually just some small secret realms, which were easy to control. The real challenge lies in controlling the greater rifts. In the past, the Dragon Kingdom suffered heavy losses in its efforts to control these secret realms, and so far it has only managed to control 3 major secret realms. Many secret realms are still active today, and the Dragon Kingdom simply has no ability to subdue them. Jiang Hao never expected that the truth would be like this. Jiang Hao frowned and asked, "What's the situation with exploring the secret realms? Why do we need a first-level awakened to explore them? And what exactly is inside these secret realms?" Although he owed Lu Jinglong a favor, it didn't mean he was willing to risk his life to repay it. He would absolutely not agree if there were any dangers in the secret realm. Lu Jinglong shook his head and smiled wryly. "To be honest, sir, I don't know what's inside the secret realm either, but I do know why a first-level awakened is needed to explore it." Upon hearing Lu Jinglong's subsequent explanation, Jiang Hao understood. The reason for sending first-tier awakened beings to explore is that the secret realm has a strong repulsive force against us humans, and the lower the strength, the weaker the repulsive force. Although ordinary people and zero-level awakened individuals are the most suitable, we can't just send them into their deaths, so we can only send first-level awakened individuals. Sir, although there are unknown dangers in the secret realm, there are also great opportunities within it. Lu Jinglong lowered his voice. Sir, you know about the 3 great war gods of our Dragon Kingdom, right? The 3 great war gods all entered the secret realm back then. It is said that their current achievements are largely due to their entry into the secret realm back then. Jiang Hao remained silent. He knew about the 3 war gods. They were the pillars of their Dragon Kingdom. It was precisely because of the presence of these 3 war gods that other countries dared not easily invade the Dragon Kingdom. However, even if the 3 war gods really did obtain their opportunities in the secret realm as Lu Jinglong said, they definitely did not enter the secret realm alone at that time. The fact that only the 3 war gods received the opportunity is enough to show that such an opportunity is not so easy to obtain. Seeing Jiang Hao deep in thought, Lu Jinglong did not disturb him. He knew that entering the secret realm was no small matter, and that it might even be life-threatening. Therefore, his summons of X this time was not an order, but a discussion. If X is unwilling, he naturally won't force him. The office fell silent for a moment. Jiang Hao weighed the pros and cons. Although the secret realm might contain opportunities, he didn't intend to take the risk. He already had the system, which was the greatest opportunity. There was no need to risk his life for something so illusory. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao opened his mouth as if to say something, but suddenly stopped. Bite. Chapter 67, One Mission After Another. Bite. Congratulations, host, you have triggered an exploration mission. You are required to enter a secret realm for investigation. Reward for completing the task, 1 spin on the lucky wheel. Punishment for mission failure, 1 skill will be randomly removed from the host's internal energy cultivation or martial arts skills. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Jiang Hao's lips twitched. What are you doing, system? I was just about to refuse when you issued me a mission. And it's a task I didn't get to choose. Isn't this just messing with me? Bite. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a challenge mission. You are required to represent Longcheng University in the school's grand competition 1 month from now and win the championship. Quest completion reward, mystery gift box X1. Punishment for mission failure, host's cultivation level will decrease by 1 rank. Jiang Hao's face darkened. Damn it! You're really pushing your luck. I just got one mission, and now a second one is coming right after. Do you even want people to live? But what on earth is this school competition? I don't know anything about it. It seems I need to ask someone for advice. Fortunately, Jiang Hao was wearing a mask at the moment, otherwise Lu Jinglong would definitely have seen Jiang Hao's ever-changing expression. President Lu, I agree with what you said. When do we depart? Since we can't avoid it, we can only accept it. As long as I'm careful, there shouldn't be any problems. There will be rewards after completion, including a lucky draw. I wonder what kind of internal energy or martial arts I'll get this time. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's agreement, Lu Jinglong was overjoyed. Departure time is set for 8 a.m. tomorrow. So urgent? Jiang Hao frowned. Does that mean he'll have to skip class tomorrow? Lu Jinglong said with a wry smile, there's nothing I can do, I only received the notification today. Jiang Hao nodded, indicating his understanding. By the way, how many people are entering the secret realm this time? What are the arrangements? And how long will we need to stay inside? Although he had already agreed to enter the secret realm, he still wanted to ask these questions clearly. After all, I have more than one task to complete. I also need to participate in the school competition next month. You need to plan your time. Lu Jinglong, a total of 100 people will be going in this time. As for the arrangements, it's up to you to get in. However, I plan to make you the team leader. As for the timing, I'm not sure either. It depends on you, since there are some uncertain factors involved. Jiang Hao thought for a moment, then said, okay, I'll be in the eastern suburbs before 8 o'clock tomorrow and meet you there. Okay. Lu Jinglong nodded. The two chatted for a while before Jiang Hao left. As soon as Jiang Hao arrived in the hall, he was surrounded by people. It took him a lot of effort to squeeze through the crowd. Back home, Jiang Hao told his parents that he would be staying at school for the next few days and that they shouldn't worry. After dinner, Jiang Hao took out his phone, wondering who to call to find out about the school competition. His phone rang first, and Jiang Hao answered it immediately. You bastard, you don't even contact me if I don't call you. Jiang Hao had just said hello when he heard a dissatisfied voice from the other end. Jiang Hao smiled calmly, I've been quite busy lately. Me too, I was forced to train for a month, and it only ended today. I remembered that you started school today, so I thought I'd call you to ask. Su Qingxue pouted. How's it going? How's your first day of university going? It's alright. Classes don't start until tomorrow. Today is just to get familiar with the environment. The two chatted casually for a while. Suddenly, Su Qingxue asked, by the way, will you participate in the school competition in a month? I'll participate. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. He had been thinking of asking Su Qingxue about the school competition, but Su Qingxue brought it up first. If you're really keen on it, you should definitely participate, but I have to remind you that this year's school competition is taking it very seriously by all the schools. We've all trained for a month and our strength has already broken through to the first level. If we train for another month, our strength will be even more solidified, so don't be careless. Jiang Hao nodded. By the way, how do I register for the school competition? You don't know? Su Qingxue was taken aback, but after a moment's thought, she understood. Jiang Hao attended an ordinary university. Although it was not said that ordinary universities could not participate in the school competition, ordinary universities never participated in the school competition. After all, those who go to ordinary universities are the awakened ones with weak talent and low strength. Participating in the school competition would be a complete disgrace. If you want to participate in the school competition, it's very simple. The school competition will be announced online in the next couple of days. You can just register there. I'll send you the link in a bit. Jiang Hao asked about some precautions before hanging up with Su Qingxue. He immediately searched online for the school competition announcement that Su Qingxue had mentioned. He's going to the occupied zone tomorrow. There's no signal there, and he's not sure when he'll be back. I don't want him to miss the registration deadline. That would result in system punishment. I'm only at level 1. If I drop 1 level, I'll be at level 0. Sure enough, after searching online for a while, Jiang Hao actually found the announcement for the school's competition. However, this is not the registration period. Registration will begin in the early morning. In other words, if Jiang Hao wants to register, he has to wait until midnight. Jiang Hao was accepting of this as long as he could register, the timing didn't matter. After waiting for several hours, it finally got to midnight. Jiang Hao immediately opened the school's competition announcement and finally saw the registration portal. Jiang Hao clicked on it without hesitation and found that quite a few people had already successfully registered. Jiang Hao also clicked to register, and the page popped up quickly. Jiang Hao was asked to fill in his name, ID number, school, etc., and finally, he needed to undergo facial recognition. Jiang Hao filled out all the forms according to the instructions before submitting them. After doing all that, Jiang Hao tossed his phone aside and went straight to sleep. The next day, Jiang Hao got up early, tidied himself up, and went straight out of the house. When he arrived at the eastern suburbs, it was almost 8 o'clock, just 10 minutes away. A large number of people have already gathered here. Besides Lu Jinglong, there were quite a few first-tier awakened individuals, and even some members of the guard division. Jiang Hao's arrival immediately attracted everyone's attention. There was no way he could avoid attracting attention, his mask was too obvious. Lu Jinglong called out to Jiang Hao, and then he and several men from the guard unit came over. The guards greeted Jiang Hao politely. "Mr. X, we'll be counting on you from now on." "It's nothing, it's only right that I do my part for my country," Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively. However, the simple sentence deeply moved the guards and Lu Jinglong. In this day and age, there aren't many people with such a high level of awareness. I wonder what they would think if they knew that Jiang Hao came here entirely because he was forced by the system. Chapter 68, Entering the Secret Realm. Jiang Hao. At Longqing University, Class 3, freshman year, Yu began taking attendance as usual. However, when Jiang Hao was called, no one answered, which made her frown slightly. "Wang Shuhong, Zhang Guanglin, you two shared a dorm room with Jiang Hao. Do you know where Jiang Hao went?" "I don't know." The blonde skinny guy and the tattooed fat guy shook their heads. They hadn't seen Jiang Hao since yesterday afternoon, so they had no idea where he had gone. After confirming that Jiang Hao was not there, Yu treated it as an absence. Skipping class on the very first day of school left Yu with a very bad impression of Jiang Hao. "I plan to talk to the head of student affairs after class. This student dares to skip class on the first day. He clearly doesn't respect the teacher. Alright, let's start class. Is anyone still missing?" Jiang Hao glanced at them and felt that there seemed to be less than 100 first-level awakened individuals among them. Yes, there are still a few people who haven't arrived yet. Let's wait a little longer. Lu Jinglong nodded. Jiang Hao asked, "What's the situation over at the secret realm now?" A guard said, "Nothing has changed yet. The military is guarding the area, but we don't know the specifics inside." Jiang Hao felt somewhat helpless. They didn't know anything about the situation, which was very disadvantageous for them. Lu Jinglong pulled Jiang Hao aside and whispered, "Be careful once you enter the secret realm. If things go wrong, retreat immediately. Don't worry, no one will blame you even if you don't complete the exploration." Although exploring the secret realm was important, he cared more about Jiang Hao's safety. This is the prized possession of their Dragon City Bounty Guild. It absolutely cannot be allowed to happen to them. Jiang Hao nodded. Even if Lu Jinglong hadn't said it, he would have done it anyway. Jiang Hao suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Chairman Lu, are there any rewards for entering the secret realm to explore?" He forgot to ask about the 2 system tasks yesterday, but he just remembered now and might as well ask. "Of course there is. Have you ever heard of the Sacred Academy, sir?" Lu Jinglong glanced around and lowered his voice to a minimum. Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. Almost everyone knows about the Holy Academy, which is the world's #1 university and the only one of its kind. Founded 180 years ago, it possesses abundant cultivation resources and strong teaching qualifications. This is similar to how college students took the postgraduate entrance exam 300 years ago. Although the 5 major academies were the strongest, they only trained undergraduates. If you want to pursue a higher degree, then the only option is to attend a prestigious university. But getting into the Holy Academy is not so easy. The admission standards are frighteningly high. Therefore, the Holy Academy is also known as a gathering place for prodigies, and not just anyone can join it. There's a saying that goes, "A genius may not necessarily join a prestigious academy, but a genius is sure to join one." Such geniuses are often referred to as prodigies. Jiang Hao asked, "What does this have to do with the Holy Academy? Is the reward something that allows us to directly enter the Holy Academy to study?" "Of course not. Lu Jinglong gave a wry smile. This time, the official reward is an invitation to the Holy Academy. Sir, don't underestimate this invitation. If you want to enter the Holy Academy, the invitation is the key. Even in our Dragon City, there is only one spot per year. Jiang Hao frowned. Just one? There aren't enough to go around with so many people here. Indeed, that's why the authorities specifically requested that whoever thoroughly investigates the secret realm should receive the invitation. Lu Jinglong stated the official requirements, which was why he hadn't mentioned the reward to Jiang Hao before. Because this reward is not so easy to obtain. Jiang Hao understood, so that's how it is. This means I need to take this seriously. After waiting for a while, the rest of the people finally arrived. The guards found someone and said in a deep voice, "All right, everyone line up and stand in line. We're about to enter the occupied area, so we must not be careless. In addition, all of you must obey X's orders. From now on, he is your captain." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Jiang Hao. X is a very famous celebrity these days. I never expected to be able to work with him this time. The thought of Jiang Hao, with his first-tier strength, fighting against a fourth-tier monster and managing to escape unscathed filled them with admiration. This time, by staying by Jiang Hao's side, their chances of survival might be better. Jiang Hao, however, showed no joy. He really didn't want to bring these people along in his eyes. They were just a burden, and it would be much easier for him to act on his own. And I also have to take care of them. Although reluctant, Jiang Hao didn't say anything. He knew very well that this exploration of the secret realm required someone like him, otherwise, he himself might not be able to manage it. I have no demands on you, I only hope that you can return safely. After Lu Jinglong and the guards exchanged some pleasantries, they escorted Jiang Hao and his group to the secret realm. Upon entering the occupied area, we found that the outer perimeter had been largely cleared by the military, and 2 rows of soldiers had been specially arranged to form a passage. Therefore, they traveled smoothly without encountering any monsters. After walking for about an hour, they finally arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. An oval-shaped gray light screen appeared before their eyes, just like the one Jiang Hao had seen during his graduation assessment. At this moment, a soldier who appeared to be a leader walked over. After the two sides introduced themselves, it turned out that this person was indeed a leader, a regimental commander from their Longqing military, named Peng Tian. Peng Tian shook hands with Jiang Hao. "Mr. X, you've become quite famous lately. I've seen your fight online, and it was incredibly impressive. I never imagined that a martial arts practitioner could have such fighting power." Now that Jiang Hao's basic information when he registered with the Bounty Guild has been exposed, although they do not know Jiang Hao's true identity, they do know that Jiang Hao is an ancient martial artist. At first, everyone was shocked, never expecting that ancient martial arts practitioners could be so powerful. This also changed some of their views on ancient martial arts practitioners. Just a small trick, nothing to worry about. Jiang Hao smiled indifferently. Afterwards, Peng Tian chatted with Jiang Hao for a while before speaking solemnly. "Now it's up to you. You are the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. We hope you can all return safely. Don't worry, Commander Peng. Let's hurry and go in. Salute!" Peng Tian shouted. The surrounding soldiers immediately saluted Jiang Hao and his men with solemn expressions to see them off. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and then led the 99 first-level awakened individuals behind him into the light screen in front of him. Chapter 69, The Ancient Beast Kuan Whale. This morning, a message quickly spread among the 5 major academies and 10 prestigious universities. Someone from Longqing University actually signed up for the school's competition. This is the first time this has happened since the school's major competition began. When everyone saw the information of the person who had applied to Longqing University, they were even more astonished. Jiang Hao, a name that is both familiar and unfamiliar, quickly resonated among the 5 major academies and 10 prestigious universities. At first, no one knew who Jiang Hao was. Later, they found out that he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Longqing this year. Furthermore, he is the first person in history to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Unfortunately, because he was a martial arts practitioner, neither the 5 major academies nor the 10 prestigious universities accepted him, and he ultimately had to join an ordinary university like Longqing University. Everyone thought Jiang Hao would give up, but to everyone's surprise, he actually signed up for the school competition. This move surprised everyone. Was it an attempt to prove to everyone that the 5 academies and 10 prestigious schools were blind to talent back then? Or perhaps, influenced by X, you feel that your ancient martial arts abilities are just as powerful as X's. For a time, Jiang Hao became the focus of discussion among the 5 major academies and 10 prestigious universities. This is going to be interesting. I'm afraid these people will be proven wrong after seeing your true strength. Su Qingxue shook her head as she looked at the discussion on the school forum. She hadn't expected that Jiang Hao's simple act of signing up would cause such a stir. I wonder how other people would feel if they knew that Jiang Hao was the mysterious ex that's all over the internet. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue couldn't wait for the school competition to be held soon. She really wanted to see it. I reckon it will definitely shock everyone when the time comes. Meanwhile, Bai Yang, who was far away at Beihua University, also noticed the news and couldn't help but sneer. This damned guy is still up to his old tricks. He actually dares to dream of participating in the school competition. He really doesn't know what's good for him. What's wrong? Su Qing sat down in Bai Yang's lap. They started living together after arriving at Beihua University. Bai Yang tossed his phone to Su Qing. Take a look. It's just a cheap trick to attract attention. People like that can never be clear about their place. Su Qing shook her head after reading it. She couldn't understand why someone who was just a useless person had to seek some kind of validation. What do you think Jiang Hao would think if he knew that we have broken through to the first level? Su Qing smiled dismissively. I bet they'll be so scared their legs will go weak. Ha ha ha. Longcheng University. Principal Zhou Wenlin had just arrived at his office when the phone rang. Hello, this is Zhou Wenlin. The person on the other end of the phone chuckled. Zhou Wenlin, you're quite calm. Could it be that you instructed Jiang Hao from your Longcheng University to sign up for the school competition? What do you mean I instructed you to do that? Who in our school signed up for the school competition? Zhou Wenlin was taken aback when he heard his old friend's words. He had no idea what was going on. He had only been at school for a short time. My old friend laughed gleefully. You didn't know? Then you should take a good look at the school's competition announcement. Students from your Longcheng University have signed up. Oh, by the way, this student of yours is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Longcheng this year. After saying that, the old friend hung up the phone. Zhou Wenlin turned on his computer and quickly found the school's competition announcement online, and also finally found Jiang Hao's registration information. As expected, the school listed above was Longcheng University. Upon seeing this, Zhou Wenlin immediately called the head of the teaching department. Upon entering the light curtain, Jiang Hao and the others immediately felt an invisible sense of repulsion, which was extremely uncomfortable. It felt as if an invisible hand was pushing them away, preventing them from entering. The scene before them changed rapidly, and soon Jiang Hao and his group appeared on a hill. The surrounding scenery was similar to the outside world, but it appeared gray and gloomy. At the same time, a violent aura lingered in the air. At the same time, terrifying roars of beasts could be heard from all around. Looking ahead, a vast forest stretched out before them. Now that you're in, what are your plans? Are you coming with me, or are you going to act alone? Jiang Hao turned to look at the group. The group quickly said, Mr. X, we'll go with you. They weren't fools. They knew very well that in this unfamiliar environment, with their abilities, it would be difficult to survive. Only by following X could they have a glimmer of hope. Jiang Hao glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, You can follow me, but I need to make some things clear. If you follow me, you must obey my commands. I can't guarantee you'll be unharmed. I can only say I'll do my best to ensure you survive. Do you understand? Everyone nodded in agreement. Jiang Hao didn't say anything more and walked directly down the hill. Seeing this, everyone quickly followed. Wah! Just as Jiang Hao and his group walked down the hill, a muffled sound suddenly rang out. The next second, they realized it was getting dark. Look up. Holy crap, what's that? Holy crap, that's huge. Oh no, I don't want to die. I should never have come in. What should I do? What should I do? When everyone looked up and saw the enormous behemoth, their expressions changed drastically. Jiang Hao coldly shouted, Quiet down, everyone. Hearing Jiang Hao's voice, the crowd quieted down a little, but their faces were still filled with fear. Seeing the panicked look on these people's faces, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. But they can't be blamed for this. Looking at the creature in the sky that resembled a mountain and had 2 pairs of wings, Jiang Hao felt a headache coming on. If he hadn't just used his discerning eye to examine it, he probably would have panicked too. This creature was not a demon. According to the Eye of Identification, it was an ancient beast called the Kuan whale, with a 3rd-tier cultivation level. Its abilities were power and air manipulation, and it was in its peak condition. As the giant whale drew ever closer, the group panicked again and scattered in all directions. Wah! A muffled sound rang out, and the next moment, a series of invisible attacks fell. More than 10 people were killed instantly. A strong smell of blood immediately filled the air. Cover your ears. After reminding the rest of the group, Zhang Hao immediately focused his energy in his dantian. The next second, a transparent lion's head appeared above his head. Roar! Instantly, a terrifying sonic attack emanated from him and rapidly spread outwards. Wah! The Kuan whale seemed to sense the provocation, roared angrily, and then its mountain-like body charged straight at Zhang Hao and the others. Everyone felt a terrifying pressure rapidly descend, and some of the weaker ones couldn't even stand up and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, they were filled with regret. If they had known how dangerous this place was, they would never have come in. Chapter 70, Exit. Zhang Hao flipped his hand, and the crimson flame sword immediately appeared in his hand. As the tail, as large as a mountain, drew ever closer, he slashed out with his sword. Zhang Hao showed no mercy in this attack, not only unleashing a critical strike but also coating the surface of the crimson flame sword with a layer of flame. Bang! The two sides collided. Zhang Hao was so shocked that he was thrown back more than 10 meters before he regained his balance. I felt my blood surging inside my body, and I almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Compared to Zhang Hao, the Kuan whale was in a much worse state. Its enormous tail was severed by Zhang Hao's sword, and blood splattered down like rain. It soaked everyone. However, at this moment, no one cared about any of that. Everyone stared in shock at what they saw. They already knew that X was very strong, capable of fighting against a fourth-tier being. But after witnessing X's combat prowess firsthand, they realized that they had underestimated him. However, this reassured them quite a bit. My resolve strengthened. I was determined to stay by X's side. Wah! The Kuan whale was completely enraged. It roared and opened its mouth, sending an invisible wave of energy towards Zhang Hao. Seeing this, Zhang Hao disregarded his injuries and swiftly used the Lingbo Weibu technique. The attack from the Kuan whale came quickly, and although Zhang Hao dodged it, several of the people around him failed to dodge. Under the attack of the Kuan whale, it was instantly reduced to blood foam. This made everyone's hearts jump into their throats. Roar! Zhang Hao steadied himself and immediately unleashed his lion's roar technique. Despite its enormous size, the giant whale was still forced to retreat slightly by the lion's roar attack. Seeing this, Zhang Hao lunged forward, his crimson flame sword slashing directly at the Kuan whale. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Hao wouldn't need to exert much effort to kill a third-tier opponent. However, the giant whale is not only huge, but it can also fly, which adds a lot of difficulty for him. Although he has strong attack power, he cannot fly. For awakened individuals to fly, aside from those who can transform into birds or flying animals, other awakened individuals must reach the 7th rank, otherwise, they are simply unable to fly. The only saving grace right now is that the Kuan whale has lowered its flight altitude considerably in order to deal with him, which has given him an opportunity. Bang! The Kuan whale slammed its fin down. Learning from its previous experience, the Kuan whale did not confront the crimson flame sword directly, but instead used its fin to strike the sword's blade. This prevented the crimson flame sword from falling on it. The terrifying force made Zhang Hao's arm go numb, and he almost lost his grip on the crimson flame sword. Zhang Hao took 2 steps back before he was able to dissipate the force. This can't go on. Zhang Hao frowned. This guy's head is huge, and his strength is also surprisingly great. If it weren't for the fact that I had a B-grade weapon, I really wouldn't have been able to do anything to my opponent. The Kuan whale gave Zhang Hao no chance to catch his breath and charged at him head-on again. Zhang Hao quickly asked, "Are there any support type awakened among you?" If there were a support type awakened being right now, with the help of that support, he would be confident in going head-to-head with the Kuan whale, and might even be able to kill it with a single blow. Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. If there might have been some assistance before, now the remaining dozens of awakened ones are all combat-oriented awakened ones. Seeing this, Zhang Hao knew he couldn't rely on these people and had to depend on himself. Suddenly, he thought of something, and with a quick movement and a slide tackle, he arrived beneath the giant whale. Without the slightest hesitation, the crimson flame sword pierced directly into the belly of the Kuan whale. Wah! The whale let out a cry of pain. The crimson flame sword pierced through the Kuan whale's tough skin in an instant, and blood gushed out as if it were free. Zhang Hao was soaked, but he didn't care about that at the moment. Grabbing the crimson flame sword, he planned to run towards the tail of the Kuan whale. He was going to gut the whale. The intense pain caused the whale to frantically thrash its body, then flap its wings in an attempt to elevate itself. However, Jiang Hao was not about to let the opportunity he had finally seized go as planned. He immediately unleashed the lion's roar technique again, and while the Kuan whale was defending against it, Jiang Hao quickly ran backward. A long trail of blood appeared on the belly of the giant whale. At the same time, the aroma of roasted meat wafted out. The reason it smells like roasted meat is entirely due to the flames on the surface of the crimson flame sword. Finally, Jiang Hao arrived at the tail of the Kuan whale, and the crimson flame sword was drawn out from the Kuan whale's body. Fortunately, the Kuan whale's body was enormous. Although the crimson flame sword was of an extremely high level, its limited length meant it could only cut through the Kuan whale's fat and could not damage its internal organs. Even so, the intense pain caused the massive body of the Kuan whale to crash heavily to the ground, emitting mournful cries. When everyone saw the Kuan whale fall from the sky, their hearts finally settled down, and they mustered their courage to step forward and carefully observe the Kuan whale. This was the first time they had ever seen this kind of creature. Jiang Hao arrived at the location of the Kuan whale's head, raised the crimson flame sword high, and then fiercely stabbed it towards the Kuan whale's head. Although he had defeated this so-called ancient beast, he could not rest easy until he killed it. Although the Kuan whale tried desperately to fly, Jiang Hao didn't give it the chance at all. The crimson flame sword pierced directly into the Kuan whale's head from above. Fearing he wouldn't be able to kill the creature, Jiang Hao used almost all his strength, plunging the entire crimson flame sword into the Kuan whale's head. Although the Kuan whale did not die immediately, he could sense that the Kuan whale's life force was fading away and it would surely die soon. Jiang Hao watched this scene with a solemn expression. If all the creatures in this secret realm were similar to this Kuan whale, then things would be quite difficult. If dealing with this Kuan whale is this difficult, then dealing with other ancient beasts of different levels is even more challenging. A moment later, the giant whale finally stopped breathing completely. Jiang Hao pulled the crimson flame sword out of the Kuan whale's head and casually wiped it clean on the Kuan whale's body. One of them stepped forward and asked, "Mr. X, what do we do next?" Jiang Hao had managed to defeat such a powerful creature, and now they admired him even more. Jiang Hao looked up at the crowd. There were only 100 of them a moment ago, but now there were less than 70 left. This is just the beginning, they haven't even officially stepped inside yet. You've all seen the situation. If this continues, even more people will die. Even I would have a hard time escaping unscathed from such a bizarre creature, let alone protecting you. So you need to think it over carefully, whether you want to continue following me or quit now. Jiang Hao's words instantly silenced everyone. Yes, the scene of my companions dying tragically before my eyes is still vivid in my mind. I quit. Finally, a middle-aged man's resolve wavered. I'm quitting too. Once there was a first, there was a second. Soon, most people chose to quit, leaving only 10 people by Jiang Hao's side. Jiang Hao nodded. Those who wanted to quit could simply leave, and he would guide those who wanted to stay on their journey. Roar! Just then, another roar of a beast suddenly rang out. Everyone's expression changed, and those who had decided to leave immediately ran towards the exit without saying a word. Jiang Hao then led the 10 people who were willing to stay and quickly sped away into the distance. Chapter 71, The Origin of Beasts. Commander Peng, we'll leave this place to you now. We'll be leaving now. Peng Tian nodded and said, "Don't worry, with us here, we will definitely not let those monsters destroy this place." Outside the secret location, Lu Jinglong and his guards were about to retreat. The entrance to the secret realm suddenly flickered, and then the people who had just entered the secret realm quickly withdrew. Upon seeing this, Lu Jinglong and the others' expressions changed. Lu Jinglong quickly grabbed one of them and asked, "What happened? Why did you all evacuate? Where is X?" The man said hesitantly as he explained the situation. Hearing the man mention mountain-sized beasts and flying whales, Lu Jinglong and the others couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. How could this happen? Lu Jinglong and the others looked grave. Now that these people have escaped, even though Jiang Hao is still inside, it's likely that it will be difficult for him and his group to find out the situation inside. One of the guards said, "Why don't we gather a few more first-tier awakened individuals? The situation is unclear right now. Even if we gather people, it will be difficult to find out what's going on." Peng Tian shook his head. It's easy to gather people to organize the event, but the problem is that if the secret realm is really as dangerous as these people say, then no matter how many people enter, the result will be the same. Lu Jinglong sighed, "Commander Peng is right, now we can only wait for X to come back." I thought it wouldn't be a big problem, but I never expected it to turn out like this. The guard frowned. What do we do then? Are we just going to wait here? I'm afraid this is the only way now. As he spoke, Lu Jinglong looked at the first-tier awakened individuals who had escaped. You can go back now. We'll call you when we need you. Those people, still shaken, nodded and then left. Pang Tian said, how about I organize some first-tier soldiers? Their quality is higher than these awakened individuals in society. This has happened so soon after entering the secret realm that he's really afraid the mission will fail. Lu Jinglong said in a deep voice, forget it, let's not risk these soldiers for now. Let's wait for X to come out. I believe X will definitely come out. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the entrance of the secret realm. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't their first time exploring the secret realm, and only first-level awakened beings could explore it, they would all be eager to go inside. For now, all they can do is wait here. Lu Jinglong and the guards no longer mention leaving. Within the secret realm, Zhang Hao and his group stopped shortly after they had left. Before them stood a tiger with sharp fangs. Zhang Hao used his eye of insight, and immediately a piece of information appeared before him. Ancient beast, saber-toothed tiger. Level, Tier 3. Abilities, Wind, Spirit. Status, Peak. Gulp. The 10 first-tier awakened individuals behind Zhang Hao swallowed hard and subconsciously took a step back. Although this creature wasn't that large, the oppressive aura it exuded was still not to be underestimated. Roar! After roaring, the saber-toothed tiger pounced directly at Zhang Hao and his group. Seeing this, Zhang Hao also roared. Instantly, the lion's roar enveloped the saber-toothed tiger. Although the saber-toothed tiger is also a third-tier animal, it is much smaller than the Kuan whale. Furthermore, since saber-toothed tigers cannot fly, Zhang Hao did not feel much pressure. However, he knew very well that he had to finish the battle quickly, otherwise it would be dangerous to attract other ancient beasts. Taking advantage of the moment when the lion's roar technique knocked the saber-toothed tiger back, Zhang Hao quickly closed in, his crimson flame sword aimed straight for the tiger's head. Sensing danger, the saber-toothed tiger instinctively dodged, thus avoiding Zhang Hao's attack. Zhang Hao immediately used his Lingbo Weibu technique to return to the saber-toothed tiger's side. Just as the saber-toothed tiger opened its blood-red maw to bite him, Zhang Hao quickly dodged, then stretched out his palm and placed it on the saber-toothed tiger's body, before flipping over and jumping onto its back. Everyone stared at Zhang Hao in astonishment, never expecting him to be so bold as to ride on the back of a saber-toothed tiger. With a human riding on its back, the saber-toothed tiger became agitated, struggling back and forth, trying to throw the human off its back. Unfortunately, Zhang Hao didn't give it that chance at all. The crimson flame sword landed directly on its neck, and then he exerted a sudden force. The saber-toothed tiger was then decapitated, its body crashing heavily to the ground. After dealing with the saber-toothed tiger, Zhang Hao immediately led his men away from there. As Zhang Hao and his group left, bursts of beast roars soon echoed through the area. Everyone secretly rejoiced that they had left quickly, otherwise they would have been in danger. Bang! A dull thud sounded, accompanied by a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Zhang Hao and his group were revealed. Directly in front of them lay a long-haired elephant, utterly dead. At this moment, they had been walking in the secret realm for more than 30 minutes. They encountered many ancient beasts along the way, but they managed to defeat them all without serious harm. Zhang Hao dealt with all the third-tier ancient beasts on his own, while the first and second-tier ancient beasts were dealt with by the 10, or now 8, awakened beings. Just now, 2 of my companions were accidentally killed by the mammoth. After dealing with the mammoths, Zhang Hao led his men on their continued journey. As he walked, Zhang Hao checked his system space. He discovered that what he obtained after killing these ancient beasts was not a weapon or a talent crystal, but a hazy gray light. Beast source, D-grade energy produced by the system, containing very strong power, which cannot be absorbed or refined. Note, beast source is food used to cultivate divine beasts. Looking at the mere 2 lines of text, Zhang Hao felt somewhat helpless. It's food for raising mythical beasts, but I don't have any mythical beasts myself, so what use is this stuff? Buzz. Just then, a buzzing sound came from afar and grew closer. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, they suddenly noticed a large patch of dark clouds approaching them from afar. Holy crap, what is this? No! Run! That's a swarm of mosquitoes. Run! If we get swarmed by these mosquitoes, we're doomed. Looking at the dense swarm of mosquitoes, which resembled a giant cloud, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. One mosquito is not scary, but hundreds or thousands of mosquitoes are. The swarm of mosquitoes in front of us can no longer be described as hundreds or thousands, or even tens of thousands. Upon seeing this, the 8 men turned and ran without a second thought. Even if Jiang Hao wanted to stop him, he couldn't. Roar! Jiang Hao immediately focused his energy in his dantian, and a transparent lion's head appeared above his head. He had already discerned the true nature of these mosquitoes with his discerning eye. This is a type of mosquito called the blood mosquito. It has the strength of a first-tier mosquito, but the entire swarm combined is no weaker than a fourth-tier ancient beast. That's why Jiang Hao used his lion's roar technique before they even got close. Suddenly, swarms of blood-red mosquitoes fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The first move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, the dragon regrets. However, compared to the entire race, the number of blood mosquitoes Jiang Hao killed was a drop in the ocean and had no effect whatsoever. Helpless, Jiang Hao unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms. Chapter 72 Breakthrough to the second tier. As Jiang Hao unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms one after another, invisible shockwaves continuously impacted the swarm of blood mosquitoes. When Jiang Hao's final palm strike landed, the total area of the blood mosquito swarm had been reduced to 1/10 of its original size. Nevertheless, it was still a dark mass, only the density was not as high as before. Roar! Seeing this, Jiang Hao unleashed his lion's roar technique once again. The terrifying sonic attack struck, killing swarms of blood mosquitoes once again. Buzz! Seemingly terrified by Jiang Hao's killing spree, these blood mosquitoes dared not approach any further and immediately turned and flew away into the distance. Jiang Hao did not press his advantage. Although he was not afraid of the blood mosquitoes, it was better to be cautious in this secret realm. Moreover, his system space already contains tens of thousands more F-grade beast sources. He took out some stamina potions and healing potions from the system space and drank them. He quickly recovered, but the 8 awakened ones had disappeared without a trace. Jiang Hao was too lazy to look for them and simply left. I originally thought these guys might be of some use to me, but now it seems I'd rather act alone. These guys are a complete burden to him. Jiang Hao traveled for 2 days straight, encountering many ancient beasts along the way, including 2 fourth-tier ancient beasts. Jiang Hao did not fight the fourth-tier ancient beasts after noticing them, he immediately left. Outside, he might dare to provoke a fourth-tier demon, and even if he couldn't win, running away wouldn't be a problem. But if he were here, he wouldn't dare to gamble. Although this is a bit cowardly, at least there is some guarantee of safety. Jiang Hao found an open space and took out a roasted pig leg from his storage bag. This pork leg was leftover meat from the wild boar he killed and butchered yesterday. At the same time, Jiang Hao also discovered one advantage of the storage equipment: no matter what kind of food you put in, it will still be the same when you take it out. It will not spoil or go bad. This is especially important for people who live away from home year-round and can't cook on time. Unfortunately, storage equipment is extremely scarce. Even Jiang Hao himself only had 2 storage devices besides the system space. The main problem is that space-type monsters are too rare to encounter. He did encounter a few in this secret realm, but he couldn't obtain any weapons by killing the ancient beasts. Therefore, no storage equipment was obtained. Jiang Hao is now fully recovered. He plans to spend his free time hunting spatial-type monsters to acquire more storage equipment. Even if you don't need it yourself, you can sell it. Storage equipment is something that is valuable but not readily available. Even if you don't buy it, you can give it as a gift. Giving this as a gift will definitely make you look very prestigious. Jiang Hao took out a dagger from the system space. He had forgotten what kind of monster he had killed to obtain it. Although it's only an F-class appliance, it's still very convenient for chopping vegetables or cutting meat. Just like now, use a dagger to slice the pork into pieces, making it very convenient to eat. As Jiang Hao ate the pig's leg, he couldn't help but think of the 8 awakened ones. I wonder how those 8 awakened ones are doing. 2 days have passed and they still haven't caught up. Jiang Hao quickly devoured the entire pig leg. Jiang Hao rested briefly before continuing his journey, finally finding an open space to rest in the evening. These days, he has been doing this, traveling normally during the day and finding a place to rest at night. Just as Jiang Hao closed his eyes to rest, a python more than 10 meters long and as thick as an adult's thigh came to the big tree behind him. The snake's tongue flickered in and out, its cold, serpentine eyes fixed intently on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao seemed oblivious to this, remaining seated motionless like a meditating monk. After waiting for a while, the python opened its blood-red maw and suddenly attacked Jiang Hao. Just then, Jiang Hao suddenly opened his eyes, flipped his hand, and the crimson flame sword appeared in his hand, heading straight for the python's mouth. He had long been aware of the python's presence, but he hadn't moved because he was waiting for an opportunity. And now is the opportunity. The python was startled by Jiang Hao's sudden action. It hissed and quickly raised its body to avoid Jiang Hao's attack. However, although it reacted quickly, it was still a bit slower than Jiang Hao. Seeing the python raise its body, Jiang Hao quickly swung his sword at it, and a layer of flame appeared on the surface of the crimson flame sword. The python was terrified and quickly used its body to deflect Jiang Hao's attack. However, the intense heat of the flames still caused the python considerable injury. Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised, not expecting this guy to have such abilities. As Jiang Hao was still wondering, the python climbed down from the tree. Roar! Jiang Hao snapped out of his daze and, without saying a word, immediately unleashed his lion's roar. The terrifying sonic attack quickly engulfed the python like a tidal wave. The python writhed in agony on the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Hao did not hesitate at all. He moved and became a blur, arriving beside the python. Without giving the python a chance to react, he held the crimson flame sword and slashed directly at the python's vital spot. Bang! The crimson flame sword easily pierced into the python's body. The python was split in two. Although it was already lifeless, its body was still wriggling. Jiang Hao watched the scene expressionlessly. He didn't think he was being cruel. If it weren't for my own strength, I would probably already be this python's meal by now. Smelling the stench of blood, Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly. With this anaconda causing such a ruckus, he couldn't stay in this place any longer. I must leave this place quickly, otherwise I will be in danger if other ancient beasts are attracted here. Just as Jiang Hao took a few steps, he suddenly shuddered and a look of joy appeared on his face. After more than a month, I finally broke through. Immediately, Jiang Hao brought up his information panel as he walked. Name, Jiang Hao. Ability, Ancient Warrior. Level, Tier 2. Talent. God's Comprehension, God's Critical Strike. Internal Strength. God Advanced Star Shift Technique, God Intermediate Dragon God Technique. Martial Arts. Divine Intermediate Lingbo Weibu Lingbo Steps, Divine Intermediate Lion's Roar Skill, Divine Intermediate 18 Subduing Dragon Palms. Bite. Host's cultivation level has broken through to the second tier. Internal Energy Cultivation Technique, Dragon God Technique, has been upgraded to intermediate level. Host's cultivation level has broken through to the second tier. The Martial Art 18 Subduing Dragon Palms has been upgraded to intermediate level. Looking at his information panel and hearing the system notification in his mind, Jiang Hao couldn't help but smile. However, he quickly realized that while his internal energy cultivation had improved and his martial arts skills had also improved, his Lion's Roar skill had not improved accordingly. What's going on? He originally thought that as his strength improved, his overall internal energy and martial arts skills would also improve. The result was that the Dragon God skill and the 18 Subduing Dragon Palms were improved. Is it because my level is insufficient to break through to a higher level in internal energy and martial arts, or is it something else? Jiang Hao couldn't quite understand it. Regardless, his cultivation level had broken through, and his combat power had been enhanced once again. Although he was only at the second level of cultivation, even a fourth level awakened being was no match for him. However, as his cultivation level improved, he experienced increasing rejection within the secret realm. Chapter 73, The Earth Comes Alive. After sensing his increased strength, Jiang Hao was eager to test his second-tier cultivation level. With that in mind, Jiang Hao decided not to look for a place to rest anymore, but instead continued to explore the secret realm. Roar! The secret realm at night is more dangerous than during the day. In particular, some ancient beasts are only active at night. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings rang out above Jiang Hao's head. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, then turned around and saw a bat, as big as an adult, hanging upside down on the tree. A pair of scarlet, beastly eyes, devoid of any emotion, stared intently at him. There was an indescribable eeriness to the atmosphere. This bat has a ring of red down around its neck, and its head looks like a fox's. Jiang Hao activated his Eye of Insight, and instantly the other party's information appeared before his eyes. Ancient Beast, Red-Collared Foxbat. Level, Tier 3. Abilities, Mental, Poison. Status, Peak. While Jiang Hao was sizing up the other person was also sizing up Jiang Hao. After looking at it for a long time, I still couldn't figure it out. Just then, the red-collared foxbat spread its wings and pounced on Jiang Hao. Roar! Jiang Hao immediately focused his energy in his dantian, and the transparent lion's head reappeared above his head. Before the red-collared flying fox could even react, it was jolted so hard that it crashed heavily into the tree where it had been hanging upside down. In an instant, the tree, which was 5 meters in diameter, was snapped in two, and its massive trunk crashed to the ground. The red-collared flying fox landed on the ground, its chest heaving violently. Anyone with eyes could see that it was already at its last gasp. Unless Jiang Hao uses a healing potion, they definitely won't make it. Jiang Hao would never give the healing potion to the red-collared fox bat. He flipped his hand, and the crimson flame sword immediately appeared in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao dealt with the red-collared fox bat directly. Even in death, the red-collared fox bat didn't realize how it had died. The human in front of me was clearly only at the second level of cultivation, or even just had entered the second level, so why couldn't I withstand even one of his attacks? Unfortunately, no one can give it an answer. Roar! In the distance, a python and a bear, two enormous creatures, were engaged in a fierce battle, which Jiang Hao watched from behind a rock. It wasn't that he didn't want to show himself, but rather that these two enormous creatures were too powerful, both possessing the strength of the 5th rank. After breaking through to the 2nd tier, he thought that with his combat power, he could roam freely in the secret realm. Before he could even be arrogant for 2 days, he was proven wrong. Unexpectedly, there are even 5th tier ancient beasts in the secret realm. This is already his 5th day inside the secret realm. However, after 5 days, he still hadn't left the forest, which made him seriously suspect that this secret realm was actually a vast forest. During those 5 days, he encountered all sorts of ancient beasts. Jiang Hao discovered that these ancient beasts were quite different from the monsters outside. This difference is not only reflected in physical appearance, but also in ability. In terms of appearance, the ancient beasts are somewhat similar to the creatures from the ancient times of Earth. In terms of abilities, ancient beasts generally have 2 abilities, and occasionally there are even 3 abilities. Such ancient beasts are quite rare, and even Jiang Hao has only seen one. Roar! Suddenly, the frost bear that was engaged in fierce combat roared. Jiang Hao looked up and saw that the white jade cloud python had already bitten the frost giant bear's arm. At this moment, the 2 giant beasts had reached a fever pitch in their battle. As for who would win, Jiang Hao couldn't tell yet, only that they were evenly matched. Chirp! Just then, a cry of an eagle suddenly rang out. Jiang Hao looked up at the sound and was startled to see a large golden bird flying over from a distance. Ancient beast, golden feathered eagle. Level, 6. Abilities, wind, metal. Status, peak. Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the information returned by the Eye of Detection. It's actually a 6th order rank. At this moment, Jiang Hao couldn't help but have second thoughts. This was the first time he had ever considered giving up. This is a 6th tier ancient beast, a single fart from it could kill it. If he continued investigating, he felt he might very well die here. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao immediately began to retreat. And just then, it suddenly began to tremble. Jiang Hao was startled and quickly grabbed a nearby tree. But the earth was shaking so violently that Jiang Hao was quickly thrown away. At the same time, the golden feathered eagle was about to eat the 2 giant beasts. The tremor of the earth sent the 2 giant beasts flying. Upon seeing this, the golden feathered eagle quickly spread its wings and flew high. It intended to catch both giant beasts, but the result surprised it. He was indeed holding the white jade python in his left paw, but what was he holding in his right paw? It was so strange. And this strange creature is so small, it's not even big enough to fill a gap between my teeth. Not only was the golden feathered eagle stunned, but even Jiang Hao was bewildered. He was thrown into the air and was frantically grabbing at things as if he were drowning, but unexpectedly, he managed to grab the golden feathered eagle. Well, it wasn't him who captured the golden feathered eagle, it was the golden feathered eagle that captured him. Rumble! Suddenly the earth trembled violently again, and the golden feathered eagle immediately raised its body. Jiang Hao looked at the ground in confusion. What was going on? Could it be that someone or some demon was attacking the secret realm from outside? Just as Jiang Hao was filled with doubt, the golden feathered eagle had already carried him into the sky. When Jiang Hao looked down from above, he was completely dumbfounded. Where they appeared before was not land at all, it was clearly a giant tortoise, and the so-called land was just the tortoise's shell. It was only because so much time had passed that trees grew on the tortoise shell, to make it look no different from the land. All around the tortoise shell was a vast ocean. It is simply boundless. As the turtle continued to move its body, many flying ancient beasts took to the air. Those ancient beasts that could not fly could only try to find a fixed place to stabilize their bodies. Jiang Hao stared blankly at the scene, his mind completely blank. It was all too shocking. A turtle the size of 5 dragon cities, and a sea the size of thousands upon thousands of such turtles. So just how big is this secret realm? And these ancient beasts in the sky. He originally thought that the 6th order golden feathered eagle was already very powerful, but he actually discovered the existence of 7th order, and even 8th order and 9th order beings. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hao used his eye of insight to look at the turtle below. When he saw the panel that appeared in front of him, he was completely dumbfounded. Ancient beast, mystic tortoise. Rank, royal. Abilities, water, earth, ice, netherworld. Status, peak. What is the imperial rank? Is it above the 9th rank, or even above the 9th rank? Chapter 74, Towering Icebergs. It's been 5 days and X still hasn't appeared. I suggest we send another team in. Outside the secret area, Peng Tian shared his thoughts with Lu Jinglong and the guards. They can't just wait here forever, they need to find out what's going on inside as soon as possible. Chairman Lu, what do you mean? The people from the security department looked at Lu Jinglong. In fact, according to his guess, it had already been 5 days. If X could come back, he would have come back long ago. Why would he have waited so long? Furthermore, he did not believe that X could discover any useful value on his own. However, he couldn't say that out loud, since Lu Jinglong was still there. Lu Jinglong sighed, then let's send another team. Although he didn't want to admit it, it had been 5 days already, and he knew that X was probably not coming back. It's a pity that X, their Dragon City Bounty Guild, finally produced a genius with SSS aptitude, and he just felt like that. He originally wanted to train X and make him the president of the Dragon City Bounty Guild. The guards said, how about this, let's wait another day. If X still hasn't shown up after a day, we'll send people in immediately. Peng Tian nodded, having no objection to this. Although the task is urgent, 1 more day won't make a difference. Lu Jinglong glanced gratefully at the guards. Within the secret realm, the mystic tortoise seemed to have recovered from its activity and then began to move. Upon seeing this, the flying ancient beasts quickly returned to the back of the mystic tortoise. Although the back of the mysterious tortoise was still swaying as it moved, it was undoubtedly much better than before. I just don't know why the mystic tortoise is moving, and where it's going. Jiang Hao was also taken to the golden feathered eagle's lair. Bang! Jiang Hao was thrown into the giant bird's nest by the golden feathered eagle. The nests of golden eagles are no different from those of normal eagles, they are all made of woven branches. However, the nest of the golden eagle is several thousand times, even tens of thousands of times larger than that of a normal eagle's nest, and is as big as 2 football fields. Jiang Hao was thrown up there and felt like his buttocks were about to be cracked from the impact. Also thrown down was the white jade cloud python. At this moment, the white jade cloud python was weak and had 5 large, bloody holes on its body, from which blood was constantly flowing. The golden feathered eagle's sharp gaze swept over Jiang Hao and the white jade cloud python, as if it were considering which one to eat first. Staring at him like that by the golden feathered eagle, Jiang Hao felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, making him feel suffocated. The golden eagle suddenly poked its head out, and Jiang Hao subconsciously took 2 steps back. However, the golden feathered eagle ignored Jiang Hao and swallowed the white jade cloud python right in front of him. Jiang Hao thought this was a waste, saying that he should have killed the white jade cloud python first, so he could have obtained a B-grade beast source. After eating the white jade cloud python, the golden feathered eagle ignored Jiang Hao and lay down in its nest to doze off. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's mind immediately started racing. If this golden feathered eagle kept staring at him, he really wouldn't dare to make any rash moves. But the golden eagle's feigned sleep gave him a chance to escape, though he did not act immediately. Who knows if this guy is deliberately testing me? A 6th-tier ancient beast's intelligence is in no way inferior to that of a human. Jiang Hao quietly retreated and soon arrived at the edge of the golden feathered eagle's nest. Seeing that the golden feathered eagle still did not react, Jiang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not notice that the golden feathered eagle, which had been feigning sleep, had quietly opened its eyes. Jiang Hao tiptoed to the edge of the nest. He had already seen clearly when he came that the golden feathered eagle's nest was located on a steep cliff. If I want to leave this place, I have to crawl down the cliff. Fortunately, he is an awakened one. Although he cannot fly, climbing cliffs is not a problem for him. Just as Jiang Hao was about to crawl down into the nest, he suddenly felt a chill rush straight to the top of his head. Jiang Hao turned around stiffly and looked back. He saw that the golden feathered eagle had raised its head at some point, its sharp eyes filled with a hint of mockery. Jiang Hao realized he had been tricked. This guy's intelligence was indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao frantically racked his brains for a solution, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with anything. He wanted to resist, but he knew very well that with his strength, even if the golden feathered eagle stood there and let him attack, he wouldn't be able to harm it in the slightest. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hao gave the golden feathered eagle an awkward but polite smile. Then, it slowly retracted its right foot that was about to step out, climbed down from the edge, and obediently sat on the ground. Since there's no way to escape, I can only wait and see. Since the golden feathered eagle didn't kill me outright, it probably won't do anything to me for now. As expected, after Jiang Hao obediently sat down, the golden feathered eagle also climbed down, but its sharp eagle eyes remained fixed on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao had no choice but to sit there, staring at the golden feathered eagle. Peng Tian gathered 50 soldiers who were first-tier awakened and sent them into the secret realm. Soldiers, I have explained the situation to you. If you encounter danger that you cannot overcome, retreat immediately. Do not be reckless, understand? No. Very good, now you will enter the secret realm immediately. Hearing the loud voices of the 50 soldiers, Peng Tian nodded in satisfaction. He then gave a military salute and watched the 50 soldiers enter the secret realm. To be honest, if he could, he really wouldn't want these soldiers to enter. After all, judging from the feedback from those who returned before, the secret realm was fraught with danger, and these 50 soldiers might all perish. But he has no choice right now. He can't rely on the awakened people in society. He can only rely on the soldiers. The 50 soldiers returned a military salute and stepped into the light screen. After a day and a night of travel, having gone an unknown distance, the speed of the mystic turtle finally slowed down. Jiang Hao lay on the edge of the golden feathered eagle's nest and looked into the distance. He was immediately stunned as a huge iceberg appeared in his sight. The iceberg is so high that it is impossible to see its entirety. Just as Jiang Hao was feeling shocked, the mystic tortoise suddenly began to climb up the ice mountain. Suddenly, the back of the mysterious tortoise began to shake violently again. This time, many ancient beasts were shaken down, only those that could fly were in better condition and immediately took to the air. However, this is not the most serious situation. The most serious situation is the temperature emitted by the iceberg. Many ancient beasts have already succumbed to the temperature, suffering frostbite or freezing to death. This time, even the ancient beasts that could fly were not spared. Some of the weaker flying beasts were even frozen and unable to fly. Jiang Hao shook his head as he watched the golden feathered eagle plummeting rapidly from the sky. Sensing danger, the golden feathered eagle immediately flew away, leaving him in its nest. Jiang Hao wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but the Tongyu Xin turtle's shaking was too great. He had no choice but to stay in the golden feathered eagle's nest. Although the place is rather basic, thankfully there is no immediate danger to our lives. Chapter 75, The Battle of the Turtle and the Fish. 50 soldiers entered the secret realm, and before they could even stand firmly, they felt the earth tremble. At the same time, a terrifying chill swept over us. All they could see was a white fog that obscured their vision, making it impossible for them to see their surroundings clearly. They intended to grit their teeth and endure the chill to continue their routine, but before they had taken more than a few steps, a layer of frost covered their bodies. One soldier, shivering from the cold, cried out, "Damn it, we can't go any further, or we'll all die. What do we do then? Are we just going to go back like this?" The others weren't in much better shape either. Especially since they were all wearing short sleeves, they couldn't ward off the chill at all. There's no other way. The cold here is simply unbearable for us. Let's leave quickly and report the situation to the commander so he can make a decision. After discussing it, they decided to leave the secret realm first. At the same time, Jiang Hao is also facing the same situation they are facing. The biting cold made Jiang Hao shiver all over. The golden eagle's nest was already covered with a layer of frost. Many of the plants on the back of the mysterious tortoise have also been frozen to death. Jiang Hao knew that if things continued like this, he wouldn't be far from death. Immediately, disregarding the swaying on the back of the mystic tortoise, he hurriedly climbed out of the golden feathered eagle's nest. Jiang Hao climbed down as fast as he could, but the violent shaking made it impossible for him to stand. Jiang Hao quickly took out the crimson flame sword from the system space and then made flames rise on the surface of the crimson flame sword. However, the flames on the crimson flame sword were very weak, and he did not feel much warmth. On the contrary, the flames of the Crimson Flame sword seemed to be about to go out at any moment. Jiang Hao quickly flew towards the exit of the secret realm. He was afraid he would freeze to death if he stayed any longer. Boom! Suddenly a dull thud sounded. Perhaps the Tongyu Xian turtle was too large, or perhaps it was too powerful, which directly caused the iceberg to shatter. Before Jiang Hao could even react to what was happening, he felt a sudden dizziness. Before he could even react, he felt a sudden blizzard bury him completely. Oh no, I'm doomed this time. Jiang Hao felt like crying but had no tears left. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he lost consciousness. Outside the secret territory, Lu Jinglong and Pang Tian had just turned their attention away from the entrance to the secret realm. Suddenly the light screen flickered, and before they could react, all 50 soldiers who had entered the secret realm a second earlier were forced to retreat. At the same time, a terrifying chill swept over, causing everyone around to shiver involuntarily. Despite the chill, Pang Tian quickly asked, "What happened? How come you came out so quickly?" Lu Jinglong also asked, "What happened inside? Why is it so cold?" It was the height of summer, but they felt no heat at all. Instead, they felt as if they had been suddenly locked in a refrigerator. A soldier said tremblingly, "We don't know either. As soon as we went in, we felt a chill coming right at us. We originally wanted to continue, but the chill was just too terrifying, and we couldn't bear it at all, so we had to back out." Even though they were already outside, they still felt incredibly cold. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinglong and the others exchanged glances, realizing that something significant had happened inside the secret realm. "What do you think about this?" Pang Tian asked Lu Jinglong and the others. Lu Jinglong said in a deep voice, "This matter has gone beyond our scope. I think we should contact our superiors and send powerful experts to forcibly enter the secret realm. No, the higher-ups will absolutely not do this before they figure out what's going on inside the secret realm." The guards shook their heads. It should be understood that every expert above the 5th rank is an invaluable asset to those above. Moreover, it is extremely difficult to cultivate a 5th level or higher expert, so the higher-ups will absolutely not send out a 5th level or higher expert unless absolutely necessary. Pang Tian frowned, "So what do we do now? We can't just keep waiting here, and it seems we can't enter the secret realm anymore. With such a large group of them guarding this secret place, wouldn't they be unable to do anything? Well then, when we sent people in before, we didn't encounter this kind of cold weather, did we? I suggest we send people in intermittently to check the situation. If the cold feeling subsides, then we can send people in again." Upon hearing what the guard said, Lu Jinglong and Pang Tian nodded. They don't have any better options right now, so they can only leave it at that for the time being. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Jiang Hao suddenly felt suffocated. He woke up with a start, but the scene in front of him made his expression change. He found himself in water, or more accurately, in what felt like a hot spring. Because he could clearly feel the heat contained in the water. But he couldn't care less about that now. The feeling of suffocation was getting stronger and stronger, and he had to swim up. Whoosh! Jiang Hao poked his head out of the water and saw that all around him was a white fog, making it impossible to see anything in the distance. At this moment, even the netherworld turtle disappeared. Jiang Hao was startled. How could he get back if the mystic tortoise was missing? The exit of the secret realm was on the back of the mystic tortoise. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao immediately started dog-pawing around, searching for the figure of the mystic tortoise. He can't swim at all. He only learned the doggy paddle by himself after accompanying Su Qing to the swimming pool twice before. He never expected it to come in handy now. Damn it, where did the mystic tortoise go? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Logically speaking, the Tongyu Xian turtle was so big that even if the surrounding area was covered by mist, it should still be visible. Whoosh! Just as Jiang Hao was filled with doubt, a loud noise suddenly came from afar. Jiang Hao's ears twitched, and he quickly discerned the direction from which the sound came. He immediately swam in that direction. Before long, he saw two mountains colliding repeatedly. Well, it shouldn't be described as two mountains, but rather as a battle between a mysterious tortoise and a fish with a completely golden red body. Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that there would be a being in this secret realm that could rival the Tongyu Xian turtle. The mysterious tortoise is a royal-level ancient beast, so does that mean this fish is also one? Jiang Hao immediately used his eye of insight, and the information about the fish appeared before his eyes. Ancient beast, golden-striped dragonfish. Rank, royal. Abilities, water, fire, Holy Spirit, space. Status, peak. Sure enough, upon seeing the information about the fish, Zhang Hao couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This secret realm is truly filled with strangeness and mystery. Well, these two behemoths are locked in fierce combat now, and there's no way I can leave. I can only wait here until they're done fighting. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao stepped back a distance. These two guys were too big, and their strength was too great. He was really afraid that he would be caught in the crossfire. So it's best to stay away. Bang! Holy crap! No sooner had Zhang Hao left than the mystic turtle and the golden patterned dragonfish launched a fierce attack. The aftershocks of the battle engulfed Zhang Hao, knocking him unconscious. Chapter 76 Dragon Ball. This is already the 6th wave of soldiers to go in. If we don't find anything this time, I think we should leave. Peng Tian sighed as he watched the soldiers enter the secret realm. A day and a night have passed since the last time, and they have sent out 6 waves of soldiers. But every time, various problems arise. There were earthquakes, tsunamis, and a series of other incidents, which even resulted in the loss of more than 10 soldiers. However, despite all this, they still did not obtain any useful information. Lu Jinglong and the others didn't say anything. They had already been staying in this secret realm for 7 or 8 days. If they can't find anything further, they'll have to leave it to the authorities to figure out a solution. They're out of ideas. Suddenly the light screen flickered again, and Lu Jinglong, Peng Tian, and the others looked over and saw a soldier covered in blood escaping out. Peng Tian helped the soldier up. Where are the others? Why didn't they come out? The soldier said in a terrified voice, Commander, they've all been killed. We had just gone in and hadn't even realized what was happening when we saw a flash of light, and then they were dismembered. I was lucky to escape with my life. He was still reeling from the fear he had just experienced. Lu Jinglong and the others were shocked to hear this. How could this be? What exactly happened inside the secret realm? Quickly, take him down to heal his wounds. Peng Tian commanded the soldiers beside him to lead the seriously wounded soldier down first. Gentlemen, I think we must inform our superiors about this matter. It's beyond our ability to resolve. Lu Jinglong and the others nodded. The matter was indeed much more serious than they had imagined. The guard said in a deep voice, pass the word down. While things aren't too serious yet, get the higher-ups to send someone to resolve this as soon as possible. If it's not resolved soon, it will become dangerous once the situation escalates. Lu Jinglong looked towards the entrance to the secret realm and sighed inwardly. I'm so sorry. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of your family. It hurts. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Hao finally woke up and looked at the stars in the sky. It took him a long time to remember what had happened. I'm still alive. Zhang Hao sat up abruptly, looked at himself, and couldn't help but show a look of joy. But soon he discovered that his mask had shattered. But compared to being alive, a broken mask is nothing. Zhang Hao flipped his hand and took out several bottles of healing potions from the system space. He poured them directly into his mouth, and his injuries were finally almost completely healed. At this moment, Zhang Hao stood up from the ground. He found himself on land without even realizing it. No, that's not right. Zhang Hao quickly realized something was wrong. He wasn't on the back of the mystic turtle, but was actually standing on the ground. As for why Zhang Hao was so certain, it was because he saw the Tongyu Xin turtle and the golden patterned dragonfish lying on the ground in the distance. What's going on? These two guys aren't going to die together, are they? After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Hao immediately rushed towards the direction where the mystic turtle and the golden patterned dragonfish were located. Zhang Hao used the Lingbo Weibo technique to its fullest extent, even unleashing a critical strike. Even so, he still ran all night before finally arriving at the place where the mysterious tortoise and the golden patterned dragonfish were. Seeing the two guys who were barely breathing, Zhang Hao couldn't help but shake his head. What kind of deep-seated hatred and resentment could lead them to actually perish together? Saying it was a mutual destruction is not accurate. Strictly speaking, it was a lose-lose situation. Because those two guys aren't dead yet. Zhang Hao suddenly paused, glancing around at his surroundings. Could this be the old hot spring, only the water has been drained? The more Zhang Hao thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and he was even more shocked. Such a huge hot spring was destroyed just like that. Those two guys are really ruthless. Although shocked, Zhang Hao did not forget his main task. Since these two guys are both badly injured, I can take advantage of the situation. These are 2 royal-level ancient beasts. If I kill them, I can obtain 2 royal-level beast sources. Roar! Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao unleashed his lion's roar technique directly at the golden patterned dragonfish. The deafening roar echoed continuously in the empty space. The golden striped arowana's vitality quickly dissipated, and it soon lost all its life. Jiang Hao then unleashed his lion's roar technique on the mystic turtle once more. The reason for using the lion's roar skill instead of the crimson flame sword was mainly because these two guys were too big. The crimson flame sword was no different from a toothpick in front of them. We might not even be able to break through their skin. Looking at the two additional royal level beast sources in the system space, Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, those two fought to a standstill, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to obtain the royal level beast source. Now that those two guys are dead, it's time for me to go back. It's been 7 or 8 days already. I wonder if it's been 7 or 8 days outside too. Thinking about it, Jiang Hao went to the side of the mysterious tortoise. Just as he was about to climb onto the back of the mystic tortoise, a beam of light suddenly entered his field of vision. Jiang Hao curiously followed the light and saw that it appeared under the hind legs of the mystic tortoise. Jiang Hao immediately skipped over that location. In order to speed things up, Jiang Hao even used the Lingbo Weibo technique. Even so, it still took an hour to get there. At this moment, he finally saw the light, but unfortunately, most of it was covered by the feet of the mysterious tortoise. He could only barely make out that it was a sphere, and couldn't see anything else. Jiang Hao immediately used his discerning eye. Treasure, Dragon Ball. Level? Jiang Hao's pupils shrank sharply. The Dragon Ball was actually the legendary Dragon Ball. He never expected that there would be such a treasure in the secret realm. Seeing the 3 question marks displayed on the level, Jiang Hao knew that this Dragon Ball was probably not simple. No wonder those two were fighting to the death. It turns out it was all for this Dragon Ball. Unfortunately, in the end, he got nothing, which benefited him. Jiang Hao immediately took out the crimson flame sword and began digging in the ground. After digging for another hour, he finally dug out the Dragon Ball. Looking at the Dragon Ball, which was about the size of a small car, Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly. It's only because I came here on my own. If an ordinary person had come, they might not have been able to take it away. Jiang Hao took out a storage bag from the system space, put the Dragon Ball into it, and then climbed directly onto the body of the mystic tortoise. After a day and a night, Jiang Hao finally climbed to the edge of the Tongyushin turtle's shell. After another day, Jiang Hao finally returned to the spot where he had first entered, looking at the gray light curtain. Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a little emotional. This trip to the secret realm had truly been thrilling yet safe. In any case, I finally completed the task and even gained something extra. Jiang Hao glanced back at the secret realm one last time before stepping into the light curtain. Chapter 77, X sacrificed himself. A silver platter hangs high in the sky. The entrance to the secret realm flickered, and then Jiang Hao walked out of it. Jiang Hao originally thought he would see Lu Jinglong and the others after he came out, but he didn't expect that the place was now empty. Perhaps because I had taken too long, Lu Jinglong and the others had already left. Bite. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward, Lucky Wheel X1. Would you like to spin the lucky wheel now? Just then, a system notification sounded in Jiang Hao's mind. Jiang Hao decisively chose yes. Suddenly, a colorful spinning wheel appeared in front of Jiang Hao. Just like last time, it has all kinds of internal energy cultivation techniques and martial arts. Jiang Hao glanced at it and found that the lucky wheel was quite intelligent. None of the internal skills or martial arts techniques he possessed had appeared here again. The turntable will start spinning in 3 seconds. The host can stop it at any time. The system notification sounded. 3 seconds later, the turntable started to spin. Stop. Jiang Hao felt it was about time and immediately called a halt. The turntable stopped spinning, and Jiang Hao saw that the pointer corresponded to the Tai Chi symbol. The lucky wheel has disappeared. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine level martial art Tai Chi 1. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately chose to study. Congratulations, host. You have learned the divine level martial art elementary Tai Chi. Although it was still at the beginner level, Jiang Hao was already very satisfied. Of the martial arts he has mastered, the Lingbo Weibo Lingbo steps is an exception, as it is not an offensive technique but merely a movement technique. Apart from Lingbo Weibo, both Lion's Roar and 18 subduing dragon palms are ranged attacks and are not good at close combat. Tai Chi is currently making up for this shortcoming of his. Jiang Hao was already looking forward to another reward from the system. You can get a mystery gift box as long as you win the school competition. I wonder if it will be internal energy cultivation or martial arts. Roar! Just as Jiang Hao was lost in thought, a beastly roar suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, he saw a dark figure heading straight for him. Seeing this, Jiang Hao flipped his hand, and the crimson flame sword immediately appeared in his hand. He then went straight to meet the black figure. He had originally planned to go straight home, but after seeing the monsters, he immediately changed his mind. Since he was already here, he had to hunt some monsters before going back. During this period, he bought a house and a car, and he didn't have enough money left. It's a good opportunity to earn some extra money on the side. Also, let's see if we can get any more mask-type weapons. The tarantula mask shattered in the secret realm. Although he didn't intend to hide his identity forever, he at least wanted to reveal it when he participated in the school's grand competition. He also planned to hunt down 2 crocodile-like monsters and get 2 stomach armors for his parents. Although he had killed many crocodile-like monsters before, he had not encountered any high-level stomach armors, so he did not keep those stomach armors. Now that his cultivation has broken through, while he can't say he can walk around with impunity on the outskirts of the occupied zone, he at least has a certain ability to protect himself. You could try killing some 4th-tier monsters. Bang! Jiang Hao collided with the dark figure, and with the help of the moonlight, he was able to see the other party's appearance clearly. It turned out to be a tier 3 monster, a golden leopard. The leopard looked at Jiang Hao with some astonishment. It was puzzled as to why this human, who was clearly only at the 2nd level of strength, could withstand its attacks. Unfortunately, before it could figure it out, Jiang Hao had already launched an attack. Sensing danger, the leopard quickly retreated, but it was too late. Just as it retreated 2 steps, Jiang Hao seized the opportunity and swept out with his crimson flame sword. Bang! The leopard, filled with unease and confusion, crashed heavily to the ground. After dealing with the golden leopard, Jiang Hao began to sweep away the surrounding monsters. Jiang Hao left the occupied area at dawn. He didn't go to school, but went straight home. After saying goodbye to Jiang Shangquan and Xia Yufeng, he fell asleep immediately. He hadn't had a good rest for the past few days, and this time he could finally get a good night's sleep. When Jiang Hao woke up, it was already 2 p.m. Mom and Dad, these 2 clothes are for you. Jiang Hao took out the crocodile stomach armor he had prepared. Both of these crocodile stomach armors were C-grade weapons and equipment. It took him quite a bit of effort to kill these 2 4th-tier crocodiles. Xiao Yufeng looked curiously at the red leather jacket in her hand, which resembled a bodysuit. What kind of clothes are these? Why are we suddenly given clothes? Mom and Dad, don't underestimate this outfit. It's a C-grade weapon called the crocodile stomach armor, a defensive weapon. Wearing this outfit, even a 3rd-tier awakener would have a hard time harming you. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Jiang Shangquan was startled. This must be very expensive. Why did you buy this for us? We don't need it. You should keep it for yourself. Although they now live in villas and drive luxury cars, Jiang Shangquan and his friends' mindsets remain stuck in the past. Sea-level weapons and equipment were something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. At the same time, they believed that Jiang Hao needed this weaponry more than they did. Rather than wasting their clothes on them, Jiang Hao might as well keep them. Mom and Dad, I bought this especially for you. You can wear it. I have my own too. Look. Jiang Hao knew what his parents meant, so he deliberately exposed the crocodile stomach armor on his body. Seeing this, Jiang Shangquan and his men took the 2 crocodile stomach armor pieces. To prevent them from refusing to wear it, Jiang Hao specifically asked Jiang Shangquan and the others to go back to their rooms to change. After chatting with the elderly couple for a while, Jiang Hao left home. Arriving at a secluded spot, he changed his clothes and then retrieved a new tarantula mask from his system space. He obtained the tarantula mask by specifically seeking out and killing a giant tarantula. He had already obtained a mask, but then he thought that X's main characteristic was the tarantula mask. If he didn't have the tarantula mask, would it still be X? So he specifically searched for a giant tarantula. The giant tarantula did not disappoint him, immediately revealing its tarantula mask. Jiang Hao arrived at the black market, and on the way, he contacted Huang Xingshan. After several collaborations, Jiang Hao and Huang Xingshan have become increasingly in sync. Before long, Jiang Hao's entire batch of weapons was sold. Because Jiang Hao's batch of weapons is of a high grade, apart from a few F-grade and E-grade weapons, the rest are all D-grade and C-grade. Therefore, he reaped a considerable reward this time, earning a total of 6 million crystal coins. After saying goodbye to Huang Xingshan, Jiang Hao then contacted Lu Jinglong. Inside the Bounty Guild's guild leader's office. Boss, X has sacrificed himself. Lu Jinglong's voice was somewhat low. He should have made this call yesterday, but due to some things, he kept putting it off until now. A roar came from the other end of the phone. Lu Jinglong. What are you doing? Lu Jinglong explained the situation with a wry smile. He didn't want it to be like this, but if this succeeds, it will be of great benefit to X. You're really foolish. The secret realm isn't so easy to explore. How dare you let X in? Lu Jinglong, the Dragon City Bounty Guild finally has a promising talent, and you've ruined it like this. Chapter 78, A Strange Feeling of Panic. I know what the leader is saying, but it's too late now. Hearing the leader's reprimand, Lu Jinglong dared not utter any rebuttal. The reason I called you is to check X's file so I can contact his family and take good care of them. I'll give it a try. It's a confidential SSS file, and even I haven't seen one. I need to contact headquarters first. You'll have to wait for news. After finishing speaking on the other end of the phone, the person on the other end hung up without giving Lu Jinglong a chance to speak. Lu Jinglong looked at the phone and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Ring ring. Just then, his phone rang. Lu Jinglong picked up his phone and glanced at it. He hadn't paid much attention at first, but when he saw the note on it, his pupils suddenly contracted. He could hardly believe his eyes and immediately answered the call. President Lu, are you available now? I'll come to the Bounty Hunter Guild to find you. Hearing the familiar voice on the other end of the phone, Lu Jinglong's emotions were like a roller coaster. Hello? Hello? Chairman Lu, can you hear me? Lu Jinglong came to his senses and said excitedly, Mr. X, you're actually alright, that's wonderful. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Hao's expression was somewhat strange. What was wrong with Lu Jinglong? Why was he suddenly so agitated? Of course I'm fine, President Lu. If you're all right now, I'll come find you at the Bounty Guild. Lu Jinglong said excitedly, it's okay, I'm fine, come here. Jiang Hao hung up the phone and headed straight for the Bounty Guild. Lu Jinglong was overjoyed X was all right, and the guilt in his heart finally dissipated. After thinking for a moment, he immediately called his boss again. He had to share the good news that X was alive with someone. 30 minutes later, Jiang Hao arrived at the Bounty Guild. Jiang Hao's appearance immediately caused a stir within the Bounty Hunter Guild. The bounty hunters immediately surrounded Jiang Hao. Mr. X, could I have your autograph? My daughter really likes you. Mr. X, I'd like to take a picture with you. Mr. X, would you be interested in joining our team? I can make you the vice captain. Faced with the enthusiastic crowd, Jiang Hao could only greet them with a smile, signing autographs and taking photos. Just when he was about to give up, Lu Jinglong finally arrived in time and rescued him from his predicament. Inside the office, Lu Jinglong personally poured Jiang Hao a cup of tea. Then he sat down opposite Jiang Hao and carefully examined him. President Lu, would you like to stop looking at me? Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly. Imagine being stared at like that by a grown man. Anyone would feel extremely awkward. Lu Jinglong gave an awkward smile, then said, I'm sorry, Mr. X, but I'm really curious how you survived in the secret realm. After you entered the secret realm, we sent some people in one after another, but we made no progress. We even encountered earthquakes, tsunamis, and even cold weather. That wasn't an earthquake, it was a tsunami. Jiang Hao shook his head and then recounted his experiences along the way. Of course, he didn't say that those creatures were ancient beasts, nor did he say that there were beings beyond the 9th rank anywhere. Apart from that, he said everything that needed to be said without missing a single word. Hearing Jiang Hao's casual recounting, Lu Jinglong was shocked. He never expected that Jiang Hao had experienced so much in just 10 days. At the same time, he never expected that there would be so many terrifying creatures in the secret realm. Mr. X, I will report this matter truthfully. Rest assured, you have made great contributions to this exploration of the secret realm, and you will definitely receive the reward you deserve. Also, take this card. There are 10 million in it. This is a separate reward from our Dragon City Bounty Guild for you. As he spoke, Lu Jinglong took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao did not refuse. He risked his life to help the country explore the secret realm, and he was in danger many times. It was not unreasonable for him to accept 10 million. After chatting for a while, Jiang Hao said goodbye to Lu Jinglong. Alright, Chairman Lu, I won't bother you any longer. You go ahead with your work, I'll head back now. Lu Jinglong did not stop Jiang Hao. He did need to report the matter immediately. The information X brought back this time is extremely important. Jiang Hao left the Bounty Guild and went straight home. On the way, he suddenly remembered that the Bai family and Su Jing seemed to have been too quiet lately. He hadn't forgotten that Su Jing had previously hired a fourth-tier awakened person to hunt him down. I had to endure it because I didn't have the ability to take revenge before, but now that I do, I should take my revenge. What a saying, a gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. I'm sorry, but he's not a gentleman. In Jiang Hao's view, if one has the ability to take revenge, letting the grudge linger overnight is too late. With that in mind, Jiang Hao changed direction and headed straight for the Bai group. I haven't bothered the Bai family for so long, they've probably almost forgotten about me. As a member of the well-known Bai group in Longcheng, Jiang Hao arrived here in no time. Looking at the heavily guarded Bai group, Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. It seemed that getting in wouldn't be easy for him. Just as Jiang Hao was considering how to get inside, a heavy truck transporting supplies drove out of the Bai group. Another shipment of supplies? Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, and then followed. Since getting into the Bai group is proving difficult, let's just start by targeting their supply delivery. Anyway, this isn't the first time I've done something like this. Jiang Hao followed the transport vehicle at a leisurely pace until they reached the outskirts of the city, at which point he sped up. Zhou Jingtu didn't know what was wrong with him today. Ever since he left the Bai group, his right eyelid had been twitching non-stop. And I also felt inexplicably anxious. This was the first time he had followed another car since he was hijacked last time. Brother Zhou, what's wrong with you? Driver Xiao Wang noticed Zhou Jingtu's unusual behavior. It's nothing, Zhou Jingtu shook his head. However, he seemed a little uneasy and couldn't help but ask, Xiao Wang, did you check everything carefully when you came out? Xiao Wang laughed and said, don't worry, Brother Zhou, it's been checked thoroughly, there won't be any problems. Zhou Jingtu was somewhat relieved upon hearing this. Jiang Hao originally planned to make his move after they left the outskirts, but he didn't expect that they would end up in a factory after going through many twists and turns. Seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately abandoned his plan to attack. He wanted to see what these guys were up to. Jiang Hao did not enter the factory building, but squatted outside and waited patiently. After waiting for about 30 minutes, the transport truck that had just entered the factory drove out, and judging from its direction, it was not heading out of the city, but back into the city. Seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately followed. Chapter 79, Illusion. Chairman Lu, are you telling the truth? Peng Tian was startled when he heard Lu Jinglong's words. He never expected that X, whom he thought was surely dead, would actually come out of the secret realm alive, and even bring back news from the secret realm. This is absolutely incredible. Of course it's true. Do you think Commander Pang would dare to joke about something like this? Commander Pang, X deserves the most credit for this, and the higher-ups absolutely cannot let him down. Peng Tian nodded and said, don't worry, Chairman Lu, I will report this matter truthfully. If what X said is true, X will receive the reward. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinglong felt relieved. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jinglong called the guard division again. Squeak! Suddenly, Xiao Wang slammed on the brakes. Zhou Jingtu quickly looked up and saw a somewhat familiar, thin figure standing in front of the car. Zhou Jingtu's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Wang stuck his head out and angrily shouted, what are you doing? Are you looking to die? Standing in the middle of the road, do you think you own the road? He didn't even notice when this guy appeared. It was as if he had suddenly appeared. It gave him a fright. What kind of people are they? I hate people who don't look where they're going. Don't they know it's dangerous? I really don't know how they've lived this long. Get out of here if you don't want to die. With that, Xiao Wang shifted gears and prepared to drive away. Just then, the thin figure in front of the car slowly turned around. Gulp! After seeing who it was, Zhou Jingtu swallowed hard. Let's go, hurry up. Zhou Jingtu urged the driver, Xiao Wang, in a low voice. It's him. It really is him. Zhou Jingtu exclaimed inwardly. He had vaguely guessed something from the other person's back before, but he never expected it to actually be this person. No wonder his right eyelid kept twitching. Xiao Wang was startled by the person in front of the car. Was this person crazy? He was wearing a mask. But for some reason, he felt that he had seen this mask somewhere before. Hurry up and go! Zhou Jingtu practically shouted. Brother Zhou, what's wrong with you? Before Xiao Wang could finish speaking, the person outside came to the car door and opened it directly. Jiang Hao looked at Zhou Jingtu with amusement. We meet again. You know my rules, right? Who the hell are you? How dare you? Driver Xiao Wang, who also had a fiery temper, spoke up before Zhou Jingtu could even speak. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Hao slapped him across the face. Xiao Wang's face slammed directly onto the steering wheel, instantly causing him to bleed profusely from his head. Xiao Wang's head was buzzing, and it took him a long time to realize what was going on. Jiang Hao didn't give him much time to react. He grabbed Xiao Wang from the driver's seat and threw him to the ground. And you, do you need me to do anything? Jiang Hao asked Zhou Jingtu. Zhou Jingtu was pale, but he forced a smile, then opened the car door and got out, coming over to Jiang Hao. He knew very well that he couldn't afford to offend this guy. Rather than engaging in a pointless head-on confrontation, it's better to obediently comply. Tell me, what were you doing just now? Zhou Jingtu stammered. We didn't do anything. You're not telling the truth, are you? Jiang Hao rubbed his wrist, and a series of cracking sounds rang out. As if recalling Jiang Hao's terror, Zhou Jingtu dared not hide anything any longer and hurriedly said, we were delivering goods. Oh? Are you delivering goods or picking them up? Zhou Jingtu swallowed hard. Deliver goods. Jiang Hao came to this side of the carriage. He wanted to see what supplies the buy group was transporting this time. Click. Jiang Hao opened the car door and found it was indeed empty. Only then did he look at Zhou Jingtu. The rules are the same as always. Go back and tell Su Jing that I want this batch of goods. Get out of here. Zhou Jingtu didn't dare to say anything more and left with his driver, Xiao Wang. It seems this guy wasn't lying after all. So what goods did they go to deliver? Jiang Hao stroked his chin and finally decided to go back to the factory in the suburbs to take a look. Brother Joe, who is that guy so arrogant he doesn't take our buy group seriously at all? After walking a distance, Xiao Wang finally came to his senses. Who is he? He is X. Zhou Jingtu gave a bitter smile. He then took out his phone and dialed Su Jing's number. Hello? The phone was quickly answered, and a seductive panting sound came from the other end. Adults would immediately understand what was going on. Madam. Zhou Jingtu had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by a charming voice from the other side. You, tell me, I'm listening, Madam, X has appeared. He not only intercepted our car, but also discovered our secret base in the suburbs. As Zhou Jingtu's voice faded, the charming voice on the other end of the phone abruptly stopped. What did you say? Zhou Jingtu repeated what he had just said. Okay, I understand, Su Jing said coldly, and then hung up the phone. Honey, stop playing around, something terrible has happened. Su Jing pushed away Bai Wenluo, who was pressing down on her, and explained what had happened. Bai Wenluo said coldly, contact Camo and have him come over and take care of X. That damned X. I haven't had time to deal with him lately, and he's suddenly become so powerful, daring to provoke them. He's really courting death. This time, no matter what, we must eliminate X and remove this threat forever. Su Jing dialed Camo's number directly. Oh, dear Mrs. White, how did you know I was thinking of you? A flirtatious voice rang out. Su Jing said calmly, Camo, X has appeared. Didn't you want to avenge your defeat? He's at the base in the suburbs right now. Very well, I didn't expect this guy to actually show up. Leave this to me. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end of the phone immediately turned cold and stern. At the same time, Jiang Hao has returned to the factory in the suburbs. Although there is security here, it is relatively lax. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him, Jiang Hao immediately climbed over the wall and jumped into the factory. Before long, Jiang Hao came to the window. He peeked inside and found nothing but a few old machine tools. Something's not right. He had personally witnessed the buy group's car drive-in. If this place were really that simple, why would they have allowed the buy group to come? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hao finally decided to go in and take a look for himself. Immediately, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he quietly slipped into the factory. Jiang Hao proceeded cautiously, avoiding all surveillance cameras he could. And he finally discovered some clues. Jiang Hao discovered that this one-story factory building was actually equipped with an elevator, which was highly unusual. The factory building is only one floor, but it has an elevator installed, so you can't go up to the top. That means the factory building is just a smokescreen, and the real one is down below. After confirming that no one was around, Jiang Hao entered the elevator, and sure enough, the elevator led to the basement level. As the saying goes, great skill breeds boldness, and Jiang Hao pressed the -1 button without hesitation. The elevator began to move slowly. Chapter 80, Another Battle Against the Fourth Tier. Jiang Hao went to the basement level and walked around there. Upon seeing the scene inside, his expression became somewhat strange. He wondered how such a man-made monster could exist. It turned out that the emotions were all created by the Bai group. This basement level was practically a laboratory, with 10 huge glass containers around it, and inside each of these containers was a creature exactly like the artificially synthesized monster he had dealt with before. In addition, there were many containers around that contained various organs. Clearly, these are all experimental materials. And the place reeks of blood. Bai group, Su Jing, how dare you use people for experiments? You are truly audacious and insane. Jiang Hao thought to himself. Longcheng strictly forbids anyone from conducting human experiments, yet the Bai group was secretly doing so. There was also the previous issue of trafficking in human organs. Either of these two charges would be enough to get the entire Bai group shot. Jiang Hao immediately took out his phone and started recording the surrounding situation, then called Lu Jinglong. Mr. X, what are your orders? Lu Jinglong's laughter soon followed. Chairman Lu, I'm giving you a chance to make a contribution. As Jiang Hao spoke, he explained the situation and sent the video he had recorded to Lu Jinglong. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Lu Jinglong was greatly shocked. Mr. X, are you sure this place is related to the Bai group? Of course, I have no reason to lie to you about something like this. Lu Jinglong asked again, then how did you discover it? Logically speaking, such a place should be extremely secluded and should not be easily discovered. Fearing that Jiang Hao might misunderstand, Lu Jinglong quickly offered an explanation. Mr. X, I'm not trying to question you, but even if I report to my superiors, I need to make things clear. Jiang Hao didn't hide anything. Chairman Lu should be well aware of my conflict with the Bai family. I originally wanted to rob the Bai family's supplies, but I ended up here with them, and that's when I discovered the situation here. I understand, Mr. X. Please wait a moment, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao continued to look around, checking for any hidden compartments. And believe it or not, it actually exists. Jiang Hao opened a desk drawer, intending to see what was inside. Unexpectedly, as the drawer was opened, the left wall of the laboratory also moved, and a dimly lit room appeared in his sight. There was a huge iron cage, and inside it were not any other kind of cage, but rather a group of people with blank expressions. And a pungent, strange smell. Jiang Hao frowned, and was about to go in and take a look when suddenly the elevator started moving. Someone's coming. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes upon seeing this, wondering if he had been discovered or if someone had just happened to be passing by. There is nowhere to hide here. Helpless, Jiang Hao could only find a cabinet as cover and hide himself on the other side of the cabinet so that the person coming would not see him immediately. The elevator doors opened quickly, and a middle-aged man stepped out. X, stop hiding, I know you're here, come out. Upon hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. He had already recognized who it was. He was originally wondering how to find the other person, but unexpectedly, the other person came to him on their own. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but shake his head. Do they really think he's still the same person he was half a month ago? Long time no see. Jiang Hao walked out from the other side of the cabinet. X, let's see where you can run this time. When he saw Jiang Hao come out, a glint of light flashed in Kamo's eyes. As he spoke, he lunged directly at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's lips curled up. He used to feel immense pressure when looking at fourth-tier awakened individuals. But now, it's nothing special. Jiang Hao didn't move. Just as Kamo was about to come in front of him, he adopted the starting stance of Tai Chi. Although Tai Chi is only at the beginner level, his cultivation has improved after all, and he wants to see what surprises Tai Chi can bring him. No wonder you're so calm, so you've advanced. It's a pity you're only at the second tier. Today I'll show you the difference between the second and fourth tiers. Kamo noticed the change in Jiang Hao's aura and immediately realized that Jiang Hao had broken through to the second tier. However, he didn't care. Let alone a second-tier opponent, even a third-tier opponent wouldn't be his match. Soon, Kamo arrived in front of Jiang Hao and threw a punch, smashing it heavily towards Jiang Hao's head. Although this punch appeared to have no power, it actually contained deadly intent. This punch used 8/10 of Kamo's power. Clearly, Kamo still harbored resentment over Jiang Hao's escape from him, so he immediately went for the kill, intending to kill Jiang Hao instantly. Faced with Camo's heavy punch, Jiang Hao neither dodged nor evaded, but immediately used the wild horse parts technique, slightly swinging his hands to completely neutralize the force of Camo's punch. Camo's eyes widened in disbelief. He simply couldn't understand why his powerful punch was neutralized so easily by the opponent's casual deflection. However, before he could react, Jiang Hao used the white crane spreads wings technique to close the distance between himself and Camo. Jiang Hao then unleashed a left and right knee hugging step attack, which, though seemingly weak and powerless, forced Camo to retreat repeatedly. Camo came to his senses and was furious. He never expected that he, a fourth-tier cultivator, would be so easily defeated by a second-tier cultivator. Having regained his footing, Camo immediately launched a counterattack. The fierce attacks, like a storm, rained down on Jiang Hao. Camo's attacks were not only fierce, but each one was also a treacherous killing move, targeting vital points. However, no matter how fierce and swift Camo's attacks were, they were all blocked by Jiang Hao's seemingly weak and powerless moves. In the end, Jiang Hao didn't feel anything, but Camo was exhausted and panting. Seeing the effect of Tai Chi, Jiang Hao was very satisfied, even though Tai Chi did not have any sharp killing moves or group attack effects. Yet it possesses both gentleness and strength. Combining the two, it has no killer move, yet it contains a killer move within every move. With this playing style, I wouldn't feel tired even if I played all day. What kind of trick is this? Camo asked, puzzled. Jiang Hao did not answer Camo. Although his martial arts skills were something that others could not learn, there was no need to tell the enemy. Snort! Camo snorted coldly and then launched another attack on Jiang Hao. He couldn't believe that he, a dignified fourth-tier cultivator, would be defeated by a second-tier cultivator. Seeing this, Jiang Hao once again assumed the starting stance. However, this time Camo no longer used his fists and feet to attack. Instead, he drew a rapier from his cane and attacked Jiang Hao. Faced with the unsportsmanlike Camo, Jiang Hao abandoned his initial stance, flipped his hand, and took out the Crimson Flame sword from his system space. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle in the laboratory. In fact, with Jiang Hao's strength, killing Camo would be very easy for him now. He simply didn't want to destroy the laboratory, which is why he didn't use highly lethal techniques like the Lion's Roar or the 18 subduing Dragon Palms. Chapter 81 You Lost. After hanging up the phone with Jiang Hao, Lu Jinglong immediately contacted the security division and, together with the security division, began to move quickly towards the factory in the suburbs. It was an hour later when they arrived at the factory in the suburbs. Just as they arrived, Bai Wenluo and Su Jing also arrived. Neither of them expected to see the other. Bai Wenluo stepped forward with a smile. President Lu, Director Kong, what brings you to the outskirts of the city? Su Jing took 2 steps back, and then, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to her, quickly picked up her phone and sent a message. We didn't want to either, but some people keep causing us trouble, so we had no choice but to come here. Kong Wenguang gave Bai Wenlu a meaningful look. Lu Jinglong deliberately asked, what? This factory belongs to the Bai Group? Bai Wenlu shook his head naturally, no, but it will happen soon. We are currently negotiating with the owner of this factory to buy it. I was planning to come back and take another look today, but I didn't expect to run into 2 people here. He knew the condition of the factory, and naturally he couldn't admit that the factory belonged to their Bai Group at this time, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, when he built this factory, he did not use his own name or the Bai Group name to prevent any accidents. Even if these 2 wanted to investigate, they wouldn't be able to find anything. The person whose name was on the factory building had already been secretly dealt with by him long ago. Lu Jinglong and Kong Wenguang exchanged a glance, both inwardly cursing Bai Wenluo as an old fox for clearing himself of all responsibility so quickly. Lu Jinglong's smile remained unchanged. Is that so? Then I'm afraid Mr. Bai will be disappointed. We received a report that this factory is engaged in illegal activities, so I'm afraid you can't take it over. What? There's such a thing? Chairman Lu, Director Kong, Longchang is truly blessed to have you too. Bai Wenluo exclaimed with emotion. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn X, he must be the one who brought these 2 guys here. My batch of experimental samples was about to be sent out, but I never expected this to happen. Bai Wenluo was especially furious when he thought about the losses he was about to face. Longchang is fortunate to have a businessman like Mr. Bai. Don't worry, Mr. Bai, once we've settled things here, you can still take over the factory. Lu Jinglong smiled. He then gave Kong Wenguang a wink, and Kong Wenguang understood immediately. He stopped talking to Bai Wenluo and led his men directly into the factory. Bai Wenluo narrowed his eyes slightly. He had dragged this out for so long, Kamo should have succeeded by now. Oomph, by the time you get inside, X will be dead. Then you can just say the factory belongs to X, and there will be no way to prove it. Bai Wenluo turned to look at Su Jing, and seeing that Su Jing nodded to him, he immediately followed Lu Jinglong and the others. Chairman Lu, Director Kong, I'll go with you and see if there's anything I can do to help you. There was nothing between Lu Jinglong and Kong Wenwan. The group headed straight for the factory. Bang! Kamo's body slammed heavily against the wall. Puff! Kamo spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Jiang Hao with disbelief on his face. This was the 6th time he had been knocked away by his opponent. He really couldn't understand why the other party, who was only at the 2nd level of cultivation, was stronger in combat than him, who was at the 4th level. However, Jiang Hao didn't give Kamo a chance to catch his breath. He quickly came in front of Kamo and placed the Crimson Flame sword directly against Kamo's neck. You lost. Kamo sneered, haha, you think you've won against me? Let me tell you, I'm from the Black Dragon Society. If you dare kill me, the Black Dragon Society will never let you get away with it. Trying to scare me? Jiang Hao shook his head. He had never heard of the Black Dragon Society or the White Dragon Society. He didn't care whether it was the Black Dragon Society or the White Dragon Society. I hope you can be just as stubborn then. As Kamo spoke, he suddenly sprang into action, his rapier aimed directly at the glass jar containing the artificially synthesized monsters. He had already decided that since he couldn't defeat X, he would release these monsters. He didn't believe that even if X was powerful, he could handle these 10 monsters. Jiang Hao quickly used his Lingbo Weibo, a martial arts technique, to catch the slender sword just as it was about to hit the glass jar. Not bad speed, but you can't stop me. Just then, Kamo's voice came from the other side. Jiang Hao looked up at the sound and saw that Kamo had already arrived in front of a glass jar. He then punched the glass jar. You're asking for death. Jiang Hao's face darkened. It was too late for him to stop him. He didn't want to destroy the lab in the first place, which is why he fought with this guy for so long. As it turns out, this guy actually wanted to release what was supposed to be a man-made, synthetic monster. Although he now possesses the strength to kill 4th-tier opponents, he must avoid facing 10 4th-tier opponents simultaneously. Kamo smiled coldly. Although he couldn't control these monsters, he didn't care about anything else in order to kill X. Bang! Kamo's fist slammed heavily onto the glass jar, instantly covering its surface with cracks before it shattered completely. The liquid inside spilled all over the ground, and the monster, which had been in a dormant state, suddenly opened its eyes. Roar! The monster roared and quickly turned its gaze to Jiang Hao and Kamo. Gulp! Kamo swallowed hard and instinctively took a few steps back. Although he was a 4th-tier awakener, he was no match for 4th-tier monsters. The monster charged straight at Jiang Hao and his group. Lu Jinglong and his group arrived outside the factory and were about to push the door open to enter. Boom! Suddenly, the entire factory shook violently, startling Lu Jinglong and his team. Then they saw the factory collapse, followed by 10 lizard-like humanoid monsters emerging from the ruins. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Hao rushed out, carrying a middle-aged man in his hand. However, Jiang Hao and Kamo were not in good condition at the moment. Especially Kamo, who was already severely injured by Jiang Hao, and was also seriously injured by the monster in the basement, leaving him weak and exhausted. Compared to Kamo, Jiang Hao only suffered some minor injuries, which did not affect his combat ability. The moment Bai Wenluo saw Jiang Hao appear, he clenched his fists. He never expected that X was still alive. What's wrong with Kamo? He's a 4th-tier character and he couldn't even defeat a 2nd-tier character. Instead, she ended up hurting herself like this. President Lu, grab this guy, don't let him get away. Jiang Hao tossed Kamo to Lu Jinglong. There's a hidden compartment in the basement below, where some people who have been captured live and need to be rescued. Jiang Hao quickly explained the situation. Just then, 10 monsters rushed towards them. Kong Wenwan immediately organized the guards to take action. If these 10 monsters were allowed to run into the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 82: Killing Monsters. You guys, go find the place X mentioned, and make sure you rescue them. Lu Jinglong said to the bounty hunters he had brought. Yes. Upon hearing this, the bounty hunters immediately rushed towards the basement. President Lu, I'll keep an eye on this guy. You can focus on helping Director Kong deal with these terrifying monsters. Bai Wenluo was angry, but he still came over. He couldn't let Camo fall into the hands of the guard bureau or the bounty hunters. If they managed to get anything out of Camo, it would be a huge problem. Lu Jinglong shook his head. No need, there won't be any problems with X here. Although X is only a second-tier awakener, don't forget that when X was at the first tier, he was already capable of fighting against a fourth-tier awakener. He believed that the second-order X would be even stronger. Upon hearing this, Bai Wenluo knew better than to say anything more, as saying too much would inevitably arouse suspicion. Therefore, he could only stand awkwardly to the side. At this moment, with the help of the guards, Jiang Hao had begun to fight back against the 10 monsters. With the help of the guards, Jiang Hao felt much less pressure and was more confident in dealing with the monsters. Everyone cover your ears! Jiang Hao shouted, reminding everyone. Those around him already knew Jiang Hao's methods from the previous videos of his battles, so they decisively covered their ears. Even Bai Wenluo covered his ears. Roar! Jiang Hao focused his energy in his dantian, and a transparent lion's head immediately appeared above his head. Immediately, everyone heard a deafening roar coming from Jiang Hao's mouth. It directly enveloped 10 monsters. Ah! The 10 monsters let out painful howls. The terrifying sonic attack caused their blood and chi to surge. If they were not strong enough, they would probably have already exploded and died by now. Everyone stared at Jiang Hao in shock, remembering the video they had seen him use this move. They initially thought they had overestimated their opponent, but now it seems they had underestimated them. The sonic attack was terrifying. Even though they covered their ears, they still felt a surge of blood and chi. After unleashing his lion's roar, Jiang Hao used his lingbo steps and wielded his crimson flame sword to swiftly attack the 10 monsters. Seeing this, the guards immediately followed Jiang Hao. The 10 monsters shook their heads, then turned fierce and pounced on Jiang Hao. Faced with the attack of 10 monsters, Jiang Hao neither dodged nor evaded. A layer of flame rose from the surface of the crimson flame sword, and Jiang Hao engaged the 10 monsters in battle. Meanwhile, all the guards who could attack from a distance began to do so, while those who could fight in melee stayed by Jiang Hao's side to help him hold off the 10 monsters. There are also 2 support-type awakened individuals who continuously add support skills to Jiang Hao and the others, such as attack bonuses, speed bonuses, etc. This also greatly enhanced Jiang Hao and his team's combat effectiveness. Jiang Hao's attacks were extremely swift, his crimson flame sword constantly thrusting towards the monsters. However, these monsters are not to be underestimated either. They are not only strong in combat, but also have formidable defenses. Among the people present, apart from Jiang Hao's crimson flame sword, which could damage them, the weapons of the others were completely ineffective against the monsters. Several members of the guard were even seriously injured by the monster when it seized the opportunity. Fortunately, Jiang Hao intervened immediately, preventing the injured from being killed by the monster. However, despite their strength, Jiang Hao discovered their weakness. They lacked intelligence and acted solely on instinct. That would make them much easier to deal with. Jiang Hao immediately activated his critical strike ability, increasing his speed once again. He quickly arrived behind a monster and, taking advantage of its being entangled by the guards, swung his sword out fiercely. Bang! As the crimson flame sword fell, the monster's head also fell to the ground. The monster staggered and then fell heavily to the ground. Roar! The strong smell of blood stimulated the eyes of the other 9 monsters, turning them bloodshot. The attacks became increasingly frenzied. Jiang Hao used the same method to approach another monster from behind. Although the monster reacted extremely quickly, it immediately raised its arm to defend itself. However, it ultimately underestimated the sharpness of the crimson flame sword. Jiang Hao suddenly swung his sword down, and the monster's arm and head fell off at the same time. Watching Jiang Hao kill the monsters they had painstakingly raised, Bai Wenluo and Su Jing's faces were terribly gloomy. They spent billions of dollars to train these 10 monsters, but now it's all gone to waste. After a fierce battle, Jiang Hao and his companions finally managed to kill all 10 monsters together. Meanwhile, Lu Jinglong's men rescued the people who were locked in cages in the basement. X, we really have to thank you this time. You've rid our dragon city of a great scourge. Kong Wanguang stepped forward and patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder warmly. This is what I should do. Lu Jinglong then came over and, fearing that Jiang Hao might not recognize Kong Wanguang, introduced him. Mr. X, this is Director Kong, the director of the Longcheng Guard Division. Jiang Hao greeted Kong Wanguang. The director of the Dragon City Guard Bureau is the highest-ranking official besides the mayor. He is on the same level as Lu Jinglong. Mr. X, those who were in prison have all been rescued. Let us go. Jiang Hao nodded. The matter was settled, and there was no need to stay here any longer. Before leaving, Jiang Hao glanced at Bai Wenluo and Su Jing, who had just walked over, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Gentlemen, we meet again. I'm so sorry to have ruined your plans." Bai Wenlu cursed Jiang Hao's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart, but on the surface he looked calm and composed. "Mr. X, what are you saying? In fact, we should be thanking you. You helped Longcheng get rid of the trouble." No problem, Jiang Hao smiled nonchalantly. "Oh, by the way, I have to thank your Bai Group employee for this. If he hadn't told me about the situation here, I wouldn't have come. This time, you should really thank him." After saying that, Jiang Hao ignored Bai Wenluo and Su Jing's increasingly unpleasant expression, laughed, and left with Lu Jinglong and the others. Watching Jiang Hao and the others leave, Bai Wenluo asked Su Jing, "Did you get in touch with the higher-ups?" "I've already contacted them, and they said they'll handle this." Su Jing nodded. Bai Wenlu sneered, "Very well, let them be arrogant. They'll have their own troubles to deal with next." Su Jing said worriedly, "What about Kumo? What if he says something he shouldn't? That would be a real problem." "Don't worry, Kamo shouldn't have the guts. Don't forget his family is still in the hands of the Black Dragon Society. If he dares to betray the Black Dragon Society, he will surely die." After saying that, Bai Wenluo led Su Jing and the others away from there. Chapter 83. I am Jiang Hao. "Mr. X, are you really not going to reconsider? This is a rare opportunity, and with your reputation, you're sure to take another step forward." Jiang Hao shook his head, politely declining Lu Jinglong's suggestion. "If the security department reports on it, just include me. If you want me to appear, then forget it." This morning, Jiang Hao was eating breakfast when Lu Jinglong called. Yesterday, Jiang Hao helped Longcheng solve such a big problem. Kong Wanwan's idea is to do an exclusive interview with Jiang Hao so that everyone knows about Jiang Hao's contribution. Unfortunately, he didn't have Jiang Hao's contact information, and he wasn't familiar with Jiang Hao, so it wouldn't be good to call him rashly. So the matter was entrusted to Lu Jinglong. Lu Jinglong said again, "All right then. By the way, don't rush about the rewards for exploring the secret realm. The officials need to verify it themselves. Once they confirm there are no problems, they will give you the rewards." "Okay, no problem." Jiang Hao hung up the phone, finished breakfast, and left home. It's been almost half a month since school started, and apart from going to school once at the beginning of the semester, he hasn't been back to school yet. He happened to have nothing to do today, so he decided to go to the school to take a look. He has been keeping an eye on the school competition, but it's still half a month away. He's not in a hurry right now. The school's grand competition was held at Zhanwu Academy, one of the 5 major academies. You can go there 10 days in advance. Before long, Jiang Hao arrived at Longcheng University. Feeling the youthful energy and scholarly atmosphere of the school, Jiang Hao felt an indescribable sense of comfort. It's true that you should do things according to your age. Lately, he felt like he had gone off track from being 18. The people and things I encountered were things I wouldn't have been exposed to at 18. Jiang Hao walked across the playground, arrived at the teaching building, and finally came to class 3 of the first year. Everyone looked surprised when they saw Jiang Hao walk in. They had no recollection of having such a person in their class. Some people even suspected that Jiang Hao had gone to the wrong class. "Excuse me, did you come to the wrong classroom? Or are you looking for someone?" A pretty girl walked over. "That's right, he is from our class." Just as Jiang Hao was about to speak, 2 people walked in from outside. These 2 were none other than the skinny blonde guy and the fat guy with tattoos. The woman glanced at the 2 of them with disgust, then looked at Jiang Hao, before turning and leaving. Jiang Hao was somewhat at a loss for words after being met with the woman's disgusted look as she left. "What's going on? I haven't provoked this girl at all." The skinny guy with blonde hair pulled Jiang Hao to an empty seat and said, "Brother Jiang, you're finally back to school. You skipped class without asking for leave, which really annoyed the homeroom teacher." "I've been busy lately and haven't had time to ask for leave," Jiang Hao said with a faint smile. He then looked at the 2 guys with some surprise. Given their character, it was unusual for them to be so well behaved in class. The tattooed fat man came over and said, "Brother Jiang, what have you been busy with? Can you take us 2 brothers with you?" The skinny blonde man nodded and said, yes, we too can assist you and will definitely follow your lead." "What I did, you can't do. You should focus on your studies." Jiang Hao shook his head. He wasn't just trying to scare these 2 guys. Whether it's killing monsters in the occupied territories, doing quests, or exploring secret realms, these are not things that ordinary people can do. These two guys only have F-level talent and 0-level cultivation. Going there would undoubtedly be suicide. Just as the blonde-haired skinny guy and the others were about to say something, Chiyu came in carrying her textbooks. Roll call begins. Chao Xiaodao. Arrive. Li Na. Arrive. As Chiyu continued to call out names, each student answered. Soon it was Jiang Hao's turn, but Chiyu simply ignored him. In her opinion, it was already the norm for Jiang Hao not to come to school, so there was no need for her to call out his name. Alright, everyone's here, let's start class. Chiyu said, looking at everyone. She was stunned when she saw Jiang Hao. Like everyone else, she didn't recognize Jiang Hao at first. Chiyu asked, excuse me, which class are you in? What are you doing in class 3? The blonde-haired skinny guy and the tattooed fat guy sitting next to Jiang Hao couldn't help but reveal gloating smiles. Teacher, I am Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao stood up. Although Chiyu was only a first-level awakener, outside of him, she would be someone he could easily kill. But this is a school, and Chiyu is a teacher. Jiang Hao has never forgotten that he is still a student and should know how to respect his teachers. Jiang Hao? You're Jiang Hao. Chiyu was stunned. Jiang Hao smiled and nodded. Chiyu's face darkened. It was this guy who didn't come to class and didn't even ask for leave. Chiyu was about to reprimand Jiang Hao, but then she remembered what the head of the teaching department and the principal had said to her a few days ago, so she held back. You come with me, everyone else can study on your own first. With that, Chiyu walked outside. Seeing this, Jiang Hao, though unsure why Chiyu had asked him to do something, still followed her out. Hey, do you think the homeroom teacher called Jiang Hao out? Is he going to scold him? After all, he hasn't been to school for half a month. Who knows? But I think it's highly unlikely. What do you mean by 80% chance? It's obvious that the homeroom teacher called him out to save face for him. After Jiang Hao and Chiyu left, the class immediately erupted in discussion, with everyone talking about all sorts of things, but the most discussed topic was whether Jiang Hao would be scolded. Unbeknownst to Jiang Hao and his companions, he had already arrived at the principal's office, led by Chiyu. Jiang Hao frowned. What was going on? He was brought to the principal's office. Was this an attempt to expel him or to transfer him to another class? Just as Jiang Hao was wondering, a voice came from the principal's office. Chiyu led Jiang Hao in. Principal, Jiang Hao is here. Jiang Hao. Zhou Wenlin was taken aback, then quickly stood up from his seat and went to the opposite side of Jiang Hao. Chiyu looked at Zhou Wenlin with some surprise. He was just a student, so why was the principal so agitated? Could it be that this Jiang Hao was really someone with connections? Jiang Hao felt a little uncomfortable under Zhou Wenlin's gaze. He took a small step back, frowned, and said, I am Jiang Hao. Principal, is there anything you need? I'm sorry, I was being presumptuous. Zhou Wenlin came to his senses and gave an awkward smile. Xiao Qi, you should go back first. I have something to talk to Jiang Hao about. Okay. Chiyu nodded and then left the principal's office. Let's go, Jiang Hao. Zhou Wenlin helped Jiang Hao sit down. Jiang Hao said helplessly, Principal, you can just say what you need to say. Zhou Wenlin's behavior was indeed overwhelming for him. Chapter 80 for the Principal's Gift. Jiang Hao, I heard you signed up for the school competition. I'd like to know what your thoughts are on this. Jiang Hao didn't hide his purpose. What do you mean by what I'm thinking? I just want to sign up for the school competition and compete with the students from the 5 major academies and the 10 prestigious universities. Jiang Hao, I've learned a bit about your situation. I know you might have some ideas about the 5 major academies or the 10 prestigious universities. Zhou Wenlin sighed. To be honest, he felt quite sympathetic towards the experience of Longcheng, the top scorer in the college entrance examination. But there's nothing we can do about it. Jiang Hao is a practitioner of ancient martial arts. No one would waste resources training a martial arts practitioner who will not achieve anything. But the school competition is no small matter, and you've seen the situation at Longcheng University. Jiang Hao looked at Zhou Wenlin. Principal, do you want me to give up? I'm not asking you to give up, I just hope you've thought it through. Zhou Wenlin shook his head and then shared his opinion. Whether it's the 5 great academies or the 10 famous schools, they are all schools that specialize in cultivating powerful awakened individuals and possess abundant cultivation resources. Longcheng University is just an ordinary university and doesn't provide you with cultivation resources. In this situation, you're at a great disadvantage. Jiang Hao was naturally aware of what Zhou Wenlin had said, and he didn't expect Longcheng University to offer him any help. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to visit the occupied areas so frequently during this period. And you should also know that the 5 major academies and 10 prestigious universities started classes just 3 days after you were assigned to your schools. In other words, they started training back then, and now they are probably all first-level awakened beings. The gap between you is getting bigger and bigger. Of course, I'm not saying this to discourage you. The school competition isn't as simple as you think. It's not some freshman competition. You'll be facing not only your peers, but also sophomores, juniors, and even seniors. That's why I made you think it over. Jiang Hao understood what Zhou Wenlin meant. To put it bluntly, Zhou Wenlin didn't think highly of him and didn't want him to humiliate himself. Jiang Hao said calmly, "Principal, I've already thought this through, otherwise I wouldn't have chosen to sign up." Under normal circumstances, he would not be interested in this so-called school competition at all. But not now. He has a system mission to complete. He can do anything except for his parents, but he can't do anything about the system. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenlin knew he couldn't persuade Jiang Hao, so he didn't say anything more. After hesitating for a moment, he got up, took out a yellowed book from the drawer of his desk, and handed it to Jiang Hao. "What's this?" Jiang Hao looked at Zhou Wenlin with some surprise. 300 years ago, my ancestor was also an ancient martial artist. He went through great hardships to obtain a sword technique called the Huashan sword technique. Although it is not strong, it is just right for you to learn at your current stage. Although Zhou Wenlin was somewhat reluctant, he knew very well that keeping this sword technique with him would be of no use, so it was better to give it to Jiang Hao. At the very least, it can improve Jiang Hao's combat power. Jiang Hao never expected that Zhou Wenlin would give him a sword technique. Zhou Wenlin sighed, "I know I can't persuade you, but you know the situation at Longcheng University. I can't give you much help. I can teach you this sword technique. As for how well you can learn it, that's up to you." "Thank you, Principal." Jiang Hao quickly stood up and accepted the Huashan sword technique with both hands. "Although this sword technique is dispensable to me, it is nonetheless a token of Zhou Wenlin's goodwill, and I cannot refuse it." Zhou Wenlin said, "All right, you should go back now. There's not much time left before the school competition, so try to master as much of this sword technique as possible. Also, you don't need to come to school for a while. I'll ask for leave for you with Shaoqi." Jiang Hao thanked Zhou Wenlin again and then left the room. "System, I want to learn this Huashan sword technique," Jiang Hao said silently to himself. Although this sword technique was dispensable to him, he still decided to learn it when he thought of his Crimson Flame sword. This way, when I use the Crimson Flame sword again in the future, I won't need to rely on any skills like before. Detected F-level martial art, Huashan sword technique. Martial art upgraded. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the divine level martial art, Huashan sword technique. Congratulations, host. You have learned the divine level martial art, the beginner level Huashan sword technique. Hearing the notification in his mind, Jiang Hao was stunned. He hadn't expected the system to have the ability to improve the grade of martial arts. Doesn't this mean that no matter what level of martial arts I acquire in the future, the system can upgrade it? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel much better. Although Zhou Wenlin had allowed Jiang Hao to skip classes for a while, Jiang Hao did not leave the school immediately. He came here today to experience campus life, so naturally he won't leave just like that. For the next 3 days, Jiang Hao came to school every day until the 4th day when he stopped coming. The reason he didn't come was because Lu Jinglong called him and the official rewards for exploring the secret realm had already been distributed. However, he must collect it in person. This time, the person who gave him the reward was none other than the mayor of Longcheng. Therefore, early on the 4th day, Jiang Hao arrived at the Bounty Guild and, led by Lu Jinglong, went to the Longcheng government. They made their way up to the 5th floor, where the mayor's office was located. However, this time they didn't go to the mayor's office, but instead went to the conference hall. Because of Jiang Hao's significant contribution to the exploration of the secret realm, the official team decided to hold a press conference to specifically commend him. At the same time, this matter was also being publicized online. This immediately attracted a lot of attention. "Now, let's welcome Mr. X," the host announced. Jiang Hao, encouraged by Lu Jinglong, stepped onto the stage. The mayor approached Jiang Hao and said, "This time, we owe a great debt to X for risking his life to explore the secret realm for the country and bringing back information about it under extremely dangerous circumstances. On behalf of the government and Dragon City, I would like to thank X and present X with an invitation to the Sacred Academy." As he spoke, the secretary standing to the side, wearing white gloves, carried a wooden tray with a yellowed parchment scroll on it. The mayor solemnly handed the invitation letter from the Holy Academy to Jiang Hao. "Wow, I never expected the reward to be an invitation to the Holy Academy. I should have given it a try too. Hey, upstairs, do you think these invitations are so easy to get? Unless you're incredibly lucky. But then again, although X is powerful, will the Holy Academy accept him as an ancient martial artist with Earth Spirit Stones? Yeah, what a waste of this invitation. I might as well have just received it." On the online platform, barrage comments appeared on the screen. Some people envy it, and some people are jealous of it. Bang! Su Jing slammed a delicate teacup against the wall. Chapter 85, Depth and Shallow. "Mr. X, I have found out about the Black Dragon Society that you asked me to investigate before. The Black Dragon Society originated 50 years ago and was severely cracked down on by the authorities. I thought they would be discouraged, but I didn't expect that the other side not only survived, but is even stronger than before." Jiang Hao asked in surprise, "Oh? What do you mean?" 3 days ago, Jiang Hao asked Lu Jinglong to investigate the Black Dragon Society. He hadn't forgotten the middle-aged man's fearless demeanor when he mentioned the Black Dragon Society. Although he didn't know much about the Black Dragon Society, he had a vague feeling that it was not a simple organization. "The person you handed over to us before was released on bail today, and that's why I was able to trace the Black Dragon Society back to him." Lu Jinglong's voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Hao frowned upon hearing this. The middle-aged man had actually been released on bail. It seems that the Black Dragon Society wields considerable influence. Lu Jinglong continued, "I suspect that the Black Dragon Society's influence has infiltrated the government. Mr. X, you should be more careful. And as for the Bai family, try to avoid conflict with them as much as possible. I suspect the Bai family is an underground member of the Black Dragon Society." His words were not unfounded. In order to find out about the Black Dragon Society, he sent out many people to investigate. However, each exploration is met with various forms of resistance. That's why he was able to discover so much. This is why he advised Jiang Hao to avoid direct confrontation. Jiang Hao thought for a moment, then asked, "Chairman Lu, do you have any specific information about the Black Dragon Society?" He wasn't afraid of the Black Dragon Society, but knowing your enemy and yourself is always better than being completely clueless. "I do have some old information, but it's not very relevant to the current Black Dragon Society. As for the current Black Dragon Society, I haven't been able to get any useful information about it." Lu Jinglong shook his head. "President Lu, I owe you a favor for this matter." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao sat by the flower bed at school, silently pondering the Black Dragon Society. The middle-aged man was released on bail, and it's inevitable that the other party will try to harm me again. How should I deal with this Black Dragon Society? Ring ring. Just then, a cell phone rang. Jiang Hao picked up his phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he answered it anyway. However, he did not speak, but waited for the other party to speak. "X, do you have time? Let's talk." After a while, a hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Hao asked calmly, "Who are you? Didn't you hire someone to investigate us? If there's anything you want to know, we can talk to you about it in person." Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. "People from the Black Dragon Society." "That's right, we are from the Black Dragon Society. I'm currently at the Drunken Heart Pavilion and would like to meet you. Would you do me the honor?" "What if I don't go?" The person on the other end of the phone said with a faint smile, "Then we'll have no choice but to bring all the people related to you here, such as Huang Xingshan, Zhang Shengxuan, and Lu Jinglong. Don't think I'm joking, Black Dragon has that kind of strength. I hate being threatened the most." Jiang Hao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The person on the other end of the phone chuckled, said nothing, and then hung up. Jiang Hao looked at his phone, his face darkening, and then got up and left the school. On the way, Jiang Hao first called his parents, and only after confirming that they were safe did he breathe a sigh of relief. He then called Huang Xingshan and told him to hide for a while and not to go out and wander around. "Sir, what exactly happened?" "Why?" Jiang Hao's warning startled Huang Xingshan. "It's nothing. I don't have time to explain the specifics to you right now. Just remember, listen to me and you won't go wrong. That's all for now. After saying that, Jiang Hao hung up the phone without giving Huang Xingshan a chance to speak, and then called Lu Jinglong and told him what had happened. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinglong quickly said, "Mr. X, don't go over there. This is clearly a full-on scam." "I know, but I can't gamble, so I have no choice but to go there." Jiang Hao sighed. As he spoke, he went to a secluded corner, quickly changed his clothes, and put on a tarantula mask. Lu Jinglong asked, "So what are your plans?" "I want you to find some reliable people, preferably at the 5th level of strength, to lie in ambush near Zuixin Tower. If things don't look good, attack immediately." Jiang Hao couldn't possibly go to the appointment without any preparation. The purpose of his call to Lu Jinglong was to arrange a backup plan. Lu Jinglong said with some difficulty, "The 5th rank is a bit difficult. There are only 3 or 4 known 5th rank awakened people in the entire Dragon City. I can only deploy 2 4th rank awakened people at most." It's not that he's disrespecting Jiang Hao, there are indeed only a handful of 5th tier awakened individuals known in Dragon City, and he's one of them. As for the other 3 awakened individuals, one is Peng Tian, one is Kong Wanguang, and the other is the mayor's bodyguard. It's simply unrealistic to transfer these 3 people to protect X. That's fine then, let's settle on that. Jiang Hao sighed. They originally planned to suppress the opponent with some 5th tier awakened individuals, but now it seems impossible. "Okay, I'll get started right away." Without wasting any time, Lu Jinglong hung up the phone and began preparations. He was very clear about X's significance to Longcheng, and even if something happened to him, he couldn't let something happen to X. Zuixin Lu. In the reopened underground boxing arena, several people were sparring in the ring, while a middle-aged man sat in the stands. More than a dozen bodyguards stood on either side of the middle-aged man. In front of the middle-aged man stood Bai Wenluo and Su Jing. Bai Wenluo whispered, "Master Lin, what if that X doesn't come? Should we prepare some backup plans?" "Don't worry, he won't fail to come." Lin Ziming smiled calmly, his smile full of confidence. Based on Bai Wenluo and Su Jing's previous conversations, he knew that X was a loyal and righteous person, and that if he threatened him with his friends, X would definitely come. With Master Lin here, if X dares to come, he will definitely not return. Su Jing personally poured Lin Ziming a cup of tea. "Come here." Lin Ziming beckoned to Su Jing. Su Jing glanced at Bai Wenluo and saw that Bai Wenluo's face was ugly. Bai Wenluo was about to say something. Lin Ziming pulled Su Jing into his arms, causing Su Jing to gasp in surprise. Bai Wenluo gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Ziming, "Hall Master Lin." "Wow." Lin Ziming's bodyguards immediately glared at Bai Wenluo with hostile expressions, ready to strike at the first sign of any move Bai Wenluo made. "What are you doing? What are you doing? We're all on the same side, there's no need for this." Lin Ziming waved his hand, signaling the bodyguard to step back. Then, right in front of Bai Wenluo, he put his hand inside Su Jing's skirt. "Master Lin." Su Jing's face turned pale, and she quickly reached out and grabbed Lin Ziming's hand. Lin Ziming remained silent, looking at Su Jing with indifferent eyes. Su Jing felt a little uncomfortable under Lin Ziming's gaze, but dared not resist. Lin Ziming is not only a Hall Master of the Black Dragon Society, but also a 5th-level awakened being, who is far beyond their ability to deal with. Su Jing slowly removed her hand, letting Lin Ziming explore her depths. Chapter 86 Different Paths. Jiang Hao arrived outside Zuixinlu and was about to make a phone call when he saw a familiar middle-aged man walking out of Zuixinlu with a playful expression. "X, what's this? We meet again. Let's go, the sect leader has been waiting for you for a long time." The person who arrived was none other than Camo. Jiang Hao followed Camo all the way to the elevator behind the Drunken Heart Tower. Looking at the calm Jiang Hao, Camo sneered, "X, you're so calm. Aren't you afraid that you won't come back this way? You defeated opponent have no right to speak to me." "You." Camo's face darkened, and he said coldly, "If you want to talk, then talk. I'm afraid you'll never have the chance to speak again." Jiang Hao ignored Camo and silently planned his escape route. Although he had already contacted Lu Jinglong, he could not place all his hopes on Lu Jinglong at this moment. Everyone knew his fighting prowess since the other side dared to challenge him later, they must have something to rely on. "It seems I'll have to adapt to the situation." Just as Jiang Hao was thinking, they had already arrived at the 5th basement level. The elevator doors opened, and Jiang Hao followed Como out. Upon seeing Jiang Hao approaching, the bodyguards who were moving around immediately jumped off the stage. X, you finally arrived. Lin Ziming smiled calmly upon seeing Jiang Hao, but his hands didn't stop moving at all. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Ziming, and I am a Hall Master of the Black Dragon Society. Jiang Hao walked up to Lin Ziming and casually pulled up a chair to sit down. Speak, what did you want to see me about? He seemed oblivious to Su Jing, who was in Lin Ziming's arms, her face flushed and her eyes glazed over. Nothing much, just wanted to chat with you and ask if you're interested in joining our Black Dragon Society. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Oh? If I say no, does that mean I can't get out of here? From the moment he entered, Jiang Hao observed everyone. Apart from Lin Ziming, who is at the 5th level, the others are either at the 3rd or 4th level. The weakest are Bai Wenluo and Su Jing, who are only 1st level awakeners. You can give it a try too. Lin Ziming shrugged. Although he had heard that X was somewhat strange, being able to defeat a 4th tier awakened being at the 2nd tier. But as a 5th order awakened being, he was confident that he could keep X here. Jiang Hao looked up at Lin Ziming. A 5th tier awakened being was very strong, and he was indeed no match for him. But staying behind is not so easy. Having already discerned Lin Ziming's abilities with his discerning eye, he felt much more at ease. So, that means there's nothing to talk about. Jiang Hao stood up from his seat. The bodyguards immediately surrounded them. You guys are quite dedicated. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head, then looked at Lin Ziming. I'm already here. If you're just here to talk about this, then I'm leaving. Oh, by the way, don't threaten me next time. I don't like being threatened. As Jiang Hao prepared to leave, the bodyguards blocked his way, remaining motionless. Lin Ziming's indifferent voice came from behind. X, you may not know about my Black Dragon Society. My Black Dragon Society originated 50 years ago. It has gone through many ups and downs and experienced countless storms to get to where it is today. Then what? Lin Ziming finally released Su Jing and wiped his hands on Su Jing's clothes. The Black Dragon Society has done anything to survive, and it has also used any means to eliminate its opponents. You're a smart man, you should know the consequences of offending the Black Dragon Society. As she spoke, Lin Ziming stood up from her seat, straightened her clothes, and then walked towards Jiang Hao. Seeing Lin Ziming approach, Jiang Hao immediately became alert, and the star shift technique began to circulate within his body. However, Lin Ziming did not approach Jiang Hao, but stopped 5 meters away from him. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Jiang Hao said indifferently. It's clearly impossible to get him to join the Black Dragon Society. Very well, it seems you really aren't afraid of death. Lin Ziming smiled slightly and then waved his hand. Immediately, the bodyguards around Jiang Hao began to attack him. Some of the bodyguards transformed into various animals and pounced on Jiang Hao. Some attacked Jiang Hao directly, while various forms of spiritual energy attacked from behind. If this were an ordinary person, they would probably be dead for sure, but unfortunately, they were facing Jiang Hao. Roar! Jiang Hao immediately focused his energy in his dantian, and a transparent lion's head appeared above his head. Quick, cover your ears! Su Jing exclaimed. Before anyone could react, Jiang Hao had already unleashed his lion's roar. The terrifying roar was deafening, spreading rapidly in all directions like a tidal wave. Almost instantly, apart from the 4th tier awakened ones who could barely hold on, the 3rd tier awakened ones were seriously injured, and all the awakened ones below the 3rd tier were instantly killed. Bai Wenluo and Su Jing survived despite being seriously injured because they had made preparations beforehand. Lin Ziming looked at Jiang Hao in surprise. He had heard Bai Wenluo and Su Jing mention before that X possessed a powerful sonic attack. He hadn't paid much attention at first, but now it seems he really underestimated X. We can't let you stay. Looking at the more than 20 bodyguards he had brought, only 3 were now at the 4th level, plus Kumo. This made Lin Ziming realize how dangerous Jiang Hao was. Such a person must be nipped in the bud. Thinking of this, Lin Ziming did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, a wind blade appeared and rushed straight towards Jiang Hao. Feeling the fierce wind coming from behind, Jiang Hao turned around abruptly and saw the wind blade rushing towards him, his pupils suddenly contracting. He knew that the wind blade was released by Lin Ziming. When he used his eye of identification, he had already seen through the guy's abilities and knew that the guy was a wind-type psionicist with a level talent. This is why he felt at ease after seeing Lin Ziming. Of the 3 combat types, mutants, physical users, and psionic users, he fears psionic users the least. If Lin Ziming were a mutant or a physical ability user, he might not have made it out today. But this guy is a psionicist. Psionicists excel at ranged attacks. Once they get close, death is imminent. Jiang Hao immediately activated the star shift technique. Although he knew that the star shift technique could redirect the opponent's attack, he wasn't very confident at the moment. Putting everything else aside, just considering that Lin Ziming is a 5th tier awakener while he is only a 2nd tier awakener, he doesn't know if his shifting stars technique can perfectly intercept Lin Ziming's attack and transfer it back. But he has no other choice now. Bang! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the wind blade struck Jiang Hao heavily. Jiang Hao was struck by this force and slammed heavily against the wall. Puff! Jiang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. Just when everyone thought Jiang Hao was doomed, the wind blades did not cleave him in two. Instead, it kept spinning around in front of Jiang Hao. Before everyone could figure out what was going on, Jiang Hao suddenly shouted. To everyone's astonishment, the wind blade that was originally aimed at Jiang Hao suddenly bounced back and headed straight for Lin Ziming. Chapter 87 Departure. Lin Ziming was also shocked by this scene. By the time he reacted, the wind blades had already arrived in front of him. Lin Ziming quickly unleashed his wind blades again, and the two wind blades collided, allowing him to escape unscathed. Camo and his group snapped out of their daze and immediately attacked Jiang Hao. Seeing this, Jiang Hao showed no mercy and immediately began to unleash the 18 subduing dragon palms. His 18 subduing dragon palms have now advanced to the intermediate level as his cultivation has improved. So far, he hasn't used the intermediate level of the 18 subduing dragon palms yet. He quickly took 2 steps, then focused his energy in his dantian and pressed his body down, shaking his hands left and right. Immediately, a faint dragon's roar sounded, and then he suddenly pushed forward. The first move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, the dragon regrets. As Jiang Hao unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms, a transparent dragon-shaped phantom immediately appeared and headed straight for Kumo and the others. Bang! Previously, even with all 18 of his palm strikes, he could hardly defeat a 4th-tier awakened being. Now, with just the first strike, he had forced these guys to retreat continuously. Special effects are definitely better than no special effects. Lin Ziming said in a deep voice, "Attack him. He can't possibly use such a powerful skill continuously." As he spoke, he launched his attack. A blue ball of light rapidly condensed in his hand and continued to expand quickly. Jiang Hao noticed Lin Ziming's actions and his heart tightened. He immediately stopped attacking Kumo and the others and went straight for Lin Ziming. The second move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, flying dragon in the sky. The 5th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, hidden dragon, do not use. Seeing Jiang Hao's attack, Lin Ziming's eyelids twitched wildly. He never expected that Jiang Hao's skills were different from theirs. Stop him. Although he didn't think X's attack could hit him, it would still affect his ability to launch an attack. Psionicists are not weak, on the contrary, they are very strong, but they have significant limitations. First of all, psionicists are only good at ranged attacks and not at close combat. Secondly, psionicists have low defense in close combat, they are at most only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Finally, psionicists cannot be disturbed while casting attacks, otherwise, they will not only be unable to launch their attacks, but they are also very likely to suffer backlash. Upon hearing this, Kumo and the others disregarded everything else and rushed to Lin Ziming's side to block Jiang Hao's attack. Puff! However, although they managed to block Jiang Hao's attack, they also suffered injuries of varying degrees. The 9th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, leaping from the abyss. The 14th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, loss leads to sincerity. The roar of the dragon echoed continuously on the 5th basement level, and the injuries on Kumo and the others became increasingly severe. Lin Ziming's attack was not yet finished, so they dared not dodge and could only forcefully resist Jiang Hao's attack. The 16th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, treading on frost, ice arrives. The 18th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, divine dragon swings its tail. Bang! Kumo and his group could no longer hold on and were sent flying by the final move, the dragon tail sweep. They collapsed to the ground, each one of them listless and exhausted. However, Jiang Hao was not in good condition either, even though he had unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms. However, as one's cultivation level increases, the energy consumed when the 18 subduing dragon palms is upgraded to the intermediate level is also enormous. This gave Jiang Hao a feeling similar to the first time he used the 18 subduing dragon palms at full power. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jiang Hao flipped his hand and quickly removed 2 bottles of recovery potion and healing potion, then tilted his head back and drank them. After taking the 2 medicines, Jiang Hao felt that his energy had been restored. At the same time, Lin Ziming's attack was finally ready. Lin Ziming pushed his palm towards Jiang Hao, and the watermelon-sized cyan ball of light in his palm shot straight towards Jiang Hao. Looking at the cyan orb of light, Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine, sensing a faint sense of danger rising within him. We cannot defeat them by force. Jiang Hao decisively assessed the current situation. Based on his instincts, he knew that if he used the shifting stars technique to forcefully block the opponent's attack, he would inevitably be seriously injured. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao quickly darted to the side. However, the ball of light seemed to have eyes and headed straight for him. Jiang Hao had no choice but to use the Lingbo Weibo technique to its fullest extent, but even so, he still couldn't get rid of the ball of light. It seems this is the only option we can try. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth and pushed the Dozhuan Xingyi technique to its limit, then unleashed his full power in Tai Chi. The shifting stars technique can deflect an opponent's attack, while Tai Chi can use the opponent's force against them, achieving maximum effect with minimal effort. All you need to do is use Tai Chi to deflect the opponent's attack, and then use the star shift technique to reflect it back. Although the idea was good, Jiang Hao couldn't guarantee that it would work. If it fails, I will be in danger. But if I don't do this cyan orb will always follow me. The space here is limited, and I have no way to hide. Sooner or later I will be attacked. Rather than doing that, we might as well take a gamble. Bang! The cyan light sphere slammed heavily into Jiang Hao, causing him to stagger backward. However, he dared not relax his guard and immediately began to practice Tai Chi, his hands constantly circling the cyan light sphere. Jiang Hao retreated more than 10 steps before regaining his footing. At the same time, by using Tai Chi, he finally managed to completely dissipate the terrifying force contained in the cyan light sphere. Here's your stuff back. Jiang Hao used the power of the star shift to throw the cyan orb directly to Lin Ziming. Lin Ziming quickly dodged when he saw this. Instead of pressing his advantage, Jiang Hao quickly ran towards the elevator. Although if he presses his advantage now, there is a certain chance that he can kill this guy. But the risks involved are too great. If I fail to kill this guy, I will be the one in danger. The wrath of a fifth-tier awakened being is something I can't bear. Just to be on the safe side, Jiang Hao decided to retreat for now. Bang! The cyan orb didn't belong to Jiang Hao after all. Although he bounced it back, he couldn't control it, so it crashed directly into the wall. In an instant, a deep pit with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in the thick cement wall, and cracks covered the area around the pit. By the time Lin Ziming came to his senses, Jiang Hao had already entered the elevator and was waving at him. Damn it! Watching the elevator doors slowly close, Lin Ziming was filled with extreme anger. He didn't expect that even though he personally intervened, the guy still managed to escape. Useless, a bunch of useless trash. Looking at the seriously injured Camo and the others lying on the ground, Lin Ziming angrily kicked over the stool next to him. With so many people, they still couldn't capture a single second-tier awakened individual. If word got out, they'd be laughed out of the house. Camo and Bai Wenluo looked bitter. They didn't want things to turn out this way either. They had told Lin Ziming before that X was not easy to deal with, but Lin Ziming just wouldn't listen, and now he's shifting the blame for not being able to catch X onto them. They were helpless too. Bai Wenluo, in particular, felt he had lost out the most, as he not only failed to catch X but also ended up with his wife. Chapter 88, The Return of the Spear. Mr. X, are you alright? As soon as Lu Jinglong arrived with his men, he saw Jiang Hao, who looked rather disheveled. His expression changed, and he quickly stepped forward. Jiang Hao shook his head. I'm fine. He then briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinglong and the others were secretly shocked. None of them expected that Jiang Hao would not only escape from the encirclement of 5th-level awakened individuals, but also make a clean getaway. I ask you, in the whole world, which second-tier awakened being can do this? Then let's. Jiang Hao turned to look at Zuixin Lu. President Lu, what would happen if we caught those guys inside? That depends on where you want to arrest them. If you send them to the security division, I estimate they'll be released on bail in less than 2 days. Lu Jinglong was taken aback. If you take them away individually, I reckon the Black Dragon Society will be even less likely to let it go. Mr. X, you wouldn't be thinking of. Jiang Hao didn't answer Lu Jinglong's question. Instead, he asked, President Lu, would you say this counts as a fight to the death? Before Lu Jinglong could speak, Jiang Hao spoke again. Even if I wanted to let them go, they might not let me go and would threaten me with my relatives and friends. This is a potential problem. Jiang Hao suddenly looked at Lu Jinglong. Chairman Lu, I would like to ask you for a favor. Lu Jinglong gave a wry smile. Mr. X, have you thought this through? There are quite a few things involved here. He had already guessed what X was going to do. To be honest, if the person in front of him wasn't X, he definitely wouldn't have agreed, and might even have arrested the other party and sent him to the guard department. Because what happens next could very well involve crime. Although we live in an era of awakening and where power reigns supreme. However, the existing laws still exist, and some of them are even stricter than they were 300 years ago, mainly to restrain the awakened. To prevent some awakened individuals from thinking that they can act lawlessly just because they have power. But when it comes to X, he feels that everything can be relaxed a bit. Besides, X didn't do anything heinous. Don't worry, I won't go too far. Besides, don't you want to know about the Black Dragon Society? Jiang Hao smiled slightly. With that, he turned and walked back to Zuixinlu. Seeing this, Lu Jinglong had no choice but to lead his men to follow Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao arrived at the elevator at the back of the lobby, but before he could even press the button, the elevator started moving on its own. Shortly after, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Ziming and the others came out. Lin Ziming and the others were taken aback when they saw Jiang Hao and his group standing at the elevator entrance. No one expected Jiang Hao to launch a surprise attack. We meet again. Jiang Hao grinned, revealing an innocent-looking smile. Unfortunately, he wore a mask, so no one could see his smile. Lin Ziming's face darkened, and he glanced around at everyone. What are you trying to do? If it were just X, he wouldn't be afraid. But right now, X is accompanied by Lu Jinglong and several others, while those around him are all seriously injured. The disparity in combat strength between the two sides makes him have to be on guard. Nothing, I just wanted to talk to you. Jiang Hao gestured with his eyes. Lin Ziming understood Jiang Hao's look and immediately led his men back into the elevator. Go down and wait for me. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Lin Ziming was annoyed but had no choice but to obediently press the elevator button and return to the 5th basement level. This time the losses were truly heavy. Bai Wenluo leaned against the edge of a ring and sat up with difficulty. Su Jing staggered to her feet. Lin Ziming has already left, let's leave too. Jiang Hao's lion's roar was too powerful. Although it wasn't specifically targeted at them, it still severely injured them. Su Jing tried to pull Bai Wenluo up, but Bai Wenluo dodged her. Su Jing knew why Bai Wenluo was avoiding her, and feeling wronged, tears welled up in her eyes. Are you blaming me? What did you expect me to do in that situation? If you had any real power, Lin Ziming wouldn't have dared to treat me like that. Hearing Su Jing's words, Bai Wenluo also felt a little guilty. He opened his mouth, wanting to apologize, but couldn't get the words out. Let's go home. After holding it in for a while, Bai Wenluo finally spoke. Su Jing didn't say anything, but reached out to help Bai Wenluo up, and the two of them supported each other as they walked towards the elevator. Just then, the elevator suddenly started moving. The two were taken aback and simultaneously looked at the elevator. Who would come over at this time? Just as the two were wondering what was going on, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Ziming and his group walked out of the elevator with grim expressions. Master Lin, what's going on here? Bai Wenluo and Su Jing looked at Lin Ziming with puzzled expressions. Shut up! Lin Ziming shouted angrily, then pointed at Camo. Call the other people in the gang and ask them to come and help. Bai Wenluo and Su Jing felt a chill run down their spines. What had happened to make Lin Ziming suddenly so irritable, even to the point of mobilizing the gang's people? Just as they were wondering what was going on, the elevator started moving again. Before long, they saw Jiang Hao, Lu Jinglong and others walk out of the elevator. Bai Wenluo and Su Jing finally realized what had happened. They exchanged a glance and quietly took a few steps back. Jiang Hao said with a smile, Lin Ziming, now we can have a good talk. I have nothing to talk to you about. You'd better let us leave if you know what's good for you, or Black Dragon might not let you off the hook, Lin Ziming sneered. I don't know if Black Dragon will let me go, but you should consider your own situation. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Tell me about the Black Dragon Society, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, none of you will be leaving. Lin Ziming glanced at Jiang Hao disdainfully. You. Damn it, you think you can act recklessly just because Lu Jinglong is backing you up? Let me tell you, in front of our Black Dragon Society, you are nothing but a clown. Jiang Hao patted Lin Ziming on the shoulder. I really like your unruly attitude. I hope you can keep it up later. President Lu, he's in your hands now. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinglong shook his neck, then his eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the next second, he shot out like a missile. Lin Ziming's expression changed. He hadn't expected Lu Jinglong to actually dare to attack him. Although they were both 5th-tier awakeners and both had level talents, he was, after all, a psionicist. Lu Jinglong, however, is a physical fitness enthusiast. If the two of them really fought, and no one helped him, he would definitely lose. But he couldn't just sit and wait to die, so he quickly unleashed wind blades at Lu Jinglong, trying to force Lu Jinglong back. Lin Ziming took the opportunity to retreat quickly, not giving Lu Jinglong a chance to get close to him. As a 5th-tier awakened being and the president of the Dragon City Bounty Guild, Lu Jinglong's combat awareness was certainly not weak. In a few dodges and leaps, he dodged Lin Ziming's attack and swiftly rushed towards Lin Ziming. Chapter 89 4 Departments and 36 Halls. Lin Ziming was quickly cornered. "Master, be careful!" Camo exclaimed. Suddenly, a long sword covered in flames came thrusting from the side. Lin Ziming was terrified. Without even looking to see who had attacked him, he quickly dodged to the side. However, although he dodged the longsword attack, he did not dodge Lu Jinglong's attack and was directly punched in the chest by Lu Jinglong. Puff! Lin Ziming coughed up a mouthful of blood and slammed his body heavily against the wall. Just as Lin Ziming was about to move, Jiang Hao's voice rang out, "Don't move. If you move again, be careful my sword doesn't hurt you." Immediately, a long sword covered in flames landed in front of his throat. Gulp! Lin Ziming swallowed hard. It was this very sword that attacked me just now. Kamo and the others watched this scene in horror, not daring to make any rash moves, for fear that Jiang Hao would hurt Lin Ziming. "Can we have a proper talk now?" Jiang Hao asked Lin Ziming. Lin Ziming said coldly, "If you have the guts, then kill me and see if the Black Dragon Society will let you go." "Okay, let's give it a try." As he spoke, Jiang Hao drew his sword and slashed at Lin Ziming's neck. "Wait, let's talk this out." Just as Jiang Hao's crimson flame sword was about to strike Lin Ziming, Lin Ziming finally gave in. He sensed a murderous aura emanating from Jiang Hao. "This guy really dares to kill me. Then tell me about your Black Dragon Society. I'm warning you, don't try to fool me, or else." Jiang Hao chuckled. Lin Ziming finally breathed a sigh of relief after Jiang Hao stopped. "Our Black Dragon Society." Lin Ziming began, but was interrupted by Jiang Hao. "Chairman Lu, you interrogate him, I'll interrogate this guy. We'll compare our stories in a bit, and if they don't match, we'll kill them." With that, Jiang Hao grabbed Camel from the side and headed towards the private room. Kamo's expression changed, and he quickly looked at Lin Ziming. Before Lin Ziming could speak, Jiang Hao carried Camo into the private room. "Don't try any tricks this time. Tell me about the Black Dragon Society." Seeing Jiang Hao enter the private room, Lu Jinglong looked at Lin Ziming. "I couldn't help but admire X's brilliant move now. Even if that guy wanted to play some tricks, he wouldn't dare." Indeed, Lin Ziming hadn't expected Jiang Hao to pull this stunt, which made him immediately abandon his previous thoughts. He immediately began to recount the situation of the Black Dragon Society. According to Lin Ziming, the Black Dragon Society has now grown to a very large size. It has 4 departments and 36 halls. All 36 halls are under the control of 4 departments, namely Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. As for the 36 halls, each has its own name, and the one he belongs to is the Xuanwu Department, the Ancient Wood Hall. Each hall master is at the 5th level of cultivation, and under them are 2 deputy hall masters, who also need to be at the 5th level of cultivation. Upon learning this, Lu Jinglong was secretly alarmed. He had thought he had overestimated the Black Dragon Society, but he had underestimated them. According to Lin Ziming, the Black Dragon Society may very well have 8th Order awakened individuals. With such strength, even their bounty guild would likely find it difficult to deal with them. Lu Jinglong asked, "How many people are there in your Black Dragon Society, and where exactly are they located?" It was one thing to not know about the Black Dragon Society before, but now that we know of its existence, we certainly cannot allow it to continue to grow stronger. Seeing the change in Lu Jinglong's expression, Lin Ziming sneered, "Haha, now you know fear? Lu Jinglong, as long as you let us leave, I guarantee the Black Dragon Society and the Dragon City Society will coexist peacefully. Otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Just then, Jiang Hao came out with Camo. When everyone saw Camo's bruised and swollen face, their mouths twitched involuntarily. It's not hard to imagine what Camo just went through. Seeing Jiang Hao come out, Lin Ziming stopped talking. Actually, he couldn't understand why Lu Jinglong, as the president of the Dragon City Bounty Guild, would listen to X so much. Jiang Hao ignored Lin Ziming and called Lu Jinglong aside. The two began to discuss the information they had received. Basically, there's no difference. It seems these two guys weren't lying to them. I wanted to ask them how many people there were in total and where they were located, but I couldn't get the answer. Jiang Hao sighed. I've already asked them, and they said they don't know either. They only know about their own branch, and they don't know anything about the other branches. Lu Jinglong asked, so what do we do next? Let us leave here first. I found out from that guy that they've already notified the branch in Dragon City, and they've come to help. If we don't leave now, it'll be hard for us to get out. Lu Jinglong glanced at Lin Ziming and the others. What about them? President Lu, you should leave first. I'll talk to them a bit more. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Lu Jinglong was taken aback upon hearing this, then realized what he meant and gave Jiang Hao a deep look. They are subject to legal sanctions. Just hand them over to the security department. There are some things we don't need to do ourselves. Otherwise, even if we are in the right, we will become in the wrong. After saying that, Lu Jinglong patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder and then left with his men. After Lu Jinglong and the others entered the elevator and left, Jiang Hao looked at Lin Ziming and his group. X, what are you doing? Lin Ziming stared intently at Jiang Hao. If this guy stays, nothing good will come of it. Jiang Hao's expression remained unchanged. Our issues aren't resolved yet. I've said it before, I hate being threatened, yet you use threats to get me here. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll only use one move. Whether you can withstand it or not depends on your fate. Lin Ziming was taken aback upon hearing this, then his expression changed as if he had just realized something. Bai Wen Luo and Su Jing realized something and were about to say something when they saw a transparent lion's head appear above Jiang Hao's head. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply. Having already experienced it once, they were well aware of the power of Jiang Hao's attack. Roar! Before they could react, a deafening roar instantly swept across the entire 5th basement level. A series of shrill howls suddenly rang out. Jiang Hao ignored them, finished unleashing his lion's roar, and turned to leave. As for who will survive, that depends on their fate. As Jiang Hao stepped out of the elevator, he saw Lu Jinglong and the others still waiting for him. President Lu, could you please call the security department and have them take these people away? Lu Jinglong nodded, no problem. Thank you all for your help this time. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you on your compensation. Tomorrow, go find Chairman Lu, and he will give you your payment. Jiang Hao looked at the 3/4 tier awakened individuals who had come to help. Upon hearing this, the three quickly waved their hands. Mr. X, you're too kind. We weren't of much help, so there's no need for any reward. They came here not only because of X, but also because of Lu Jinglong. As a bounty hunter in the Dragon City Bounty Guild, Lu Jinglong is their direct superior. You don't need to worry about these small things. Leave this to me. Jiang Hao was about to say something when Lu Jinglong interrupted him. Jiang Hao nodded with a wry smile. Judging from this situation, he was about to owe someone another favor. After chatting with Lu Jinglong for a while, Jiang Hao left. You guys did a good job. Come to the Bounty Guild tomorrow to collect your reward. Chapter 90 Welcome. With the matter temporarily resolved, Jiang Hao originally intended to get a good night's sleep and wake up naturally. But he was woken up early by a phone call from Lu Jinglong. Mr. X, something has happened. Lu Jinglong's first words instantly banished Jiang Hao's sleepiness. Jiang Hao frowned. What happened? Lin Ziming died at the guard division this morning. The forensic doctor determined that Lin Ziming died in the early hours of the morning. Upon hearing Lu Jinglong's words, Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat. Lin Zitsong is dead? That can't be. Lin Ziming is not only a 5th Order Awakener, but also a Hall Master of the Black Dragon Society. With his death, the Black Dragon Society will certainly not let it go. It's impossible, but the problem is that he did die in the guard division. Lu Jinglong gave a bitter smile. What is the Black Dragon Society's stance? Lu Jinglong shook his head. It's strange, the Black Dragon Society is unusually quiet. Without making any move, they just took the rest of the people away. He was also very puzzled by the Black Dragon Society's attitude. Logically speaking, the death of a Hallmaster shouldn't be so peaceful. But the Black Dragon Society remained unusually calm. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao frowned, suddenly realizing something, and quickly asked, wait, did Lin Ziming die by suicide or murder? The guard division should have been well aware of Lin Ziming's importance and would never have allowed anything to happen to him, but unfortunately, something happened to Lin Ziming at this time. If there's nothing fishy going on, he wouldn't believe it no matter what. It was murder. According to my information, the person who killed Lin Ziming was a petty thug. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao's lips twitched. A thug? How did a thug kill a 5th-tier awakened one? Furthermore, isn't a dangerous person like Lin Ziming usually kept in solitary confinement? How could a thug break in and successfully kill Lin Ziming? Jiang Hao smiled knowingly and said, Chairman Liu, it seems we can't completely trust the security division either. Lu Jinglong smiled wryly, I really underestimated the Black Dragon Society. I didn't expect their power to have infiltrated the guard division, and maybe even the bounty hunter guild. Jiang Hao remained silent. The bounty guild, though seemingly a behemoth, was actually a mixed bag, more likely to be infiltrated by people of unknown identity. But there's nothing that can be done about it, that's just the nature of bounty guilds. He himself was the same. Alright, I'm telling you this not for any other reason than to warn you to be careful. Dragon City is going to be quite turbulent lately, so please take extra precautions. Lu Jinglong was about to hang up the phone when Jiang Hao stopped him. President Liu, Baiwen Luo, and Su Jing, are they still alive? He's not dead, but he's still in a coma. Whether he'll survive is another matter. After explaining what he wanted to know, Jiang Hao hung up the phone with Lu Jinglong. He wasn't concerned about whether the two men lived or died, he just felt that if they died like that, it would be too easy for them. Knowing their current situation is enough. Jiang Hao sat on the bed and began to think about how to deal with the Black Dragon Society. Although he couldn't understand why Lin Ziming was killed, he was certain that the Black Dragon Society would not let it go. They might even continue to target him. He's not afraid of being targeted, but he's afraid they'll target his parents. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hao opened the system space. Now, besides the few weapons and equipment he left behind, most of his system space is filled with various potions and talent crystals. Needless to say, medicines are things that can save lives in critical moments. Besides these, there are also many beast sources, but he doesn't know what they are currently used for. Jiang Hao's gaze fell upon the 10 drops of blood, which were the very drops he had obtained from killing the 10 monsters earlier. Mutant blood, a C-grade resource produced by the system. After consumption, it can cause blood mutation, with a 50% chance of becoming stronger. Note, each living being can only consume the mutated blood once. Looking at the mutated blood, Jiang Hao shook his head, showing no interest whatsoever, and immediately tossed it aside. Finally, he looked at the talent crystals to see if there were any stronger ones. If so, he could give one to each of his parents so that they could cultivate normally. We don't need to expect them to be super strong, but at the very least, they should be able to protect themselves when they encounter danger. However, after looking through them, Jiang Hao found that while there were quite a few talent crystals, the vast majority were only F grade or E grade. There aren't even 2D grade ones. Talent crystals at this price are practically useless. If we could get an A grade or S grade talent crystal, that would be great. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a little helpless. The conditions for obtaining the talent crystal were not difficult, but it could only be obtained by killing someone. The talent level of the victim determines the level of the talent crystal. But he can't just kill people randomly for this reason. Jiang Hao suddenly thought of the Black Dragon Society, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The Black Dragon Society is a good target. Hopefully, they can find a rank or S rank awakened individuals. Ring ring. Suddenly, his phone rang. Jiang Hao picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hao pressed the answer button. Hello X. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. My surname is Dong, my given name is Ingqin, and I am currently the head of the Ancient Wood Hall of the Black Dragon Society. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh? So you killed Lin Ziming? No, the death of the previous hallmaster has absolutely nothing to do with me, Dong Ingqin said with a calm smile. Then what do you mean by contacting me? Dong Ingqin said bluntly, I called you to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to become the head of the hall so quickly. Jiang Hao sneered inwardly. He was now almost certain that the person who killed Lin Ziming was Dong Ingqin. So what? So, to express my gratitude, I must tell you that you have been placed on the Black Dragon Society's kill list, and the Black Dragon Society will launch an attack to kill you in 3 days. Jiang Hao laughed and said, so, I took the blame for you, and this is how you thank me? I'm just giving you time to make your final arrangements, Dong Yingqin said with a slight smile. Aren't you afraid I'll tell others that you killed Lin Ziming? Dong Yingqin laughed nonchalantly, but you need someone to believe you first. The entire Black Dragon Society has already concluded that the death of the previous Hallmaster is directly related to you. You can't escape it. Jiang Hao remained silent. He knew that what Dong Yingqin said was true, and the Black Dragon Society would not believe him. However, none of that matters anymore. Since the Black Dragon Society has decided to deal with him, he naturally won't be polite to them. Dong Yingqin, right? Welcome to our place. Chapter 91, Black Dragon Club. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao quickly packed his things and left home. Since the Black Dragon Society was targeting him, he naturally wasn't going to sit idly by and wait for his doom. Anyway, there are still about 2 weeks until the school competition, so I have a week to use. This is a good opportunity to have some fun with these guys. While you can't eliminate the opponent, you can still find a way to hurt them badly. However, he didn't know much about the Black Dragon Society. The only thing he knew more about was the Ancient Wood Hall. He didn't know where the headquarters of the Ancient Wood Hall was, but he did know a contact point. Usually, that guy named Camo stays at the contact point. Jiang Hao was heading to this contact point, where he would eliminate the people inside. Let's see if we can get some useful information from them. An hour later, Jiang Hao arrived at the contact point that Camo had mentioned. He couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. He had originally thought that this so-called contact point would be extremely secretive, or hidden in a small shop. Unexpectedly, this contact point turned out to be a clubhouse. However, none of that is the most important thing. The most important thing is that the club's sign is clearly called Black Dragon Club. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Why hadn't the authorities taken action against the Black Dragon Club, given how blatantly it operated? Was it because the Black Dragon Society was well managed and went undetected, or was someone protecting the Black Dragon Society? Almost instantly, Jiang Hao thought of many things, but none of them were relevant to him. He walked straight into the Black Dragon Club. Excuse me, it's not business hours yet. Please come back later. Soon, a young male waiter came over. Jiang Hao glanced at the man. Although the man was well disguised, he still managed to discern the man's information with his discerning eye. Unexpectedly, this seemingly unremarkable young man actually possessed a C-level talent and had reached the second tier of cultivation. Jiang Hao smiled calmly. Since I'm here, you should know that I'm here for your Black Dragon Society, right? Don't tell me you don't know me. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Our Black Dragon Society hasn't even bothered you yet, and you've already come here. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, the young man stopped pretending. As he spoke, he pressed a button on the counter, and the outside door locked automatically. Furthermore, the windows and doors were covered by a layer of obstruction, making it impossible for outsiders to see clearly what was happening inside. Immediately afterwards, more than 10 figures walked out from inside. Jiang Hao glanced at these people and saw that they were at most at the 3rd level of cultivation. Just the few of you? Don't underestimate us. Today, we'll make sure you don't leave alive. The young man shouted, and his body transformed into a cobra, opening its mouth to bite Jiang Hao. The others then attacked Jiang Hao as well. Seeing this, Jiang Hao shook his head, then without saying a word, he focused his energy into his dantian. Suddenly, a transparent lion's head appeared above Jiang Hao's head. Roar! The deafening roar, like a tidal wave, swept rapidly in all directions. The young men's expressions changed, and they tried to dodge, but they found that the roar was everywhere and they had no chance to escape at all. In the end, all of the dozen or so people were killed, and the surrounding area was a complete mess. Slap! 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 Just then, a slapping sound rang out, and Jiang Hao saw a middle-aged man in a black suit with an upright expression slowly walking down from upstairs. Is indeed formidable. No wonder the organization is so eager to eliminate you. Jiang Hao looked at the middle-aged man and saw the information that the Eye of Detection had given him, which made him look surprised. This middle-aged man not only possesses S-level talent, but also the rare ability of a mental-type psychic. This is the first mental-type psychic Jiang Hao has ever met so far. You're spying on me. Gao Pengyu frowned. Just now, he clearly felt a different sensation sweep over him. Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. This was the first time he had used his Eye of Insight and been discovered. Mentalists were indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, even if he killed this guy, he wouldn't be able to obtain his abilities. Taito would only get an S-rank talent crystal. Even so, it was enough to satisfy Jiang Hao. An S-grade talent crystal, no matter which parent it's given to, would allow them to break free from their current situation. With that thought in mind, Jiang Hao no longer hesitated and rushed directly towards Gao Pengyu. He would never kill innocent people, but he would be more than willing to kill enemies. Seeing Jiang Hao rushing towards him, Gao Pengyu dared not be careless in the slightest. Although psychic psionicists are different from other psionicists, they are still psionicists after all, and they still cannot inspire caution. In particular, he knew that X's combat power could not be judged by common sense. Although he was only at the second level of cultivation, he had the strength to kill a fourth-level awakened person. This forced him to be cautious. Gao Pengyu immediately activated his mental power, pressing down on Jiang Hao with all his might. As Jiang Hao approached Gao Pengyu, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar force invading his brain, and his expression changed. The head is not like other parts of the body. If it gets damaged, it's really bad. He had previously heard his teacher talk about the attack methods of psychics in class, which were all aimed at attacking the enemy's mind. However, the teacher never taught how to defend against it. Jiang Hao tried to move forward, but the faster he moved, the more his head hurt. Helpless, he could only start to retreat. As I continued to retreat, the pain in my head subsided somewhat. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this guy's attacks were related to distance. As long as he kept a safe distance, this guy's attack should have no effect on him. I just don't know if I can use the star shift technique to reflect the opponent's mental attack back. Gao Pengyu looked at Jiang Hao with a smug expression. X, I admit you are strong, but you have no advantage over me. Is that so? Then I'll see just how strong your attack really is. As he spoke, Jiang Hao once again rushed towards Gao Pengyu, and at the same time, he activated the star shift technique. Seeing this, Gao Pengyu quickly unleashed his mental power again and launched an attack on Jiang Hao. Despite feeling a splitting headache, Jiang Hao didn't panic or retreat this time. Instead, he immediately accelerated the activation of the star shift technique. As the stars shifted and the constellations moved, Jiang Hao indeed sensed that strange energy. However, although the movement of stars could sense the presence of this energy, it was impossible to reflect it back. Helpless, Jiang Hao could only retreat again. Since shifting stars and changing constellations won't work, this is the only option we can use. Chapter 92, Come Over. Roar. Jiang Hao focused his energy in his dantian and unleashed his lion's roar technique. His idea was simple: since he couldn't deflect the opponent's attack, he would disrupt it. Although the lion's roar is not a soul attack, its terrifying sonic attack is something that ordinary people cannot withstand. Puff. When Gao Pengyu saw the transparent lion's head appear above Jiang Hao's head, he realized something was wrong and immediately unleashed his full mental attack. However, he ultimately underestimated the power of Jiang Hao's lion's roar. He was directly slammed against the wall by the terrifying sonic attack and spat out a mouthful of blood. Despite his injuries, Gao Pengyu steadied himself and saw a dark figure approaching him. Gao Pengyu's expression changed, and just as he was about to unleash his attack, a mocking voice suddenly rang in his ears. If you don't want to die, you'd better not move. Immediately, a long sword fell to his neck. Gao Pengyu swallowed hard, his body stiffening as he stood at the corner of the stairs. Jiang Hao smiled and said, Let's chat. Where is the headquarters of your ancient wood hall located? Gao Pengyu was about to speak when Jiang Hao interrupted him. Think carefully before you speak. If you dare to lie to me, don't blame me for losing my grip on the sword. Gao Pengyu said helplessly, I don't even know the location of our Gumatang headquarters. Looks like you're not being honest. Jiang Hao waved the crimson flame sword in front of Gao Pengyu. Gao Pengyu said with a mournful face, I'm not lying to you, I really don't know where the headquarters of Gumutang is located. Only by gaining the approval of the Black Dragon Society at each level can one enter the headquarters, and I haven't reached that level yet. Although he had been a member of the Black Dragon Society for several years, he knew nothing about most of its affairs. The true members of the Black Dragon Society are all 5th-tier awakened beings. Although he is only 4th tier, he is nothing in front of 5th-tier awakened beings. Jiang Hao realized that Gao Pengyu was not lying, so he let the matter drop. If you don't know the location of the Gumutang headquarters, then who usually contacts you? Gao Pengyu quickly replied, We have an internal group chat, and we usually communicate through the group. However, we rarely meet in person. Even when our superiors need to contact us, they do so through private messages. He was genuinely terrified, fearing that X would kill him. Take out your phone and open the group you mentioned. Gao Pengyu dared not resist and quickly did as Jiang Hao instructed. Open a video call. Gao Pengyu was startled. What was this guy going to do? Seeing that Gao Pengyu did not react, Jiang Hao snorted coldly and increased the force of his crimson flame sword, instantly creating a small wound on Gao Pengyu's neck. I'll do it. Gao Pengyu shakily clicked on the video function. A moment later, I saw that someone else had also turned on the video function. Old Gao, what's up? Gao Pengyu looked at Jiang Hao. This is X. I'm at your contact point now. If you want to deal with me, come on over. Jiang Hao took the phone and pointed the camera at himself. X, don't be so arrogant. How dare you attack our liaison point? You just wait. Damn it, X, we Black Dragon Society will never let you get away with this. X, don't you dare leave. We're coming right now. Jiang Hao's words immediately aroused public outrage, with angry voices ringing out from the phone, accompanied by the sound of things being smashed. Jiang Hao smiled calmly and then hung up the phone. X, I've done what you asked me to do, so am I? Gao Pengyu chuckled dryly. Jiang Hao nodded, and Gao Pengyu was overjoyed. However, before he could react, a fiery red light flashed. Gao Pengyu froze, quickly covering his neck with his hand, and looked at Jiang Hao with disbelief. Blood gushed out from Gao Pengyu's hand, and no matter how hard he tried to cover it, he couldn't stop it. You. Gao Pengyu opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. Jiang Hao didn't even look at Gao Pengyu, and simply said, I never said I would let you go. Gao Pengyu's eyes were filled with resentment. At this moment, his body could no longer hold on and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Upon realizing that Gao Pengyu had lost his life force, Jiang Hao looked at his system space. As expected, an S-grade talent crystal appeared in the system space. This S-grade talent crystal perfectly inherited Gao Pengyu's talent sharpness. This talent is undeniably strong, but unfortunately Gao Pengyu's abilities don't match it, otherwise, Gao Pengyu's strength would certainly be even greater. This talent crystal is perfect for his mother. He remembers that his mother's ability is that of a metal-type psionicist. The S-rank sharp talent combined with the metal element, which is known for its penetrating power, will definitely greatly enhance his mother's combat strength. Then I'll get some of my best items to boost my mother's strength, and she should be able to break through to the first or second tier in a short time. Jiang Hao withdrew his consciousness from the system space and went to the counter. The young man had pressed a button here to close the club's windows and doors, and now he was going to open the door. Otherwise, if the Black Dragon Society members come, they might not be able to get in. Jiang Hao wasn't joking when he said he would wait here for the Black Dragon Society members to arrive. The reason for doing this is to test the other party's capabilities. If he is outmatched, he is confident he can escape. He had already planned his escape route before he even arrived. Otherwise, he wouldn't have provoked those guys from the Black Dragon Society like that. After searching for a while, Jiang Hao finally found the switch. After opening the windows and doors, Jiang Hao pulled over a chair, sat down, and quietly waited for the Black Dragon Society to arrive. Jiang Hao had some expectations for the Black Dragon Society members. He wondered if any of them had S-level talent, or even O-level talent. At the same time, Dong Yingqin also received news of Jiang Hao's attack on their liaison point. That damn guy, he's really quick. I've only been on the phone with him for a short while, and he's already making his move. Dong Yingqin cursed angrily, then took out his phone and started making a call. Now that X has made his move, he can't just sit idly by. Otherwise, he'll probably be taken away before he even gets comfortable in his position as the Hall Master. Before long, a large number of people began to gather not far from the Black Dragon Club. These people didn't exchange many words, but they all had the same goal, the Black Dragon Club. Pedestrians on the street noticed these people and quickly moved aside. Anyone who wasn't blind could tell that these guys were definitely not good people. Some people even called the security detail directly. The large number of people traveling has caused significant traffic congestion in the surrounding area. Some drivers honked their horns, urging these people to leave quickly, but one of them punched the engine and smashed it. Instantly, all the drivers around stopped, and no one dared to honk their horns anymore. Chapter 93 Death Order. X, we're here. Whoosh. With a roar, dozens of figures rushed into the Black Dragon Club. These people stared menacingly at Jiang Hao, who was standing at the corner of the stairs. Kill. Suddenly, someone shouted angrily. Immediately, the Black Dragon Society members charged directly at Jiang Hao. Roar. Jiang Hao opened his mouth, and a terrifying roar immediately spread out like a tidal wave. Those who rushed over the fastest were directly blasted backward. Those whose strength is below the third rank are instantly killed. Almost instantly, only 4 people from the Black Dragon Society remained standing, and all 4 were 4th tier awakened individuals. The 4 men stared at Jiang Hao, their faces pale. They had heard of X's strength, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. One of the middle-aged men looked at Jiang Hao with a gloomy expression. X, you killed so many people from my Black Dragon Society. Do you want to fight to the death with my Black Dragon Society? I never intended to have a life or death feud with anyone. It seems that the only ones who have ever wanted to fight me to the death are your Black Dragon Society. Jiang Hao walked down the stairs unhurriedly. Upon seeing Jiang Hao come down, the 4 4th-tier awakened individuals instinctively took a step back. What I just saw was truly shocking. Although they were capable of killing those people, they could never do it as easily as Jiang Hao. Don't talk nonsense. We, the Black Dragon Society, don't have time to deal with a nobody like you. One of them swallowed hard and argued with gritted teeth. Jiang Hao's lips curled up. Oh? So, I misunderstood you. Your Black Dragon Society didn't intend to deal with me? He had already examined the situation of these 4 people with his discerning eye. They are both sea-level talents, which is incomparable to Gaopanyu. However, a 3rd-tier awakened individual caught his attention. Although the other party was only at the 3rd tier, their talent was actually SS level. What's interesting is that this guy's ability is support, just like Su Qingshue's. Jiang Hao naturally couldn't let such talent go to waste. Jiang Hao glanced at the other person. It was clear that this guy was no longer going to make it. Jiang Hao approached the man and gently placed his toe on the man's temple, instantly stopping the man's breathing. X, don't go too far. They've already gone this far, they're no longer a threat to you, why won't you let him go? If I were the one lying on the ground right now, would you let me go? Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Before the 4 could say anything more, a car horn suddenly sounded. X, you actually called the police. The 4 men's faces darkened. Jiang Hao frowned. How could he possibly call the police? He figured some kind citizen must have noticed the situation and called the security detail. X, we'll remember what happened today. The Black Dragon Society will definitely come after you one day and demand an explanation. The 4 men uttered a harsh remark and then quickly left. Jiang Hao unleashed his lion's roar technique once more, and then quickly left the area. When the guards arrived, the place was already deserted. All that remained were corpses scattered on the ground. Damn it, who did this? A policewoman exclaimed, her face grim. These criminals are getting bolder and bolder, they simply don't take the security division seriously. A middle-aged man said in a deep voice, first, control this area. Xiao Di, go and see if there are any witnesses. De Tu, Lao San, come in with me and see if there are any clues inside. It's the captain. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. More than 10 awakened ones, plus 4 tier 4 awakened ones, and you couldn't even handle a tier 2 awakened one? What use are you to me? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Dong Yingqin flew into a rage, nearly smashing his phone in anger. A wry laugh came from the other end of the phone. Master, you have no idea that X's roar is too powerful. A shout is too much for awakened beings below the 3rd rank to withstand. Even if a 3rd ranked being is lucky enough to survive, they will all be seriously injured and unable to fight again. Even now, thinking back on it, they still feel lingering fear. If the guards hadn't arrived in time, they would probably be dead by now. Don't make excuses for your incompetence. I'm asking you now, what should you do? Dong Yingqin said in a sinister tone. A mere 2nd tier awakened one has already given them a huge headache. If this gets out, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? Master, there are only 2 ways to kill X. Either send us more 4th tier awakened individuals, then we might be able to kill X if we join forces. Or we should just send out a 5th tier awakened one. That X is too strange. Only a 5th tier awakened one can be confident of killing him, but he can't be a 5th tier psionicist. The previous Hall Master was a 5th level psionicist, but he still failed, and was even killed by his own people in the end. Although the 5th tier psionicists failed, they felt that 5th tier mutants or 5th tier physical attackers should have no problem dealing with X. Dong Yingqin's face grew even uglier. To deal with a 2nd tier awakened one, they actually needed a 5th tier awakened one to take action. Was the Black Dragon Society out of people, or had the Black Dragon Society completely declined? Han Shan, I don't care what methods you use, you must kill X within 3 days, or the 4 of you will be punished. After saying that, Dong Yingqin hung up the phone. A bunch of useless good-for-nothings. If they still can't solve X, then they have no reason to exist. He had originally planned to personally lead the expedition 3 days later, but now he was no longer in the mood for it. After thinking for a moment, Dong Yingqin found a number and dialed it. Han Shan and the other 3 looked at the phone that had been hung up, exchanged glances, and all gave a wry smile. Asking them to figure out how to deal with X is no different from sending them to their deaths. What do you 3 think about this? Han Shan asked the other 3. Yuan Erdong said irritably, what else can we do but follow orders from above? Faced with the decision from above, these subordinates dared not disobey, otherwise someone would be specifically tasked with eliminating them the next day. Following orders from above is a given. I'm asking if anyone has any good suggestions. Let's brainstorm together, maybe we can come up with a brilliant plan. Han Shan shook his head and smiled wryly. Niao Hao said coldly, that's easy. We just need to arrest X's family and use them as leverage. I don't believe he would disregard the safety of his family. Wu Jianran rolled his eyes at Niao Hao. Niao Hao, do you even think before you speak? X has always been wearing a mask, we don't even know his real identity, how are we supposed to find his family? Why does X wear a mask? Why is he called X? It's also that others don't know his true identity. This guy even wanted to arrest X's family, I really don't know what he was thinking. Chapter 94, Feeling Sorry for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao returned home, took a shower, and washed away the smell of blood. Just as Jiang Hao sat down on the bed to dry his hair with a towel, his phone rang. He saw that it was Lu Jinglong calling and answered it immediately. What happened to Chairman Lu? Lu Jinglong didn't keep them in suspense and went straight to the point. Mr. X, you were the one who handled the Black Dragon Club incident, weren't you? I did it. I knew it was you right away, Lu Jinglong said with a wry smile. Mr. X, could you please let me know before you take any action next time? The security department just called me. Jiang Hao was taken aback. What's wrong? All I did was kill some Black Dragon Society members, so why are the guards calling Lu Jinglong? Could it be that they've discovered me? Someone reported that there was a fight among the awakened ones. An eyewitness said that one of them was wearing a mask. Kong Wenguan called me personally just now to verify this, but I brushed him off. Jiang Hao frowned and said, there's a reason for this. Besides, the people I killed were all members of the Black Dragon Society. Surely the Guard Bureau won't convict me. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's words, Lu Jinglong, on the other end of the phone, shook his head. He knew X hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation, so he patiently explained. Mr. X, the Black Dragon Society is just one of their identities. They have other identities as well, and they have side businesses in all walks of life. This time, the impact has been quite significant. Jiang Hao understood this time, the impact stemmed from the apparent identities of these guys. What does the security division mean? Lu Jinglong said in a low voice, the higher-ups are taking this matter very seriously. I'll go and talk to them about the situation later. We'll discuss the specifics then. He wasn't trying to scare X. Although X had made some contributions to Dragon City, the law was the law. If X broke the law, the Guard Bureau would still arrest him. Fortunately, he knew the truth of the matter, which allowed him to clear his name. The two chatted for a while before hanging up. Although this matter sounded serious, Jiang Hao didn't care. At worst, he could just stop using the identity of X in the future. Without further thought, Jiang Hao took out the 2 talent crystals from the system space. He considered what reason to give the 2 talent crystals to his parents. As for whether there will be any side effects, Jiang Hao was not worried at all. The products produced by the system are always of high quality, so there is no guarantee of that. After much thought, Jiang Hao finally found a suitable reason. He quickly got dressed and went downstairs. Xiao Hao, you just got back, are you going out again? Xiao Yufan had just finished washing the fruit when she saw Jiang Hao coming downstairs. Jiang Hao nodded, okay, Mom, I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back in a bit. This kid has been acting all mysterious lately. Jiang Shangchuan shook his head as he watched Jiang Hao leave. Xiao Yufan rolled her eyes at Jiang Shangchuan, your son is capable now, and you're still not satisfied? I'm not being ungrateful, I'm just heartbroken for my son, Jiang Shangchuan said with a wry smile. Since Jiang Hao became an awakened one, the 2 old guys haven't worked. Now they eat and use everything provided by Jiang Hao. This made him feel even more sorry for Jiang Hao. Xiao Yufan sighed, what can we do? Neither of us is capable enough to help our son. She was very happy to know that her son was doing well, but as time went on, she also felt sorry for him seeing how busy he was. Hearing Xiao Yufan's words, Jiang Shangquan also sighed helplessly. Yes, it's all their fault for being incompetent. Jiang Hao was unaware of what the elderly couple was thinking at that moment. He was on his way to the Awakened Ones Trading Center. The reason I came here is to buy some resources that awakened individuals can use for cultivation. Although the system gave him many benefits, it did not provide him with any cultivation resources. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao was already quite satisfied. If it weren't for the existence of the system, he would probably have faded into obscurity long ago, let alone achieved what he has today. Everyone envies powerful awakened ones, but they don't know that behind their glamorous appearance, the cultivation resources they need are incredibly expensive. How many talented awakened ones have faded into obscurity because they cannot afford cultivation resources? And how many people, in order to obtain cultivation resources, are forced to live under the roof of others, becoming bodyguards for wealthy families? Compared to these people, Jiang Hao was incredibly lucky. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived at the Awakened Ones Trading Center. This time, he did not contact Huang Xingshan, nor did he plan to go to the black market. Instead, they went directly to a shop that sold resources. Hello, what can I do for you? The receptionist looked at Jiang Hao and immediately greeted him warmly. Jiang Hao said, tell me about the cultivation resources you have here. If you're looking for cultivation resources, then you've come to the right place. We not only have spiritual fruits that can enhance your abilities, but also spiritual liquids that can strengthen your physique. Not only that, there are also those that can enhance qi and blood. These resources are divided into levels, corresponding to different levels of awakened individuals. Listening to the receptionist's introduction, Jiang Hao felt a headache coming on. He hadn't expected there to be so many cultivation resources. Jiang Haochang patiently listened to the receptionist's introduction and then said, how about this, give me 2 sets of cultivation resources for each of the 0 to 3 levels, and then calculate the price for me. Okay, please wait a moment. The receptionist's eyes lit up upon hearing this. I need a big client now. This resource isn't cheap, and it will bring me a significant increase in my commission this month. Before long, the receptionist brought over 2 large bags. Sir, these are the resources you requested. The receptionist explained each item to Jiang Hao. These resources total 5.72 million. I've rounded it down to 5.7 million. Jiang Hao nodded without saying anything more and swiped his card. Then, under the shocked gaze of the receptionist, Jiang Hao waved his hand and directly put away the 2 large bags of resources. Storage equipment. Who exactly is this young man? By the time the receptionist came to her senses, Jiang Hao had already left. The receptionist was filled with regret. If she had known the other party had storage equipment, she should have been more enthusiastic. Perhaps she could have even made friends with them. Xiao Hao is back. Go wash your hands and eat. Jiang Hao had just returned when Xiao Yufan's voice came through the phone. After washing her hands, Xiao Yufan came over carrying the last dish. Mom and Dad, let's eat later. I have something to tell you. Xiao Yufan's expression changed slightly, and she quickly asked, what's wrong, Xiao Hao? Jiang Shangquan also looked at Jiang Hao. Seeing the elderly couple's worries, Jiang Hao smiled and said, don't worry, it's not a bad thing, it's a good thing. Let's sit down first. After the 3 of them sat down, Jiang Hao finally spoke up, Mom, I remember you're a metal-type psionicist, right? Xiao Yufan nodded somewhat embarrassedly. What, psychic or not? She only had F-level talent. Although her abilities were good, her talent was too useless. Mom, here, you can just swallow it. As he spoke, under the shocked gazes of the elderly couple, Jiang Hao flipped his hand, and a golden crystal the size of a pigeon egg appeared in his palm. Chapter 95, Using Talent Crystals. Xiao Hao, what's this? Jiang Shangquan, disregarding his shock at Jiang Hao possessing storage equipment, frowned. He knew Jiang Hao wouldn't harm them, but it wasn't right to put something in his mouth without knowing what it was. Dad, don't worry, you have one too. Jiang Hao smiled slightly, flipped his hand, and another light blue crystal the size of a pigeon egg appeared in his palm. Mom and Dad, just take these 2 things. You'll naturally know their wonderful uses later. This. Jiang Shangquan was still somewhat hesitant. What's there to hesitate about? Xiao Hao wouldn't harm us. Xiao Yufan rolled her eyes at Jiang Shangquan, then picked up the S-level talent crystal and swallowed it. Jiang Hao and Jiang Shangquan immediately looked at Xiao Yufan, only to see that Xiao Yufan was radiating a faint glow. Jiang Hao immediately used his discerning eye. Name, Xiao Yufan. Age, 41. Level, Tier 0. Talent, F level energy accumulation, S level sharpness. Ability, metal type psionicist. Status, normal. Jiang Hao was overjoyed. It was a success. From now on, his mother was also an S-level talent awakener. Although she started a little late, her S-level talent was enough to make up for it. This Xiao Yufan exclaimed in surprise. She could naturally feel the changes within her body, and when she realized that she had gained an S-level talent, she was immediately shocked. Jiang Shangchuan, thinking something had happened to Xiao Yufan, asked anxiously, "Honey, how are you?" "Honey, I have S-level talent." "What?" Jiang Shangchuan's eyes widened in surprise. How could this be? This was the first time he had ever heard of talent being able to be improved. "Dad, you should try it too." Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Jiang Shangchuan came back to his senses. This time, he did not hesitate and immediately swallowed the SS grade talent crystal. Soon, a layer of rosy light appeared on his body. Jiang Hao immediately used his discerning eye to examine it. Name, Jiang Shangchuan. Age, 42. Level, Tier 0. Talents, F rank flame, SS rank speed. Ability, R height battle body physical ability user. Status, normal. This. Jiang Shangchuan came to his senses, his face filled with disbelief. My talent has actually changed. No, it hasn't changed, it's that one has been added. Jiang Shangchuan suppressed his excitement and quickly asked, "Xiao Hao, what exactly happened?" Jiang Hao had already prepared an excuse, and said without blushing or panting, "I rescued an old man in the occupied area a couple of days ago, and he gave this to me to express his gratitude. They gave me 3 tokens at the time, but I wasn't comfortable giving them to you directly, so I gave one to someone else. Only after seeing that it worked did I give it to you. How are things, Mom and Dad? Are you feeling pretty good?" Jiang Shangchuan laughed loudly. "It's more than just easy to use, it's absolutely amazing. I never thought that one day I would be an awakener of SS level talent." Xiao Yufan, who was standing to the side, was also very excited. When she awakened her F level talent when she was young, she knew that this was all she would ever be. Unexpectedly, in their old age, their son gave them a second chance. Sigh, what a pity. At our age, even with such great talent, it's all wasted. Jiang Shangchuan calmed down and gave a bitter smile. "Mom and Dad, don't worry, your new talents are enough to make up for what you've missed all these years." As he spoke, Jiang Hao flipped his hand again, and 2 bags of cultivation resources appeared on the table. "Mom and Dad, starting tomorrow, you don't need to go anywhere. Just stay home and cultivate. These cultivation resources are enough for you to reach the 3rd level." Xiao Yufan shook her head. "Xiao Hao, these are your cultivation resources, we can't accept them." Jiang Shangchuan also chimed in, "Yes, Xiao Hao, if your mother and I want cultivation resources, we can get them ourselves. You don't need to give us your cultivation resources." The elderly couple thought Jiang Hao was offering them their cultivation resources, and refused to accept them no matter what. "Mom and Dad, these aren't my cultivation resources. I just bought them for you. Please accept them." Hearing Jiang Hao say this, the old couple stopped insisting and put away the cultivation resources. "All right, Mom, here you go. This is a storage device. You just need to drip a drop of your own blood on it to use it." Jiang Hao took out the storage equipment from the belt. Xiao Yufan quickly shook her head. "Xiao Hao, this is too precious, you keep it for yourself, Mom can't accept it." Although she was not a powerful awakened, she was aware of the value of storage equipment. This thing is much more useful to Jiang Hao than to her. "I have more, look, this is especially for you." Jiang Hao took out his storage bag and demonstrated it to the elderly couple. "Dad, don't worry about this. I'll see if I can get you some equipment in a couple of days." Jiang Shangchuan patted Jiang Hao's shoulder with reddened eyes. "Xiao Hao, it doesn't matter whether Dad has the equipment or not. Don't work too hard. Your mother and I are content with our family as it is now." Jiang Hao smiled but didn't say anything. It was better not to tell the old couple some things, so as not to make them worry about him. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Jiang Hao went straight out to the occupied area. Before going to the school competition, he wanted to get as much equipment as possible for his parents. "While we're at it, let's see if we can acquire some storage equipment." The main problem is that there are too few space-type monsters. I've only encountered 2 so far. Upon arriving in the occupied area, Jiang Hao discovered that a large number of soldiers were still guarding it, clearly to protect the secret realm. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, the soldiers immediately greeted him. If it weren't for Jiang Hao, they wouldn't have been able to investigate the situation inside the secret realm. After greeting the soldiers, Jiang Hao went to hunt monsters elsewhere. Meanwhile, in a rented room not far from the Black Dragon Club, Han Shan and the other 3 were sitting there. After a day of discussion, they still couldn't come up with a good way to deal with Du Jianghao. Yuan Erdong said in a deep voice, "I think we should do this. We should arrange to meet X directly, and then we can agree beforehand that as soon as X shows up, we will make our move against him." The method is feasible, but the problem is that even if the 4 of us join forces, we're probably no match for X, unless... Han Shan suddenly stopped talking at this point. "I've got an idea." After asking their questions, Yuan Erdong and the others immediately looked at Han Shan. X's most powerful feature is his sonic attack. All we need to do is find a place where we can suppress his sound, right? Wu Jianwen said with a wry smile, "But where can we find such a place? As long as there is air, sound can travel, unless it's outer space, but we can't go there at all." "No, there is a place that will do." Han Shan shook his head. Wu Jianwen realized what was happening. "You mean? What are you talking about?" Miao Hao and Yuan Erdong looked at the 2 men, somewhat confused. Han Shan laughed and said, "You don't need to understand, just do as instructed when the time comes." Chapter 96 Storage Bracelet. In the ruins, a figure moved swiftly, and suddenly a beastly shadow appeared to his left, lunging at him. The figure swung his long sword down sharply, but the beastly figure suddenly and mysteriously vanished. The figure steadied itself, its eyes scanning its surroundings warily. The figure was none other than Jiang Hao, who had arrived in the occupied area. At this moment, his wary gaze was also filled with surprise. He never expected that he would actually encounter a space-type monster this time. Moreover, it was a 3rd-tier monster. He was determined to kill this monster no matter what. Whoosh! A cold light suddenly appeared from above, heading straight for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao dodged the attack with a flash, and when he looked up again, the monster had vanished. Space-type monsters are good, but they're too unpredictable. They disappear all the time and their attacks are completely unpredictable. I've been fighting this guy for over an hour, but I still haven't been able to find a weakness in him. Just as Jiang Hao was thinking this, the demon reappeared. This time, the demon was even more arrogant and actually went straight for Jiang Hao's face. Roar! Jiang Hao's eyes lit up when he saw this. "You're asking for it," he thought, and immediately unleashed his lion's roar. "This guy really thinks he can't deal with me, he's so arrogant, he just shows up right in front of me." The monster's expression changed, but it was too late to dodge. Under the terrifying sonic attack, the monster's body froze, and then it was blasted backward. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately lunged forward. The monster crashed to the ground and had just staggered to its feet when Jiang Hao arrived beside it. Before the monster could react, he kicked it, knocking it to the ground. Chirp! The monster roared and tried to get up to fight back, but Jiang Hao didn't give it the chance. To prevent this guy from disappearing again, Jiang Hao unleashed his lion's roar technique once more. The demon's aura instantly weakened, and blood flowed from its 7 orifices. Jiang Hao showed no pity whatsoever, and plunged his crimson flame sword directly into the monster's chest. The monster struggled painfully, but to no avail. A moment later, the demon finally stopped breathing, and Jiang Hao then withdrew the crimson flame sword from his hand. He immediately checked his system space and saw a wristband appear in it. Storage wristband, a D-grade equipment produced by the system, with a built-in 1,500 square meter space, but unfortunately it is used for storage. Note: storage equipment is not designed to protect living beings. Looking at the information before him, Jiang Hao nodded in satisfaction. After a month or so, I finally got another storage device, which I gave to my dad. Jiang Hao withdrew his consciousness from the system space and continued his search for prey. Along the way, he killed many monsters, but apart from the storage equipment he had just acquired, the rest were not very useful. He hasn't encountered any 4th-tier monsters yet. His plan is to obtain a C-grade weapon and keep it for his parents. Moo! Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, and Jiang Hao immediately walked towards the direction from which the voice came. Before long, he saw a bovine monster that was entirely red and somewhat resembled a yellow ox. A 4th-tier monster, the Crimson Flame Bull. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. He had finally encountered a 4th-tier demon. Jiang Hao's appearance also attracted the attention of the Crimson Flame Bull. The Crimson Bull's eyes flashed with ferocity at the sight of the human who had appeared in its territory. Immediately, he lowered his head and charged directly at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao neither dodged nor evaded. He quickly took 2 steps, then focused his energy in his dantian and pressed his body down, shaking his hands left and right. Immediately, a faint dragon roar sounded, and then he suddenly pushed forward. The first move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, the dragon regrets. Roar! A transparent, dragon-shaped wave of energy burst forth from Jiang Hao's palm. It collided head-on with the Crimson Flame Bull. The Crimson Flame Bull was shaken back several steps before it regained its footing. Moo! The Crimson Flame Bull roared and charged at Jiang Hao again, its 2 giant horns erupting in flames. Roar! Jiang Hao focused his energy in his dantian, and a transparent lion's head appeared above his head. A terrifying sonic attack swept out, engulfing the Crimson Flame Bull. However, the lion's roar, which had always been invincible, did not have much effect this time. The Crimson Flame Bull continued walking towards Jiang Hao despite the sonic attack, though its speed had slowed considerably. Jiang Hao finished his training and charged directly at the Crimson Flame Bull. Bang! The Crimson Flame sword clashed with the horns of the Crimson Flame Bull. The seemingly indestructible horns were as easy as tofu in front of the Crimson Flame sword, and were cut off effortlessly. The Crimson Flame Bull was startled. Its proudest possessions, besides its tough hide, were its sharp and hard horns. But in front of this human, his horns were simply cut off. If that attack were directed at me, I would surely die. Thinking of this, the Crimson Flame Bull no longer dared to continue fighting Jiang Hao. He immediately turned and ran. Territory is no longer important at this moment. However, Jiang Hao was not about to let it get away so easily. He immediately took 3 steps at a time and quickly caught up with the Crimson Flame Bull. The Crimson Flame Bull's main strength is its power. It's not particularly good at speed. Even when Jiang Hao used a critical strike, he was still able to catch up with the Crimson Flame Bull. Whoosh! Approaching the Crimson Flame Bull, Jiang Hao unleashed another sword strike. Now, when he uses the Crimson Flame sword, he no longer relies solely on brute force. After learning the Huashan sword technique, his swordsmanship has greatly improved. Bang! The other horn of the Crimson Flame Bull snapped off in response. The Crimson Flame Bull was both shocked and furious, but there was nothing it could do. It was no match for this human. The only thing we can do right now is to get out of here as soon as possible, but it seems that this is not easy. It's too slow. It can't outrun this human. Moo! Enraged, the Crimson Flame Bull issued a warning. If this human goes any further, then don't blame it for fighting back desperately. However, Jiang Hao naturally couldn't understand the meaning behind the Crimson Flame Bull's voice. He had already arrived in front of the Crimson Flame Bull and forced it to stop. The Crimson Flame Bull's eyes blazed with ferocity as it charged at Jiang Hao once more. Bang! Jiang Hao slashed down with his sword, and a bloody gash immediately appeared on the head of the Crimson Flame Bull. The bloodstain quickly expanded, and fresh blood gushed out. The Crimson Flame Bull swayed, already knowing it was about to die, and slowly turned to leave. Jiang Hao watched the Crimson Flame Bull's departing figure with an expressionless face. The Crimson Flame Bull hadn't gone far when its limbs gave way and it collapsed to the ground. It let out a soft moo, and then fell completely silent. Chapter 97, Taking Action. As the sun set, Jiang Hao emerged from the occupied area. He intended to find a secluded spot to remove his mask, but before he could find a suitable place, his phone rang. I finally got through to you. Something terrible has happened. Lu Jinglong's voice came through before Jiang Hao could even speak. What's wrong? Jiang Hao was taken aback. Could it be that the authorities wanted to arrest him? That shouldn't be the case. Lu Jinglong said in a deep voice, besides me, some people who were connected to you have been arrested by the Black Dragon Society. What? Jiang Hao's expression changed drastically. The only people connected to him are Huang Xingshan and his parents. President Lu, who has been arrested. When did you receive the information? Jiang Hao's voice was icy. He doesn't care what others do to him, but if they harm his family and friends, he will never let it go. I received the news in the afternoon that Huang Xingshan and Jiang Shangxuan and his wife had been arrested by the Black Dragon Society. They originally wanted to arrest Jiang Shangxuan's son as well, but I don't know if they succeeded. I contacted you as soon as I received the message, but I couldn't get through to you no matter what I tried. Upon hearing that his parents had been arrested, Jiang Hao's face darkened, and a strong murderous aura emanated from his body. Jiang Hao took a deep breath. He knew very well that he couldn't act rashly at this moment. He had to remain rational. Did those people from the Black Dragon Society say anything? Not yet. The other party contacted me once, but then never contacted me again. Lu Jinglong shook his head. I guess they probably contacted you too, but they just couldn't get through to you on the phone. President Lu, let's leave it at that for now. I'll try to contact them. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao took another deep breath, then found Dong Yingxin's number on his phone. Just as he was about to dial it, his phone rang. Seeing the unfamiliar number, Jiang Hao guessed it was likely someone from the Black Dragon Society and answered the call. X, if you don't want anything to happen to your friends, come to 214 Minghu Street. I'm only giving you 1 hour. If you're not here by then, you can expect to be collecting your friends' corpses. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone without giving Jiang Hao a chance to speak. Jiang Hao put away his phone and headed straight for Minghu Street. Black Dragon Society, you guys are really going too far. I was planning to play along with you slowly, but you were the ones who flipped the table first. Since that's how it is, then don't blame me. On the way, Jiang Hao took out his phone again and called Lu Jinglong, explaining the situation to him. President Lu, under these circumstances, I don't think the security department will interfere if I take action. Lu Jinglong laughed and said, Don't worry, I'll help you clean up this time, there won't be any problems. Thank you very much, Chairman Lu. Jiang Hao hung up the phone and sped up his pace again. A car coming from the outer city was speeding down the road when it suddenly saw a dark shadow flash by. By the time it reacted, the troublesome shadow was already far away. The driver was stunned for a moment, then looked down at his dashboard and couldn't help but show a look of horror. My speedometer has already reached 120 km/h, so what could have overtaken me? This wasn't just one driver experiencing this, several drivers encountered the same situation. At number 214 Minghu Street, there is a huge factory building. At this moment, Han Shan and his team are gathered inside the factory. In a corner, Jiang Shangquan, Xiao Yufan, and a few others were tied up. Yuan Erdong smiled and said, I've already notified X, but I don't know if X will be able to come. Whether they come over or not, if X doesn't come over, then we'll kill these guys. Niao Hao glanced coldly at Jiang Shangquan and the others. It's strange, these are all ordinary people, why would X have contact with them? Wu Jianrun shook his head, who knows? Maybe we knew each other before. Han Shan said in a deep voice, let's not talk about this for now. Everyone, get ready. Don't let them catch us off guard. Han Shan, can this place really withstand X's sonic attack? Niao Hao was still a little worried. He still couldn't see anything special about this place. Yuan Erdong, standing to the side, also looked puzzled. He couldn't see anything different about this place either. Wu Jianrun laughed and said, let me tell you, this used to be the site of the headquarters of the Dragon City Guard. The buildings here can not only withstand attacks from awakened ones, but also isolate some special attacks, such as sonic attacks. After the headquarters of the Dragon City Guard moved away, this place changed hands several times before being secretly bought by our Black Dragon Society. Originally, we wanted to keep it as a branch, but it never materialized due to some issues. Here, even if X uses sonic attacks on them, it will have no effect on them. Upon hearing this, Yuan Erdong and Miao Hao suddenly realized why Han Shan was so confident. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shangquan and the others felt a chill run down their spines and worried for Jiang Hao. However, compared to Huang Xingshan and his group, Jiang Shangquan and Xiao Yufan were somewhat puzzled. If the other party wanted to deal with X, why did they capture them? They didn't even know X. These guys wouldn't listen to their explanations and forcibly dragged them over. Fortunately, Xiao Hao wasn't home, otherwise he would definitely have been arrested too. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao finally arrived at number 214 Minghu Street after 30 minutes, looking at the huge factory building. Jiang Hao did not enter immediately. Seeing that there was still time, he first walked around the area. He needed to check the surrounding situation and his retreat route. After observing for a while, Jiang Hao had a general idea of what was going on before heading towards the factory. We arrived at the factory without any obstacles. However, Jiang Hao did not notice that on the rooftop opposite, a figure was watching his every move. Damn, I didn't expect you to actually dare to come over. Seeing Jiang Hao approaching, Han Shan put his hand to his mouth and whistled. Suddenly, more than 10 figures rushed out from the surrounding area and surrounded Jiang Hao. These suddenly appearing people were also fourth-tier awakened individuals. Jiang Hao ignored these people and focused his attention on his parents and Huang Xingshan. He only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that they were all right. Jiang Hao glanced around and then said calmly, "Since I'm here, let them leave." Upon hearing Jiang Hao's voice, Zhang Shangquan and Xiao Yufan exchanged a glance. Why did that voice sound so familiar? You're overthinking it, X. None of them can leave here today, and neither can you. Han Shan transformed into a massive rhinoceros. Clang! At that moment, someone closed the factory gate. Let's do it! Han Shan shouted and launched an attack on Jiang Hao. Chapter 98. It's late. Roar! Jiang Hao immediately unleashed his lion's roar technique, but the terrifying sonic attack he had imagined was not triggered. Jiang Hao frowned. What's going on? This has never happened before. Before they could think, Han Shan and his men had already rushed over. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao flipped his hand, and the crimson flame sword instantly appeared in his hand. Even without the lion's roar, he has other martial arts skills. The crimson flame sword twirled in his hand, displaying several sword flourishes. Jiang Hao unleashed the Huashan sword technique and engaged in a fierce battle with Han Shan and his group. Although he was surrounded, it was impossible for Han Shan and his group to harm Jiang Hao. However, it was also impossible for Jiang Hao to break through. Jiang Hao forced back one of the attackers and then switched his technique to the Dragon God technique. Roar! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jiang Hao transformed into a transparent Eastern dragon. As the Dragon God skill advanced to the intermediate level, the transparent Eastern dragon that he conjured became increasingly majestic and lifelike. Previously, Jiang Hao's Dragon God technique only had a dragon head, which could be seen as resembling an Eastern dragon. But now, after Jiang Hao used the Dragon God technique, the transparent Eastern dragon he transformed into had 4 limbs. The only drawback is that it's completely transparent, so it lacks any sense of majesty. Jiang Hao used a dragon tail sweep to quickly break through the crowd. Niao Hao coldly looked at Jiang Hao. "Humph, X, even if you break through our encirclement, you can't escape from here." "Run? Why would I need to run when dealing with you?" Jiang Hao sneered. He rushed out for 2 reasons: firstly, to demonstrate his martial arts skills, and secondly, to prevent anyone from harming his parents and Huang Xingshan. With his parents and Huang Xingshan behind him, he had no worries about anything. As he spoke, Jiang Hao quickly took 2 steps, then focused his energy in his dantian and pressed his body down, shaking his hands left and right. Immediately, a faint dragon roar rang out, and he thrust forward violently. The first move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, the dragon regrets. Roar! Suddenly, a transparent dragon-shaped phantom emerged from Jiang Hao's palm and rushed straight towards Han Shan and the others. Han Shan said in a deep voice, "Damn it, X has too many strange tricks up his sleeve. Let's all attack together and not let X continue to use these tricks." Even without his reminder, the others noticed this as well. After the psionicist used all his strength to block Jiang Hao's first move, the 18 subduing dragon palms. The psionicists immediately charged towards Jiang Hao. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms once more. The second move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, flying dragon in the sky. The 7th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, crossing great rivers. The roar of dragons resounded throughout Dujue, and illusory dragon-shaped figures circled around Han Shan and his companions. This left Han Shan and his team in a flurry of activity. Han Shan was filled with trepidation. He had originally thought that suppressing X's sonic attack would make dealing with X much easier, but he hadn't expected that X still had so many tricks up his sleeve. Especially this kind of attack that can release dragon-shaped phantoms. Although it can't harm them, it can keep them injured, which is very annoying. The 10th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, 2 dragons drawing water. The 15th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, dragon battles in the wilderness. Han Shan was burning with rage. In order to deal with X, he had searched everywhere for connections and finally found 16 4th-tier awakened individuals. All they wanted was to eliminate X in one fell swoop, but almost 20 minutes have passed since the start of the battle, and X is still completely unharmed. Are they too useless? Or is X too strong? The fact that 24th-tier awakened individuals working together couldn't even defeat a single 2nd-tier awakened individual is sure to be a laughingstock if word gets out. Realizing that this couldn't continue, Han Shan immediately began to change his strategy. Mutants, move with me and hold off X's attack. Physical users, hurry up. Psychic users, attack X from a distance. Support type awakened ones, buff us. In an instant, these people were divided into 4 groups. Jiang Hao scoffed at Han Shan and his group's arrangements, completely unconcerned. The 17th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, ram butting against the fence. The 18th form of the 18 subduing dragon palms, divine dragon swings its tail. As Jiang Hao unleashed all 18 subduing dragon palms, 18 dragon-shaped phantoms attacked Han Shan and the others. Jiang Hao swayed as he unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms in one breath, which took a toll on him. Jiang Hao immediately took out 2 bottles of recovery potions from his system space and drank them, which made his body feel a little better. Fortunately, he killed quite a few plant-type monsters in the occupied area today, otherwise the potions he had wouldn't have been enough for him to squander like this. Bang! The formation that Han Shan and his group had just established was completely disrupted, and some of the weaker members were even beaten until they coughed up blood. Fortunately, they outnumbered Jiang Hao and dispersed his attacks considerably, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With such a powerful technique, he definitely can't use it many times. Everyone, let's go and take care of X while we have the chance. Han Shan shouted and, ignoring his injuries, rushed forward first. Upon hearing this, the others also rushed over. Seeing this, Jiang Hao flipped his hand, and the crimson flame sword reappeared in his hand. Jiang Hao went to meet him expressionlessly. Although the opposing team has more people, they are no longer at their peak. It's harvest time. The crimson flame sword danced in Jiang Hao's hands, leaving a trail of blood wherever it passed. At this moment, Jiang Hao was also in a killing frenzy, and anyone who stood in his way would be eliminated by him. The entire factory was filled with a strong smell of blood. This made Zhang Shangquan, Xiao Yufan, and the others, who were in a distant corner, turn pale and feel very uncomfortable. When had they ever seen such a bloody scene? Not to mention them, even Han Shan and his group felt a strong sense of unease, not because they were uncomfortable with such a bloody scene. Rather, it's because she's not used to Jiang Hao. Is this still a second-tier awakened being? How could he be so strong? They were a full 24th-tier awakened individuals, and even when they joined forces, more than 10 of them were killed. Is this even human? Jiang Hao was covered in blood, looking like a god of death emerging from a corpse. The terrifying aura emanating from them made Han Shan and the others feel breathless. Jiang Hao was also in a bad mood at this moment. On the one hand, his internal energy was depleted, and on the other hand, he was injured. Although he was wearing a C-grade crocodile stomach armor, which could ignore ordinary attacks, even the strongest crocodile stomach armor could not withstand the attacks of so many 4th-tier awakened individuals. If it weren't for his ability to shift stars and change constellations, he would probably be covered in wounds by now. However, Jiang Hao did not stop there and continued to attack Han Shan and his group. From the moment Han Shan and his gang kidnapped Jiang Hao's parents, their fate was sealed. Han Shan quickly retreated, dodging Jiang Hao's attack. Let's call it a day and stop fighting, shall we? Too late. Jiang Hao channeled the last of his power, transforming into a blur. The crimson sword in his hand blazed brightly. Chapter 99, Lu Wenba. After dealing with Han Shan and his men, Jiang Hao staggered and almost fell to the ground. Jiang Hao bit his tongue, trying to clear his mind. Then he flipped his hand and took out several bottles of healing potions, stamina potions, and recovery potions. After drinking the medicine, Jiang Hao's condition improved somewhat. He then went to Zhang Shangquan and the others and untied the ropes binding them. Mr. X, thank you so much this time. You have saved my life once again. Huang Xingshan looked at Jiang Hao with awe. This was the second time X had saved him, and he felt he could never repay such a great debt of gratitude. Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. After this, these guys shouldn't bother you again. Just as Zhang Shangquan was about to speak, a round of applause suddenly broke out. Jiang Hao and the others looked in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged man walking in unhurriedly. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Hao immediately became alert. At the same time, the ability to discern was employed. Name, unknown. Age, 48. Level, Tier 5. Talent, a rank talent roar. Ability, Tibetan Mastiff Mutant. Status, Peak. The newcomer smiled faintly and said, X is indeed worthy of his reputation. You actually killed so many 4th-tier awakened individuals. People from the Black Dragon Society. The middle-aged man nodded. That's right, I am one of the 2 deputy hall masters of Gumo Hall. My name is Lu Wenba. You guys leave here first. Jiang Hao winked at Zhang Shangquan and the others. Huang Xingshan wanted to say something, but Jiang Hao stopped him. You all leave here, don't worry about me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shangquan and the others knew they couldn't help Jiang Hao here, so they could only leave and get out of there first. Be careful, Zhang Shangquan said, and then they left. Lu Wenba did not stop Jiang Shangquan and the others from leaving. His only target was Jiang Hao. After Jiang Shangquan and the others left, Lu Wenba finally spoke up. They've already left. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you want to make a move, hurry up, or you won't have another chance once I do. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao didn't say anything, but directly took out various medicines from the system space and poured them into his mouth. Seeing this, Lu Wenba did not stop Jiang Hao. As a fifth-order awakener, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. As Jiang Hao swallowed bottle after bottle of medicine, his condition rapidly improved. He quickly recovered to his peak condition. Your bottles and jars are quite interesting. They actually brought you back to your peak condition. Lu Wenba looked at Jiang Hao with some surprise. This was the first time he had ever seen such a method. He was also surprised that X possessed storage equipment. It should be noted that even he had only recently acquired a storage device, while someone with only X-level cultivation had already obtained a storage device. Therefore, it is clear that X is not simple. Jiang Hao ignored Lu Wenba and did not intend to attack him. He knew very well that he was no match for Lu Wenba, so he was thinking about how to leave safely. Actually, it would be easy for him to run away now. He could just run away directly. But he was afraid that if he ran away, Lu Wenba would take his anger out on his parents. If they caught him and used him as leverage, he would be completely at a disadvantage. So he was waiting for his parents to reunite with Lu Jinglong. With Lu Jinglong there, no one in Longcheng could harm his parents. Seeing that Jiang Hao was hesitant to make a move, Lu Wenba said calmly, "If you don't make a move soon, I'm going to." Jiang Hao smiled slightly. "I don't think we needed to fight to the death before. After all, we don't have any deep-seated hatred for each other." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenba's lips twitched, and he glanced at the corpses of Han Shan and the other 20 men on the ground. This is what you call having no deep-seated hatred? This is what you call having no need to fight to the death? There was no need for you to kill all of us. Noticing Lu Wenba's gaze, Jiang Hao said, "They are different. I hate it when people threaten me. If you have something to say, come at me. I'll take it. If I can't handle it, then I'm not capable. But these guys have crossed my bottom line." Lu Wenba chuckled and asked, "Hee, what if I were to threaten you? Have you ever heard the saying? What did you say?" Lu Wenba looked at Jiang Hao curiously. "Dragons have scales that cannot be touched. To touch them is certain death." Lu Wenba smiled and shook his head. X, you are an interesting person, and also a smart one, but you shouldn't have made an enemy of my Black Dragon Society. I used to admire you quite a bit and was willing to let you join the Black Dragon Society, but there's nothing I can do. The leader has given a death order that you must be killed." As Lu Wenba's voice fell, he immediately transformed into a majestic Tibetan Mastiff, charging towards Jiang Hao like a missile. The first move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, the dragon regrets. The second move of the 18 subduing dragon palms, flying dragon in the sky. Upon seeing this, Jiang Hao immediately unleashed the 18 subduing dragon palms. Previously, with his first level cultivation, he used the 18 subduing dragon palms to kill 2 heavily injured third level demons. With his current second tier cultivation, it was clearly impossible for him to kill a 5th tier awakened one. He only hoped to hold off Lu Wenba for a while. He left immediately after his parents were able to meet with Lu Jinglong. However, despite his good intentions, he still underestimated Lu Wenba's strength. Lu Wenba not only easily withstood the attack, but also quickly moved closer to Jiang Hao. Seeing this, Jiang Hao could only retreat quickly, trying to create as much distance as possible from Lu Wenba. Lu Wenba was extremely fast and quickly arrived in front of Jiang Hao, slapping Jiang Hao's chest with its claw. Puff! Jiang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood and slid backward for more than 10 meters. Jiang Hao quickly turned around and used the momentum to rush backward. Faced with an invincible opponent, Jiang Hao wasn't foolish enough to engage in a head-on fight. Trying to run away. Seeing through Jiang Hao's intentions, Lu Wenba immediately gave chase. "Chairman Lu, you're putting us in a difficult position." The guards looked at Lu Jinglong with a wry smile. Someone reported a fight on Minghu Street, and they rushed over immediately, only to be stopped by Lu Jinglong. They dared not offend this big shot and could only try to persuade him politely, but the other party simply wouldn't give them any face. Lu Jinglong patted the other man on the shoulder. "Shao Chun, I've already explained the situation to you clearly. It's an exercise, and we can't let anyone disturb us at this time. Besides, you haven't received Director Kong's orders yet. Chen Mingwei smiled wryly. Chairman Lu, you could at least let us in through a formality. If you don't let us leave after the formality, we won't be able to explain ourselves. He was just a minor director in a branch of the Guard Bureau, and he really couldn't afford to offend Lu Jinglong, a big shot. Just as Lu Jinglong was about to speak, he saw several figures running over from a distance. Having already investigated them, Lu Jinglong naturally knew who they were. Why are you the only ones who came out? Lu Jinglong frowned, and before he could finish speaking, Huang Xingshan suddenly knelt on the ground. President Lu, please save X. Chapter 100: A Hasty Escape. What's wrong? What happened? Get up and tell me. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinglong's expression changed, and he pulled Huang Xingshan up from the ground. Huang Xingshan immediately explained the situation. It's like this. What? Upon hearing that the Black Dragon Society had once again dispatched a 5th-tier awakened individual to deal with Jiang Hao, who was currently facing a 5th-tier awakened individual alone, Lu Jinglong could no longer sit still. X is the hope of their Dragon City Bounty Guild. They absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. Without bothering to stop Chen Mingwei any longer, Lu Jinglong immediately rushed towards number 214. Chen Mingwei's expression also changed. Without saying a word, he immediately led his men toward number 214. They didn't know about the Black Dragon Society before, but recently the Dragon City Guard headquarters has informed them about it. Knowing that members of the Black Dragon Society were causing trouble here, how could they turn a blind eye? X, you can't escape. Surrender. Jiang Hao was cornered by Lu Wenba, who had a mocking expression on his face. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. Jiang Hao transformed his internal energy into the Dragon God technique, becoming a transparent Eastern dragon, and then quickly rushed into the distance. Woof! Lu Wenba barked once. By this time, they had already left the factory, and the restrictions inside the factory no longer applied to them. Lu Wenba's bark contained his innate roar. The bark, reaching Jiang Hao's ears, seemed to carry a strange, magical power, instantly giving him a splitting headache. Damn it! Jiang Hao cursed inwardly. At this moment, he finally understood how those who had endured his lion's roar felt. This feeling is just too unbearable. Jiang Hao suppressed his discomfort and continued flying away into the distance. Lu Wenba looked at Jiang Hao with some surprise, not expecting that Jiang Hao could withstand his talent attack. Although surprised, he did not stop chasing Jiang Hao. He caught up with Jiang Hao very quickly. Woof! Lu Wenba unleashed his talent attack once again, and a terrifying sonic attack swept over them in an instant. Jiang Hao was the first to be hit. This time, he was unable to withstand the attack and was sent flying backward. Bang! Jiang Hao crashed heavily to the ground, and his body returned from dragon form to human form. Lu Wenba slowly walked towards Jiang Hao. X, stop making futile struggles. You can't escape from me. Puff! Jiang Hao had just opened his mouth when he spat out a mouthful of blood. X, this is what happens when you offend my Black Dragon Society. Anyone who dares to be our enemy will not have a good ending. As he spoke, Lu Wenba had already arrived in front of Jiang Hao. Lu Wenba raised his claws, about to grab Jiang Hao's neck. Roar! Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed. If he were caught, he would surely die. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao immediately activated his lion's roar technique. However, his lion's roar had no effect on Lu Wenba. Lu Wenba revealed a disdainful smile. X, although you have extraordinary combat power and can deal with a 4th-level awakener with the strength of a 2nd-level awakener, you underestimate 5th-level awakeners too much. As he spoke, Lu Wenba continued to slap at Jiang Hao's neck with his claws. At this critical moment, Jiang Hao took out the Crimson Flame sword from the system space. Bang! The Crimson Flame sword clashed with Lu Wenba's claws. The immense force caused Jiang Hao's tiger's mouth to crack, and the Crimson Flame sword almost slipped from his grasp. AB-grade weapon? I underestimated you. Lu Wenba glanced at the Crimson Flame sword in Jiang Hao's hand with surprise. I never expected Jiang Hao to have such a tone. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel secretly fortunate that it was X who used this weapon. If it had been a 5th-tier awakened one, he would have been out of luck. Nevertheless, a bloody gash appeared on his claw. Taking advantage of the brief moment, Jiang Hao staggered to his feet and then took some medicine from his system space to improve his condition. X, where did you get all these bottles and jars? Hand them over, and I'll give you a quick death. Seeing that Jiang Hao had almost recovered, Lu Wenba immediately took a liking to the potions in Jiang Hao's hand. These bottles and jars are amazing. If the Black Dragon Society members were to use them, their overall strength would not only increase significantly, but their casualties would at least be halved. Jiang Hao sneered, wait until you catch me before you talk. With that, he turned and ran. He had no chance of fighting against 5th-tier awakened individuals, especially mutants and those with physical abilities. Right now, the most important thing is to find a way to leave this place. Seeing Jiang Hao run away again, Lu Wenba shook his head and immediately followed after him. This time, he won't give X any more chances. Soon, Jiang Hao was caught up. Lu Wenba opened his mouth and lunged at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao felt a chill run down his spine and quickly dodged to the side, barely managing to avoid the gaping maw. Whoosh! Before Jiang Hao could even catch his breath, a dark shadow swept in, giving him no chance to react, and sent him flying. Only then did Jiang Hao realize what had attacked him. It turned out to be Lu Wenba's tail. Bang! Jiang Hao fell heavily to the ground. Lu Wenba lunged forward and pounced on Jiang Hao. Seeing this, Jiang Hao disregarded his injuries and immediately rolled to the side. With Lu Wenba's transformed size, he is comparable to an adult elephant. If the weight were to fall on me, I would either die instantly or be seriously injured. Although Jiang Hao successfully dodged Lu Wenba's attack, he was still violently thrown away by the shockwave emanating from Lu Wenba. Jiang Hao crashed to the ground, spitting out another mouthful of blood. His vision blurred for a moment, and he felt as if his internal organs were about to be knocked out. Seeing Lu Wenba walking towards him, Jiang Hao tried to stand up, but his injuries were too severe, and he couldn't stand up at all. At this moment, even the crocodile's stomach armor was ruptured. Why not just listen obediently? Why make things difficult for yourself? Lu Wenba looked down at Jiang Hao from his high position, then reverted to his human form. I was originally going to kill you directly, but suddenly I changed my mind. I'm going to take you back and study you carefully. As he spoke, Lu Wenba reached out to grab Jiang Hao. Lu Wenba realized that Jiang Hao was extraordinary, and that capturing Jiang Hao alive was far more valuable than killing him. At the same time, he was secretly glad that X had too many tricks up his sleeve. Luckily, he came in person, otherwise, an ordinary person might not have been able to catch X. Jiang Hao was now powerless to resist and could only watch helplessly as Lu Wenba reached for him. Am I going to die here today? Jiang Hao felt bitter. My strength is still too weak. I have no ability to resist some 5th-tier awakened individuals. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whooshing sound came from behind. Chapter 101 Showdown. Lu Jinglong rushed as fast as he could, fearing that if he arrived too late, he might witness something terrible. Fortunately, he arrived in time at the crucial moment. Lu Wenba dodged the attack and looked down to see that it was just a pebble. Looking in the direction from which the pebbles came, I saw Lu Jinglong walking over. Just as Lu Wenba was about to speak, Lu Jinglong shot towards him like a missile. Lu Wenba's expression changed, and he quickly transformed back into a Tibetan Mastiff. Woof! Lu Wenba unleashed his innate attack once again, but while it was effective against Jiang Hao, it had little effect on Lu Jinglong. Lu Jinglong quickly arrived in front of Lu Wenba and knocked him flying. Lu Jinglong lunged forward, his fists raining down on Lu Wenba. Seeing Lu Jinglong arrive, Jiang Hao felt relieved. He laboriously took out the potion from his system space and drank it. After drinking several bottles, Jiang Hao's condition finally improved a lot. Although he hadn't returned to his peak condition, at least he could move around without any problems. Jiang Hao stood up from the ground, and Chen Mingwei and the others also arrived. X, what exactly happened? Chen Mingwei led his men over. He naturally knew Jiang Hao and knew that what was happening here was related to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao didn't hide anything and simply recounted the events. When they heard that Jiang Hao had killed 24th-tier awakened individuals, Chen Mingwei and the others were shocked. Even if all of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat a single 4th-tier awakened being. X alone managed to defeat 4 of them. That's just too unbelievable. As they spoke, the battle between Lu Jinglong and Lu Wenba had reached a fever pitch. Lu Jinglong's offensive was extremely swift, giving Lu Wenba no chance to react. Lu Wenba was completely at a disadvantage, not because he didn't want to resist, but because he simply had no way to resist. The difference between mutants and physical warriors lies in their superior physical strength and their powerful transformation abilities. Both sides have their own strengths, but Lu Wenba happens to transform into a Tibetan Mastiff. Compared to other mutants, this isn't considered weak, but compared to those with physical abilities, it's somewhat weaker. The reason is simple: the physical ability users have flexible limbs, while the mutants do not. Unless the mutant itself is stronger than the physically capable. Just like Jiang Hao and Lo Wenba, Jiang Hao is at a complete disadvantage. They had no ability to resist Lo Wenba. Lu Wenba struggled desperately, but he could not break free from Lu Jinglong's grasp. Only the barking of dogs continued to ring out. Before long, Lu Wenba was beaten like a dead dog, his head drooping, lying on the ground. Lu Jinglong stood to the side, panting heavily. His hands were covered in blood, some of his own and some of Lu Wenba's. "Mr. X, are you alright?" After taking a quick breath, Lu Jinglong looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao gave a wry smile. "I'm alright. If you had arrived any slower, I would have been captured by this guy." Thanks to Lu Jinglong's timely arrival, otherwise he would have been in real danger. Lu Jinglong frowned and said, "How did this guy get here?" "I looked around the area and didn't see him at all." To be absolutely sure, he did walk around the area, but unexpectedly, he was still caught out. "Who knows? I guess he came here before, but just didn't show himself." Lu Jinglong pointed at the half-dead Lo Wenba. "What should we do with this guy?" "Ahem, Chairman Lu, X." Chen Mingwei coughed when he saw that the two of them didn't seem to care about him. "I think it would be best to hand him over to my guard unit." Lu Jinglong raised an eyebrow and then looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Although he really wanted to deal with Lo Wenba directly, he knew that with the guard division here, they would never allow him to do so. Rather than offending the guard bureau, it's better to do them a favor. After all, my home is still in Longcheng, and I can't afford to antagonize the guard bureau. Seeing Jiang Hao nod, Chen Mingwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He then gave one of his men a look, and those men immediately stepped forward and grabbed Lo Wenba. "President Lu, we'll be leaving now." Chen Mingwei said goodbye to Jiang Hao and the others, then led his men away. Lu Jinglong said, "Let's go too." The Black Dragon Society suffered heavy losses this time, so they'll probably behave themselves. Jiang Hao nodded. On the way, Jiang Hao said he had something to do and parted ways with Lu Jinglong, then went straight home. Zhang Shengquan and Xiao Yufan haven't returned yet because they left with Lu Jinglong and the others. Jiang Hao returned to his room, took a shower, and then took out several bottles of potions from his system space and drank them. Looking at the dwindling supply of medicine, Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly. At this rate, the remaining potions wouldn't be enough for me to squander many more times. Click. Just as Jiang Hao was feeling sentimental, the sound of the door unlocking rang out. Jiang Hao knew his parents had returned, so he left his room and came downstairs. "Mom and Dad, you're back. Xiao Hao, I have something I want to ask you." Zhang Shengquan closed the door and looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded and sat down on the sofa. Zhang Shengquan and Xiao Yufan sat opposite Jiang Hao. Zhang Shengquan hesitated for a moment before asking, "How is X?" "It's me." Jiang Hao nodded, not hiding anything from his parents. Upon hearing Jiang Hao's admission, Zhang Shengquan and Xiao Yufan were taken aback. They originally thought Jiang Hao would deny it, but to their surprise, he admitted it directly. This left them bewildered, with a belly full of words they wanted to say but no idea how to express them. However, they finally understood some things, such as why X helped them deal with Indetsai after they were injured. It wasn't X who stepped in to help, it was clearly them who were seeking justice for them. The thought that their son was the famous X filled them with both joy and heartache. To their delight, their son hadn't lied to them, his ancient martial arts abilities weren't useless. With the strength of a second-tier awakened being, he actually killed so many fourth-tier awakened beings. What's heartbreaking is that my son, who appears so glamorous on the surface, has endured countless hardships behind the scenes to achieve his current success. Xiao Hao, those guys from today. They are from the Black Dragon Society, the owners behind the Bai Group, Jiang Hao said without hiding anything. He recounted his grievances with the Bai Group and then explained the relationship between the Bai Group and the Black Dragon Society. This includes his current relationship with the Black Dragon Society. He hadn't originally planned to tell his parents these things, but since they had asked, he decided to just lay it all out on his own. So that they won't always be on edge. After all, he hadn't planned to use X's identity for long, nor had he intended to hide it from his parents. Now that I have helped them improve their talents, they can focus on their cultivation and will eventually be able to protect themselves. Hearing Jiang Hao say this, Xiao Yufan couldn't help but say, "Xiao Hao, since it's so dangerous, then don't be an X anymore. Just live your real identity." Jiang Hao shook his head. "It's no use, Mom. They already know that X is related to you. Just like this time, didn't they deliberately arrest you so that X could go there? Chapter 102 is me. The next morning, Lu Jinglong called, hoping that Jiang Hao could come over. Jiang Hao did not refuse. He left behind the equipment and storage wristbands he had previously obtained for his parents, allowing them to continue cultivating at home, and then went to the Bounty Guild. Yesterday's conversation was quite effective. After realizing their son's strength and the trouble he would cause, the elderly couple decisively decided to begin their cultivation. Although I don't know how far I can improve, I try my best to make my son worry less about them, so that he can venture out into the world with peace of mind. They didn't want to be a stumbling block for their son. Bounty Guild. When Jiang Hao arrived, the receptionist told him directly that the chairman was waiting for him upstairs. Jiang Hao went straight upstairs to Lu Jinglong's office. At that moment, Lu Jinglong was writing something on his desk. When he saw Jiang Hao arrive, he put down his pen and stood up. "You're here, please have a seat." Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Hao asked Lu Jinglong, "What's wrong, Chairman Lu?" Lu Jinglong laughed and said, "Don't worry, it's a good thing. The leaders of our provincial bounty guild are coming over in a while and they specifically asked to see you." "See me? I'm not familiar with them, why would they want to see me?" Jiang Hao asked, somewhat puzzled. To be honest, he didn't like these social interactions, and he wouldn't have come today if Lu Jinglong hadn't called him. He's going to participate in the school competition in 2 days. Lu Jinglong patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder. "Although you don't know him, he knows you. Let me put it this way, part of the reason I support you so much is because of him." Jiang Hao was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. He really hadn't expected it. If that's the case, then he really needs to meet this leader. When will they arrive? Lu Jinglong glanced at the clock on the wall. "It should be soon." "They were already on their way when they called me." Jiang Hao nodded. "If that's the case, then let's wait and see." Thinking of something, Jiang Hao asked, "By the way, Chairman Lu, what happened to Lu Wenba, the guard? Did the Black Dragon Society bail him out again?" He wasn't worried about Lu Wenba being released on bail. He'd already handed him over to the security detail, so even if he was released, it wouldn't concern him. His main question was whether this guy had also been killed in the guard post. "No this time, but that guy is very stubborn and didn't he say anything? He has already been taken away by the Dragon City Guard headquarters." Lu Jinglong shook his head. He still didn't quite understand the Black Dragon Society, and had no idea what they were up to. "I think Kong Wenguang is going to make some moves this time, and he probably won't let the Black Dragon Society take the person away so easily." Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised. What did that mean? Did the higher-ups want to take action against the Black Dragon Society? Seeing Jiang Hao's confusion, Lu Jinglong said, "I think the higher-ups must have taken notice of the Black Dragon Society, otherwise Kong Wenguang wouldn't have done this." Jiang Hao nodded. This possibility was indeed high. As they were talking, the office phone rang. Lu Jinglong answered the call and hung up without saying a word. "Let's go, the leader is here, let's go down and greet him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao followed. "Our leader is named Meng Xiaojie. He is an upright and incorruptible man." Lu Jinglong told Jiang Hao about the leader as they walked. It would be bad if Jiang Hao came up and said it was a mistake. Before long, the two arrived downstairs. The bounty hunters around them looked on with curiosity when they saw that Jiang Hao had come out with Lu Jinglong. Jiang Hao is now a complete celebrity. Very few people don't know him. These two are hanging out together. Something must be going on now. Driven by curiosity, the bounty hunters did not immediately accept the mission. They wanted to see what had happened to make X and Lu Jinglong come out together. After Jiang Hao and Lu Jinglong came out, they stood at the door. In addition to the receptionist, some staff members also came out. Just as everyone was filled with doubt, 4 extended luxury cars drove up and stopped in front of the Bounty Guild. But that's not important. What's important is that each vehicle has a Bounty Hunter Guild logo. Only then did everyone realize that a big shot from the Bounty Hunters Guild had arrived. The car doors opened, and 4 middle-aged men in black suits got out of the first 2 cars and the last car. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that these 12 people were no ordinary individuals. They were clearly professional bodyguards. Jiang Hao glanced at them discreetly with his discerning eye and was immediately alarmed. All 12 of them were 5th-tier awakened individuals. Is this the power of the Provincial Bounty Guild? It's much stronger than their Dragon City Bounty Guild. After glancing around and confirming that there was no danger, the group gathered around the second-to-last car. One of them opened the car door, and everyone saw a burly middle-aged man with an aura even stronger than that of the bodyguards step out. The middle-aged man had a square face, exuding an air of authority without anger, and possessed an indescribable dignity. Jiang Hao was secretly alarmed. Although this person was still at the 5th level, his aura had already stepped halfway into the 6th level. "This is the leader," Lu Jinglong whispered to Jiang Hao, then laughed and walked towards Meng Xiaojie. "Boss, you must be tired from your journey. Let's go upstairs and talk." Meng Xiaojie nodded, then his gaze fell on Jiang Hao. "Your ex?" Jiang Hao said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "It's me, hello leader." "Good, not bad." A smile appeared on Meng Xiaojie's stern face. The bodyguards looked at Meng Xiaojie with some surprise. Their leader was known for his seriousness and rarely smiled. They never expected him to smile today. Lu Jinglong was also somewhat surprised, because he rarely saw this person smile, but he didn't expect him to smile at X now. The group arrived at the office in a grand procession. However, only Jiang Hao and his 2 companions entered the office, everyone else remained outside. "Have some tea, sir." Lu Jinglong personally poured Meng Xiaojie a cup of tea. Despite being the head of the Bounty Guild in Dragon City, he still acts like a little brother in front of Meng Xiaojie. Meng Xiaojie ignored Lu Jinglong and looked at Jiang Hao instead. "X, we finally meet. I've only heard Lao Lu mention you on the phone before, but seeing you today, you're truly extraordinary." Although he couldn't see X's true appearance, he could tell from X's clear eyes. "X has good character and is worth cultivating. You're too kind, sir. I'm very grateful for your care during this time. Chairman Lu already told me that he wouldn't have taken such good care of me if it weren't for you," Jiang Hao said with a slight smile. This inadvertently put Lu Jinglong in a good light. Lu Jinglong secretly cast a grateful glance at Jiang Hao. Chapter 103, Seeking Help. "Old Lu has already told me about your situation. You have good talent. Although you are a martial arts practitioner, your strength is undeniable. Moreover, you have great overall talent and are a promising prospect. You should help Lao Lu out more in the future." Jiang Hao nodded. Even without Meng Xiaojie saying it, he would have done it anyway. That's just how he is. If someone treats him with respect, he'll repay them tenfold. Moreover, Lu Jinglong has already helped him so much, so if Lu Jinglong has something to do, he naturally won't refuse. Meng Xiaojie continued, "If you have any needs, just tell Lao Lu, and he will give you more help." Jiang Hao laughed and said, "Don't worry, boss. I've troubled Chairman Lu quite a bit. If I need anything, I won't stand on ceremony with Chairman Lu." "That's right." Meng Xiaojie nodded in satisfaction. He was very pleased that someone like X could appear in Dragon City. Few people knew that he had started out as the head of the Bounty Guild in Dragon City. He was promoted later when he got the opportunity. Although he has left Longcheng, his heart is still in Longcheng. I hope Longcheng gets better and better. I've heard about the Black Dragon Society's recent activities. Don't worry, I've already reported it to the higher-ups. The Black Dragon Society won't be arrogant for too long. However, despite this, we still need to be careful. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. No one can guarantee what these guys will do. Don't worry, boss, I'll be careful, Jiang Hao smiled. He didn't take the Black Dragon Society seriously. Although he wasn't their match now, it didn't mean he wouldn't be in the future. At worst, I can hide with my parents and deal with the Black Dragon Society after my cultivation level improves. However, he believed that after this incident, the Black Dragon Society would not target him again for a while. And that is indeed the case. At this moment, at the headquarters of Gumatang, Dong Yingqin is being reprimanded. An aged, angry voice came from the other end of the phone. "Dong Yingqin, look at the mess you've made. If I had known you would do this, I would never have recommended you to be the head of Gumo Hall." Dong Yingqin hurriedly pleaded, "Old Xiao, I know I was wrong. I didn't expect those idiots in Hansan to handle things like this. Old Xiao, please give me another chance. I promise I can definitely take care of X this time." "Oomph, this is the last time." Old Xiao snorted coldly on the other end of the phone. "Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, I will definitely not let you down this time." Old Xiao said indifferently, "No need, we don't need to deal with X for now. Because of you, the authorities have started to take notice of the Black Dragon Society. The higher-ups want you all to keep quiet. If anything happens, they won't care about you." Dong Yingqin dared not refute. Yes. By the way, Mr. Xiao, what about Lo Wenba? Lo Wenba is beyond saving. You should know what to do. Make sure it's done cleanly. If you don't handle this well, I will never help you again. Understood, don't worry, Mr. Chow. After hanging up the phone, Dong Yingqin slammed it to the ground. Damn old man, once I've established myself, you'll be the first thing I do get rid of. Han Shan and his gang of idiots are more trouble than they're worth. They can't even handle this small matter properly. And Lu Wenba, it's no wonder the Black Dragon Society abandoned you. A level 5 fighter trying to catch a level 2 fighter can still fail. Dong Yingqin felt a surge of anger. If these guys hadn't been so incompetent, she wouldn't have been scolded. After calming down, Dong Yingqin took out a new phone and dialed a number. After chatting with Meng Xiaojie for a while, Jiang Hao wanted to leave, but Meng Xiaojie wouldn't let him. Lu Jinglong then said that a private room had already been booked. Helpless, Jiang Hao could only have lunch with them before leaving. Before leaving, he also exchanged contact information with Meng Xiaojie for future communication. Jiang Hao went to check on Huang Xingshan and was relieved to see that his family was alright. Back home, the elderly couple were still cultivating. Seeing how seriously they were cultivating, Jiang Hao didn't disturb them. Back in his room, Jiang Hao sat on the bed and fell into deep thought. Although his current strength is much greater than that of others, he is still somewhat inferior to true powerhouses. Take yesterday's battle with Lu Wenba as an example. When facing Lu Wenba, he had almost no ability to resist and was at a disadvantage throughout. How can I make myself even stronger? Jiang Hao touched his chin. If others knew what Jiang Hao was thinking, they would probably be furious. That's inhuman. Killing a 4th-tier cultivator with only 2nd-tier cultivation is already beyond the reach of countless people, yet he still wants to get stronger. How dare he just fly to the heavens? Ring ring. A sudden ringing of a cell phone broke Jiang Hao's reverie. Seeing that it was Su Qingxue calling, Jiang Hao answered the phone. Jiang Hao, can you do me a favor? Hearing Su Qingxue's anxious voice, Jiang Hao frowned. What's wrong? My father has been kidnapped by a group of people, and his fate is unknown. Su Qingxue's voice was trembling with tears, clearly showing her genuine anxiety. Don't panic. Tell me the details, and did you call the police? Su Qingxue pleaded, I just received a call from my mother saying that my father has been kidnapped by a group of mysterious people. My father's bodyguards have all been killed. I don't know the specifics of the situation. I've already called the security department, but I don't trust the people there. I'd like to ask you for help. Without specific details or direction, Jiang Hao gave a bitter smile. He could help, but the problem is he has no information whatsoever. How can he help? He's completely clueless. Su Qingxue suddenly remembered something and quickly said, right, both my mom's and dad's phones have GPS tracking. You can ask my mom to turn on her GPS, and she should be able to find out the direction my dad left in. Okay, tell your mom, but don't say I'm going to see her. Just say X is going to see her, understand? Jiang Hao instructed. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao went out and left. Not long after, Su Qingxue called again. Jiang Hao, I can't get through to my mom on the phone, my mom. Su Qingxue's anxious voice came from the phone. Don't worry, I'm almost at your house, I'll go check on you. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao headed straight for Chenwei Town. Chenwei Town, Su Family Manor. Hee, little darling, where do you think you're going? A sleazy-looking man wearing only boxer shorts stared lewdly at Zhao Yuan in the corner. At this moment, Zhao Yuan's beautiful face appeared pale, and her clothes were torn to shreds, barely able to conceal her stunning appearance. Zhao Yuan glared angrily at the lewd man. Shiman Qing, you beast, I will haunt you even as a ghost. She had never seen such a crazy person. Just because the other person had taken a liking to her, he actually kidnapped her husband and came to their house to force himself on her. Hee, I'll let you die, but not in that way. I'll just let you live a life of debauchery, ha ha. Shiman Qing laughed loudly and then pounced on Zhao Yuan. Chapter 104. Let's start with a self-introduction. Why don't you wait a bit? Just as Shiman Qing was about to pounce on Zhao Yuan, a voice suddenly rang out, followed by a hand reaching out from behind him, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. You. Shiman Qing struggled desperately, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from Jiang Hao's restraints. Who are you to dare interrupt my good time? Do you even know who I am? Shiman Qing was furious. Damn it, he was about to get this woman, and then suddenly someone appeared. This feeling is worse than killing his parents. Jiang Hao ignored Shiman Qing's calls and instead looked at Zhao Yuan. So white, no. So big, tooey. Jiang Hao felt a bit thirsty. Zhao Yuan had already resigned herself to closing her eyes, but when she suddenly heard a slightly familiar voice, she couldn't help but open them. X. Zhao Yuan exclaimed in surprise. She never expected that X would appear in her house. Jiang Hao reluctantly turned his gaze away from Zhao Yuan. Su Qingxue asked me to come and help you. You pack up first, and then we'll talk. Zhao Yuan was shocked. When did her daughter become so capable? She even knew X and asked him for help. Although surprised, Zhao Yuan, being a lady of high society, quickly calmed herself down, told Jiang Hao, and hurried to her room. She's really not dressed appropriately for public appearances right now. Jiang Hao looked at Zhao Yuan's back with a strange expression. He thought that an intellectual beauty like Zhao Yuan should be particularly mature. Unexpectedly, there was a large pink mouse with the surname Mi printed on the back of the underwear. I never would have guessed that such an intellectual beauty could also have such a girlish heart. Seeing Zhao Yuan return to her room, Jiang Hao regretfully turned his gaze back to Shi Manqing in his hand. Jiang Hao casually tossed Shi Manqing to the ground and sat down on the sofa. You son of a bitch. Shi Manqing stood up and opened his mouth to curse, but his words were immediately swallowed back. The reason was simple. Jiang Hao casually flicked his wrist, and the crimson flame sword appeared in his hand, resting against Shi Manqing's neck. Strange, where are my men? Didn't they notice a grown man coming here? Seemingly sensing Shi Manqing's thoughts, Jiang Hao said calmly, You don't need to count on your subordinates, I've already taken care of them all. If you don't want to die, speak properly. From what you just said, you seem pretty powerful. Come on, tell me who you are. Gulp. Shi Manqing swallowed hard. Let's talk this out calmly. Let me introduce myself first. Jiang Hao patted Shi Manqing with his crimson flame sword. Shi Manqing dared not hide anything and quickly said, My name is Shi Manqing, and I am from the Shiman family in Jiang province. Shi Manqing originally thought that if he brought up his family, the other party would let him go, but to his surprise, the other party's sword was still at his neck. You damn bastard, you just wait, I'll kill you. Why are you here? And what just happened? Make it clear, don't lie to me. If I find out you're lying, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shi Manqing quickly said, I'll talk. I've taken a liking to that woman from earlier, and I want to force myself on her. Jiang Hao was taken aback by his words, then shook his head, You're really honest. I told you to tell the truth, and you still did. Shi Manqing looked embarrassed. Damn it, you've got a sword to my neck, how dare I not tell the truth? If we switched places, you'd have to do the same thing as me. Just then, Zhao Yuan came out of the room, having changed into a presentable outfit. Upon seeing this, Shi Manqing's eyes immediately gleamed with lewd light. Jiang Hao saw all of this, but said nothing. Jiang Hao looked at Zhao Yuan, Tell me, what's the situation with your husband? Su Qingxue said that both of your phones have GPS tracking. Do you know where your husband is right now? Mr. X, my husband was kidnapped by this beast. Zhao Yuan looked at Shi Manqing with resentment. Jiang Hao asked, then immediately looked at Shi Manqing, Where is Su Bailey? He originally thought it would take some effort, but unexpectedly, the culprit was right there. How dare this guy? In order to sleep with a woman, he not only kidnapped her husband but also came to her home and assaulted her. This is just too lawless. Does he think no one can control him? Shi Manqing gritted her teeth and said, Su Bailey is dead. The thought that the woman he loved had been pursued by Su Bailey for so long made him want to tear Su Bailey to pieces. Looks like you're not going to cooperate with me. Jiang Hao's face darkened. For some reason, Shi Manqing suddenly became defiant. I am a member of the Shiman family in Jiang province. If you dare to kill me, the Shiman family will not let you get away with it. Just as Jiang Hao was about to speak, Zhao Yuan whispered, Mr. X, the Shiman family is the richest family in Jiang province, and their status is extraordinary. Although she desperately wanted to kill this bastard, she couldn't help but be wary of his family, as they were an entity her family couldn't afford to offend. She didn't want X to provoke the Shiman family just because he wanted to help her. Did you hear that? The Shiman family is not someone you can mess with. Kneel down on the ground now and kowtow 3 times to me, and I might consider letting you go. Shi Manqing's previous timid demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by an arrogant and domineering air. However, whether he was cowardly or arrogant, he could not change his sleazy appearance. Jiang Hao chuckled and shook his head. You want me to kneel down and beg for forgiveness, is that it? I really don't know how this guy's brain works. He's supposed to be from a big family, yet he can't even tell what the situation is like. Ah. Just as Shiman Ching was about to speak, a flash of sword light appeared, followed by a sharp pain. Shiman Cheng looked down and saw that all the fingers on his right hand were broken. Suddenly, a scream like a pig being slaughtered came from above. Zhao Yuan, who was standing to the side, was startled but quickly calmed down, a hint of pleasure flashing in her beautiful eyes. However, she soon began to worry again. X crippled Shiman Cheng's hand, which was tantamount to completely offending the Shiman family. Jiang Hao snorted coldly, exuding a strong killing intent. Shut up! If you don't want your other hand to be crippled, answer me honestly and tell me where Su Bailey is. After a month of killing, he had accumulated a lot of murderous intent. I had my men throw him into the occupied zone. Quickly bandage my wound. I'm about to die. Chapter 105. Wah! I'm really about to die, please take me to the hospital. Shiman Cheng looked at Jiang Hao with a pleading expression. His face was pale from excessive blood loss. Jiang Hao sneered, stop talking nonsense and get out of here, or I'll kill you right now. This guy did such a bastard thing, I'm already being kind by not killing him, and he even wanted to go to the hospital, what a dream. Shiman Cheng was filled with regret. He had been so arrogant before. He should have just taken Zhao Yuan directly. Instead, he insisted on doing something more exciting, and now he had ended up like this. At the same time, he regretted even more that he hadn't brought out a fifth-tier awakened person. This time, in order to get Zhao Yuan, he secretly ran away, only bringing some 3rd and 4th level bodyguards with him. He originally thought that with these people in his own status, he could do whatever he wanted in Dragon City, but he never expected to run into a brick wall. To this day, he still hasn't figured out who the other person is. At this moment, Zhao Yuan drove over, and Jiang Hao pushed Shiman Cheng into the back seat. They immediately drove to the occupied area. As they passed the security booth, Shiman Cheng suddenly shouted loudly, trying to attract the attention of the security guards. As a result, the security guards didn't attract them, but Jiang Hao did. With just 2 punches from Jiang Hao, Shiman Cheng's teeth all fell out. Shiman Cheng sobbed, curled up in the corner like a violated young wife. Despite Zhao Yuan's intellectual appearance, she drives extremely fast, speeding along the road. What should have been a 2-hour journey was completed in less than an hour, and she arrived in the suburbs. Jiang Hao said coldly, call your men and ask them where they are. Wu Shiman Cheng gestured for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain, it's just that he'd lost all his teeth, so his speech was slurred and unintelligible. Nevertheless, Jiang Hao still understood that this guy was saying his phone wasn't with him. Zhao Yuan then took out her phone and handed it to Shiman Cheng. Shiman Cheng shakily took the phone and dialed a number with her only remaining left hand. Hey! Soon, a strong voice rang out. Upon hearing this sound, Shiman Cheng immediately showed an excited expression. Woo. Hello? Wah. Jiang Hao snatched the phone away. Simon DePeo frowned, glanced at the unfamiliar number displayed on his phone, and, thinking it was a prank, was about to hang up. Just then, a cold voice rang out, you must be Shiman Cheng's bodyguard. Shiman Cheng is in my hands. If you don't want him to die, hand over Su Bailey. Who are you? X. Simon DePeo narrowed his eyes. He had naturally heard of X and knew who the other party was. He just couldn't understand how X and Shiman Cheng got together, and why they seemed to be getting along rather poorly. Also, he couldn't understand why the name Su Bailey sounded so familiar. Shiman DePeo thought for a moment and decided to find out the whole story first. I am Shiman DePeo. How is Shiman Cheng now? Aren't you Shiman Cheng's bodyguard? Jiang Hao frowned, his gaze towards Shiman Cheng filled with hostility. That damned guy, he still dares to play tricks at a time like this. It seems he won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Wah. Startled by Jiang Hao's gaze, Shiman Cheng shook her head and backed away. Shiman DePeo? The current head of the Shiman family. Zhao Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Hao snorted coldly, you dare to lie to me? You have some nerve. He grabbed Shiman Cheng, who was retreating, and gave him a good beating. Wah. Shiman Cheng suddenly let out a shrill scream. X, don't go too far. Shiman Cheng is a member of the Shiman family. If you dare to hurt Shiman Cheng, the Shiman family will never let you off the hook. On the other end of the phone, Simon DePeo's expression changed upon hearing Simon Cheng's screams. Although Shiman Cheng was of questionable character, he was still his son, and the only male heir of the Shiman family in this generation. If anything happened to anyone else, Shiman Cheng could not be harmed. Very well, so this is how the Shiman family bullies others? In that case, you can all wait to collect Shiman Ching's corpse. Without giving Simon DePeo a chance to speak, Jiang Hao hung up the phone. He then kicked Shiman Ching's leg, and a pig-like scream rang out. On the other end, Simon DePeo immediately dialed back, but the other party did not answer. Damn it! Simon DePeo was so angry he almost smashed his phone. Someone come here. Master. The steward approached. Simon DePeo wrote down Zhao Yuan's phone number for the housekeeper. Go and find out where this phone number is from, and be quick. Yes. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the butler didn't hesitate, took the phone number, and turned to leave. At the same time, Jiang Hao grabbed Shiman Chang and dragged him toward the occupied area. The soldiers guarding the area were taken aback by the situation and almost surrounded Jiang Hao, but they held back when they saw that it was Jiang Hao. Mr. X, this is. Jiang Hao explained simply, this guy ordered his men to kidnap Su Bailey of the Su group. By the way, did you see anyone enter the occupied area before? We didn't see anything here, but a group of people came out from here about 30 minutes ago. The soldier shook his head. Jiang Hao and Zhao Yuan's expressions changed upon hearing this. Although Su Bailey was a first-level awakener, he had little combat experience. For someone like that to stay in an occupied zone for 30 minutes is practically tantamount to suicide. Brother, I have something urgent to attend to and I can't make it in time. I need to hurry into the occupied area to rescue people, so I'll be leaving now. Jiang Hao spoke to the soldier, then looked at Zhao Yuan. Mrs. Su, please don't come inside with me. Please wait here. After saying that, Jiang Hao was about to leave, but Zhao Yuan stopped him. Mr. X, here is my phone. This is my location and my husband's location. You can use this to find my husband. Please, X, you must rescue my husband. Good. Jiang Hao took the phone, dropped Shiman Ching, and rushed into the occupied area. Time waits for no one, he had to hurry. As Zhao Yuan watched Jiang Hao's departing figure, she silently prayed in her heart that he would succeed. The soldiers here knew that Zhao Yuan had come with Jiang Hao, so they treated her very politely. As for Shiman Ching, he was thrown on the ground like a dead dog, and no one paid him any attention. Master, we've found out. This phone number belongs to Dragon City and isn't registered under a real name, so we can't find out who's using it. Soon, the butler returned and reported the information he had found. Dragon City. Simon DePeo narrowed his eyes, prepare the plane, call a few bodyguards, and also call on to come with me to Dragon City. Yes. The steward immediately went to make arrangements, his heart filled with astonishment. What on earth had happened that the patriarch was actually taking a fifth-tier awakened person away? Chapter 106 Rescue. Upon entering the occupied zone, Jiang Hao glanced at his phone and immediately pinpointed Su Bailey's location. Without delay, he rushed over immediately. Every second that is wasted now increases the danger for Su Bailey. He had already promised Su Qingxue to save Su Bailey, so naturally he couldn't just bring back a corpse. However, it must be said that this positioning is actually quite good, and it came in handy at a critical moment, even in occupied areas where there is no signal. When he gets back, he will also get one for his parents, so that they will have an extra layer of security. Roar! Jiang Hao hadn't gone far when he encountered a demon. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, the demon's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and it immediately pounced on him. Seeing this, Jiang Hao flipped his hand, and the crimson flame sword appeared in his palm. With a single swing, the demon was instantly killed. Jiang Hao pushed his speed to the limit, moving through the occupied area like a blur. The surrounding monsters were immediately attracted, but Jiang Hao instantly killed them all. Wherever they went, they left behind a trail of monster corpses. 5 minutes later, Jiang Hao glanced at his phone. He was now very close to Su Bailey. After confirming the direction, Jiang Hao put away his phone and headed straight for Su Bailey's location. Get out of my way. Su Bailey looked pale as he watched the several demons surrounding him, and could only retreat. He was completely exhausted, his clothes were tattered, and blood was constantly flowing from his wounds. But he dared not relax, knowing that if he did, he would surely die, so he could only keep waving the tree branch he had picked up from somewhere. He tried to keep these monsters away from him. However, these monsters did not retreat. The smell of blood stimulated them, and they pressed on relentlessly. One of the first-tier monsters, a gray wolf, seemed unable to bear the smell of blood any longer and pounced directly on Su Bailey. Ah! Su Bailey exclaimed in surprise and instinctively stepped back, but he didn't notice his footing and tripped over a stone. Bang! Sue Bailey's head slammed heavily against a large tree behind him, his eyes rolled back, and he fell into a coma. The gray wolf opened its blood-red maw and lunged at Sue Bailey's head. Just at this critical moment, a dragon's roar resounded. Immediately afterwards, a transparent, dragon-shaped phantom shot out from a distance. Before the gray wolf could react, it was knocked flying. Then several more dragon roars rang out, and several transparent dragon-shaped phantoms swept in from afar. Bang! 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 Instantly, all the surrounding demons were killed, leaving only a second-tier cloud eagle, which escaped the fatal blow because it was flying in the air. Chirp! Yunying looked into the distance and saw a masked figure walking towards them. With a cry, the cloud eagle swooped down directly at the approaching person. Roar! A transparent lion's head appeared above Jiang Hao's head, and then its mouth opened. A deafening roar erupted instantly. Poor Sue Bailey had just regained consciousness from his coma when, before he could even react, he was struck by this terrifying sonic attack, causing his eyes to roll back and him to faint again. The Cloud Eagle was also not in good shape, and it was the first to be hit by the sonic attack. After letting out a thunderous scream, Yunying crashed heavily to the ground. After dealing with Yunying, Jiang Hao quickly went to Sue Bailey's side, checked on Sue Bailey's condition, and confirmed that Sue Bailey had only fainted and was not seriously injured. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. With Sue Bailey on his back, Jiang Hao walked towards the edge of the occupied area. Although the injury is not serious, it's still best to go to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible. As for the medicine in his hand, Jiang Hao had no intention of taking it out. If Sue Bailey were in critical condition, Jiang Hao would certainly not hesitate to use the medicine, but Sue Bailey's injuries are not serious at the moment, so there is no need to waste the medicine. Outside the occupied area. Zhao Yuan looked at the occupied area with a worried expression, looking left and right, but X did not return. One of the soldiers couldn't bear to watch any longer and said helplessly, "Madam Sue, don't worry. With Mr. X personally taking charge, there will definitely be no problem. Instead of worrying, it's better to wait patiently. If even X can't rescue them, then it'll probably be necessary to have a fifth-tier awakened person step in." Zhao Yuan felt bitter, but she still nodded. Just as she was walking towards the restroom, the soldier's voice rang out again. "Mr. X is back." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan turned around sharply and indeed saw Jiang Hao carrying Sue Bailey back from the occupied area. Upon seeing this, Zhao Yuan quickly dispersed towards Jiang Hao. "Mrs. Sue, there is no need to come over." Jiang Hao stopped Zhao Yuan, and in a flash, he arrived at the sentry post. Upon seeing Sue Bailey on Jiang Hao's back, Zhao Yuan's expression changed. "Mr. X, what happened to my husband?" The soldiers nearby helped to lift Sue Bailey off Jiang Hao's back. "Mrs. Sue, don't worry. Your husband has just fainted and is not in any danger. We'll take him to the hospital for a checkup later." Hearing Jiang Hao's words, Zhao Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't know what to do if something happened to Sue Bailey. "Mrs. Sue, please take your husband to the hospital first." Yes. Zhao Yuan realized what was happening and quickly ran towards the car. Jiang Hao had two soldiers help him carry Sue Bailey onto the vehicle, and he also carried Shiman Qing, who was lying there like a dead dog, over there. Longcheng Airport. Simon DePeo has also arrived by plane. An asked, "Master, where do we go next?" "Contact Chinger's bodyguards and see where they are." After a while, An came over and said, "Master, we have already contacted them, but they don't know where the young master is either." Upon hearing this, Simon DePeo frowned. What were these bodyguards doing? They had actually separated from their master and didn't even know where he was. If Chinger suffers any loss, he'll skin those guys alive. "Master, I've already learned about the matter from the young master's bodyguards." An hesitated for a moment before recounting the whole story. Simon DePeo's face darkened. He said, "Why does the name Sue Bailey sound so familiar?" It turns out he's the richest man in Longcheng. That beast, he'd do anything to get someone else's wife. I've cleaned up so many messes for him before because of these kinds of things. And now he still shows no remorse, and has even gotten involved with X. Sooner or later, this beast will die on a woman's belly. Simon DePeo frowned and asked, "Do you know why this matter involves X?" They don't know either. They said that after the young master told them to dump Sue Bailey in the occupied area, they couldn't contact him anymore. An shook his head. "Contact Mrs. Sue Bailey now, I want to talk to her." Yes. Chapter 107. It's best not to make a mistake for yourself. Mr. X, thank you so much this time. I really don't know what I would have done without you. After settling Su Bailey in, Zhao Yuan solemnly thanked Jiang Hao. There is 50 million in this card. Although it is not a lot of money, it is a token of my goodwill. Please accept it, Mr. X. Jiang Hao did not refuse. Although he was helping Su Qingxue, he would not accept the reward if he was not given one. However, since he was offered a reward, he would not refuse it. He doesn't need many resources for cultivation, but his parents have already started cultivating, so this money is just right for him to buy cultivation resources. Ring ring. Before Zhao Yuan could say anything more, her phone suddenly rang. Mr. X, excuse me, I need to take this call. Jiang Hao nodded, then went to the side and texted Su Qingxue to tell her what had happened so she wouldn't worry. He didn't hide the fact that Zhao Yuan had given him money, because even if he didn't say anything, Zhao Yuan would tell Su Qingxue later. So it's better to just say it directly. After sending the text message, Jiang Hao noticed that Zhao Yuan's face was a little pale. What's wrong with Mrs. Su? Zhao Yuan snapped out of her daze and quickly said, Mr. X, you'd better hurry, Simon is coming. She was so busy taking care of Su Bailey that she forgot about Shiman Qing, who had been thrown into the trunk by X. Heh, he came here because of that guy Shiman Qing, right? Jiang Hao sneered. It's alright, I want to see what he can do to me. Jiang Hao knew he couldn't leave, otherwise Zhao Yuan and Su Bailey might be in danger. Zhao Yuan wanted to say something, but Jiang Hao didn't give her a chance to speak at all. Mrs. Su, you stay in the ward and take care of your husband. I'm going out to make a phone call. With that, Jiang Hao left the ward, found a phone number, and dialed it. Bang! Not long after Jiang Hao left, the ward door was suddenly kicked open. Zhao Yuan was startled, and then several figures rushed in. Who are you? Zhao Yuan frowned slightly. When she saw Shiman DePeo, she immediately knew who these people were. Zhao Yuan took a deep breath. Mr. Shiman, aren't you being a bit too domineering? When Simon DePeo saw Zhao Yuan, even he was amazed. No wonder that beast was willing to take such a risk to get his hands on this woman, even he was somewhat tempted. That damned beast, he's the kind of guy who can handle such a rare find. Where is my son? Simon DePeo originally wanted to take action directly, but he changed his mind the moment he saw Zhao Yuan. I don't know if that beast succeeded, but even if he did, he wouldn't mind making a bridge with his son once. Mr. Simon is really interesting. How would I know where your son is? Although Zhao Yuan was wary of the Shiman family, she had already fallen out with them and seemed to be giving up entirely. She had already made up her mind. This matter was caused by the Su family, and she absolutely could not implicate Mr. X. Shiman DePeo said coldly, Madam Su, I am speaking to you politely now. I hope you will not test my patience. You should know very well what kind of people the Shiman family is. Mr. Simon, this is Longcheng, not the provincial capital. If you don't leave, I'm going to call the police. Simon DePeo laughed angrily. Heh, it seems the Su family is getting more and more arrogant. Take them away. What are you trying to do? Is the Simon family really this lawless? Zhao Yuan's expression changed, and she quickly stood in front of the hospital bed. She felt a pang of regret. She should have called in some bodyguards. Now, she was all alone and couldn't possibly hold off these people. Lawless? In the entire Zheng province, my Shiman family is the law, the heaven. Shiman DePeo revealed a disdainful expression. Just then, a mocking voice rang out from the doorway. The Shiman family has quite the big mouth. If you hadn't said so, I would have thought the entire Dragon Kingdom belonged to your Shiman family. X. Everyone narrowed their eyes when they saw the newcomer. But when they saw the man Jiang Hao was carrying, who seemed to have no idea what was going on, their expressions changed. X, put my son down. Simon DePeo roared. Looking at Shiman Qing, whose fate was unknown, Shiman DePeo's eyes turned bloodshot, as if they could breathe fire. Jiang Hao smiled calmly, so this guy is your son. I thought someone could give birth to such a bastard. You're asking for it. On's face darkened. The other bodyguards also looked at Jiang Hao with unfriendly expressions. Don't scare me, or my hands will start to shake. Jiang Hao casually flipped his hand, and the crimson flame sword appeared in his hand, which he placed against Shiman Qing's neck. Simon DePeo suppressed his anger. X, what exactly do you want to do? This is a ward, let's not talk here, let's go outside, Jiang Hao said, and walked out. Follow them. Simon DePeo winked at On, then led his men to follow. On looked at Zhao Yuan expressionlessly. Mrs. Su, come with us. Knowing she couldn't resist, Zhao Yuan didn't refuse and followed them out of the ward. The group arrived at the underground parking lot. Simon DePeo said coldly, "X, release my son." He could tell that Shimin Ching was not in good condition at the moment, and that he could be in mortal danger if he was not careful. This also made him want to kill Jiang Hao. That damned X dared to offend the Shimin family. I will make him pay the price. Fine, bring Madame Su over here, and I'll let your son go. Jiang Hao shrugged. Despite his calm and collected demeanor, he was actually quite cautious. The reason was simple: among the other group was a fifth-tier awakened individual. Simon DePeo gave Aon a wink. Upon hearing this, Aon pushed Zhao Yan forward. Wait, you're not good enough. I can't let you get close to a fifth-tier awakener like you. Let's find someone else. Jiang Hao suddenly called out to Aon. Aon glanced back at Simon DePeo and saw him nod. Aon then stepped back, and Zhao Yan seized the opportunity to quickly come to Jiang Hao's side. I've given you the person, now release my son. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Don't worry, I will definitely release him, but not now. Release them? Release whoever they want? If we release them now, neither he nor Zhao Yan will survive. With Shimin Ching in hand, the other party had no fear and dared not make a move. If Shimin Ching is released, the other party will definitely take action immediately. X, you're courting death. Simon DePeo said in a chilling tone. Jiang Hao shrugged, said nothing, and led Zhao Yan back. X, I advise you not to make a mistake. Offending the Shimin family will not end well. Just then, a playful voice rang out in the underground parking lot. The Shimin family is really quite arrogant, daring to come to my Dragon City to cause trouble. Do they think Dragon City has no one to rely on? Chapter 108: Confiscating the tools used in the crime. Who is it? Upon hearing the sound, Shimin DePeo looked over and saw a middle-aged man leading two people over. Chairman Lu. Simon DePeo's eyes narrowed slightly, not expecting the visitor to be Lu Jinglong. Aon, standing to the side, looked wary. He was a fifth-tier awakener, but Lu Jinglong was also a fifth-tier awakener, and he had no confidence in dealing with Lu Jinglong. Jiang Hao was relieved to see Lu Jinglong arrive. He had gone out to make a phone call earlier to Lu Jinglong. With Lu Jinglong, a fifth-tier awakened individual, around, he felt more confident. Lu Jinglong sneered, I wouldn't dare. You, Shimin DePeo, should just call me Lu Jinglong. From what I can tell, you don't take launching seriously at all. Simon DePeo's face darkened. Chairman Lu, you don't need to talk to me in such a sarcastic way. X hurt my son, and I will absolutely not let this go. Given the status of the Shimin family in the provincial capital, while they might not be able to control everything, they certainly have a certain degree of influence within the provincial bounty hunter guild. Therefore, he really didn't take Lu Jinglong seriously. You won't let this go, huh? Fine, let me see how you won't let this go. Jiang Hao laughed, casually tossing Shimin Ching to the ground like a dead dog. Shimin Ching let out a painful wail. However, Jiang Hao ignored him and stepped on it, the crimson flame sword landing on Shimin Ching's neck. X, don't push your luck. Simon DePeo glared at Jiang Hao through gritted teeth. Lu Jinglong was startled by Jiang Hao's action and quickly came to Jiang Hao's side, saying in a voice that only the two of them could hear, X, don't push things too far. Although they were not afraid of Shimin DePeo, the power of the Shimin family should not be underestimated, especially in the provincial capital, where the Shimin family was a top-tier force. If they completely fall out with the Shimin family here, they will also suffer when the provincial capital puts pressure on them. Don't worry, I won't kill him, Jiang Hao said with a slight smile. His words reassured Lu Jinglong and Shimin DePeo somewhat. As long as Shimin Ching wasn't killed, everything would be fine. However, Jiang Hao's next words caused their expressions to change. However, this guy does nothing right and is always thinking useless things. In order to prevent him from causing harm to people again, it is not too much for me to confiscate his tools of crime. As Jiang Hao spoke, he didn't give anyone a chance to react and swung his crimson flame sword. Ah! Suddenly, the entire underground parking lot was filled with pig-like screams. Shimin Chang's lower body was stained bright red with blood. Lu Jinglong's expression changed, then he smiled bitterly. He never expected that X would be so decisive and cripple Shimin Ching. Zhao Yuan, who was standing nearby, felt very relieved when she saw this. He almost got ruined by that thing himself, but now that it's gone, let's see how he can ruin other women. However, the thought of the trouble X would face made her worry. She knew X did this to vent her anger, but it also caused X to become completely at odds with the Simon family. X. With a roar, Shiman DePeo disregarded everything else and immediately ran towards Shiman Ching. Shiman Ching is the only male member of the younger generation of the Shiman family. If his manhood is destroyed, the Shiman family will be wiped out. Seeing this, On and the others quickly followed Simon DePeo. Jiang Hao chuckled lightly, then gestured for Lu Jinglong and Jia Yuan to leave. Chinger. Shiman DePeo didn't care that Jiang Hao and the others had left, and picked up Shiman Ching in one go. At this moment, Shiman Ching's face was pale, her lips were purple, and she had fallen into a coma. I'll tear you to pieces. Shiman DePeo roared as he held Shiman Ching in his arms. On said, Master, quickly take the young master to see a doctor. Yes, hurry up and find a doctor. Simon DePeo realized what was happening and quickly told the bodyguard to take Simon Ching upstairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao and his group had already exited the underground parking lot. Lu Jinglong said with a solemn expression, you were too impulsive. Shiman Ching is the only heir of the Shiman family. You can beat him up, even break both his legs, and it won't matter. But you deliberately crippled his manhood, and the Simon family will definitely not let this go. Lu Jinglong was somewhat troubled to discover that while this X had great potential and was indeed very strong, he was also quite adept at causing trouble. The situation in Longcheng is not over yet, and now it has even escalated to the point of involving the provincial capital. It's alright, let them come find me if they dare. Jiang Hao waved his hand dismissively, then looked at Zhao Yuan. Madam Su, you should contact the guard bureau. With the guard bureau around, the Shiman family won't dare to do anything to you openly. Then you should find some reliable bodyguards to prevent the Simon family from causing trouble behind your back. Zhao Yuan nodded. She had already considered this matter and would begin making arrangements shortly. After chatting with Zhao Yuan for a while, Jiang Hao left with Lu Jinglong. After walking a distance, Jiang Hao said, President Lu, I'll be leaving now. I owe you another favor this time. After saying that, Jiang Hao prepared to leave, but was stopped by Lu Jinglong. The vice president of the Dragon City Bounty Guild is of retirement age. I'm thinking of making you the vice president. What do you think? This Jiang Hao frowned. He's fine with assigning tasks or running errands, but he's not cut out to be the vice president of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Don't worry, this is just a title. We don't need you normally. You can only show up when there's something that requires your attention. Otherwise, no one will interfere with what you do. You will receive not only corresponding cultivation resources each month, but also a salary. Okay. Jiang Hao nodded, not refusing. Lu Jinglong has helped him so much in the past, so he naturally can't refuse this little thing. As long as he's not allowed to manage it, that's fine. Moreover, the benefits are quite good. Seeing Jiang Hao nod in agreement, Lu Jinglong was overjoyed. That was a great move. This was Meng Xiaojie's idea. To bind himself to X, he needed to give X a reasonable identity so that X would feel a sense of belonging to the Dragon City Bounty Guild. As for the position, it doesn't matter, it's just an empty title. This doesn't count as using X, it's essentially a disguised way of getting X to join the Dragon City Bounty Guild. After saying goodbye to Lu Jinglong, Jiang Hao went home. Mr. Simon, we have done our best, but your son's equipment is too badly damaged to be repaired. Outside the operating room, the doctor looked regretful, then left after saying his piece. Simon DePeo swayed and almost fell, but fortunately On caught him in time. I swear I will not rest until I kill you. Simon DePeo roared. Simon DePeo said coldly, On, go and investigate. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find out X's identity. Yes. Chapter 109 Design. Thank you so much, Jiang Hao. My mom has already told me that if it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After dinner, Su Qingxue called. It's nothing, just a small favor, Jiang Hao said with a nonchalant smile. After chatting for a while, Su Qingxue asked, by the way, the school competition is starting in a few days. When are you planning to go? Let's see in the next day or two. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll go over there. Su Qingxue laughed and said, this time, you are probably the biggest dark horse in this year's school competition. A dark horse? I'm determined to win first place in this school competition, Jiang Hao shook his head. I reckon the 5 major academies and 10 prestigious universities will regret it then. Jiang Hao smiled. He didn't care whether the 5 major academies or the 10 prestigious schools would regret it. If it weren't for the system mission, he wouldn't have wanted to participate in the school competition at all. The two chatted for a while before hanging up. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment, then called Lu Jinglong again. Master, we've used many connections, but we haven't been able to find out any information about X. The Bounty Guild keeps XS information confidential, at the SSS level, and we're not qualified to investigate. An quietly reported the investigation results to Simon DePeo. Simon DePeo frowned. Have you mobilized the provincial capital's resources? This is the information we found by using the resources of the provincial capital. If we want to continue, we'll need to use other resources. An nodded. Let's leave with Chinger and go back to the provincial capital. An said in a low voice, Master, the young master should rest for a couple of days. Shiman Chang's injuries clearly made it unsuitable for long-distance travel. He is already in this state, what good will any further treatment do? He is a cripple. Simon DePeo shook his head. By the way, sometimes I go and take Zhao Yuan away. The thought of Zhao Yuan made Simon Dapa feel a surge of lust rising in his lower abdomen. He absolutely must have this woman. Shiman Ching is already ruined, he can only desperately try to have another child. Let Zhao Yuan complete this task. An gave a wry smile, Master, I'm afraid that won't work. When I came back just now, I saw the guards arrive and are currently working in Sue Bailey's hospital room. Shiman DePeo frowned. This woman was quick. Since I can't take it with me, I'll try again. Maybe I'll hit the bullseye with my first shot. Thinking of this, a lewd look appeared in Simon DePeo's eyes. An, you are like this, Simon DePeo whispered to An. An's lips twitched, but he nodded and left. Madam, I have brought 20 brothers with me, all of them are second-tier awakeners. Zhao Yuan nodded. Although second-tier awakened individuals weren't considered strong, their presence gave her some confidence. I've already rented the ward next door. If you're tired, you can rest in the ward next door. Just leave 2 of you here. The bodyguards nodded, then left 2 of them behind and the rest went to the next room. One of the guards laughed and said, Madam Sue, aren't you being a little too cautious? Better safe than sorry. Zhao Yuan shook her head. She didn't think there was anything wrong with being cautious. On the contrary, she felt it was still not enough. If she weren't too embarrassed to ask X for help again, she would have insisted on asking X to come over. The guards exchanged glances, their expressions dismissive. With their guards around, who would dare to harm Zhao Yuan? But since they're willing to take extra precautions, let them do it, they have the money anyway. Just then, a nurse came in to check how the 4 drip was coming along. The nurse took a pen out of her pocket, about to write something in the logbook, but she lost her grip and dropped it on the ground. It landed right at Zhao Yuan's feet. Zhao Yuan reached out and picked up the pen, handing it to the nurse. Thank you. Zhao Yuan's delicate eyebrows furrowed almost imperceptibly before she got up and walked to the restroom next door. At that moment, she had a note in her hand. If you have someone named Simon DePeo with you, don't make a sound. Come to the underground parking lot X. Looking at the contents above, Zhao Yuan frowned. She has Simon DePeo's men with her? That's impossible. How did X know that? Zhao Yuan hesitated for a moment, then took out her phone and called Su Qingshui. She wanted to confirm whether the paper was indeed given to her by X. However, she tried calling twice, but couldn't get through. This left Zhao Yuan unsure whether or not to believe the information on it. If you don't believe it, it could be troublesome if Simon DePeo turns against you. If you believe it, and someone uses X's name to send you information and lure you there, you will also be in danger. After thinking it over, Zhao Yuan decided to ask the nurse who had slipped the note into her hand who gave it to her. Zhao Yuan walked out of the restroom, but the nurse had already left. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Yuan decided to take a gamble. Walk straight outside. She brushed off the 2 bodyguards and the guards who tried to follow her with various excuses. She wasn't sure who Simon DePeo's men were, so she didn't plan to let them follow. Soon, Zhao Yuan arrived at the underground parking lot, but she didn't see X. This gave her a bad feeling. Had she been deceived, or had something happened to X? Zhao Yuan turned around to go back, but the 2 blocked her way. Mrs. Su, where do you want to go? Just then, a pleading voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, Simon DePeo led his men out. You lured me here. Zhao Yuan had a bad feeling. At this moment, how could she not see that this was a conspiracy? The other party took advantage of my trust in X to lure me out. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuan secretly regretted that if she had known it would turn out this way, she would never have come alone. Simon DePeo, what do you want to do? Simon DePeo laughed loudly. What are we doing? Naturally, we're doing what that beast didn't finish. After saying that, he gave the bodyguards a wink. The bodyguards immediately stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Yuan, and dragged her away. Let me go. Zhao Yuan struggled desperately, but no matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free from the bodyguards' restraints. Simon DePeo, if you dare touch me, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Zhao Yuan was shoved into a car by the bodyguards, and Simon DePeo also got in. The bodyguards stood with their backs to the station. Looking at the charming Zhao Yuan, Simon DePeo could no longer suppress the heat in his heart and pounced on her. Get out! Get out of here! Zhao Yuan struggled desperately, but the space inside the car was too small, and in addition, Simon DePeo was a third-level awakened one. Zhao Yuan was no match for him. Her clothes were quickly torn off, revealing her fair shoulders. You and X ruined my son. I haven't caught X, so I can only ask you to give me another son. Simon De grabbed Zhao Yuan's chin and pressed his body down as he spoke. Chapter 110 Guidance. Oh, Mr. Su, you're awake. Inside the ward, the two guards, who were drowsy, suddenly noticed that Su Bailey had opened his eyes and immediately perked up. They came to Su Bailey's side. Who are you? Where is this place? Su Bailey was in a daze and didn't react for a moment. This looks like a hospital. Wasn't I being besieged by monsters? How did I end up here? Is it a dream, or am I already dead? A guard said, Mr. Su, we are from the guard. This is a hospital. It was Mr. X and Mrs. Su who saved you. You are fine now. Xiaoning, go and call the Su family's bodyguards in, and then call Madame Su back. Xiaoning nodded and left with you. Where is my wife? Su Bailey regained some consciousness and understood what the guard said. He didn't expect that X would actually save him. Mrs. Su has gone out on some business, but she should be back soon. As they were talking, the ward door opened, and the bodyguards walked in one after another. The head bodyguard asked, Mr. Su, are you all right? I'm fine, Su Bailey shook his head. Although he is still very weak, he is probably already doing well just to be alive. Su Bailey looked around but still couldn't see Zhao Yuan, and felt a little worried. The guard saw through Su Bailey's thoughts and asked the bodyguards, did you send someone to fetch Madame Su? We've already sent someone over. The lead bodyguard nodded. Just then, the doctor arrived. Upon hearing that Su Bailey had woken up, the head bodyguard immediately sent someone to fetch the doctor. After examining Su Bailey, the doctor said, there's nothing seriously wrong with him now. He just needs to stay in the hospital for a few more days of observation. Everyone was relieved to hear that Su Bailey was all right. Dad, your attack was too wide and aggressive. Even though you are a physical fighter and have your own advantages, you shouldn't leave your defenses wide open and give the enemy an opening. Jiang Hao originally planned to cultivate for a while, but Jiang Shangquan asked Jiang Hao to give him some pointers, so Jiang Hao followed Jiang Shangquan to the living room. Jiang Hao immediately pointed out the shortcomings in his father's attack. Jiang Shangquan humbly accepted Jiang Hao's guidance. Okay, I'll pay attention to this again. You can cultivate by yourself. Why bother Xiao Hao? Xiao Hao needs to cultivate too. Xiao Yufan rolled her eyes at Jiang Shangquan. Jiang Shangquan scratched his head. I just wanted to improve myself as quickly as possible. It's all right, Mom. I'm not in a hurry anyway, Jiang Hao smiled slightly. Dad, let's continue. Jiang Shangquan nodded, then continued his clumsy attack on Jiang Hao. Among the awakened, apart from the ancient martial artists, the rest of the awakened will automatically develop attack skills and can also unleash innate attacks. As their strength increases, they will continuously develop powerful skills. However, both skills in combat require combat experience. Otherwise, no matter how strong the skill is, it cannot be perfectly executed. Jiang Shangquan specifically sought out Jiang Hao to learn from him because of this deficiency. It is worth mentioning that, perhaps due to their accumulated experience, Jiang Shangquan and Xiao Yufan broke through to the first level of cultivation in just 2 days. This speed is even faster than when Jiang Hao broke through from level 0 to level 1. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Jiang Shangquan and Xiao Yufan have been in level 0 for over 30 years. Although they weren't particularly talented before, their internal energy continues to accumulate as they age. Among these people, many achieved a normal breakthrough to the next level at the age of 70 or 80. As for Jiang Shangquan and Xiao Yufan, with Jiang Hao's added talents and the support of cultivation resources, it's understandable that they broke through to the first level so quickly. However, breaking through to the second tier is not so easy. Of course, not so easy here means that it is impossible to break through to the second tier within 2 days. It will be at least around the Lunar New Year before we can make a breakthrough. After all, their current talent is at least S level, which is not much different from those geniuses. Jiang Hao dodged Jiang Shengquan's attack and pointed out the shortcomings again. Dad, your attack is not good. You did not use the power of your waist. When you attack from the side, your waist should follow up, like this. As he spoke, Jiang Hao even gave a demonstration. Although Jiang Hao is currently only at the second tier, his continuous battles over this period of time have enriched his combat experience, allowing him to see his father's shortcomings at a glance. As they were talking, Jiang Hao suddenly thought of something. Although his father was not a martial arts practitioner, he could not possibly be as skilled in martial arts as he was. But it can be used to practice Tai Chi. If I teach Tai Chi to my dad, he should be able to practice it too. Even if it doesn't have the power to launch its own attacks, at the very least it can help Dad coordinate his body and allow him to better control his bodily functions. What's wrong, Xiao Hao? Is Dad too stupid? Jiang Shengquan felt a little embarrassed when he saw Jiang Hao suddenly stop talking. Dad, what are you saying? Jiang Hao shook his head, both amused and exasperated. I've thought of a good idea, Dad. You do this, face me now, and do whatever I do. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shengquan immediately came to the opposite side of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao spread his legs apart and stretched his arms out in front of him. Seeing this, Jiang Shengquan also followed Jiang Hao's actions and made the corresponding movements. Jiang Hao prepared his father and began to practice Tai Chi in order to make sure his father could see clearly. Jiang Hao did not move quickly, and he performed each move perfectly. Although Jiang Shengquan felt that the movements taught by Jiang Hao were somewhat weak and powerless, he still learned them very seriously since his son was teaching him. Soon, the entire Tai Chi routine was completed. Jiang Hao finished practicing and then asked, "How was it, Dad? Did you remember all the moves?" "I've got it." Jiang Shengquan nodded. Becoming an awakened one also has this benefit: your memory will be enhanced. Jiang Shengquan, in particular, has a much better memory than before. In addition, Tai Chi itself is not complicated, and the moves are very easy to remember. Dad, set aside some time each day to practice the moves I'm teaching you. Once you've mastered them, you'll understand their wonders. Okay, I'll practice more in the future. Afterwards, Jiang Hao shared his insights with Jiang Shengquan before returning to his room and leaving Jiang Shengquan to practice alone. Compared to Jiang Shengquan, Xiao Yufan, being a psychic, doesn't need to go through such complicated cultivation processes. For psionicists, as long as they have enough psionic energy, they can cast spells remotely without needing any combat skills. Chapter 111A Fine Interest. When the last piece of clothing covering her body was torn off, Zhao Yuan looked at the car roof in despair. She was filled with regret, but it was too late to change anything. At that moment, Zhao Yuan felt like dying, but she knew she couldn't die, at least not now. Even if she dies, she will make Simon DePeo be buried with her. Bang! A dull sound suddenly rang out in the underground parking lot. Simon DePeo also noticed the commotion, but with the die already cast, he didn't think twice and continued. Anyway, An and the others are all outside, so nothing unexpected is possible. The bodyguards heard the commotion and were about to check when they saw Awin's body fly back. Before they could react, a figure appeared in their line of sight. Upon seeing this, the bodyguards felt a chill run down their spines. Even a fifth-tier awakened being like An was no match for the other party, so they estimated that they were no match for him either. Before they could make a move, the figure rushed towards them. Bang! 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 Soon, the underground parking lot fell silent. Shimon DePeo, you really have a refined taste. Just as Shimon DePeo had already taken his pose and was about to enter the cave, a teasing voice suddenly rang out. Bang! Before Simon DePeo could react, a fist smashed through the car window and pierced through the window from the outside. Lu Jinglong. His pleasant mood was disturbed, which made Simon DePeo very unhappy. Damn it, I was right there, all I had to do was straighten up and get it, but I got caught. Upon seeing who it was, Shimon DePeo was taken aback. How could Lu Jinglong be here? Shimon DePeo struggled desperately. Lu Jinglong, if you dare to lay a hand on me, the Shimon family will not let you off the hook. Simon DePeo, take a good look at the situation before you speak. Lu Jinglong sneered, then took off his coat and threw it into the car. Zhao Yuan grabbed Lu Jinglong's clothes, covered herself up, and curled up in the car, tears streaming down her face. When Simon Dappa saw his bodyguards, including An, lying on the ground covered in blood, his heart sank. Attack you? So what if I did? Do you really think Dragon City is your personal property, allowing you to do whatever you want? With that, Lu Jinglong slapped him across the face. Snap! The crisp sound of slaps echoed continuously in the underground parking lot. Simon DePeo stared at Lu Jinglong in disbelief. He hadn't expected that Lu Jinglong would actually dare to hit him. Lu Jinglong glanced at the lower part of Shimanda's robe. TSK, your little thing isn't even as big as my dog's, yet you still dare to force yourself on him. You call yourself a cannon maker? I think you're just a small-time grenades at best. As he spoke, Lu Jinglong slapped him again. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. X really did predict that. That evening, X called him and said that Simon DePeo might not be safe and told him to keep an eye on things. He hadn't paid much attention at first, thinking it was impossible since he had intervened. But he never expected that this bastard would be so ruthless. Lu Jinglong, I'll fight you to the death. Shiman DePeo snapped out of his daze, roared, and charged at Lu Jinglong. He, Shiman DePeo, the current head of the Shiman family, had never suffered such humiliation. Bang! Lu Jinglong kicked out, and Shiman DePeo flew backward, finally landing heavily on the ground like a pile of white, rotten flesh. Puff! Simon DePeo spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Jinglong stepped forward, turned Shiman DePeo over, and looked at his limp body with a look of disdain. He then took out his phone and dialed a number. The next day, after Jiang Hao woke up, he received a call from Lu Jinglong, who recounted what had happened that night. How is Zhao Yan? Did that bastard get his way? Jiang Hao frowned. For some reason, Jiang Hao felt inexplicably nervous when he asked the question, and subconsciously he kept praying that Zhao Yan would not be taken advantage of by Simon DePeo. Lu Jinglong gave a wry smile. I'm not too sure about that either, and there's no way I can ask. He couldn't very well just ask Zhao Yan directly, hey, did Simon DePeo get his way with you? Jiang Hao sighed and stopped thinking about it. He had done all he could, and he hoped that nothing bad had happened. Lu Jinglong said again, I have already handed them over to Kong Wenguan, but given the strength of the Shiman family, I estimate they will be released on bail this morning. It's good to have money, you can get bailed out like this. Jiang Hao shook his head. There's nothing we can do about it, the Simon family is just too powerful. Lu Jinglong was also quite helpless about this, but there was nothing he could do. The Shiman family was of great importance to Jiang province, and the higher-ups wouldn't take action against the Shiman family because of this matter. However, the warnings will still be issued. Jiang Hao chatted with Lu Jinglong for a while before hanging up the phone. For the next 2 days, Jiang Hao did not go out, but stayed at home with his parents. As time went by, the school competition drew closer and closer. On the third day, Jiang Hao said goodbye to his parents and headed to the venue for the school competition. This year's school competition was held at Zhanwu Academy, one of the 5 major academies. Zhanwu Academy is located in Suzhou, which is 5 cities away from Longcheng. Although it is not far, it is not close either. Even by plane, it takes 3 hours. Although there are still 4 days until the school competition, Jiang Hao set off ahead of schedule. He planned to take a look at the scenery of Suzhou while he was there. After a 3-hour flight, Jiang Hao finally arrived in Suzhou. Suzhou is located south of China and is known as a water town in the Jiangnan region. Jiang Hao was initially skeptical, but after seeing the beautiful scenery of Suzhou, he realized he had been a frog in a well. This place is surrounded by water on all sides, with streets built along the water, and all around are quaint and antique houses. Although he was caught in a downpour as soon as he got off the plane, it was precisely because of this rain that Jiang Hao truly felt the beauty of Suzhou. The mist was so thick that it seemed as if the entire ancient city was hidden in a fog. According to ancient records, 300 years ago, the Jiangnan water towns of the Dragon Kingdom were not limited to this one place, but since the changes that occurred 300 years ago, many beautiful sites have disappeared. Today, Suzhou is one of the few remaining beautiful sites in the city. Jiang Hao walked towards the hotel, holding an umbrella. He had already booked a hotel before he arrived. The hotel is not far from Zhanwu Academy. In fact, Zhanwu Academy has arranged accommodations for all the participants, but the school competition has not officially started yet. Therefore, Jiang Hao cannot go directly there now. He can only find a place to stay for a while and wait for the school competition to start before asking Zhanwu Academy to arrange accommodation for him. Chapter 112, Unable to Hold On. The next day, after breakfast, Jiang Hao left the hotel. After getting off the plane yesterday, he didn't have a chance to explore Suzhou because of the heavy rain. Today is a good day to do so and also buy some local specialties from Jiangcheng for his parents. Jiang Hao had just stepped out of the hotel when his phone rang. Seeing the contact name, he answered it. Jiang Hao, have you arrived in Suzhou? Before Jiang Hao could speak, Su Qingshue's voice came from the other end of the phone. We've arrived. We arrived yesterday. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue quickly replied, Where are you? I'll come find you. What's wrong? Upon hearing Jiang Hao's dry question, Su Qingxue on the other end of the phone couldn't help but roll her eyes. Will this guy ever find a girlfriend? She cursed inwardly, but Su Qingxue still spoke up. I'm planning to sell some things, and I'd appreciate it if you could take them back to my parents for me. I'm also planning to treat you to a meal to thank you for your help. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao didn't say anything more and told Su Qingxue his location. Less than an hour later, Su Qingxue arrived in a snow-white dress. Su Qingxue was already beautiful, and today she wore light makeup and a snow-white dress, making her look like a fairy descended from heaven. It attracted many passers-by to stop and watch. Wow, who is this girl? She's so beautiful, like a fairy. You guys don't know this is my wife. Get lost, you shameless bastard, this is clearly my wife. Oh no, I think I'm in love. From now on, she's my goddess. The surrounding crowd was buzzing with discussion. You've been waiting impatiently, haven't you? Su Qingxue came up to Jiang Hao, put her hands behind her back, blinked her bright, beautiful eyes, and looked at Jiang Hao charmingly. This scene broke everyone's hearts. It didn't take long. When I was dating Su Qing, he would wait for me much longer every time we went out, so I was used to it. By the way, are you also participating in the school competition? Jiang Hao looked at Su Qingxue with a puzzled expression. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao. What? You look down on me? Jiang Hao shook his head. No, it's just that you don't have much combat ability. Even if you participate, you're destined not to achieve anything. Of course, I'm not here to participate in the competition. I'm here as a support staff member. If any students get injured during the competition, I can help with their treatment. Each school brought some support staff like me. Jiang Hao understood. It seemed these schools had considered things quite thoroughly. Let's go for a walk. Su Qingxue was in a good mood, and with that, she pulled Jiang Hao away from there. Jiang Hao suddenly felt that many people were looking at him with hostility. Jiang Hao felt somewhat helpless. It really was a case of beautiful women causing trouble. As Su Qingxue walked, she smiled and said, By the way, have you been doing quite well in Dragon City lately? It's just so-so. Su Qingxue curled her lip. TCH, you don't know, there are quite a few people in our school who are your fans. Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly upon hearing this. He had never thought he would become famous. In his heart, he would have preferred to develop his strength in a low-key manner. As the two walked down the street, Su Qingxue had become a beautiful sight, attracting many glances. Brother Ma, isn't that Qingxue, our junior? In the distance, several young people who were shopping also noticed this scene. Ma Bin's face instantly darkened. The Su Qingxue, he had invited her shopping, but she told him she was busy and didn't have time. In the blink of an eye, she was shopping with someone else. That bitch. He had thought she was so precious, but it turns out she was just a cheap slut who had been used and abused. Damn, who is that kid? He's getting so close to junior sister Qingxue. Damn it, that kid is obviously no good. That's right, they're not even worthy of carrying Brother Ma's shoes. One of them asked ingratiatingly, Brother Ma, that kid must also be here to participate in the school competition, right? Should we investigate his identity? Wang Gang, go and investigate. The rest of you, come with me. Yes. Before long, the two arrived at an antique shop. The reason they came here was because Su Bailey liked antiques, which is why Su Qingxue came. Su Qingxue bought 2 antiques and was just about to leave when she saw 2 acquaintances walk in. Hey, isn't this our top scorer in the college entrance exam? I heard you actually dared to sign up for the school's competition. What, you're not using this opportunity to come here for a vacation, are you? Jiang Hao didn't want to talk to the other person, but the other person took the initiative to come up to him. Bai Yang, you still have such a foul mouth. Bai Yang sneered, Jiang Hao, I think you're tired of living, aren't you? I'm a first level awakened now, while you're probably still stuck at the 0 level. How about it, want to have a go at it with me? Bai Yang looked at Jiang Hao with a smug expression, hoping that Jiang Hao would continue to provoke him, so that he would have a reason to take action. First tier, huh? You're really impressive. Jiang Hao shook his head as he looked at Bai Yang's smug face. I wonder if this guy will still be able to laugh when I reveal my cultivation level during the grand competition. Su Qingxue, you're getting more and more beautiful, but your taste is really terrible. Bai Yang looked at Su Qingxue, and a look of amazement immediately appeared in his eyes. This made Bai Yang feel quite excited. Compared to Su Qingxue, Su Qing was like heaven and earth. He had long since grown tired of Su Qing, and if it weren't for her exceptional abilities, he would have dumped her long ago. Su Qingxue glanced at Bai Yang with disgust and ignored him. Su Qing, standing to the side, spoke in a lecturing tone. Jiang Hao, it's important to know your own limitations. The world of the awakened is too complex for someone like you to navigate. I advise you to go back to Dragon City. This place is not suitable for you. Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Su Qingxue frowned slightly and was about to speak when Jiang Hao stopped her. You're right, the world of the awakened is indeed very complex, and I certainly can't grasp it either. But are you sure you can? After saying that, Jiang Hao smiled slightly and left with Su Qingxue. Those two are really annoying. How could you have ever fallen for Su Qing? Su Qingxue said indignantly as she walked out of the antique shop. Jiang Hao smiled nonchalantly, they're just two fleas, why bother with them? Let's go, I also want to buy some local specialties to take back to my parents. This little incident did not affect their mood, and they soon arrived at a specialty store selling local products. After buying some local specialties, it was almost noon, and Jiang Hao suggested having lunch first, but Su Qingxue refused. No rush. We've finally gotten out of the house, let's look around first. Su Qingxue's eyes darted around. Jiang Hao agreed without much thought. He just didn't expect that he would wander around until sunset. Chapter 113 Drunkenness. Can we eat now? I'm starving. Jiang Hao gave a wry smile as his stomach growled. This woman really knows how to shop, and she can buy a lot of things. She's already carrying quite a few bags and packages. He discovered that accompanying women shopping was more like fighting a battle than anything else. If he could, he would rather fight than go shopping with a woman. Su Qingxue nodded, all right, let's order some food and eat at your place. Go to my place? Jiang Hao was taken aback. Su Qingxue said matter-of-factly, that's right. Do you think we can eat well if we eat out? Of course we need to find a quiet place. After she finished speaking, she glanced at the people around her who were watching her. Jiang Hao glanced at Su Qingxue with a strange expression. For some reason, he had a feeling that this woman was up to no good, but he couldn't find any evidence. All right, let's go, I'm starving. Su Qingxue pouted, stomped her foot, and then pulled Jiang Hao away. Jiang Hao was caught off guard by Su Qingxue's unexpected attack of coquetry. He didn't react for a long time and just let Su Qingxue pull him along. Seeing this, Ma Bin's face grew even uglier, and he clenched his fists. That bitch acted all high and mighty at school, but I never expected her to be so promiscuous after we left. Brother Ma, aren't we going to make a move? Exactly, I can't stand it anymore. Brother Ma, with so many of us, taking care of that kid is definitely no problem. The underlings nearby were whispering amongst themselves they really couldn't stand it anymore. It had been a whole day, an entire day. They followed these two people without eating or drinking anything. Ma Bin gritted his teeth and said, let's go, let's follow them and take another look. Ma Bin and his men followed Jiang Hao and his group, seeing them go to a restaurant to order food, and then they saw them go to a hotel. Brother Ma, they've gone to the hotel. The underlings were stunned. They couldn't believe that the usually aloof school beauty had gone to a hotel with a man. What will happen next is self-evident, everyone knows it. One of the underlings asked expectantly, Brother Ma, are we just going to stay here and watch? Go back first and ask Wang Gang what his investigation is like, Ma Bin said through gritted teeth, then turned and left. The other henchmen exchanged glances and then followed. Inside the hotel, Su Qingxue sat on the sofa, looking somewhat at a loss. This was the first time she had been in a room with only one man besides her father, and it was in a hotel. The atmosphere in the room was strangely ambiguous. Jiang Hao seemed to sense Su Qingxue's unease and the strange atmosphere. He went to the window, opened it, and let some fresh air in. This made the atmosphere in the room less awkward. Before long, the restaurant delivered the food. What kind of wine do you want to drink? Su Qingxue asked as she approached the wine cabinet. You want to drink more? Jiang Hao looked at Su Qingxue in surprise. This woman is so presumptuous she even wants to drink. Putting aside whether the wine here is expensive or not, isn't she afraid of drinking too much? How much confidence does she have in herself? Su Qingxue said guiltily, isn't this to thank you? I'll have a drink with you, this is fine. As she spoke, she took out a clear glass bottle containing white liquor. Then he took 2 more blankets, doubling the amount for himself and Jiang Hao. Cheers! Su Qingxue raised her glass and drank it all in one gulp. Holy crap! Jiang Hao was startled. Was this woman trying to get him drunk? Just as Jiang Hao was about to tell Su Qingxue to drink less, Su Qingxue suddenly exclaimed, wow, this wine is so delicious. Jiang Hao, you should try some. This wine can boost your energy. He then raised the glass of wine in front of Jiang Hao. Under Su Qingxue's expectant gaze, Jiang Hao took a sip with some skepticism. Besides the soft, sweet taste, the drink actually sent a surge of pure energy into my body, instantly warming me up. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, and he downed the glass of wine in one gulp. To be honest, he felt his internal energy increase a bit. Having witnessed the benefits of this wine, the two stopped being polite and began drinking one cup after another. They barely ate any food, but the two of them quickly finished off the bottle of wine. Su Qingxue took another bottle. Although it was not the same brand, it had similar energy. Brother Ma, we've investigated and confirmed that the kid is indeed participating in the school competition. His name is Jiang Hao. He's the student from an ordinary university that we were discussing before. Wang Gang revealed the information he had gathered from his investigation. Damn, are you kidding me? This kind of scum dares to steal Ma Ji's woman. He's just overestimating himself. Who says otherwise? I really don't know how to look at Junior Qingxue. What makes Jiang Hao better than Brother Ma? Brother Ma has SS level talent. That's right, Brother Ma told me we should go straight there, teach that kid a lesson, and make sure he stays as far away from Qingxue as possible from now on. Upon hearing Wang Gang's words, several of his underlings immediately spoke up. If it were students from the other 5 academies, they might be more wary. But a student from an ordinary university isn't enough to make them take him seriously. Alright, I'll make my own decision on this matter. You may all leave now, Ma Bin waved his hand. Seeing this, the others didn't say anything. They were used to being Ma Bin's underlings and following his orders. Since Ma Bin told them to go down first, then they should go down first. After everyone left, a ferocious look appeared on Ma Bin's face. You bastard, didn't you like that kid? Look how I tortured him in the ring. And you, Su Qingxue, one day I will make you submit to me. But the thought of Su Qingxue and Jiang Hao entering the hotel, and the things they might be doing right now, made Ma Bin feel irritable. Finally, he kicked the coffee table over, but even that couldn't calm him down. Suddenly, Ma Bin glanced at the small card on the table out of the corner of his eye, hesitated for a moment, then picked up his phone and took it. Meanwhile, inside the hotel. By this moment, the wine in the cabinet had been completely consumed by Jiang Hao and his companion. The two of them felt a surge of heat throughout their bodies, especially Su Qingxue, whose little face was flushed, making one want to kiss her. Jiang Hao shook his head, trying to shake off the drunkenness. Unfortunately, the alcohol was too strong, and Jiang Hao not only failed to shake off the intoxication, but it actually worsened. Ignoring Su Qingxue, Jiang Hao went straight to bed. In a daze, he felt a cool, warm body bump into him. Instinctively, Jiang Hao held the cool, warm liquid in his arms. But this lukewarm dish was anything but well behaved, making Jiang Hao feel itchy. Chapter 114. I'm here. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window into the room, making it warm and cozy. The room was a mess, with food left uncollected and clothes scattered everywhere. Jiang Hao had a headache. Drinking was really a mistake. He thought that the wine would not make him feel anything and could even boost his energy, so he drank a little too much. Unexpectedly, the after-effects were so strong that he had no idea what had happened. Jiang Hao felt something pressing down on him, and it felt quite smooth to the touch. Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes, and the next second his pupils shrank sharply. Su Qingxue nestled in his arms like a kitten. However, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they seem to have done something indescribable. Thinking about this. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. You. Su Qingxue looked helplessly at Jiang Hao, who had wrapped himself in a blanket. Brother, is your reaction really necessary? I'm the one who's at a disadvantage, not you. Besides, you've taken advantage of me, such a beautiful woman, and you're acting like you're the one who suffered the loss. Don't I have any pride? Jiang Hao looked at Su Qingxue somewhat awkwardly, not knowing what to say for a moment. You're not responsible. Su Qingxue got off the bed angrily. The sudden movement was so large that she couldn't help but gasp, but she gritted her teeth and headed to the restroom. Zhang Hao stared blankly at the crimson stain on the bed. I'm not a novice anymore. Su Qingxue came out of the bathroom, picked up the clothes on the floor, and put them on. Here you go, I'll take the rest. These 2 antiques are for you too, take them back to my parents. After tidying up, Su Qingxue took out a few items from the things she had bought, and also took out some antiques. After saying that, he picked up his things and left the room. Watching Su Qingxue's retreating figure, Zhang Hao opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. As she stepped into the elevator, a layer of mist appeared in Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes. She didn't know if what she was doing was right or wrong, and that this kind of thing happened largely because of her instigation. She didn't expect anything to happen between her and Zhang Hao, she just didn't want to have any regrets. But after they actually had sex, she thought she could face it calmly, but she still felt a strange sense of grievance. Zhang Hao sat on the bed for a while before getting up, washing up quickly, and getting dressed. Then, while tidying up the room, I saw the bright red stain on the bed again and couldn't help but shake my head and smile bitterly. Emotional debts are hard to repay, I bear a heavy responsibility this time. After tidying up, Zhang Hao stood by the window, silently watching the bustling traffic outside. I originally wanted to explore Suzhou, but now I've lost interest. Brother Ma, I found out everything. One of his underlings walked back from outside. Explain. The underling hesitated. Jia Minji, why are you stammering? Just say it. Yeah, tell us what you found out, we're all waiting. You're so slow, can you hurry up and tell me? Seeing Jia Minji stammering, the others were furious. Jia Minji ignored the others and looked at Ma Bin instead. Ma Bin frowned, speak. Seeing Jia Minji's appearance, he already had some guesses in his mind, but he still wanted to hear what Jia Minji had to say, and there was still a glimmer of expectation in his heart. However, he was not as calm as he appeared, his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. Jia Minji gritted his teeth and told them what he had found out. After making inquiries, I found out that junior sister Qingxue spent the night in Zhang Hao's room last night. Silence. A deathly silence fell over the room. Everyone looked at each other, and then fell silent. This Jia Minji, who's more trouble than he's worth, couldn't you have been a little more tactful in your words? Why do you have to be so blunt? Bang! Ma Bin could no longer control himself and kicked over the coffee table next to him again. Brother Ma, calm down, don't be impulsive. One of the henchmen forced himself to pull Ma Bin back. Yeah, it's not worth getting angry over something like that. Besides, with your looks, you could find any woman you want. That's right, that's right. Our non-Yu Academy has 3 school beauties. Besides Su Qingxue, there are 2 others. Don't be angry with Brother Ma. If it really comes down to it, we'll tie Zhang Hao up and beat him up, then let you play with Su Qingxue in front of him. The room fell silent once more after these words were spoken. Humph. Ma Bin snorted coldly. Since Su Qingxue is so unrestrained, there's no need for him to be polite to her anymore. Wang Gang, Tanji, you 2 go and call that Hao guy over here. Yes. The group exchanged glances and silently mourned for Zhang Hao for 3 seconds. Of all people to mess with, you had to go and steal Ma Bin's woman. Now you're in for it. Inside the hotel, Zhang Hao was unaware that he was being watched. He had already arrived at the front desk to check out. Tomorrow was the start of the school's competition, and today he needed to report to Zhanwu Academy, after which Zhanwu Academy would arrange accommodation. Sir, your total bill is 158,000. Zhang Hao's lips twitched. He had 5,000 yuan, which was more than enough for 2 nights in a hotel. As a result, Su Qingxue's arrival caused me to spend so much money. But when I think about what I got, 158,000 doesn't seem so expensive. After paying, Zhang Hao left the hotel and headed towards Zhanwu Academy. However, he hadn't gone far when he was stopped by 2 young men. What is it? Zhang Hao glanced at the other person indifferently. Wang Gang said with his nostrils flared, "Kid, our boss wants to see you. Come with us." Not interested. With that, Zhang Hao walked directly between the 2, causing them to stumble back 2 steps. Kid, you're asking for death. Tanji sneered and was about to make a move, but was stopped by Wang Gang. Are you crazy? You actually want to make a move here? Tanji came to his senses. This was the city center, awakened beings couldn't easily make a move here. So what do? We can't just stand by and watch them leave. Wang Gang chuckled, then let him leave. It's not like we didn't come to call him, he just wouldn't come with us. Brother Ma will teach him a lesson then. So what do we do next? Go back? Tanji realized. Go back now. You have to report to Zhanwu Academy today, so don't be too late. The two immediately left. Jiang Hao had no chance against these two, he could easily kill them without even using his martial arts, as they were both first-tier awakened individuals. Before long, Jiang Hao arrived at Zhanwu Academy. As expected of one of the 5 major academies, Zhanwu Academy's facade was very imposing. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and then walked towards the Zhanwu Academy. Here comes the school competition. Chapter 115 Report. Brother Ma, we went to call Jiang Hao, but Jiang Hao won't come with us. When we mentioned you, he said he didn't know anyone and that if you wanted to see him, you should go to him, and he wouldn't come to see you. Upon hearing Wang Gang's words, Ma Bin's face darkened. Very well, he really is arrogant enough. Tanji, standing to the side, looked at Wang Gang in surprise. When did Jiang Hao say such things? Noticing Tanji's gaze, Wang Gang shook his head imperceptibly. Brother Ma, that guy is too arrogant, he doesn't take you seriously at all. Exactly, we've been too lenient with him. We should teach him a lesson. Brother Ma, you tell us what to do, we'll listen to you. Hearing what everyone said, Ma Bin waved his hand, he's just a clown, let's ignore him for now and go to Zhanwu Academy first. He had already made up his mind he wouldn't let Jiang Hao off the hook. Since Jiang Hao was so arrogant, he would defeat this guy on the ring. He wanted Jiang Hao to kneel before him like a dog. At the entrance of Zhanwu Academy, a large crowd had gathered, all queuing up to receive their turn. Jiang Hao arrived at the place specifically responsible for taking notes. There are 3 people who look like teachers here, recording information from the participants. Soon it was Jiang Hao's turn, and one of the teachers said, "Open the registration information on your phone." Jiang Hao didn't waste any words and directly submitted his registration information. You are Jiang Hao. The teacher in charge of recording was taken aback when she saw Jiang Hao's information. This is the first time that someone from a regular university has signed up to participate in the school-wide competition. They also did some research on Jiang Hao and learned that he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Longqing this year. They originally thought Jiang Hao was just signing up and wouldn't actually come, but to their surprise, he actually did. It's me, is there a problem? The teacher in charge of recording smiled slightly, no problem. Here is your room card. You must return it intact after the competition, otherwise you will be fined. At this moment, a female student from Zhanwu Academy walked over and said, You finished recording, right? If you're done, come with me, and I'll take you to your accommodation. Jiang Hao nodded, did not refuse, and followed the female student away. As the female student walked, she explained to Jiang Hao, there's a phone number on your access card for ordering food. If you get hungry, you can call that number to order. Orders are free from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. during that time. Okay, thanks. Before long, Jiang Hao was taken to a dormitory building. The room number is on the key card. Go up by yourself. I'm going to greet the other people. With that, the female student left. Jiang Hao was assigned to room 506. Just as he was about to use his key card to open the door to the next room opened, and a beautiful figure walked out. Their eyes met, and Jiang Hao was stunned. He hadn't expected that the person living next door to him was Su Qingxue. Jiang Hao gave an awkward smile and was about to greet her when he heard Su Qingxue give a soft snort and then turn and leave. Jiang Hao smiled wryly, opened the door, and went inside. The room was nice, though not as luxurious as a hotel, but still quite good, and even had a private bathroom and shower. Overall, it's quite user-friendly. Jiang Hao lay on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. Just then, my phone beeped with a text message notification. Jiang Hao opened it and was surprised to find that it was sent to him by Su Qingxue. There were no extra words above, only the contestants' information. Su Qingxue divided the participants into several sections, each representing a different level of awakened. They are available in all 4 levels. To Jiang Hao's surprise, he actually saw Qin Xinglan and her group here. Everyone except Huang Ling was there. It seems they've all participated in this school competition. Hopefully, I'll avoid running into them. It wasn't that he felt he couldn't beat them, he just hoped they could go as far as possible. Of course, the one in the north is an exception. Jiang Hao had always been thinking about his SSS level talent. Jiang Hao continued reading. It is worth noting that Qin Xinglan and her group were only ranked second, and it was also noted above that Qin Xinglan and her group were third-year students. Above Qin Xinglan and the others were senior students, all of whom were fourth-tier awakeners. However, Su Qingxue highlighted two of them, indicating that she was unsure whether they had broken through to the fifth rank. Seeing this, Jiang Hao looked somewhat serious. With his current strength, he could handle a fourth-tier opponent without any problem, but he would be less capable of dealing with a fifth-tier opponent. Fortunately, one of them was a psychic, so Jiang Hao wasn't too worried about him. But one of them was a physical attacker, which made Jiang Hao have to be careful. It seems I underestimated these people before. It doesn't matter to others, but I need to be careful with these two who are suspected to be at the fifth level. It will inevitably be a fierce battle. Jiang Hao carefully looked at their information. There was a man and a woman. The man was named Lu Baichuan, a senior student at Zhanwu Academy. His ability was a physical ability called Crystal Body. The woman's name is Song Jailing, a senior student at Beichen Academy. Her ability is that of a wood-type psychic. I hope I don't run into them beforehand, otherwise it will be troublesome. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and then replied to Su Qingxue with a thank you. Regardless, this was Su Qingxue's kind intention, and I must accept it. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Su Qingxue was not really angry with him, otherwise she would not have sent him these things. It's just that I can't repay the kindness of this beauty. Inside the room, Su Qingxue saw Jiang Hao's reply and pouted, how rare. Although that's what she said, the corners of her mouth still subtly turned up. Jiang Hao continued to look through the information Su Qingxue had sent him, but just then, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Hao was a little puzzled who would come looking for him. Why are you here? Jiang Hao was taken aback when he saw who it was. What? Can't I come over? Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao, then walked straight into the room. For some reason, Jiang Hao glanced left and right at the doorway to make sure no one was watching before closing it. Did you see what I gave you? Jiang Hao asked curiously, looking at this, where did you get all this information? These are all on the forums. I guessed you hadn't been looking at the forums, so I sent them to you. What forum? Jiang Hao was puzzled, he had never heard of it. Su Qingxue smiled awkwardly, it's our forum, I forgot you don't have one. Each of their 5 major academies and 10 prestigious universities has a forum where you can learn a lot of information. Su Qingxue glanced apologetically at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, however, did not pay any attention. Have you eaten? How about we grab a bite to eat together? Jiang Hao looked at Su Qingxue strangely, want to drink again? Go to hell. Su Qingxue angrily threw the pillow at Jiang Hao, got up and left the room. That bastard, he got the benefit and now he's acting innocent. Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly. The next day. After Jiang Hao finished packing, he left the room and headed to the competition venue. Chapter 116 The competition begins. Ahem, everyone listen to me. At Longqing University, just as everyone was about to start class, Zhou Wenlin's voice suddenly came over the campus loudspeaker. Everyone should know about the school competition, right? Although our Longqing University is just an ordinary university and never participates in the school competition, some of our students have participated this year. That person is our classmate Jiang Hao. Now some classes have turned on their TVs. Although we can't go to the scene to cheer for Jiang Hao, we can cheer for him at school. Upon hearing Zhou Wenlin's words, the crowd's expressions turned strange. Some of them knew Jiang Hao, the top scorer in the college entrance examination. They originally thought that Jiang Hao was destined to be a failure for the rest of his life, but unexpectedly, Jiang Hao went to participate in the school competition. Despite this, they still didn't have a high opinion of Jiang Hao. After hearing Zhou Wenlin's words, the teachers at Longqing University had no choice but to turn on their classroom TVs and tune them to the live broadcast channel of the school's major competition. At this moment, not only Longqing University has opened its live streaming channel, but many netizens have also opened their live streaming channels. Although the school competition is held annually, each one is a grand event. The last time, Zhanwu Academy won the championship. I wonder who will win this time. I guess it's Beichen Academy. Don't forget that Beichen Academy is ranked first among the 5 major academies. The reason they lost last year was because their strongest student didn't participate. They absolutely cannot lose this time. That's not necessarily true. In recent years, Nanyu Academy and Yangye Academy have also been quite strong, showing a strong momentum to compete with Beichen Academy for the first place. I guess this year's champion will come from these two academies. Although the competition hasn't started yet, netizens' comments have already begun to appear on the screen. Jianwu Academy. Jiang Hao was then taken by the staff to an open-air stadium. This stadium is enormous, it can easily accommodate 100,000 people. In the very center there is a ring about 100 square meters. The stadium is divided into 3 areas: the judges' seats, the spectator seats, and the contestant seats. Jiang Hao was taken directly to the competition area. Aside from the judges' seats, the contestants' seats are the closest to the ring. However, because the stadium is so big, even sitting in the stands, it's difficult to see clearly unless you have excellent eyesight. Fortunately, Jianwu Academy was very thoughtful and prepared no less than 10 large screens. Everyone can see every corner of the ring clearly through the big screen. Jiang Hao's seat was in an inconspicuous corner, where many contestants were already seated. As Jiang Hao passed by Yang's seat, Bai Yang sneered, "Jiang Hao, you really intend to participate in the school competition? I hope you pray you don't run into me, otherwise I'll definitely let you know the gap between us." "Great. I'm also curious to know how big the gap is between us." Jiang Hao grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He already knew the rules of the school competition through the school's competition announcement. Although it is not explicitly stated that killing is forbidden, fists and feet have no eyes, and swords are merciless, no one can say for sure that no accident will happen. Moreover, deaths are not uncommon during school competitions. After saying that, Jiang Hao ignored Bai Yang and went straight to his seat. "Humph, he's quite arrogant. Let's see how arrogant he is when he gets on the stage." Bai Yang snorted coldly. Su Qing rolled her eyes at Bai Yang. "Alright, why are you getting angry with him? Don't you feel ashamed?" In her mind, only the strong are worthy of her attention. Someone like Jiang Hao, destined to be at the bottom of society, is not worthy of her attention at all. As time went on, the stadium gradually filled up with people. Not only the competition seats, but also the spectator seats. The seats were soon filled. Before long, a group of middle-aged men in suits arrived at the judges' table. The middle-aged man standing in the middle stepped forward. "Hello everyone, I am Ma Chenyu, the Dean of Students of Jianwu Academy. First of all, I would like to thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to watch this year's school competition. Originally, this year's school competition would be the same as previous years, but this morning we received a notification that, in order to encourage all participants, the organizers have specially prepared an invitation letter from the Holy Academy as the reward for first place." These words immediately caused an uproar. Wow, the reward for first place is so generous. I wish I had signed up too. What a blunder. Why did you have to say it now of all times? Is it even possible to register now? Ha, I told you not to sign up, this time first place is mine. Stop daydreaming, the first one will be mine. Jiang Hao received an invitation to the Holy Academy some time ago, which made many people envious. Unexpectedly, this time, in order to support the school competition, the official organization has once again issued an invitation to the Holy Academy. How could those who didn't register for the competition not be envious? Not to mention them, even the participants were all panting heavily. Compared to other rewards, the invitation to the Holy Academy was far too tempting. Su Qing narrowed her eyes slightly. I'm determined to get the invitation from the Holy Academy. Anyone who tries to take it from me will die. The only one who remained calm was probably Jiang Hao. This is not only because he already has an invitation, but also because he has already secured first place, and no one can take it away from him. Jiang Hao's only uncertainty right now is whether he will still receive the invitation if he reveals his identity. After thinking about it, Jiang Hao decisively put the idea aside. It's just an invitation, it doesn't matter whether I get it or not. All I need to do is come in first place. Ma Chenyu waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then said again, everyone already knows the rules of the competition, but now I will briefly explain them again. Our school's competition adopts a 5-stage system, which consists of elimination rounds, qualifying rounds, finals, and the top 5 and championship rounds. The knockout stage and the qualifying stage each consist of 3 rounds, 1 day per round, for a total of 6 days. The finals are then divided into 2 rounds, also 1 day per round. The top 5 and the championship match each have 1 round, held over 2 days. Although there are no restrictions in the ring, fists and feet have no eyes, and swords are merciless. I still hope that everyone can stop when they've made a move and not kill each other. Alright, that's all for now. Next, the players will be determined by drawing lots. As Ma Chenyu finished speaking, a large screen slowly appeared on the stage. Photos and information of each contestant appeared on the screen. Everyone immediately turned their expectant gaze to the large screen. The invitation from the Holy Academy has elevated the school competition to an unprecedented level, and everyone is eagerly anticipating the contestants' performance. The large screen scrolled rapidly, and 3 seconds later, 2 photos and information were displayed on the screen. The match for the first game has been decided. Wang Xiaohan from Qinghai University will face Tong Tong from Lujiang University. Please come to the stage, both of you. Chapter 117. The force was not controlled. Soon, a male and a female contestant stepped onto the ring, and after the referee said start, the two began. Wang Xiaohan is a first-tier mutant whose ability is to transform into a black-backed dog. Tong Tong is a first-tier psionicist whose ability is ice-based psionic energy. Wang Xiaohan was well aware of the power of a psionicist's attacks. To deal with a psionicist, one had to get close. Therefore, she rushed towards Tong Tong immediately. Tong Tong realized Wang Xiaohan's idea, so he quickly retreated. At the same time, he waved his hand, and several ice spikes about the length of a middle finger appeared behind him, heading straight for Wang Xiaohan. Seeing this, Wang Xiaohan immediately dodged left and right, quickly avoiding Tong Tong's attack. Tong Tong immediately channeled his energy, conjuring 3 ice walls in front of him in an attempt to block Wang Xiaohan's approach. However, the effect was minimal. It must be said that both of them have excellent combat awareness. Unfortunately, Tong Tong only has a C-level talent, while Wang Xiaohan has a B-level talent. In the end, Wang Xiaohan displayed her talent, tackling Tong Tong to the ground and pressing her sharp fangs against Tong Tong's throat. However, Wang Xiaohan did not kill her. After giving Tong Tong a chance to admit defeat, she got off Tong Tong. Wang Xiaohan from Qinghai University wins this battle. As soon as the referee announced the winner, cheers erupted from the Qinghai University side. Compared to Qinghai University, Lujiang University seems rather lackluster. Now we will proceed with the next draw. As Ma Qinyu's voice faded, the large screen on the judges' panel started scrolling again. A moment later, 2 photos appeared on the screen. When everyone saw the information on the big screen, their expressions became strange. This Chao Shengsheng is really unlucky. He has only a first-level cultivation level and he actually has to face AIE, who is at the second level. Who can argue with that? But there's nothing we can do. This is a matching process based on big data, so there's no question of cheating. Sigh, hopefully this kind of thing will happen less often in the future. Qingyun University's Chao Shengsheng will face off against Guanglu University's AIE. Please bring your 2 players to the stage. Soon a man and a woman stepped onto the stage, and before the referee could say start, Chao Shengsheng immediately conceded defeat. After saying that, he stepped off the stage. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads helplessly. If it were a first-tier opponent against a second-tier opponent, they would also choose to admit defeat and surrender. Faced with this situation, the judges could only smile helplessly. Given this massive amount of data, they have no choice but to separate the awakened from each level. But that would make the school competition much less interesting. Guanglu University's AIE wins this battle. Next match, Wang Shiqi from Beihua University vs Deng Shui from Wannan University. Next match, Luo Mingze from Nanyu Academy vs Lei Tianyu from Yangyi Academy. 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Although the matches were going by quickly, there were too many participants, otherwise it wouldn't have taken 3 days to complete. Jiang Hao sat bored in his seat. This kind of competition held no appeal for him. No one knows when it will be his turn, because nobody knows who will be next, so those who haven't been called up can only wait here. Fortunately, Zhanwu Academy provided lunch for everyone at noon, so they didn't need to go out to eat and could eat right at their seats. In the next match, Su Cheng from Beihua University will face Lu Yiming from Shuofeng University. Jiang Hao lazily raised his eyes and quickly saw that Su Qing was already standing on the arena, while her opponent, holding a long sword, also stepped onto the arena. Jiang Hao shook his head. There was no suspense left in this battle. Although Su Qing only has an A-level talent, her ability is to transform into an Eastern Dragon, and her combat power is in no way weaker than that of an S-level awakened individual. Her opponent was merely an awakened one with B-level talent. Although his ability was physical, his talent was inferior to Su Qing's, and he was destined to lose. Hearing the referee say start, Lu Yiming immediately drew his long sword and charged at Su Qing. Roar! Upon seeing this, Su Qing revealed a disdainful expression, and then a melodious dragon roar came from her mouth. The next second, Su Cheng transformed into a graceful oriental dragon. Although it is only a 3-clawed ice dragon, its bloodline is indeed the genuine bloodline of an Eastern divine dragon. Is this the Eastern divine dragon? How majestic! No wonder people say that the Eastern divine dragon is one of the top mutations among mutants. Sigh, why am I not so lucky? I really envy Su Qing, who can actually transform into the Eastern dragon. Our Eastern dragon is still the most pleasing to the eye. Some Westerners can transform into Western dragons, and although they look very majestic, they are far inferior to our Eastern dragon. Upon seeing Su Qing's transformation, everyone immediately started discussing it. There are very few mutants who can transform into dragons. Not to mention that there are few in this generation, there have been very few who can transform into dragons throughout the past 300 years. Upon seeing Su Qing's transformation, Lu Yiming subconsciously swallowed, but he did not stop walking. Hearing the comments from the crowd, Su Qing felt even more smug. The way they looked at Lu Yiming changed slightly. He immediately unleashed a powerful dragon tail swing, and Lu Yiming's expression changed as he hurriedly used his longsword to block it. However, his longsword was only an E-grade longsword, which couldn't harm the blue dragon scales on Su Qing's body at all. Bang! Lu Yiming was sent flying. Before he could even land on the ground, Su Qing opened her mouth and unleashed a blast of icy dragon breath. In an instant, Lu Yiming was frozen into an ice sculpture and crashed heavily onto the arena. Seeing that Lu Yiming had been dealt with, Su Qing returned to her human form. The referee immediately went over to check on Lu Yiming's condition and frowned. Lu Yiming is dead. Su Qing of Beihua University wins this battle. Wow! The crowd erupted in uproar. Since the start of the battle, there have been minor and serious injuries, but not a single death has been found. I never expected that there would be a death in this battle. At Shuafeng University, a teacher stood up, looking at Su Qing with a grim expression. Su Qing, what do you mean? Why did you try to kill her? Lu Yiming was no match for Su Qing. Su Qing could have given Lu Yiming a chance to surrender, but she didn't. Instead, she used the most extreme method to kill Lu Yiming, which was simply malicious. Oh, I didn't control my strength properly, sorry. Su Qing smiled nonchalantly. This scene infuriated the students from Shuafeng University so much that they almost rushed down to attack Su Qing. The teacher from Shuafeng University said in a deep voice, "Distinguished judges, I strongly suspect that Su Qing committed intentional homicide. Please disqualify Su Qing from the competition." On the judges' panel, Ma Chenyu and the others lowered their heads and began to discuss upon hearing this. I didn't kill him intentionally. I just didn't control my strength well. Who knew he was so weak? Su Qing frowned slightly. She didn't want to be disqualified from the competition. Anyway, she just kept insisting on it, and since she didn't control her strength, no one could do anything about it. I think Su Qing did nothing wrong. Although it's just a competition, who doesn't want to win? Who would dare to hold back? Exactly, I also think Su Qing did nothing wrong. If you're afraid of dying, you shouldn't have participated in the competition. If you're not as good as others, what right do you have to argue here? If you lose, you have to admit it. Many people around her stood up for Su Qing, which made Su Qing even more proud. Chapter 118 Taking the Stage. Based on our assessment, this teacher from Shuafeng University does not believe that Su Qing committed intentional homicide. After discussing it for a while, Ma Chenyu and his team finally made a decision. The teacher laughed angrily. Fine, then next time when we from Shuafeng University kill students from Beihua University, we'll say we didn't control our strength. Upon hearing this, Ma Chenyu and the others frowned. If things really escalated to this point, what would this competition become? A murder scene? Before Ma Chenyu and the others could speak, a teacher from Beihua University stepped forward and said, Shuafeng University, you should think carefully before you speak carelessly. Among the top 10 universities, Beihua University is number 1, while Shuafeng University can only be ranked at the bottom. Are you threatening me? The teacher from Shuafeng University had an unusually gloomy expression. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out over the loudspeaker. All right, everyone, let's all keep quiet. There's no strict rule against killing in the school competition, so let's just let this matter go. After searching for a long time, no one could find out who had said it. The teacher from Shuafeng University sat down expressionlessly. Seeing that she was no longer in a position to be involved, Su Qing secretly breathed a sigh of relief and returned to her seat. Meanwhile, in a room in the Zhanwu Academy Gymnasium, 15 figures sat. These 15 figures were none other than the principals of the 5 major academies and 10 prestigious schools. Old G, what did you mean by that? The president of Beihua University looked at the president of Shuofeng University with displeasure. Indeed, the person who just spoke was the president of Shuofeng University. Yifeng laughed and said, "It's nothing special. It's a school competition, and it's still more interesting to watch if it's a bit bloody." A school principal standing nearby asked, "Old Yi, this is no small matter. Are you sure you want to let things continue like this?" "Don't worry, it's no big deal. From now on, the Dragon Kingdom will belong to these younger generations. We can't keep protecting them under our wings forever." Yifeng smiled nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the others said nothing more. Inside the stadium, the competition resumed as normal. Other school competitions are somewhat better, they will hold back if they can. But when Shuofeng University and Beihua University meet, it's a life or death battle. This made everyone's blood boil. Next match, Zhang Hao from Longcheng University versus Chen Wenjun from Hanyang University. Everyone was taken aback when they heard Ma Qingyu's words. Dragon City University doesn't seem to be among the top 10 universities. Zhang Hao really got off easy. I thought he was going to run into Brother Ma, but he got robbed of the opportunity. Oomph, he got lucky. It's alright, we can teach him a lesson after he loses. Ma Bin's underlings looked disappointed, and Ma Bin himself looked rather grim. He hoped that Zhang Hao could give everyone a surprise and get through this round so that they could have another chance to meet. At this moment, netizens on the internet also started discussing it. Longcheng University? Is this a joke? He's just an ordinary university student participating in the school's competition. How boring. We're just here to deliver it, it's a waste of time. Go Chen Wenjun, crush this student from an ordinary university. Meanwhile, at Longcheng University, they waited all day and finally saw Zhang Hao make his appearance, although none of them were optimistic about him. But at this moment, they also hoped that Zhang Hao could win. After all, Zhang Hao was representing their Longcheng University. Zhou Wenlin clasped his hands tightly together, silently cheering Zhang Hao on. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhang Hao and Chen Wenjun stepped onto the arena. "If I were you, I wouldn't have come up here to humiliate myself." The referee announced the start, but neither side made a move. Chen Wenjun looked at Zhang Hao calmly. Deep down, he didn't take Zhang Hao seriously at all. "Go ahead and make your move," Zhang Hao shrugged. A first-tier awakened individual with B-level talent could kill someone with a single punch. There was absolutely no need to waste words on him. Chen Wenjun said disdainfully, "Don't say I'm bullying you. I'm giving you a chance to make a move. Don't come all this way to the school competition and not even get a chance to fight. That would be incredibly embarrassing." Zhang Hao gave Chen Wenjun a strange look. Was he asking Chen Wenjun to make a move? Okay. Zhang Hao walked straight up to Chen Wenjun and slapped her across the face. The once bustling stadium suddenly fell silent. Everyone present stared at the arena with disbelief. At this moment, Chen Wenjun was nowhere to be seen on the arena, only Zhang Hao stood there. What's going on? Everyone was puzzled and didn't come to their senses for a long time. After a brief silence, the internet exploded. Holy crap, what's going on? What just happened? Are you kidding me? A student from one of the top 10 universities, with a B-level talent, is not even a match for an ordinary university student. They've fixed the match, haven't they? I demand that the referee make a proper judgment. Can we announce the result now? Zhang Hao asked the referee. The referee, regaining his composure, quickly announced, Zhang Hao from Longcheng University wins this match. As Zhang Hao walked off the stage, he shook his head and said, I didn't expect anyone to make such a request, actually letting me make the first move. What a kind person. The most confused person was Chen Wenjun. He didn't even realize what was happening before he felt a sudden dizziness. By the time he realized what was happening, he had already collapsed to the ground. Chen Wenjun had just gotten up from the ground when she heard Zhang Hao's words. She couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood before falling into a coma. The people from Hanyang University looked grim, inwardly cursing Chen Wenjun as a good-for-nothing. They had already sent out one student, who was eliminated. They thought Chen Wenjun could turn the tide. Unexpectedly, this fool's carelessness led to their defeat in the match. In a normal battle, they would accept defeat, even if they were unhappy. But this time, they lost to an ordinary university student, which was an utter disgrace. This incident will inevitably become a laughingstock for Hanyang University for a long time. On the Nanny Academy side, Su Qingxue couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile when she saw Jiang Hao win so easily. That bastard, attacking a first-tier awakened one, isn't that bullying? Damn, brother Ma has got some skills. Yes, this is a skill that not just anyone can do. Let's see what this guy can do first. TCH, Chen Wenjun clearly failed at showing off. Ma Bin's underlings curled their lip in disapproval. Ma Bin hadn't expected this to happen. Although he was surprised, he was mostly happy. Yes, the more rounds you hold on, the greater our chances of meeting again. Don't let me down. Bai Yang clenched his fists tightly. That damn guy, he really got lucky. Chapter 119. Don't regret it. Call. Seeing that Jiang Hao had actually won, Zhou Wenlin breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that Jiang Hao would be eliminated in the first round, which would be too embarrassing. Fortunately, Jiang Hao did not disappoint him. Great, Jiang Hao has listened to the first round. That Chen Wenjun is really good at pretending. She's probably going to cry herself to death under the covers this time. He deserved it. The other students from Longqing University couldn't help but cheer. Who says ordinary universities can't participate in school competitions? So what if they're among the top 10 universities? They were still defeated by Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao originally wanted to go straight back to his residence, but since the competition was not over, he was not allowed to leave. He had no choice but to return to his seat and continue the long wait. Watching the other players' matches, Jiang Hao felt drowsy. Finally, at 7 p.m., the first round of elimination matches officially ended. After returning to his residence and having dinner, Jiang Hao began his cultivation. He wasn't sure if it was because of the drinks he had with Su Qingxue the day before yesterday, but he had a vague feeling that he was about to break through, though he wasn't sure exactly when. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Jiang Hao came out of his cultivation and opened the door to see Su Qingxue standing prettily in the doorway. Jiang Hao stepped aside this time and waited for Su Qingxue to come in before closing the door. What are you doing in my room so late at night instead of resting? Su Qingxue glared at Jiang Hao. Why can't I come? Jiang Hao gave a wry smile and dared not say anything more. Su Qingxue sat on the sofa and laughed. Do you know what they're saying about you now? Jiang Hao shrugged. He didn't care what others said about him, he believed in letting his abilities speak for themselves. They say you got incredibly lucky. Su Qingxue covered her mouth and chuckled. Some people even said that you and Chen Wenjun rigged the match, and that it was all a conspiracy between you. I don't care what they say. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao. Did this guy even know how to chat? He killed the conversation right from the start. How was she supposed to respond? It's no wonder he doesn't have a girlfriend, he doesn't even appreciate the opportunity he's given. Useless piece of trash, humph. Just as Su Qingxue was about to speak, a voice that made one blush suddenly came from next door. The noise grew louder and louder, accompanied by the sound of the bedboard hitting the wall. Jiang Hao and Su Qingxue were taken aback. They exchanged a glance and then quickly separated, leaving an awkward atmosphere in the room. Hearing those lewd voices, Jiang Hao's face darkened. He patted the wall next door, signaling them to tone it down. This is a school, not a hotel. Damn it! Who is it? A furious shout immediately came from next door. Hearing the voice, Jiang Hao felt a sense of familiarity, but because there was a wall between them, he couldn't remember it for a moment. Who's knocking on the wall? Soon the door next door opened, and this time Jiang Hao clearly heard the other person's voice. He was originally going to meddle in other people's business, but after recognizing the other person's voice, he went straight over and opened the door. Bai Yang, keep your voice down, you're disturbing my rest. Bai Yang was taken aback when he saw Jiang Hao, then sneered, Oh, I thought it was someone else, but it's you. How come our top scorer in the college entrance examination is all alone in his room every day? He really didn't know that Jiang Hao was his neighbor. Can you come back? Just then, Su Qing's voice came out. Bai Yang looked at Jiang Hao smugly. Jiang Hao, how are you feeling right now? Your goddess is waiting for my favor right now. TSK, I have to say, Su Qing is as smooth as water. Jiang Hao, you should feel lucky. If you didn't live here, you would never have heard your goddess's wanton voice in your life. Just when Bai Yang thought he had completely gained the upper hand, a soft and alluring voice came from Jiang Hao's room. What's there to talk about with him? Come back now. To Bai Yang's astonishment, Su Qingxue, wrapped in a bath towel, pulled Jiang Hao back into the room. Bai Yang instantly felt terrible, as if he had eaten a pile of dried-out excrement that had been sitting for a month. His face looked as ugly as could be. Inside the room. How did you end up like this? Jiang Hao looked at Su Qingxue, both amused and exasperated. It's all to make you look good. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at Jiang Hao. Although she spoke lightly, her pretty face was flushed. Clearly, she was also extremely unsettled. Jiang Hao's lips twitched upon hearing this. Even if you want to make me look good, you don't need to make yourself look like this. Su Qingxue's voice was barely audible. What are you still standing there for? Jiang Hao was taken aback. Seeing Jiang Hao like this, Su Qingxue felt both ashamed and angry. She was already in such a state, didn't he know what to do? Or was she not that attractive? She was practically offering herself up to him, yet she acted like a fool. Su Qingxue angrily pulled Jiang Hao over, and due to the sudden movement, her bathrobe fell off. All white, it almost blinded Jiang Hao's titanium alloy eyes. Jiang Hao quickly closed his eyes. Su Qingxue suppressed her embarrassment and, instead of putting on her bathrobe, wrapped her arms around Jiang Hao's neck. Su Qingxue spoke softly in Jiang Hao's ear, I've already gone to such lengths, aren't you going to take the initiative? Jiang Hao said with a wry smile, you're serious? Su Qingxue was already going all out, not caring about being ashamed anymore. What do you think? They must have known what we were going to do when I came out just now. They're listening in the next room. If I don't react, they'll think I'm a lapdog. Jiang Hao said helplessly, you're playing with fire, do you know that? I've already been played by you. You'll regret it. You bitch. Upon hearing that sweet and soft voice, Bai Yang and Su Qing both turned ashen-faced. Bai Yang was angry because he never expected Jiang Hao to have gotten a beauty of Su Qingxue's caliber. Why is it that you, Jiang Hao, a piece of trash, can play with high-end goods, while I can only play with this cheap junk? Su Qing was furious. Jiang Hao was already in such a state, yet there were still people offering him money. The next day, Jiang Hao woke up from his sleep and looked at Su Qingxue, who was sleeping in his arms like a kitten, with a complicated expression. Does this mean the relationship is official? Jiang Hao suddenly shook his head. Such a beautiful woman is throwing herself at you, and you're still being picky. What a jerk. Jiang Hao gently kissed Su Qingxue on the forehead, got off the bed, and went into the bathroom. Su Qingxue's eyelashes fluttered, and her pretty face flushed as she opened her beautiful eyes. Actually, she had woken up earlier than Jiang Hao, but she didn't know how to face him, so she had been pretending to be asleep. Su Qingxue touched the spot where Jiang Hao had just kissed her, and a beautiful smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. When Jiang Hao finished washing up and came out, he found that Su Qingxue had already left. He wasn't surprised at all. He had already sensed Su Qingxue leaving when she did. He didn't say anything because he was afraid of embarrassing Su Qingxue. After tidying up, Jiang Hao left the room, just as Bai Yang and Su Qing also came out of the room. Let's begin with chapter 120. You didn't get enough rest last night. Seeing the two of them with dark circles under their eyes, Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh. The two snorted coldly, and unusually, neither of them paid any attention to Jiang Hao, and left directly. Just as Jiang Hao was about to leave, Su Qingxue also came out of the room. Upon seeing Jiang Hao, Su Qingxue felt extremely embarrassed. She had exhausted all her courage the night before. She had intended to avoid Jiang Hao, but unexpectedly, she couldn't escape him. Let's go out for breakfast together, Jiang Hao said, pulling Su Qingxue downstairs. Su Qingxue looked at Jiang Hao, who was holding her hand, and felt a little sweetness in her heart. Jiang Hao led Su Qingxue into the cafeteria, instantly attracting the attention of many people. The girls were a bit better off. The boys' eyes were filled with either envy or jealousy. The way they looked at Jiang Hao was filled with hatred. They wished they could kill him so they could take his place. Ma Bin, who was eating in the distance, was nudged by his underlings, who then gestured for him to look in the other direction. Ma Bin then saw Jiang Hao and Su Qingxue holding hands, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He wished he could kill Jiang Hao right now, but this wasn't the place to do so. Ma Bin snorted coldly, stopped eating, and left. Ignoring the stares of those around him, Jiang Hao went straight to the gymnasium after finishing breakfast with Su Qingxue. The match started very early today. Jiang Hao had only been there a short while when the match had already begun. Jiang Hao leaned back in his chair, bored, watching the fight between the contestants on the stage. Before long, he saw Qin Qinglan enter the arena. He had also seen Qin Qinglan enter the arena yesterday, but her opponent was an unlucky first-tier player who chose to surrender immediately. This time, her opponent was also a third tier awakened. After the referee said start, Qin Qinglan transformed into a nine-tailed celestial fox. Everyone was amazed by Qin Qinglan's transformation. Foxes are inherently alluring creatures, let alone a nine-tailed celestial fox. Even the nine-tailed celestial fox is comparable to the five-clawed divine dragon, and is far superior to Su Qing's three-clawed ice dragon bloodline. Seeing Qin Qinglan's transformation, a hint of jealousy flashed in Su Qing's eyes. Qin Qinglan not only has a better transformation ability than her, but her appearance is also far superior. For a time, Qin Qinglan was the most popular person in the world. The male students present, in particular, stared at Qin Qinglan with shining eyes. Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly at everyone's performance. Unlike what others observed, Jiang Hao valued Qin Qinglan's combat strength more. As a third-year student, Qin Qinglan's strength is beyond doubt. Although her opponent is also a third-year student, he is a student from one of the top 10 universities. Although the two are at the same level, both being third-tier awakeners, Qin Qinglan's talent is inferior to Qin Qinglan's. The outcome of the match was never in doubt. Qin Qinglan won easily. In the subsequent matches, there were occasionally one or two exciting moments, but they still didn't arouse much interest in Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, however, took a closer look at the battle between Lu Baichuan and Song Jieling. Their fighting was just average, with nothing particularly outstanding. If it were someone else, they might not have noticed anything, but Jiang Hao possesses a discerning eye, and he saw through the true levels of these two people yesterday. These aren't just two people, there are several who are hiding their strength. Including Lu Baichuan and Song Jieling, this year's school competition produced 5 fifth-order awakened individuals. There are no fewer than 20 fourth-tier awakeners. Even Qin Qinglan is hiding her strength, so others can't see her true strength, but his eye of insight can tell that she has broken through to the fourth tier. It's just that it's been hidden and hasn't exploded yet. This made Jiang Hao realize once again that he had indeed underestimated the school competition. Before we knew it, the competition had moved into the afternoon. Next match, Jiang Hao from Longcheng University versus Bai Yang from Beihua University. Just as Jiang Hao was about to doze off, Ma Qinyu's voice rang out. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, then smiled. Bai Yang, he hadn't expected to run into him so soon. He immediately got up and walked towards the arena. Bai Yang was also surprised to run into Jiang Hao, and immediately beamed with joy. Very good, Jiang Hao, today I'll make sure you don't leave alive. After you die, I'll find a way to get Su Qingxue. This Jiang Hao was really lucky. He managed to avoid Brother Ma in both elimination rounds. Hopefully he can pull through this round. It's probably going to be difficult. This Bai Yang is no ordinary person, he has S-level talent. Jiang Hao is definitely going to lose this time. At Longcheng University, everyone was watching this scene as well. Because of Jiang Hao, they didn't need to attend classes this week and instead sat in the classroom watching the live broadcast of the school's competition. Zhou Wenlin watched this scene nervously. Jiang Hao had won by luck yesterday, but this time he probably wouldn't be so lucky. Inside the hospital ward, Bai Wenluo and Su Jing were also watching this scene. They had already woken up from their serious injuries in coma the day before yesterday. Upon learning that the school competition was about to begin, they disregarded their injuries and immediately had a television installed in their hospital room so they could watch the live broadcast. Bai Wenluo was somewhat surprised. Madam, I feel like I've seen this Jiang Hao somewhere before. You made this discovery too? Su Jing was taken aback, then shared her own discovery. Both of them were puzzled, but they couldn't quite put their finger on what was puzzling. On the competition stage, Chen Wenjun clenched her fists, her eyes fixed on Jiang Hao. Yesterday's defeat to Jiang Hao was a great humiliation for him. He was even more furious when someone said that he colluded with Jiang Hao and deliberately lost to him. At this moment, he wished he could take Bai Yang's place and avenge his previous humiliation. Unfortunately, he was eliminated in the first round and was no longer eligible to play. Jiang Hao and Bai Yang stood on the arena. Bai Yang looked at Jiang Hao with a sneer. Jiang Hao, I really didn't expect you to be so unlucky as to run into me at this time. Yes, I didn't expect to run into you either. Jiang Hao smiled slightly. He had only hoped that he could run into Bai Yang in the ring, but he never expected that he would actually do it. I wonder what would happen to Bai Wenluo and Su Jing if I killed Bai Yang. I'm sure it will be crazy. Unfortunately, he can't do that yet. He's not afraid of Bai Wenluo or Su Jing, but he's afraid that the two of them will take their anger out on his parents. He wouldn't mind if he were with his parents, but he didn't dare to gamble right now. There's no need to put your parents in danger for a moment's pleasure. If his parents were both third-tier awakened beings, he would definitely kill Bai Yang without hesitation, but for now, he can only teach Bai Yang a simple lesson. Let's begin. Bai Yang was about to say something when he heard the referee say start.